001. The little girl from a neighbor's house is named Hermione. Lynn was watering his garden when the bouncy little girl, her backpack bouncing with each step, passed by his door. Hey. Lynn looked up to see the girl calling him from the other side of the fence. He set down his watering can and walked over. That's rather impolite. If you're unsure of my name, you could say excuse me instead of hey. The girl pouted, seemingly unconvinced by Lynn's remark, as he appeared to be around her age. However, she did not pursue the matter further. Instead, she peered into her own yard and cautiously pulled out a package of dried fish from her backpack. With pursed lips, she handed the dried fish to Lynn. Rather than immediately accepting it, Lynn raised an eyebrow and replied, "What's this? Are you attempting to bribe me with this package of dried fish to keep you company? If that's the case, you've chosen poorly. I prefer sweet treats, like candies, rather than salted fish." The girl kicked the fence and made a face at him. "I don't want you to play with me. This fish isn't for you. It's for the stray cats that wander around here every day. My mom won't let me feed them because she says they carry viruses and bacteria. But I really want a cat. My dad said if I can maintain my grades, when I'm a bit older, he'll give me a clean cat. It's just that those stray cats are so pitiful. They are cats too, yet they have to roam around with empty stomachs every day. It's not fair. Yesterday, I saw you feeding them some broken biscuits, so today I used my pocket money to buy some dried fish, hoping you could help me take care of them." What a remarkable sense of awareness. Lynn silently mused to himself that it was evident that the girl was quite talkative once she started speaking. She couldn't stop, though she initially appeared somewhat haughty. Mistaken about her intentions, Lynn felt no embarrassment after all. He was thick-skinned. He accepted the package of dried fish from her. "All right, I have no other plans for the day, so I can help you look after them." With that, he plucked a lily from his garden and handed it to the girl. "Consider this a token of gratitude for me taking care of them." The girl, undeterred, graciously accepted the lily from Lynn's hand, smiling brightly. "My name is Hermione Granger. And you?" "Lynn Bellick. I just moved here not long ago. It's a pleasure to meet you." Lynn felt that the girl's name was somewhat familiar, but did not dwell on it. After exchanging names, their relationship naturally grew closer. Hermione leaned over the fence, standing on her tiptoes to peek into his house. "Oh, you live here alone?" Lynn removed his gloves, eager to chat with Hermione. He had only recently moved to London, and with summer vacation approaching, he hadn't been to school yet, leaving him with plenty of free time. "Yes, for now. I live here alone." Hermione's eyes widened. "What about your parents? Do they really let you live here by yourself?" But Hermione quickly apologized, looking saddened. "I'm sorry, I didn't know." Lynn waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine, it was a long time ago, and I'm actually doing quite well now. What about you?" Lynn shifted the topic, subtly inquiring about his new neighbor's family. "What do your parents do?" Hermione smiled, revealing her bright white teeth. "My mom and dad are both dentists. If you ever have a toothache, you can go to them. Dentists, indeed, are well compensated in the UK, embodying the middle class. Moreover, the British place great importance on oral health, and skilled dentists usually have extensive networks. This neighbor could certainly be worth nurturing a relationship with." Given their youth, Lynn thought it would be advantageous to befriend her while he still had the chance. Thus, Lynn beamed and extended an invitation. "Would you like to come over for a bit? I made some mung bean soup for lunch. It's refreshing and thirst-quenching in the summer." Hermione appeared somewhat tempted but glanced back at her home, finally shaking her head. "Maybe next time," Lynn replied without pressing further. "And make sure to take good care of those stray cats." Hermione felt that her new neighbor was quite wonderful, and she had gained a new friend. "Goodbye, Lynn." Hermione's appearance was merely a brief interlude for Lynn. He donned his gloves once more, humming a tune as he continued tending to the blooming flowers in his garden. Lynn was a time traveler. In his previous life, he had been a public school teacher who had been working for less than 2 years. Unfortunately, he fell into a river while riding an electric bike on his way to work and drowned, as he could not swim. When he regained consciousness, he found himself as an orphan who had just lost his parents in an orphanage in England named Starting Point. It was uncertain whether this was a stroke of luck or misfortune. The silver lining was that his parents, whom he had never met, had left him a substantial inheritance that he could inherit upon reaching adulthood, and then perhaps find a wife to live a carefree life. However, the welfare institutions of capitalism are not purely charitable. They are riddled with sordid affairs, not to mention the group of troubled children, who, although pitiable, are also quite challenging. Life had momentarily stabilized, but Lynn had not yet devised a plan for the future and did not intend to do so. Plans often fail to keep pace with reality. There was still ample time ahead, and the more plans he made now, the more he would regret wasting his time in the future. Since fate had placed him in the latter half of the 20th century in England, he should first focus on establishing himself in this country. Thus, the 11-year-old Lynn was inhabited by the soul of a 25-year-old, living a life akin to that of a 70-year-old. He felt quite helpless, yet the entertainment options in this era were severely limited. Aside from tending to flowers, weeding, and feeding cats, he genuinely did not know what else to do. After tidying up his garden, Lynn set down his tools, removed his gloves, and stretched towards the sunset. The air in London was quite poor despite efforts to rectify it. The sky often appeared gray. Squinting, Lynn discerned a small black approaching him from the horizon. As the duck drew nearer, he realized it was an owl. Such birds are not uncommon in England, so Lynn paid it little mind, instead focusing on the dried fish Hermione had given him. He locked the garden gate, preparing to go feed the cats. Unbeknownst to him, the owl that flew over his head dropped a thick letter at the spot where he had just been standing. It then perched on the roof of his house, watching his departing figure with a curious tilt of its head. Why does your cat refuse to eat the dried fish? Not far from Lynn's residence lies a narrow alley, where he discovered a congregation of stray cats on the very first day of his arrival while taking out the trash. Partly to occupy himself, and partly out of pity for the animals, Lynn began bringing them small treats every few days, feeling a sense of obligation even without Hermione's prompting. As he extracted the dried fish from its packaging, he tore it into strips and scattered it before the feral cats to prevent any squabbling. The cats, both large and small, eagerly indulged, and after watching them for a while, Lynn found himself tempted. He pulled out a piece of fish to sample its flavor. However, at that moment, he sensed something watching him from a shadowy corner. The sun had completely dipped below the horizon, leaving the night sky devoid of stars. With the moon's light dimmed, the towering walls of the alley obscured the glow of the streetlights, sending a chill down Lynn's spine. Summoning his courage, he approached the shadow while still holding the piece of fish. The creature observing him was, in fact, another cat, a splendid tabby. It bore no resemblance to a stray. With its coat clean and well-groomed, adorned with a distinctive pattern around its eyes reminiscent of glasses, its limbs stood straight and proud, exuding an air of authority uncommon in felines. The tabby gazed at Lynn, its eyes seemingly human, and offered a slight nod, as if preparing for some significant action. But in the next moment, it froze. Why do you not eat the dried fish? Are you afraid of the wildcats? That's simply one to do. A cat must behave like a cat. Lynn reached out to stroke the tabby's head and playfully pinched its ear. The tabby appeared utterly unprepared for such an encounter, its entire demeanor frozen in surprise. Finding the cat somewhat amusing, Lynn waved the dried fish tantalizingly before its eyes. Would you like a taste of the dried fish? It's delicious. Suddenly, a peculiar transformation occurred. The tabby's fur receded, its body swelling, and in the blink of an eye, an elderly woman adorned with a pointed hat and striking square glasses, dressed in an eccentric manner, stood before him. Meow, meow. What on earth? Lynn exclaimed, startled by the sudden turn of events. Instinctively reverting to his native tongue, he fell backward onto the ground, hands braced against the earth, instinctively retreating in terror. The tall, elderly witch, her complexion somewhat shadowed in the dim light, addressed him. Limballock, there is no need for such alarm. Professor McGonagall, having transformed from cat to human, cleared her throat. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. You may call me Professor McGonagall. Lynn appeared utterly stunned, leaning against the wall with no escape left, his eyes wide and mouth agape as he stared at Professor McGonagall, rendered speechless by the astonishing transformation. The stray cats in the alley had long been startled away by the recent upheaval. The night lay in silence as Professor McGonagall gazed at the astonished Lynn, her irritation dissipating as she endeavored to soften her typically stern visage with a gentle smile. Are you not inclined to invite me into your home for a visit? At Lynn's residence, Professor McGonagall settled onto the sofa while Lynn busily served her water and tea. His earlier stupor was not from fright, but rather from sheer astonishment. Admittedly, after the initial shock, he was indeed unnerved. Had he truly just petted the head of the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, the renowned lioness of Gryffindor, known for her strict demeanor? And he had relentlessly questioned her about why she did not consume the small fish treats. Lynn felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, mortified to the point that he could have sculpted a replica of Hogwarts Castle with his toes. Thus, he resorted to fervent hospitality to alleviate his discomfort. Professor, may I offer you some water? Hot water is very beneficial for one's health. Here are some of my treasured snacks. Please do try them. Oh wait, almost forgot. Please don't drink the water just yet. I still have some mung bean soup simmering, which is quite refreshing. As Professor McGonagall lifted her teacup, she had no choice but to set it down again with an exasperated sigh. Mr. Belloc, could you kindly sit quietly and allow me to speak? Lynn, chuckling awkwardly and rubbing his hands together, obediently took a seat on the sofa. Seeing that he had finally settled, Professor McGonagall began to elucidate her purpose. As you can see, Mr. Belloc, I am a witch, hailing from Hogwarts, the sole and most esteemed magical academy in Britain. Before my arrival, an owl should have delivered a letter to you. Professor McGonagall nodded. Indeed, it was meant to reach you. I am uncertain what mishap befell that owl. However, this is inconsequential. What truly matters is the acceptance letter contained within. At that moment, Lynn opened the envelope and beheld the acceptance letter emblazoned with the Hogwarts crest, signed by Professor McGonagall herself. Simultaneously, an emotionless voice reverberated in his mind, detected that the host has been accepted into Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. System activation conditions met. The expression on Lynn's face was quite peculiar. The surprises he had encountered today were overwhelming. Having been in this world for over a decade, he never imagined that he harbored a system within him. Nevertheless, given the bizarre occurrence of traversing into a magical realm, the emergence of a system seemed rather inconsequential. With the frequency of oddities he had encountered, Lynn had begun to grow numb, fearing that if this continued, he would take on an even stranger form. Professor McGonagall, oblivious to Lynn's internal turmoil, found his reaction quite normal. After all, for a muggle, being accepted into a magical academy was indeed an astonishing affair. Mr. Belloc, I believe you now understand the situation. Are you willing to attend Hogwarts for 7 years of magical education? Although the question offered no option for refusal, Professor McGonagall earnestly inquired of Lynn. The system in Lynn's mind uttered a single sentence before falling silent, and he chose to disregard it, prioritizing his interaction with Professor McGonagall. Unsurprisingly, Lynn was eager to embrace the opportunity to learn magic, a pursuit yearned for by countless individuals. I am most willing, Professor McGonagall. A faint smile graced Professor McGonagall's face, but her brow furrowed as she glanced around, seemingly noticing something. What about your family? They need to be informed of this matter. Lynn shrugged. I am an orphan. My parents passed away when I was quite young, and my guardian is my adoptive father. Professor McGonagall's expression grew somber. I apologize for touching upon your painful past, child, but it is imperative to secure your guardian's consent. Lynn was untroubled by this, responding cheerfully, It's quite all right, Professor. However, he is likely not in London at the moment, but we can give him a call. Lynn picked up the telephone resting on the coffee table and glanced at Professor McGonagall, silently inquiring if this was permissible. Although her knowledge of Muggle devices was limited, it was evident she understood the function of a telephone, considering that the entrance for outsiders to the Ministry of Magic resembled a phone booth. She nodded in affirmation, and Lynn dialed the number. On the other end of the line was a composed male voice. Is there something you need? I will be attending a magical school in 2 months for approximately 7 years, and the professor is sitting right next to me. It's essential that you are informed regarding my enrollment. Lynn wasted no time, getting straight to the point. A brief silence followed on the other end. All right, I understand. Your consent is also required. I give my consent. Fine, that settles it. Indeed, the call ended shortly thereafter, lasting no more than 30 seconds. Now, it was Professor McGonagall's turn to be taken aback. Having served as a professor for quite some time, she had visited the homes of numerous Muggle students, but had never encountered a parent so readily accepting of the magical realm and willing to entrust their child to it. Lynn was not surprised by this. After all, his adoptive father had been meticulously chosen, and a certain level of understanding existed between them. Professor McGonagall, please intensify your efforts. Lynn spread his hands in exasperation, gazing at her, but the outcome remains unchanged. You may not fully comprehend my circumstances. To be candid, my life in the orphanage was less than pleasant, which is why my current guardian is someone I found and hired myself. He legally became my guardian, granting me ample freedom until I reach adulthood, and he promised to fully support all my decisions, provided he only needs to sign where required. In return, I must ensure that once I am entitled to inherit my parents' estate, I will compensate him accordingly. In simple terms, our adoption is a purely financial arrangement. Lynn spoke the truth, though the process was undoubtedly more complex. After all, a transaction between a child and an adult could not solely rely on monetary exchange. As she listened to Lynn's account, Professor McGonagall's expression gradually softened. She is not truly heartless. Rather, she possesses a cold exterior that conceals a warm heart, a trait common among felines. Poor child, your circumstances are undeniably unique. Professor McGonagall imagined how young Lynn must navigate through the treacherous world of adults, ultimately relying on the frigid transactions of money to attain her freedom. The hardships and trials she faced were too daunting for her to contemplate deeply. After a moment of reflection, she continued, Before you embark on your journey to Hogwarts, you must visit Diagon Alley to procure your necessary learning materials and textbooks. Although it is not as perilous as Knockturn Alley, I believe it is prudent to have an adult accompany you. Of course, Professor, Lynn replied, having no objections. Although venturing to Diagon Alley alone would likely pose little danger, having someone well-versed in the magical realm was certainly preferable. Moreover, the professors at Hogwarts are truly remarkable educators. Even Severus Snape has merely a few character flaws. it would certainly not be detrimental to become familiar with them in advance. Having said what needed to be said, Professor McGonagall did not linger, as she had to proceed to guide another Muggle-born student in their enrollment. Before departing, she bestowed a rare smile upon Lynn. "It is evident, Belloc, that you are a child of noble character, cleverness, and bravery. Hogwarts eagerly awaits your arrival." Lynn shyly ruffled his hair, preparing to express his humility, when suddenly that familiar voice echoed in his mind. "You have received the sincere praise of Professor Minerva McGonagall. Transfiguration Talent Level 1, Transfiguration Effect Level 1. Simultaneously, Lynn sensed a shift within his body, though he could not quite articulate the nature of this transformation. However, it was clear that it was a change for the better. His expression shifted as he gazed eagerly at Professor McGonagall, who was preparing to disapparate. "Until we meet again at Hogwarts. Wait, Professor. Please, praise me once more." Professor McGonagall paused, astonished, her hand poised to wave her wand, questioning whether her ears had deceived her. While Westerners tend to be expressive, this was an audacity she had not anticipated. The look she directed at Lynn was peculiar, as if she were attempting to discern the thickness of his skin in comparison to the walls of Hogwarts Castle. "Professor, you know I am an orphan," Lynn implored, gazing at her with earnest eyes, channeling all his acting prowess. "I have lived under commands and criticisms since childhood. Even my adoptive father, who has taken me in, is merely after my parents' inheritance. Hence, I have never heard words of praise from anyone. Your recent commendation nearly brought me to tears." As he spoke, he began to sniffle softly, as if genuinely moved to tears. "Perhaps my request is a bit unreasonable, but I implore you, could you please commend me once more?" Professor McGonagall, having lived a long life, was not easily deceived. She regarded the theatrically inclined Lynn with suspicion, sensing something amiss. Realizing his performance had not achieved the desired effect, Lynn resolved to intensify his efforts. He dabbed at the corner of his eye, managing to squeeze out a single tear, and sighed. "Well, Professor, I must admit my abruptness. It seems I possess neither virtues nor strengths, not even the qualifications to earn praise from my elders." Coughing lightly, Lynn's words made Professor McGonagall feel somewhat guilty. After all, he was merely an 11-year-old child, at a time when he yearned for recognition. "Do not belittle yourself, Belloc." The brief acquaintance left McGonagall momentarily at a loss for further compliments beyond her initial heartfelt words. Lynn, sensing her hesitation, prompted her indirectly. "You see, I am not unappealing, and I even managed to find a guardian for myself." "How filial I am." After a prolonged pause, McGonagall finally mustered a response. "You are a good child." In the next moment, Lynn's mind echoed with a voice. "You have received Professor Minerva McGonagall's reluctant good person card. Nothing significant has occurred." The exuberance Lynn felt just a moment ago faded, leaving his face pale. "I sacrificed my dignity for this?" Meanwhile, McGonagall, who had uttered falsehoods, felt quite uncomfortable. "It is getting late, Mr. Belloc. I must take my leave. Safe travels, Professor." After McGonagall departed, Lynn summoned the system in his mind and examined his current attribute panel. Nauma, Lynn and Belloc. Title, none. Magic Index, 2. Free points, 0. Magical talents, Transfiguration 3. General Charms 2. Offensive and defensive spells 2. Dark Magic 5. Potions 2. Alchemy 2. Herbology 2. Ancient Runes 2. Divination 0. Main Quest, Proceed to Hogwarts. Reward, Mind Closure. Time-limited quests. 1. Acquire a wand. Reward, Magic Index 1. Countdown, 30 days. 2. Successfully cast your first spell. Reward, Free point 1. Countdown, 40 days. Note, failure of time-limited quests incurs no penalties. Lynn scrutinized his attribute panel for quite some time, even foregoing dinner, as he began to discern certain insights. Aside from Transfiguration, Divination, and Dark Magic, his other magical talents were all at level 2, with a maximum being 10. Thus, a score of 2 likely represented the standard proficiency of a wizard. The reason Transfiguration held a score of 3 was due to McGonagall's earlier praise, which granted him an additional point. He could understand the score of 0 in Divination, as such ethereal abilities seemed purely reliant on innate talent. Either one possesses it or does not, with little room for development. However, what perplexed him most was the talent for dark magic. Why did he start with a score of 5? Was he inherently destined to be a villain? Lynn's expression darkened, feeling as though his benevolent character was being questioned. As for the main quest and the time-limited tasks, there was little to elaborate on. Traveling to Hogwarts was nearly a foregone conclusion, and the mind closure spell was precisely the magic he currently required, akin to a gift. The subsequent 2 time-limited tasks posed no significant challenge. However, Lynn was unaware of when the professor, who was to escort him to Diagon Alley, would arrive. If the appointed time neared and the individual had not yet appeared, Lynn would venture out to search for him, despite not knowing the approximate location of the leaky cauldron. Yet he was confident there would be a way. Even with the system in place and the knowledge that he was soon to embark on his magical education at Hogwarts, Lynn's life remained largely unchanged. 3 weeks passed in a blur. One day, Hermione invited Lynn to join her in feeding the stray cats. Is there a cat in this world that is indifferent to dried fish? After a while of feeding, Lynn grew weary and assumed the role of supervisor. Watching Hermione tirelessly offer fish to the cats, while he felt the urge to pet them, yet hesitated to do so. He was now acutely aware that the little girl before him was none other than Hermione Granger, one of the trio destined to save the world. It was moments like these that made him marvel at the wonders of existence. Perhaps there are indeed cats that lose interest in dried fish, especially if they have grown accustomed to gourmet cat food. Lynn's thoughts wandered to whether Professor McGonagall indulged in fine cat food while at Hogwarts. Might there truly be a cat that transforms into a beautiful maiden to repay a debt of gratitude? As for older cat maidens, they would likely wait for Lynn to express his appreciation for their guidance. However, the possibility of a young cat maiden was not out of the question, for there were no rules dictating that every animagus must be unique. As their camaraderie deepened, their conversations became more casual. For Lynn, who found himself starved for entertainment, engaging with this loquacious and slightly proud girl provided nearly 80% of the joy in his otherwise mundane days. He gazed up at the overcast London sky, where a few white doves soared gracefully. Suddenly, he recalled that young wizards often experienced magical surges before attending Hogwarts and mastering their powers. For instance, it was through such a surge that he had found his now stable adoptive father. As Hermione approached her 10th birthday, it was likely she would receive her acceptance letter to Hogwarts the following year, suggesting she must have encountered at least one magical outburst. Thus, he looked at Hermione with a playful smile. "Well, Hermione, do you believe in superpowers?" he inquired. Magic is not to be discussed lightly, even if one can be certain that the other will one day become a young witch. But while magic is off limits, superpowers are fair game. The young girl, evidently lacking in guile, stiffened at Lynn's question, her gaze darting about as she replied, "Surely not. We are already big kids. How could we still believe in such things?" Ding. Acting level 10 activated. Lynn's expression turned grave, reminiscent of a correspondent delivering news of the Pearl Harbor attack to the White House. "Do not hide it from me. Hermione, you have awakened your superpowers, Haven T you?" Suddenly, Hermione appeared as flustered as a wife caught by her husband in the company of another man, gazing at Lynn in a state of bewilderment as she stammered her confession. "How do you know? Those endowed with extraordinary abilities can sense one another. The moment I laid eyes on you, I discerned that you were no ordinary individual." Lynn rose to his feet, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of a sage detached from the world. "Then why have I not sensed you?" Hermione, not one to be easily deceived, detected a flaw in his reasoning. Clearing his throat, caught off guard by her skepticism, Lynn quickly concocted an explanation. "Perhaps your powers are too feeble. My ability allows me to eliminate anyone named Zhang San. Is your power perhaps the ability to change others' names to Zhang San?" Hermione was momentarily diverted by Lynn's nonsensical ramblings. "My power is not so formidable," she admitted, a hint of embarrassment gracing her features. "I am uncertain of its true nature. Once, in a fit of extreme anger, I caused the glass in my room to vanish. My parents did not believe it was me. Thus, it is precisely because your abilities are unstable and underdeveloped that you cannot sense me." Lynn gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, reminiscent of a melancholic poet. "However, this could be a blessing, as it means they cannot locate you." "Who are they?" Hermione had unwittingly stepped into a trap. "They are a malevolent organization," Lynn replied with grave seriousness, "dedicated to hunting individuals like you and me who possess extraordinary powers, coercing and enticing us to serve their interests. They approached me not long ago." Hermione was taken aback, her expression one of horror. "Then what about you, Lynn?" Lynn sighed with a troubled heart. "Though I possess the ability to eliminate those named Zhang San, none of them bear that name. I am left with no choice but to join them. However, I have vowed solemnly never to misuse my powers to harm the innocent. You need not worry. I shall not become a villain." Hermione clasped her small hands in front of her, gazing at him with admiration, feeling a deep sense of pride for a friend's nobility. "I have managed to negotiate with that wicked organization to grant me a 2-month reprieve every summer. In 2 months, I will be taken to their headquarters to assist with their research. Hermione, I will do my utmost to conceal your existence within the organization, allowing you to continue living this tranquil and joyful life. Lynn spoke with such conviction that he almost believed his own words. The young girl, deeply moved, felt an urge to elope with Lynn, escaping to a faraway place beyond the troubles of the world. You are truly wonderful, Lynn, but will you not face danger there? Should we not escape instead? I have secretly saved some pocket money, around £9.15. Lynn resolutely interrupted Hermione's words. Do not thank me, Hermione. After all, we are friends, and let us refrain from discussing escape. Even if we could flee, what about your parents? Have you considered their fate? Rest assured, Lynn, concerned about scaring the young girl too severely, sought to reassure her. Noticing Lynn's apparent distress, Hermione quickly wiped her tears and asked, but what about? However, after I departed, there would be no one to tend to the household. Lynn's sinister intentions were finally unveiled, revealing his treacherous motives. My flowers, along with the windows and floors, would accumulate layers of dust, a thought that brings me discomfort. Hermione has been thoroughly deceived. Lynn, if you trust me, you may leave it to my care. After your departure, I shall tend to your garden and ensure that your home is cleaned weekly. I certainly trust you, for we are friends. With his scheme succeeding, Lynn's eyes sparkled with delight, nearly squinting into mere slits. Indeed, we are friends. You have gained the trust of Hermione Granger, Small, earning the title, Devious Seducer. Title, Devious Seducer. Effect, 1. There is a 50% chance that children under the age of 16 will absolutely believe your words. 2. The favorability rating of parents of children under 16 toward you is halved. 3. When the lies are exposed, you will undoubtedly be punished. Note 1. The effects of the title only take effect while worn. Note 2. If the first effect activates successfully, even after the title is removed, the third effect will still apply. Remark. You asked me what the consequences of abducting minors might be? 3 fatalities at most. 005 The Old Fox. Abduction? That was a benevolent lie. Do you understand the meaning of benevolence? Upon returning home, Lynn lamented bitterly, vehemently condemning his own system. He vowed never, ever to don such a disgraceful title. Putting the system aside, Lynn prepared dinner while contemplating a visit to central London the next day. With less than 10 days remaining until the deadline for the task, and no word from the professor that McGonagall had mentioned, Lynn was determined not to miss out on the task's rewards, and thus he could hardly contain his impatience. As he washed the tomatoes, lost in thought, a sudden commotion at the living room window drew his attention. Lynn turned to look outside and discovered an owl peering at him through the glass. Indeed, good deeds are rewarded. Having just told a kind-hearted lie, the owl from Hogwarts arrived that very evening. Lynn opened the window for the owl, receiving a thin envelope from it. He then offered the creature some breadcrumbs and a bowl of water to welcome this distant visitor. Abandoning dinner preparations, Lynn sank into the sofa and opened the envelope, revealing only a single piece of paper. Dear Mr. Bellick, Professor Adrian Fox of the Defense Against the Dark Arts will visit on the morning of July 3rd at 9 a.m. Sincerely, Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. The Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor? Lynn pondered, tilting his head as he held the letter. It is said that the position of the Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor at Hogwarts is cursed by Voldemort. Whether this rumor holds truth, Lynn could not ascertain. However, it is indeed a fact that the professor of this subject encounters troubles each year, leading to an annual change. This year is 1990, 1 year prior to the commencement of Harry Potter's enrollment storyline. Professor Fox, sharing a surname with Dumbledore's pet Phoenix, is a character absent from the original narrative. His temperament and character remain a mystery to Lynn, causing him some distress. Who knows what chaos the Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor has encountered this year? It is well known that Dumbledore's judgment in selecting a defense professor is notoriously unreliable. What if this Professor Fox turns out to be a dark wizard? It would be preferable to have Snape, with his perpetually dour expression, instead. How frustrating. Was it not said that good people are rewarded for their goodness? As Lynn furrowed his brow in worry, the owl that had delivered his letter had feasted to its satisfaction, circling the living room as if to express gratitude for Lynn's hospitality before gracefully ascending into the night sky. Unable to conjure any coherent thoughts, Lynn decided to cease his ruminations. The fact that Professor McGonagall entrusted him with the task of guiding her to Diagon Alley indicated her faith in his character. McGonagall is a responsible headmistress, and since she trusts him, there should be no cause for alarm. He would face tomorrow's challenges when they arose. For now, he would focus on preparing dinner for the evening. The following morning, after completing his daily run and having breakfast, Lynn prepared refreshments for his guest, eagerly awaiting Professor Fox's arrival. However, despite his patient waiting, as the clock approached 10, he found himself increasingly anxious, feeling as though he had been stood up. Just as his impatience began to mount, a tremendous noise erupted from his backyard. Through the window, he could see a scene reminiscent of an airplane crash. with large clumps of damp earth and grass flying through the air. Lin's expression shifted drastically, and he hurriedly dashed from the living room to the backyard, only to be greeted by a scene of utter chaos. A silver-haired, tall, and slender old man lay sprawled on the ground in a most undignified manner. What pained Lin most was the sight of the large patch of grass that had been utterly destroyed. He had yet to inherit his fortune, and his monthly expenses were strictly limited to a small allowance from his estate. Any savings were earmarked for exchanging at Diagon Alley for galleons, leaving him with no funds to replace such a vast expanse of grass. As Lin wallowed in his financial despair, the culprit, the silver-haired old man, shakily rose from the ground. He wore a long trench coat with a white lining and even sported a tie, though the dirt and grass clinging to him rendered him somewhat disheveled. Yet he could not conceal the air of transcendence that surrounded him. "Lin Bullock?" the old man inquired as he brushed the dirt from his glasses. Yes, that's me," Lin replied. "Good. It seems I did not take a wrong turn. I am your defense against the dark arts professor, Adrian Fox. You may call me Professor Fox." Before Lin could utter a word, the professor seized his arm and pulled him into the living room. "Now, hold on. Don't speak just yet, young man. Let me explain." Upon entering the room, Professor Fox took a deep breath, his voice urgent as he interrupted Lin. "I am currently experiencing some physical distress and urgently require your assistance in preparing a few items. This is of utmost importance. Can you comprehend the gravity of the situation? Although the specifics elude me, it is evident from the pallor of the defense against the dark arts professor's face that he is in a rather unhealthy state." Acknowledging the urgency of the matter, I refrained from further discourse. Upon entering the living room, Professor Fox began to extract an array of items from the pockets of his trench coat. Much like the seemingly infinite space of a certain robotic feline's pocket, he soon amassed a disordered collection of objects around him: cauldrons, alcohol burners, tubers, fats, and powders. "I require alcohol. Neither spirits nor wine will suffice. It must be fermented from barley." Professor Fox soon realized he was missing a crucial ingredient and glanced at me with a sense of desperation, as if time were of the essence. Momentarily taken aback, I quickly shook my head. "I do not have beer at home, but there is a convenience store 200 meters east. I can procure some." The professor's condition appeared dire, and his gaze was filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Bullock." I hastily donned my coat and dashed toward the convenience store, my objective clear. Under the bemused gaze of the cashier, I seized a pack of canned beer, tossed the money onto the counter without waiting for change, and sprinted back home. What was that professor concocting? Surely, no potion requires beer as an ingredient. Moreover, he seemed excessively urgent. He did not appear to be fleeing from danger. If he were aware of a potion that could remedy his ailments, it would suggest that this was not his first episode. Thus, such an emergency potion should be a staple, not something to be brewed on the spot. As soon as I opened the living room door, an enticing aroma wafted toward me. The scene before me rendered me speechless. On the cutting board, two knives moved with remarkable speed, slicing fresh potatoes and lettuce into thin strips, which seemed to leap into a waiting dish of their own accord. The elderly gentleman, who identified himself as Professor Fox, sat at the center of the room, wielding a pair of chopsticks that had emerged from the kitchen, deftly dropping lamb into a bubbling cauldron. The alcohol burner blazed vigorously, and the cauldron's crimson broth shimmered with a glossy sheen. Professor Fox grinned at me, standing in the doorway, beer in hand, his expression reminiscent of a cunning old fox caught in the act of pilfering. The crisis of Professor Fox, the defense against the dark arts instructor. I struggled to suppress the impulse to hurl the beer at this insufferable old man. Temper at the ready as I pulled up a small stool and took my seat across from him. Professor Fox appeared completely oblivious to my annoyance, eagerly snatching the beer from my hands. "Ah, German dark beer," he mused, smacking his lips. "Not to my taste, but I can manage." He tore open the beer pack and tossed a can in my direction. I caught the beer, rolling my eyes in response. I'm still a minor. I cannot consume alcohol. Though he said so, he still pulled the tab open. Today's events had taken a rather unfortunate turn. Professor Fox observed Lin's insincere actions and chuckled heartily. His laughter resembled Lin's, both unable to suppress, squinting their eyes in mirth. At his age, still squinting daily. It was no wonder he had so many crow's feet. How amusing. Lin also took a pair of chopsticks for himself, dipped them in the broth of the cauldron, and tasted it. The flavor was all too familiar. After taking a swig of beer, Professor Fox boasted, "As for those five-star hotels, they merely deceive gullible foreigners. The true culinary delights of the East are hidden in the alleys and streets, and they cannot fool me. You provide the German beer, and I shall offer the Chinese cuisine. You stand to gain immensely. Is it not merely hot pot? As if no one has ever had it before." Despite the hot pot as a consolation, Lin remained irked, glaring at Professor Fox's unusually pale face. He scoffed. with your poor health. Indulging in spicy food and beer might lead to an unfortunate demise. Fox waved his hand dismissively. No need to concern yourself. I merely have a slight fear of heights. Besides, did I not ask you to assist me in procuring medication? He raised his beer in jest, proclaiming it the cure for all ailments. Lin looked at him skeptically, doubting whether this unscrupulous professor was attempting to deceive him again. Do wizards also suffer from acrophobia? Of course, Fox replied eagerly, deftly picking up a piece of tender lamb and placing it in his mouth. His chopstick skills suggested he had indulged in Chinese cuisine during his travels. Wizards are human too. Like any human, they can fall ill. Do not harbor such resentment, Bellic. Do you have any idea of the ordeal I endured to visit you? Since I had never been here before, I was unable to apparate. I first had to make my way to the leaky cauldron, without a single muggle coin to my name. Exchanging currency with those goblins at Gringotts would have been a loss, and I could not utilize muggle transportation. So I had to fly here on a broomstick. However, my acrophobia is quite severe, and I struggled to control that wretched broom. After about 10 minutes of flight, I could no longer hold on and fell from the sky. Fortunately, I ultimately reached my destination. After a couple of gulps of beer, Fox began to lament to Lin. Upon hearing this, Lin found his irritation dissipating. After all, the man had traveled a considerable distance solely to help an 11-year-old familiarize himself with the magical world. What harm was there in treating him to a meal? With this newfound understanding, Lin happily indulged in the hot pot and beer while engaging in casual conversation with Fox. I hear you teach defense against the dark arts? Indeed, Fox replied, shaking his beer can. Originally, I applied for the position of Professor of Ancient Runes. Had it not been for a significant favor I owed Dumbledore, I would never undertake this perilous task. Now, I can only pray for a successful conclusion to this year. Why? Is there danger in being the defense against the dark arts professor? Lin inquired, feigning ignorance. Danger? Fox chuckled lightly, downing half a can of beer before gazing at Lin. Do you know how many defense against the dark arts professors Hogwarts has had since 1956? Lin shook his head in bewilderment. 21 individuals, among whom 12 years passed without the establishment of this professorial position. Can you guess how many of these 21 experienced an untimely demise during their tenure? 10? Lin tentatively suggested a compromising figure. Try again. 13? The answer is 14, yielding a mortality rate exceeding 60%. Among the survivors, one remains confined to bed for life, while 2 are permanently disabled. Lin inhaled sharply. He was aware of the perils associated with being the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts, yet he had never anticipated such a staggering death rate. Other wizards are not foolish. Under such dangerously high risks, who would dare to apply? Lin voiced his inner bewilderment. Do you think Hogwarts would disclose such data? Even I only unearthed these records after securing my position as this year's professor, gathering them from the archives in the Hogwarts library. Fortunately, I possess a modicum of conscience. Phoenix, retrieving slices of meat from the pot with his chopsticks, remarked that had it been anyone else, they would have fled in terror upon seeing these statistics. What then is the source of this danger? Lin cautiously inquired. Phoenix raised his glass to clink with Lin's, downing the contents of the can in one go. Who knows? His gaze was profound, lost in thoughts unknown. Rumors suggest that this position was once cursed by a figure known as the Dark Lord, while others claim it is merely a scheme of Dumbledore's, and some assert it is simply a matter of coincidence. Yet, what the truth is remains elusive. Lin presumed Phoenix was concerned about his safety in the coming year, and thus offered reassurance. Professor, you are destined for fortune. Nothing untoward will befall you. Phoenix reopened another can of beer. Let's not dwell on such disarray. Let us speak of you. Minerva wrote to inform me of your remarkable cleverness. It appears your demeanor and eloquence do not quite align with what one would expect at your age. Lin shrugged, feigning nonchalance. With great gain comes great sacrifice. I do not perceive this as a virtue. Phoenix did not question this assertion further, nodding in agreement. Indeed, precociousness is not always commendable. I have heard you even sought out your adoptive father at your own expense. It was not exactly an expense. I merely entered into a non-binding agreement with him, promising that upon inheriting my parents' estate, I would bestow 1/3 of it as compensation. He actually acquiesced? Of course, he did not. Lin took a sip of beer, shaking his head. Who would engage in fair dealings with a child? His intention was to deceive me into not signing the agreement and to genuinely adopt me as my guardian, thereby potentially claiming all the wealth left to me by my parents in the future. Phoenix stared at him in astonishment. How old were you at the time? About 10, I suppose. Lin pondered, recalling that it was shortly after his 10th birthday. Phoenix was silent for a moment, then burst into laughter. It seems Minerva was not mistaken. You truly are remarkably astute. He set down his chopsticks and beer, suddenly regarding Lin with a gleeful expression. I find your temperament quite agreeable. Would you be interested in accepting an investment from me, Mr. Block? Who would desire the old if there were a new 007? You have earned the sincere commendation of Professor Adrian Fox, the instructor of the Defense Against the Dark Arts, who intends to make an investment in you. With a talent of 1 in offensive and defensive spells, a strength of 1 in the same category, and a 1 in both dark magic talent and strength. Lin was astonished. It was not surprising that he could enhance his abilities following the professor's praise, as this had previously been demonstrated by Professor McGonagall. Provided the compliments were sincere, professors across various subjects would correspondingly bolster one's skills in different forms of magic. While he could comprehend the enhancement of his offensive and defensive spells due to the professor's accolades, the allocation of points to dark magic talent was perplexing. After all, he was supposed to be defending against dark magic. With the dark arts growing increasingly potent, how could one possibly defend against such a threat? Moreover, his innate talent for dark magic was already sufficiently high. Was this enhancement meant to push him towards becoming a dark wizard? Fox, believing Lin to be mulling over his recent investment proposal, refrained from interrupting, instead delighting in the lamb freshly added to the hot pot. After considerable thought, Lin deduced that there were 3 potential explanations for this situation. The first, and most probable, was that the peculiarities of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class were at play. The second possibility was that Fox's praise, coupled with an investment offer, could have resulted in an enhancement, though the rationale for adding points to dark magic remained elusive, making this explanation somewhat tenuous. The third, which Lin inclined towards most, was that the issue lay with the professor himself. Noticing Lin's gaze upon him, Fox inquired, "What are your thoughts? Although I currently live alone, I receive a steady monthly allowance, so I must apologize, Professor, as I am not particularly in need of funds." Lin, having been praised a couple of times and indulging in a few sips of beer, became somewhat boastful and lost track of his surroundings. His refusal did not surprise Fox. He no longer regarded him as a mere child. "Despite your intelligence, your understanding of the magical world is still rather limited, Belloc." Lin had finished his meal, while Fox continued adding potatoes and lettuce to the hot pot. The currency of the magical realm differs from that of the Muggles, ordinary people who neither practice nor believe in magic. Although Gringotts, the bank of the wizarding world, offers currency exchange services between Muggle currency and the wizarding currency known as galleons, such exchanges are not limitless. The goblins are not fools. Some even disguise themselves as humans to study economics at Muggle universities like Oxford, obtaining their degrees. Consequently, the currency exchange rules they establish are subject to restrictions, fluctuations, and are adjusted according to the inventory of magical currency and economic needs. Unfortunately, this year, due to a recession in the Muggle world, they have imposed strict limitations on currency exchanges. Even if you offer a substantial amount of pounds, you can only exchange for a maximum of 10 galleons. 10 galleons are needed for a wand, which requires at least 7, and one must also retain some funds for emergencies. Do you have enough left for robes, textbooks, cauldrons, and other necessities? For instance, in the realm of currency, the specific exchange regulations remain entirely unknown to him. Yet, ignorance does not imply that Lin is devoid of questions regarding Fox's statements. However, students hailing from Muggle families, like myself, are certainly not an exception. What happens if they lack sufficient funds to procure magical items during their schooling? Surely, Hogwarts would not turn a blind eye to such matters. Indeed, in previous years, when faced with such circumstances, the Ministry of Magic and the Board of Governors would jointly allocate funds, enabling Hogwarts to provide a subsidy for students from Muggle families. Although modest, it would suffice to meet their daily needs. However, the last 2 years have taken a different turn, as both the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts Board of Governors have been tightening the school's budget. Particularly, the board is predominantly composed of pure-blood families, and naturally, the cuts would target young wizards from Muggle backgrounds. Fox did not express this overtly. The intricacies involved are manifold, including Dumbledore's discord with the Ministry, his conflicts with the Board of Governors, the rivalry between the academic faction and the familial faction, and most significantly, the divide between pure-bloods and those of mixed blood. Dumbledore has fought ardently for you. Apart from essential items like wands, students from Muggle families may accept second-hand robes, textbooks, and cauldrons from recent graduates. In other words, you may utilize their pre-owned items. Yet, I believe, Balak, you are not one to willingly deprive yourself. Who would prefer the old when new is available? Lin remained silently contemplative, inwardly scoffing that this might not hold true, particularly if it pertains to a potion's textbook previously owned by the Half-Blood Prince. He would gladly accept a second-hand version. Fox's smile grew more pronounced, evidently indicating that Lin's interest had been piqued. I need you to come to me after graduation and serve as my assistant for a few years. Assistant? Lin furrowed his brows, questioning why he was the chosen one, when there are numerous talents within a magical community. Why must it be me? In response to Lin's barrage of inquiries, Fox offered him a mysterious smile. What I study is not of ordinary nature, Balak. You have not yet enrolled, so your understanding of the magical realm is limited. Even if I were to explain, you might not fully comprehend. You simply need to know that I would never ask you to commit any heinous acts. However, it will require extensive magical knowledge, multifaceted thinking, and the capacity to accept concepts that the magical world may reject. Upon hearing this, Lin regarded Fox with a peculiar expression, doubting whether what he referred to was indeed dark magic. Are you so certain that I will meet these requirements upon graduation? Fox gazed at him with a smile. Thus, I deem this an investment. Should you fail to meet the expectations, it would signify a failure on my part, yet the loss would merely be a financial one. Furthermore, who knows if I will even live to see your graduation from Hogwarts? I possess no assurance that I will navigate this year at Hogwarts without incident. Lin fell into deep contemplation. To speak candidly, he harbored no aversion towards dark magic. The magic itself bore no guilt, but rather it was the wielder of such power who was culpable. Moreover, his innate talent for the dark arts was extraordinarily high, and given that Hogwarts refrained from teaching such forbidden knowledge, this could very well present an opportunity for him. Certainly, he could not definitively ascertain that what Fox had mentioned pertained to dark magic, yet the likelihood was indeed substantial. Furthermore, as he had articulated, Lin had yet to even enroll in school, and graduation was still a distant prospect. He would inevitably encounter a series of events surrounding Voldemort's resurgence. What changes might unfold during that turbulent time remained shrouded in uncertainty. Thus, Lin made his decision. A delightful transaction, Professor Fox, he declared, raising his beer and flashing a smile with a playful wink. The number 008 bus was, after all, the proper mode of transportation for a wizard. The relationship between wizards and muggles was a subject worthy of exploration. However, I have long maintained that this course has strayed far from its original intent. The title itself, Muggle Studies, bears an unmistakable connotation of discrimination. Balak, as a wizard of Muggle descent about to commence your studies, what are your thoughts on this prevailing phenomenon within the wizarding community? On the bus, Lin gazed in exasperation at Professor Fox, who was earnestly delivering a lengthy discourse. The seats around them were conspicuously empty, as passers-by had distanced themselves upon hearing Fox's seemingly nonsensical utterances. One mother even pointed at Lin and the professor, admonishing her child that if he did not study diligently, he might end up like these two lunatics, spouting nonsense on the bus. I must say, Professor, it is already quite embarrassing for a wizard and a prospective wizard like myself to be taking the bus instead of flying or operating. If you continue to pose such mortifying questions in this public setting, we may very well find ourselves gracing the headlines of the Times tomorrow. You may be unperturbed, but I would face social oblivion. It was then that Fox realized their current predicament was less than ideal. His initial intrigue waned, replaced by an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. He leaned in closer to Lin, whispering, "Did what I just say sound foolish to them?" "Not foolish, but rather exceedingly so," Lin shrugged. "Could you not offer me some gentle reassurance?" "I apologize, Professor. I have been taught from a young age to uphold honesty." Lin lamented, his spirits low. "Thus, I should not have chosen to save money by taking the bus. A taxi would have been far preferable." Fox, maintaining his composure, adjusted his coat and cleared his throat. "Very well, Balak. We have now arrived at our destination." Following Fox's gaze, Lin discerned a pub that stood out in stark contrast amidst the bustling street, the Leaky Cauldron. The diverse throng of pedestrians seemed oblivious to this conspicuous establishment, yet to Lin, it appeared utterly jarring. The Muggle-repelling charm, a remarkably useful spell, allows Muggles to subconsciously overlook certain things. However, it has no effect on those endowed with magical abilities. This spell is typically employed during gatherings of wizards and in special locations. Although Lin had yet to enroll in school, Fox had already assumed the role of a mentor. Upon entering the dilapidated tavern, they found the clientele sparse, most clad in dark robes and wide-brimmed pointed hats, embodying the quintessential image of wizards far more than Fox did. Once inside, Lin sensed several pairs of eyes upon them, and as their gazes fell upon Fox, they quickly averted their eyes, feigning nonchalance. Simultaneously, Lin could distinctly feel the atmosphere in the tavern shift to one of discomfort upon their arrival. The tavern's proprietor, Old Tom, spotted Fox immediately. He hastily wiped his hands on his apron and approached, his expression a mix of apparent warmth and forced cordiality. Fox seemed utterly oblivious to the altered ambience as he patted Lin on the shoulder. "Good day, Mr. Tom," Lin greeted politely. although he had perused the original text. Nearly 2 decades had elapsed since then, and recalling the general plot was quite commendable. He had little impression of this seldom appearing curmudgeon, though he was vividly reminded of another Tom, whose surname was Riddle. Hello. Should you wish to stay here in the future, feel free to seek me out. As for drinking, that would be ill-advised. You are still too young, old Tom replied with a somewhat perfunctory demeanor, his focus evidently fixated on Fawkes. Lynn, however, was unperturbed. He now felt increasingly convinced that his dark arts defense professor was somewhat peculiar. Despite their brief acquaintance of less than half a day, aside from an initial jest, Fawkes had proven amiable in his interactions. Yet, the behavior of the wizards in the tavern suggested they were apprehensive of him. We have much to purchase and limited time. We shall converse further another time, Fawkes said, leading Lynn out the back door into the tavern's courtyard. It seems they are somewhat intimidated by you, Lynn remarked. Perhaps, Fawkes replied, then drew his wand, pointing it towards a section of unpainted brick wall in the courtyard. Focus on the bell lock. You can use that trash bin as a reference. Count 3 bricks up and 2 across, then tap it with your wand, and the door shall open. Fawkes demonstrated the procedure, and the wall trembled violently, splitting apart like living building blocks to reveal a passage. A neat cobblestone path, a bustling street, an array of shops with peculiar names, and crowds dressed in attires starkly different from the contemporary norm unfolded before Lynn, showcasing the wondrous Diagon Alley. What a lively scene, Lynn exclaimed, momentarily entranced by the spectacle before him. Compared to the words in books and images on screen, the reality of Diagon Alley was undoubtedly more astonishing and breathtaking. Fawkes' reaction to Lynn was hardly surprising. At that moment, he resembled a child appropriate for his age. Let's proceed. There are numerous preparations to be made. The atmosphere within the broken cauldron eased considerably as Fawkes and Lynn departed. I have heard he recently became a professor at Hogwarts? Someone inquired in a hushed tone. Though no names were mentioned, everyone knew who was being referenced. A quiet chuckle emerged from the crowd, imbued with an inexplicable tone. Moreover, he teaches defense against the dark arts. It is undeniably ironic. His relationship with Dumbledore had always been quite amicable. Dumbledore himself had acted as his defender in years past. Only someone like Dumbledore would dare to employ him. Is he still pursuing those research endeavors? Indeed, he has never ceased. It is said he has invested considerable sums within the Ministry of Magic, which has, for the most part, tacitly approved of his current studies. One might wonder whether this is a stroke of fortune or misfortune, someone remarked with a sigh. Behold that white structure over there. It is the Wizarding Bank Gringotts, which belongs to the realm of the goblins within a magical community. Fawkes served as a guide for Lynn, introducing him to the various shops in Diagon Alley. Goblins control the wizarding economy? Are they not concerned about potential treachery? Lynn found this curious. Similar sentiments exist everywhere. Those who are not of our kind must be viewed with suspicion, and surely wizards are not naive to this reality. No, you do not understand them well enough. Fawkes shook his head. Goblins are ostensibly independent, yet they are effectively under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Magic, a vassal to the wizards. They are the vanquished, stripped of the right to wield wands. Do not underestimate this. Without wands, they can never instigate any significant upheaval. Moreover, entrusting them with wealth is far more reliable than allowing wizards to manage it themselves. The goblin spirit of contractual obligation has withstood the test of time in matters of finance. Lynn held little interest in the history of the magical realm. He was now rather eager to acquire a wand of his own. Shall we first visit Gringotts to withdraw some funds? Fawkes pulled out his pocket watch to check the time. Indeed, we have lingered here too long. I have a dinner engagement after 6 o'clock. Let's split up. I shall go to Gringotts to retrieve money, while you take the funds I have on me to purchase books and a wand. Then proceed to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to have your school uniform tailored. Lastly, wait for me there. Understood. Fawkes handed Lynn a pouch filled with coins. Lynn shook the pouch, enjoying the delightful sound of metal clinking together. He opened it to count, discovering approximately 20 gold coins. In total, there are 25 galleons, sufficient for all your school necessities. Of course, my investment will not conclude here. The remaining funds will be acquired once I return from Gringotts. Fawkes indicated the location of Ollivander's wand shop, and then the two parted ways. Diagon Alley bustled with a multitude of individuals. It stands as the most prominent commercial thoroughfare in the British wizarding world, where nearly every magical item available through legitimate channels can be found. Of course, for those seeking illicit goods, one must venture to the adjacent Nocturne Alley. Ollivander's wand shop was not as easily located as Lynn had anticipated. After following the directions given by Fawkes for quite some time, he finally beheld a slightly dilapidated facade. Ollivander, the finest wand maker since 382 BC. The narrow wooden door bore faded golden letters, partially chipped away. A millennium of wand crafting, we excel above all. After silently scoffing at the proclamation, Lin reached out to push open the rickety door that seemed on the verge of collapse. The tinkling of a bell rang out melodiously as he stepped into the quaint wooden shop. Upon entering, he found a space filled with towering wooden cabinets. Oh, I did not expect to have a visitor today. A diminutive old man emerged from behind a row of cabinets, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Lin, who was curiously inspecting the shop's decor. Are you the new little wizard starting at Hogwarts this year? Lin nodded, responding, yes, sir. I am in need of a wand. You must be the last arrival of the year. Ollivander retrieved a piece of parchment from a drawer. Lin Bellick? Indeed, that is I. Do you prefer using your left or right hand? Right hand. A silver measuring tape floated out from Ollivander's pocket, hovering before Lin. Now extend your right arm, yes. Splendid, just like that. The tape felt somewhat awkward, akin to a writhing serpent. At that moment, Ollivander waved his wand and extracted a wooden box from a cabinet. The box floated to the table before Lin, its lid opening automatically. Beech wood with dragon heartstring, 12 inches, a powerful combination. Give it a try. He placed the wand into Lin's hand, who, rather foolishly, waved it in the air, yet nothing transpired. However, a voice resonated in his mind. Compatibility 23. Lin was momentarily taken aback. Such a function exists? It seems you're not quite suited for that one. Let's try this instead. Hawthorn wood and phoenix feather. 9 inches, flexible and effective. Compatibility 51. An improvement, yet still lacking any remarkable effect. A discerning customer. How delightful. Let's try this wand. Willow wood with unicorn hair. 15 inches, quite long and resilient. This time, the wand finally exhibited some change. Lin felt a sensation as if something flowed into the wand, and its tip emitted a brilliant burst of sparks. Compatibility 76. Ollivander nodded in satisfaction. It has taken a liking to you. This is the one. Wait, sir. Lin suddenly interrupted, pointing to the tall wooden cabinets. Could I perhaps take a moment to examine your wands myself? Ollivander's expression was one of evident astonishment. It was the first time he had encountered a guest as assertive as Lin. Of course, that is your prerogative as a customer. Lin felt that within this wand shop, the wand he held might not necessarily be the one most attuned to him. Although he was uncertain about the extent to which the compatibility between a wand and a wizard would influence the casting and utilization of magic, he believed that a higher compatibility would always be preferable. There was no need to touch each wand. The system could detect the compatibility of each wand from across the counter. Beginning with the first row of wooden cabinets, Lin appeared to wander aimlessly. Yet the voice of the system echoed continuously in his mind. Compatibility 59, compatibility 65, compatibility 13, compatibility 78, compatibility 45. After spending over 20 minutes, just as Ollivander's patience was about to wear thin, Lin finally perused all the wands and ultimately selected the one with the highest compatibility. Compatibility 92. I believe this wand is the most suitable for me. What do you think, Mr. Ollivander? Lin gently waved the wand in his hand, leaving a dazzling silver trail that lingered in the air. Ollivander gazed incredulously at the wand in Lin's hand and murmured, a perfect combination. It seems as though it was crafted specifically for you, Mr. Bellick. How did you find it? It was just a feeling, an indescribable sensation, Lin replied vaguely. The wand chooses the wizard. Ollivander suddenly exclaimed with unwavering certainty. It must have guided you to discover it. This is compelling evidence that wands possess a spirit of their own. I must record this in the Ollivander family lineage. Ollivander, with his disheveled hair, excitedly dashed around the room. Spirit indeed. I was the one who chose it, Lin thought to himself, rolling his eyes before intercepting the exuberant Ollivander. Mr. Ollivander, could you first tell me about the characteristics of this wand? Why not? Ollivander responded. Strictly speaking, this wand was not crafted solely by me. I typically use unicorn hair, phoenix feather, and dragon heartstring as core materials, but the core of this wand is made from a rather special material brought by the Eastern European wand maker Grigovich, which I combine with my own. It features a combination of you and the heartstring of a nightmare, measuring 11¼ inches. Even among wands worldwide. This is a rare combination, mysterious and challenging to wield. Ollivander suddenly paused mid-sentence. Lin looked at him curiously. Suitable for what? Ollivander swallowed hard, as if he were hesitating over something. Yet he continued, suitable for those rational, quiet wizards who occasionally reveal a hint of madness. Lin felt somewhat bewildered. He did not comprehend the meaning behind the words of this eccentric old man. Clearly, he's a second-rate eccentric, he mused. Having acquired a wand of his own and successfully completing a time-limited task, Lynn heard the system's notification signaling the task's conclusion after paying Ollivander 9 galleons. Unlike other magical talents, the enhancement of his magical index was profoundly felt by Lynn. Something within him, once akin to a slender sapling, now burgeoned as if it had consumed a mystical fertilizer, growing suddenly to the stature of a small tree. Though still in its infancy, it possessed a far more substantial presence than before. This essence could only be described as magic. Upon completing the task, Lynn skillfully spun his wand on his fingertips and gently caressed its smooth, straight shaft. The slightly cool sensation uplifted his spirits. Exiting Ollivander's wand shop, he proceeded to the Leaky Cauldron, where he purchased the necessary textbooks for Hogwarts, along with several titles recommended by the staff, suited for novice wizards. Although the collection was somewhat extensive, the shop offered free shipping. Lynn provided his home address, and the proprietor assured him that an owl would deliver the books within a week. He also acquired various other supplies, such as cauldrons, with the shop providing owl delivery services for the convenience of wizards. Yet it seemed to regard these owls as mere tools. Perhaps there was no need to consider them as anything more. Ultimately, he realized he had yet to purchase his Hogwarts robes. Are you a new student at Hogwarts? Would you be interested in acquiring an owl as a pet? One shop assistant incessantly promoted their magical creatures to Lynn. This owl, despite its seemingly timid demeanor, boasted parents who were both common owls at Hogwarts, hailing from a distinguished lineage. After birth, it had been meticulously trained by the shop's adept handlers, ensuring it would serve as an exceptional companion for any wizard. Lynn gently tapped the beak of the owl, which was purportedly of noble blood. In response, the owl recoiled, its head shrinking with evident displeasure as it fixed its gaze upon him. It appears it doesn't quite fancy me, Lynn remarked with a shrug, adding that he had no intentions of acquiring a pet. Suddenly, a voice caught his attention. It was a pure, white hamster, approximately the size of a fist, round and plump, peering through the bars of its cage with glossy black eyes that exuded an adorable charm. Amused by its playful sound, Lynn crouched once more before the hamster's enclosure, beaming with delight. What a character! The hamster tilted its head, seemingly curious about his words. What kind of magical creature is this? Lynn inquired, pointing at the hamster. The pet shop assistant appeared equally perplexed by the creature's origins, stammering incoherently before claiming, "This is a remarkable mouse. Its ancestors collaborated with Merlin on magical experiments, boasting a truly noble lineage." In response, Lynn stood up, expressing his disinterest in the extravagant claims, stating he would only pay a single galleon for it. Thus, the hamster became his. Holding the hamster cage, Lynn shook it gently before his eyes, and the hamster, unafraid, blinked its little eyes at its new owner. It seemed destined that he had purchased it. Having decided to keep it, he pondered a fitting name. Since it was a true creature of the second dimension, how about calling it Xiaomai? "Hey, come here and see if there is anything that needs adjusting," he called out. He donned a robe and, with a touch of flamboyance, admired his reflection in the mirror. He still looked handsome, whether clad in ordinary clothes or the wizard's attire. His striking looks elevated both to a level of sophistication. "Thank you, Madam," Lynn expressed to Madame Malkin. "May I stay here for a while? Professor Fox has asked me to wait for him." Madame Malkin kindly wrapped his robe. "Of course, dear." Not one to sit idly, he casually flipped open a Hogwarts textbook, skimming through its pages. From Lynn's professional perspective in his past life, the textbook on spells left much to be desired. However, considering the practical nature of magic, such shortcomings could be deemed understandable. After all, mastering magic was not merely a matter of rote memorization. Its practical application was paramount, and it was challenging to convey the intricacies of spell casting through mere text. Much like art students in high school, whether in visual arts or music, they required professional guidance rather than relying solely on self-study. Nonetheless, some simple spells could indeed be learned through reading alone, which, at least in Lynn's view, was not particularly difficult. "What's going on today? Why are there so many goblins emerging from Gringotts?" Madame Malkin's soft murmuring caught Lynn's attention. He glanced outside at the bustling street of Diagon Alley, where numerous diminutive, unattractive humanoid beings patrolled with seriousness in their distinctive Gringotts uniforms. Their steps hurried as if in pursuit of something. Kurt, the department head of the Gringotts branch in Diagon Alley, was in a foul mood. Just moments ago, Gringotts had been robbed. Indeed, even Gringotts could fall victim to theft. While rare, it was not unheard of. The items lost were of little consequence. Yet the nature of the incident was severely detrimental. If mishandled, it could tarnish Gringotts' reputation and, by extension, that of the goblins themselves. Kurt's already unsightly visage grew even more grotesque, resembling a rotten orange. "You'd best deliver some good news." or I shall be compelled to impart upon you a piece of bad news you would rather not hear. Kurt glared coldly at his subordinate, showing no mercy. The goblin appeared visibly anxious, stammering. We saw his face during the pursuit. Some goblins recognized who he is. Who? Kurt's spirits lifted slightly. After all, there was a lead. Hans Johnson. Kurt ruminated. Who is that? The goblin swallowed hard. He is the owner of the stolen vault. Kurt gazed at his subordinate with an expression akin to that one might reserve for a mindless behemoth. Would he truly pilfer from his own possessions? Moreover, according to our records, this Hans Johnson has been deceased for 9 years. Are you suggesting that a ghost is perpetrating these crimes? Kurt found this notion utterly ludicrous. Could it be a potion of some sort? You claim he has been dead for nearly a decade. What kind of master alchemist could concoct a draught with such enduring efficacy? And what purpose would it serve? He stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he turned his gaze back to his subordinate. The fairy shook her head. Kurt pointed his slender finger at the wooden table. It seems this matter cannot remain concealed. Although the lost items are of little value, our reputation is priceless. Prepare to manage the public discourse. Do not hesitate to spend galleons, and endeavor to steer the prophet's coverage towards the notion of a ghostly culprit, downplaying the existence of Gringotts. These matters should not require my instruction. You ought to know how to proceed. I understand. Professor Lin, specializing in the defense against the dark arts, did not linger long at the robe shop. Soon, he spotted Fox entering with a pouch of coins. Come along, Belloc. It appears there is some trouble at Gringotts. If you have completed your purchases, we should make our departure swiftly. Lin, after greeting Madame Malkin and carrying the cage with Small Mai, walked alongside Fox towards the leaky cauldron. Has something occurred? Lin inquired. I noticed numerous fairies in Diagon Alley, seemingly searching for someone. I am not entirely certain of the details, but judging by the fairy's demeanor, it seems someone has stolen something from Gringotts. Isn't it said that Gringotts has stringent security? There is no absolute security in this world to a skilled wizard. Gringotts' defenses are riddled with vulnerabilities, yet few dare to provoke those fairies. The patrons within the leaky cauldron were noticeably fewer upon Lin and Fox's arrival. Old Tom was polishing glasses at the bar, casting a discontented glance at the fairies stationed at the entrance and by the fireplace, seemingly blaming them for the exodus of his customers. As Lin and Fox entered the tavern, one particularly rude fairy fixed them with an unblinking stare. Pay them no mind. Belloc, would you care for a drink? Fox led Lin to a table, and before Lin could utter a word, he called for Old Tom. Since we are outside, perhaps you would prefer orange juice. Tom, 1 butterbeer and 1 orange juice, please. Old Tom approached with a tray bearing their drinks, grumbling as he did so. These ugly creatures have blocked every exit in Diagon Alley, claiming that a thief has pilfered from Gringotts. Yet their presence has frightened away my patrons, who would wish to drink under such scrutiny. Do not worry, Tom. Once news of the theft at Gringotts spreads, the fairies will suffer far greater losses than you. And what concern is that of mine? I only care about how much galleons I've lost. Who cares about them? Let us set aside other matters for now. After Tom departed, Fox placed the pouch of coins squarely in the center of the table. It contained 500 galleons. When combined with the previous sum I provided, it totals 525 galleons. This constitutes my entire investment in you. Lin weighed the pouch in his hands. It felt remarkably light, suggesting it had been subjected to some enchantment, as its exterior belied the substantial wealth contained within. Fox continued, this amount should suffice for your needs until graduation, provided you refrain from extravagant purchases. It weighs heavily on my conscience to hand over money without any undertaking. Surely you can now disclose what you're researching? When it came to discussing his studies, Fox paused thoughtfully, adopting a more serious demeanor as he gazed intently at Lin. It is of no concern to you. Many within the magical community are aware of my pursuits. It is a forbidden subject among wizards, yet it represents the pinnacle of magic, known as dark arts. Whether it was an illusion or a lingering impression, Lin felt the air around him seem to solidify at the mention of dark arts, not merely associated elements, but the dark arts themselves. While I cannot divulge specific details at this juncture, I assure you my intentions in studying them are far from malevolent. Otherwise, Dumbledore would not have been inclined to allow me to teach at Hogwarts, although he had suspected it beforehand. Hearing the term forbidden magic directly from Fox's lips left Lin momentarily speechless. Dark magic wields tremendous power, particularly the 3 unforgivable curses which can strip away life, torment individuals into a state worse than death, and exert complete control over a person's actions and thoughts. However, the truly sinister aspect of these spells lies not in their dramatic effects, but in their insidious ability to gradually alter the user's psyche. They can unwittingly lead a dark wizard to become irritable, erratic, and even insane, ultimately transforming one's very character to the point where even the closest of kin would struggle to recognize them. With prolonged use, it can render you unrecognizable. This is the most terrifying facet of dark arts. Fox's audacity in choosing such a taboo subject as his research focus compelled Lynn to silently commend him. You are indeed bold. Regarding dark arts, you may not yet grasp their essence. I shall afford you ample time to familiarize yourself with them, Fox stated earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Lynn. Once the term at Hogwarts commences, should you harbor regrets, you may return to me and return the 500 galleons. Thus, our transaction would be nullified. As for the remaining 25 galleons, consider it my personal support for you, as I find you quite agreeable. Despite the notorious reputation of dark arts, Lynn felt no aversion toward delving into their study. Setting aside his considerable aptitude for dark magic, neglecting such talent would be a waste. The potential for dark arts to influence personality cannot be overlooked, particularly in the context of the intricate relationship between Hogwarts and the Death Eaters, exemplified by Severus Snape. Before finding enlightenment and seeking refuge with Dumbledore after the death of his beloved, he was a bona fide dark wizard, a devoted follower of the Dark Lord, and a pivotal member among the Death Eaters. Dark magic flowed from him as effortlessly as breathing, and he wielded the killing curse with such intensity that his eyes turned a vivid green. He even created the formidable and shadowy spell known as Sectum Sempra while still a student at Hogwarts. Yet, this individual, whose heart many questioned as being truly dark, bore the scorn of others with stoic patience, remaining in Voldemort's shadow. Despite his deep-seated hatred for the son of his enemy, he was compelled to care for him, as he was also the son of his beloved, until the moment he was bitten by a snake. He lived in remorse for the mistakes that led to the death of the one he cherished most. This, perhaps, exemplifies the power of love that Dumbledore spoke of. Although Snape occasionally displayed moments of irrationality, he remained largely unaffected by dark magic, or if he was, it did not bring about significant change. In terms of steadfast will, Lynn possessed unwavering confidence. This confidence was not blind, for he had genuinely faced death. He had acquired numerous books on magic and intended to form his own conclusions during the remaining summer days. Lynn refrained from making any hasty promises, as that would have betrayed a sense of impatience and immaturity. Fox nodded and then rose to his feet. Very well, let us conclude for today. It brings me joy to encounter a student such as you. Until we meet again at Hogwarts. Lynn also stood. I feel the same, Professor. I am truly grateful for your guidance today. Upon hearing Lynn's gratitude, Fox's eyes crinkled into a narrow smile. No need for thanks, Mr. Bellick. I must admit, I am quite reluctant. Is it truly my fault that they copy my homework? Is it my error that the teacher discovered their plagiarism? When asked whose work it was, did I not admit it was mine? Should I tell the teacher that I was the one who copied? Did I at that moment, weeping, beg them to copy my work? And now, as they isolate me, did they not once refer to me as their good sister when they sought my help? Thus, why must I bear the brunt of it all? Hermione, filled with indignation, puffed up her cheeks and rolled her eyes at every complaint she directed at Lynn. However, Lynn appeared not to heed the young girl's grievances. He was engrossed in studying a spell from the second-level charms textbook, the Tarantaligra. This spell was intriguing, for it compelled all-legged entities to dance, even inanimate objects like chairs and tables. Yet, the textbook did not provide a detailed account of the incantation's pronunciation or the precise wand movements, which made Lynn hesitant to attempt it. Professor Fox had expressly warned him that a miscast spell could yield dire consequences, urging him to act within his capabilities. With only a modest 2 points in his spell-casting aptitude, Lynn's abilities were merely average for a wizard. Thus, even a spell not significantly more challenging than the levitation charm filled him with uncertainty regarding his potential for success. Thus far, he remains entrenched in theoretical research. As previously mentioned, some spells are indeed not arduous. The pronunciation and gestures are quite straightforward. For instance, spells such as the Lumos charm, levitation charm, and cleaning charm can be easily mastered once one grasps the proper pronunciation and gestures, with the freedom points granted as a reward for completing tasks. Lynn has refrained from indiscriminate use, as he has yet to determine which direction of magic to pursue first, intending to reserve that decision for later. Why then? Are you still attending school, even though summer break has commenced? Lynn mused, flipping through the thick tome of spells. Although his primary focus lay in the study of charms, he could still vaguely discern Hermione's grievances. Upon mentioning this, Hermione could not suppress her expression of pride. My parents have set the expectation for me to attend St. Paul's Girls' School. The knowledge gained during regular classes is undoubtedly insufficient, hence my necessity to attend an intensive summer camp. At this point, her demeanor shifted to one of indignation. Who would have thought that there would be slackers attending the summer camp? Lynn was aware that St. Paul's is regarded as one of the finest girls' schools in England, having produced many notable women and boasting a 100 admission rate to prestigious universities. Such an institution is not accessible to those who seek a leisurely education. It undoubtedly requires a foundation of genuine talent, coupled with substantial family background. In Western countries, the curriculum taught in classrooms is exceedingly limited, as extracurricular commitments dominate much of the time, resulting in a superficial level of understanding. How then does one gain admission to a prestigious university? It necessitates early and dedicated effort, complemented by various tutoring sessions, ultimately aiming for entry into private or elite schools. However, the costs of tutoring and private education are exorbitant, effectively barring impoverished and average families from upward mobility, relegating them to subpar public schools and community colleges. Consequently, their destinies, along with those of their offspring, appear to be predetermined. Hermione's parents are both dentists, a profession regarded as quite respectable in Western society, and they belong to the genuine middle class, enabling her to attend tutoring sessions and strive for admission to elite girls' academies without issue. The presence of less diligent students in her summer camp likely arises from the camp's offerings, which extend beyond mere tutoring to include opportunities for social service, gaining considerable international recognition. Some children, despite lacking academic prowess, are sent to such camps by affluent parents seeking to enhance their profiles, subsequently leading to study abroad opportunities in the United States. The admissions criteria there differ from those in Europe. Less emphasis is placed on academic scores, instead prioritizing social experiences. The benchmark for evaluation hinges on whether a child possesses an impressive resume that captivates admissions officers. For instance, Lynn recalls an instance from his past life where a student was admitted to the prestigious University of Rochester due to an ardent passion for instant noodles. Of course, academic performance cannot be abysmal. A minimum standard of excellence is still requisite. There is no need for you to feel anger. Their aspirations diverge from yours, and their future paths differ as well. Once the summer camp concludes, your interactions will be negligible, rendering the formation of friendships unnecessary. In fact, should you feel displeased, you could even resort to giving them a good thrashing. Lynn, having closed the book, casually tossed a few grains of wheat into Xiaomai's bowl and remarked with significance, "After all, you possess extraordinary abilities." At that moment, Hermione was captivated by Xiaomai, who had rushed over to eat the grains, her eyes sparkling with eagerness to touch its soft fur. "What difference does it make whether such powers exist or not? I am at a loss as to how to activate them," she lamented. As Hermione's hand reached halfway, Xiaomai sensed her intention, warily clutching the grains and swiftly leaping onto Lynn's shoulder, leaving her no opportunity to proceed. "Why does this hamster you've raised make such adorable sounds?" Hermione's youthful heart brimmed with affection, longing to cradle Xiaomai and spoil it. "Perhaps it merely has a raspy voice. Which normal hamster would sound like this?" Lynn's playful deception of the girl had become habitual and ingrained behavior. "And what that stick you hold daily? Are you familiar with pen spinning? I find my stick spins more conveniently and serves to enhance finger dexterity." As she spoke, the wooden wand twirled adeptly between Lynn's fingers. If Ollivander were to witness such a cavalier treatment of his wand, he might very well choke in disbelief. "And what the books you read? The covers proclaim spells and magic, do they not? Who has gone through a phase of fantasy? What of it? Surely, you too have daydreamed at home of becoming a princess, awaiting a dashing prince on a white steed to whisk you away?" Hermione, caught off guard by this observation, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, and in a fit of indignation, she attempted to grab Lynn's hair. "I did not. Do not speak nonsense." Lynn erupted in laughter, leaning back to evade her grasp, only to accidentally tumble from the chair, prompting Hermione to burst into gleeful laughter. Lynn's playful ruse with the girl stemmed from a place of helplessness. His knowledge of the magical realm was limited, and the secrecy laws regarding magic left him uncertain if individuals like Hermione, a budding witch, were included in the restrictions. To avoid complications, he endeavored to mislead her as best he could, comforted by the thought that once Hermione received her acceptance letter to Hogwarts next year, these concerns would dissipate. Indeed, one must believe that Lynn's fabrications were born out of necessity, as his heart secretly resisted such deception. Time elapsed swiftly. At the threshold of his home, Lynn solemnly and resolutely placed his house key into Hermione's hands, akin to a presidential transition of nuclear launch codes. "These flowers are entrusted to you. Remember to water them diligently and tend to the weeds. The furniture and floors must be cleaned at least once a month, and do ensure the quilts and carpets bask in the sun occasionally." Although Hermione found Lynn's current demeanor somewhat reminiscent of a busybody, her kind-hearted nature compelled her to nod repeatedly, assuring him that she would keep his admonitions close to her heart. Most importantly, he urged her to refrain from discussing their extraordinary abilities. If anyone inquired about his whereabouts, she was to claim he had gone to a boarding school out of town. After all he said, she deemed this particular piece of advice the most valuable. Hermione felt a pang of reluctance towards Lynn. She had few confidants, and despite their brief acquaintance, he had already become her closest friend, especially since they shared a secret bond. Lynn, having captured the heart of a young girl, displayed no remorse as he expressed his heartfelt sorrow. Glancing at his watch, he noted the late hour. "I must take my leave now, Hermione," he said, extending his arms with a smile. "Give me a hug." Hermione appeared visibly saddened, tears swirling in her eyes, but not yet spilling over. She stepped forward to embrace Lynn. "I hope everything goes well for you there." Lynn gently ruffled her hair before releasing her. "I will. Farewell, Hermione, and do bid farewell to Xiaomai." "Nana." Xiaomai peeked out from Lynn's hair, calling out to the girl. Hermione stood still, wiping her eyes, and waved at them. "Goodbye, Lynn and Xiaomai." The taxi gradually receded, carrying away Hermione's blessings and her anticipation for their next meeting. Lynn, seated in the vehicle, felt a tinge of melancholy at the prospect of parting. Of course, he could not harbor any romantic feelings for a 10-year-old girl. That would be utterly absurd. Since his arrival in this world, he had been preoccupied with devising an escape from the orphanage, lacking the inclination to engage with the few self-important, foolish children around him. Although Hermione was also a child, her role as the protagonist of this world rendered her considerably more astute than her peers. Though she possessed minor flaws, her slight arrogance only accentuated her charm, making her infinitely more endearing than those other children. Thus, she became Lynn's first friend in this realm. However, Lynn was not one to dwell in sorrow, as this parting was not permanent. In the future, Hermione would attend the same school as him, becoming his junior. The thought was rather intriguing. The distance from Lynn's home to the train station was not particularly far. The taxi journey lasted about an hour, delivering him to his destination. After disembarking, the driver assisted him in transferring his luggage to a small cart, and Lynn rewarded him with a modest tip. King's Cross Station, situated in the heart of London, bustled with a large crowd, everyone moving with hurried steps, pressed for time. Platform 9 3/4. Lynn examined his train ticket, pushing the cart laden with his belongings to the space between platforms 9 and 10. A peculiar assortment of people had already congregated there, standing together yet divided into various groups, seemingly engaged in casual conversation while covertly navigating through the wall separating the two platforms. A discerning observer could easily detect their peculiarity. However, none of the bustling crowd nearby seemed to notice. Clearly, this area had been ensorcelled with a muggle-repelling charm. Lynn, pushing a cart, positioned himself next to this group. A few individuals acknowledged his presence, yet upon noticing the wand resting atop his suitcase, they refrained from further conversation. At that moment, Lynn's attention was drawn to a plump middle-aged witch who stood vigil over a pile of luggage, anxiously scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, a throng of red-haired boys dashed over, gathering around the stout witch, their expressions grim. "Mother, I've searched every possible direction we could have come from, and even ran into Fred, but still couldn't he find Scabbers," one of the identical twin boys lamented. "We're in the same predicament," the eldest boy, appearing quite dejected, added. "Percy and I even sought assistance from the Muggle station manager, hoping they might help us, but the moment we mentioned looking for a rat, they sent us away." Percy, the boy who bore the name, seemed particularly crestfallen. "It must be my fault for not feeding him properly. That's why he ran away. Our family isn't exactly affluent, so what could we possibly offer a rat?" The middle-aged witch, Molly Weasley, wore a troubled expression, though it was unclear whether it stemmed from the loss of Scabbers or from Percy's words. Overhearing their conversation and noting their striking red hair, Lynn surmised he was in the presence of the Weasley family. Among the 7 siblings, Bill had already graduated from Hogwarts, while Ron and Ginny had yet to enroll. The 4 Weasleys Lynn encountered were Charlie, the second eldest, Percy, and the twins George and Fred. After all, how could Ron inherit Scabbers otherwise? And who would Sirius have to avenge? As most of the witches and wizards escorting young sorcerers to school had already passed through the barrier, it was Lynn's turn when suddenly, a small creature, filled with excitement, leaped atop the suitcase as if it had seized upon something significant. "Look," it exclaimed, clutching a mouse by its tail and eagerly presenting it to Lynn, as if seeking praise. The mouse appeared thoroughly distressed, its demeanor listless, and conspicuously missing a toe on one of its front paws. Lynn exchanged a peculiar glance with the expectant creature. Could it truly be mere coincidence? The little creature, however, was oblivious to such musings. It was solely focused on exchanging the mouse for a treat from Lynn. Here. Lynn took hold of the mouse's tail, and, in a fluid motion, rewarded the small creature with a biscuit. Scabbers, in his grasp, offered no resistance, appearing somewhat battered and disheveled. Thus, the Weasley family found themselves at platform 9 3/4. Percy, though visibly disheartened, struggled to articulate his feelings. Mrs. Weasley's countenance was somewhat clouded, yet she endeavored to comfort her third son. Well, if Banban has gone missing, then so be it. It is but a mouse, and it shall thrive elsewhere just as well. Time is of the essence. The train is about to depart, and we must take our leave. Allow me to intrude momentarily. Lynn stepped closer to the Weasley family, peering over to attract their attention. I did not mean to eavesdrop on your conversation, but is this mouse yours? He held up Banban by its tail, presenting the lethargic creature to Mrs. Weasley. Instantly, the Weasley brothers rushed over in delight. How splendid! Banban is safe, Percy exclaimed, taking the mouse from Lynn's hands with gratitude gleaming in his eyes. Thank you. George and Fred, ever the affable twins, threw their arms around Lynn, treating him with a familiarity that caught him off guard. Despite his thick skin, he felt a bit uncomfortable with such intimacy upon their first meeting. Mrs. Weasley, noticing his unease, scolded the twins with a firm yet gentle hand. Politeness. I have told you to be courteous in public, lest others think the Weasleys lack manners. Her demeanor softened immediately thereafter. Thank you, dear. Are you headed to the station? Did your parents not accompany you? It's quite all right, ma'am. My parents are ordinary folks and could not come, Lynn replied, not intending to deceive but weary of the pitying gazes he had encountered too often, albeit without malice. Mrs. Weasley smiled and patted his shoulder. Time is slipping away. If you don't mind, you may join us inside. I wouldn't mind at all, ma'am. I have yet to introduce myself. My name is Lynn Belloc, a first-year student at Hogwarts this year. With his affirmation, Mrs. Weasley promptly urged her sons along. Hurry. The train is about to leave. Charlie, you go first and let Lynn follow closely behind. No need to be nervous, dear. Just close your eyes and walk straight through. Next was Percy, then George and Fred, with Mrs. Weasley bringing up the rear. Charlie complied with his mother-esque directive and passed through the wall first, while George and Fred exchanged cheeky glances. Look, Mum always treats other children as her own. We are merely adopted, they quipped. Of course, Mum's love is boundless. She can extend affection to all children, yet she is strict with us. Ouch, that hurts, Mum, we were wrong. Mrs. Weasley pinched each twin by the ear, exasperated. What nonsense are you speaking? You haven't even arrived at Hogwarts, and already you're showing your true colors. What will it be like at school? These two twins certainly had exuberant personalities, Lynn mused silently, following closely behind Charlie as they approached the wall. He had intended to keep his eyes open, yet when he was less than a foot away from the wall, instinct took over. He instinctively shut his eyes, and darkness enveloped him. In the next moment, it seemed as though he had traversed something, yet it felt as if he had passed through nothing at all. All right, Lynn, that's enough. You may stop now, came Charlie's voice, prompting Lynn to halt his steps and reopen his eyes. A striking crimson steam locomotive came into view, its front adorned with a prominent sign that read, Hogwarts Express, departing at 11 o'clock. The cacophony of surrounding sounds filled his ears, the clattering of luggage, the hooting of owls, and the mingling chatter of students and their families. Yet none of it elicited the slightest annoyance from Lynn. This place resembled Diagon Alley, a realm exclusively belonging to wizards. Before long, Percy, the Weasley twins, and Mrs. Weasley emerged through the wall, arriving at the station. Without excessive admonishments, Mrs. Weasley clapped her hands together. All right, children. You are about to embark on a new term. As always, safety is paramount. She continued, George and Fred, do refrain from too many pranks. You've already caused quite a stir with the castle's caretaker, who has penned numerous letters of complaint. Percy, you shall oversee them. Report any misdeeds to me without fail. Do not compel me to write you two a scolding letter. And remember to look after your new friend Lynn. Do not lead him astray into your trivial mischief. George and Fred exchanged knowing glances, raised their eyebrows, and chorused, We will behave, Mom. Mrs. Weasley, however, harbored little faith in the promises of her mischievous sons. Ultimately, she gifted Lynn a homemade sandwich as a token of gratitude, insisting he should not turn his nose up at it. Lynn graciously accepted and, after bidding farewell to Mrs. Weasley, followed the four Weasley brothers aboard the Hogwarts Express. Once they had stowed their luggage, Charlie and Percy departed to seek their friends, leaving behind George and Fred, who were a year older than Lynn. They extended an invitation. Would you care to join us in our compartment? We can introduce you to our friends. Every Gryffindor is a gem, and their conversations are delightful. After a moment's hesitation, Lynn ultimately declined. No, I think I shall find a compartment with other first years. It would be easier to interact with others who are just starting out. However, I would appreciate your assistance in familiarizing myself with the school once we arrive at Hogwarts. Upon hearing this, George and Fred puffed out their chests with pride. You've come to the right people, in terms of Hogwarts knowledge. Even the professors may not rival us. We shall meet again at school, and I hope you are sorted into Gryffindor, they added. After parting ways with the Weasley brothers, Lynn ambled leisurely through the compartments of the train. Eventually, he discovered one that was not yet filled to capacity. He settled inside and cheerfully introduced himself. Hello, I am Lynn Bellick, a new first year. The compartment housed only one other boy. He possessed a striking mane of silvery hair that captivated attention, and his complexion was so pale it bordered on the unhealthy. On the table lay a book, its cover obscured, yet Lynn, upon merely glancing at its contents, discerned that it was the textbook for the Charms class, titled Standard Spells Beginner. Fortunately, Lynn's thick-skinned demeanor spared him any embarrassment. He sought to rekindle a social connection. The repairing charm was indeed a most convenient spell, and he noticed the boy engrossed in his studies, attempting to find common ground. However, this particular spell seemed to belong to the latter part of the first-year curriculum, and despite numerous attempts at home, following the textbook-esque instructions, he had yet to succeed even once. The boy's gaze shifted from the pages, his demeanor decidedly aloof. One ought to maintain silence while another is reading. Feeling rebuffed, Lynn's enthusiasm for conversation waned, and he silently criticized the boy for his haughty disposition, shrugging in resignation. Very well, if you're disinclined to converse, I shall remain silent. The boy continued to pore over his Charms textbook, while Lynn, feeling rather listless, gazed out at the passing scenery. Although it had been less than 3 hours since they parted ways, he found himself unexpectedly nostalgic for Hermione. That chatterbox of a girl was infinitely more endearing than this sullen boy. From that point onward, the two exchanged no further words. Lynn, having no desire to change compartments, remained seated opposite the unknown boy, lost in silence. At noon, a witch wheeled a cart through the carriage, selling sweets. Though Lynn had a fondness for confections, he ultimately purchased nothing, as Mrs. Weasley had given him a sandwich before he boarded, which sufficed for his lunch. The cold, unfeeling boy appeared to lack any appetite, having consumed nothing at all. As the sun sank below the horizon, darkness enveloped the sky, and bright lights illuminated the compartment. Throughout this time, they had not engaged in conversation. The boy remained absorbed in his spellbook, reading at a painstakingly slow pace, as if each page warranted 3 readings. After such an extensive duration, he had managed to read only half of the Charms textbook. Just 5 minutes before their arrival at Hogwarts, the boy finally closed the book, stowed it away in his luggage, and retrieved his Hogwarts robes to don. Lynn, too, busied himself with changing into his robes, and once the train came to a complete stop, he exited the compartment. The train halted at a small, dilapidated platform. Though the breeze was slightly chilly, the evening weather was delightful. The sky was unobstructed by clouds, allowing the twinkling stars and the luminous crescent moon to shine brilliantly. Students of all ages disembarked from the train. The older students laughed and chatted, while the first years stood nervously in place, unsure of their next steps. At that moment, a booming voice rang out, "First-year students, over here." Following the sound, Lynn beheld a giant with a bushy beard standing among a crowd of small children, wielding a pink umbrella that contrasted starkly with his massive frame. The prominent landmark quickly drew the first years to Hagrid's side. At that moment, a girl standing beside Lynn suddenly gazed up at the sky. "Is it raining?" Lynn felt somewhat perplexed. It was inconceivable that rain could fall today. Why then? Was that person holding an umbrella? Following the direction of her finger, Lynn indeed spotted a large black umbrella unfurled amidst the throng of newcomers. The first-year students, already a bit anxious, scattered like startled chicks at the sight of this anomaly on a sunny day, creating a distance between themselves and the boy beneath the black umbrella. The silver-haired boy, holding the umbrella, seemed entirely oblivious to the reactions of those around him. His pale face remained impassive as he stood there, his gaze tranquil. Hagrid conducted a rough count of the students, and upon confirming that no one was missing, he raised an eyebrow at the silver-haired boy. "Child, are you feeling lightheaded with nerves? Today is a rare fine day. There is no need for an umbrella." "Not for rain, but for something else," the boy replied, his voice sounding rather stiff, as if he were not offering an explanation at all. Hagrid, however, paid little mind. It was not unusual for a few oddities to appear among the influx of new students. "If you insist, very well. Listen, children, you must stay close to me and not lag behind. I will lead you into Hogwarts." Lynn cast a glance at the boy entirely shrouded by the black umbrella before quietly following behind Hagrid. The magical realm is not a tranquil place, and even Hogwarts does not guarantee absolute safety, so Lynn harbored no intention of prying into other secrets. Curiosity certainly lingered, but he would not allow it to lead him into trouble. The first years followed closely behind Hagrid, parting ways with the older students as they entered a narrow path through the woods. The road was somewhat rugged, and even as Hagrid deliberately slowed his pace, it remained quite challenging for a group of 11-year-olds to keep up with his long strides. The dense foliage of the trees obscured the starlight and moonlight above. As they ventured deeper, Lynn could scarcely discern whether the path's sides were still part of the woods, apart from the hurried footsteps and breaths of the newcomers. The only sounds were the rustling leaves stirred by the evening breeze and the calls of owls. They trudged along, unaware of how long they had been walking, until Hagrid abruptly halted after a sharp bend, causing a young wizard following closely behind to nearly collide with him. "Do you see that? That is Hogwarts, the place where you will reside for the next 7 years," Hagrid proclaimed proudly, gesturing towards a colossal structure before them. The first years then realized that they were no longer on the dimly lit forest path. The narrow road opened up ahead, revealing a vast lake before them. The black surface of the lake was calm, reflecting the stars and the waning moon, resembling a mirror embedded in the earth. Behind the lake stood a grand castle, nestled between two mountains, adorned with countless turrets and towers. The soaring rooftops resembled the pointed hats of wizards, seemingly filled with knowledge and mysterious unknowns. Many young wizards gasped in awe at the breathtaking spectacle before them. Even Lynn found himself momentarily entranced by the ancient castle perched upon the distant mountain. It was not merely the shock of witnessing a structure that seemed to exist solely within the realms of film. Rather, a series of notifications echoed in his mind. Main quest completed. Map unlocked. Hogwarts Castle. Reward. Mental block applied. Dispensation granted. Acquired title. Freshman Novice. Freshman Novice. 1. While wearing this title, those students who perceive themselves as your social superiors will instinctively challenge you. 2. Teachers will exhibit increased concern for your well-being. 3. Your efficiency in learning foundational magical knowledge will triple. Note 1. This title's effects only activate while worn. Note 2. This title will expire upon promotion to the second year. As Lynn stroked his smooth chin, he had yet to fully process the transformation of his mind and the newly acquired title when Hagrid's booming voice broke through. "Only 4 per boat." He pointed at a row of small vessels docked by the Black Lake, reiterating, "Remember, no more than 4 per boat." With that, he leaped into one of the small boats. Lynn and 3 unfamiliar young wizards took their places in a boat. Soon, Hagrid surveyed the scene, and upon confirming that all the first-year students were aboard, he commanded like a general, "All right, we shall set off now." The boats glided across the Black Lake, seemingly propelled by an unseen force. In the boat with Lynn were 2 boys and a girl, all of whom wore furrowed brows and tightly pressed lips, their faces pale with evident anxiety. In stark contrast, Lynn felt remarkably at ease, even finding the leisure to splash the surface of the water. The effects of his new title appeared quite favorable, although it bore some minor drawbacks. These could be easily circumvented, rendering it far superior to the previous title that had tarnished his reputation. The only downside was its rather unappealing name. As he scooped a handful of lake water, he realized that the liquid was not truly black, but rather a deep shade of green. "Aren't you the least bit worried?" inquired a girl with 2 braids and a sprinkle of freckles, her expression one of confusion. Lynn blinked. Worried about what? It then dawned on him that Hogwarts possessed such a tradition. He looked at them with an innocent expression. "I have always lived in the ordinary world, with little understanding of the magical realm." The 3 fellow wizards, initially hopeful that he might be an insider privy to hidden knowledge, felt a pang of disappointment upon realizing he was no more informed than they were. "Are both your parents muggles?" Another boy scrutinized him. Lynn calmly nodded. "If by muggles you mean ordinary people devoid of magical abilities, then I suppose they are." The boy straightened his back, seemingly benevolent in his attempt to enlighten him about certain matters concerning Hogwarts, yet his tone was laced with a hint of disdain. "You could never be sorted into Slytherin. Hogwarts comprises 4 houses, and Slytherin only admits those of pure blood lineage with exceptional magical talent, like myself. The other 3 houses have different values. Ravenclaw prizes wisdom, Gryffindor values courage, and Hufflepuff appreciates loyalty. My parents have informed me that this house has rather lenient standards for selecting students. It is said that many wizards from Muggle families lacking qualifications hail from there. You will likely be sorted into that house." Lynn, accustomed to such unlikable little brats from his time in the orphanage, merely shrugged and replied nonchalantly, "I could end up anywhere. However, I overheard some wizards in Diagon Alley saying that Gryffindor is currently the best house at Hogwarts. It is said that our headmaster hails from that house. While Slytherin's reputation is rather poor, they are often associated with dark wizards." The boy, evidently from a pure-blood family with a bias against blood status, flushed with indignation at Lynn's slight. He wanted to argue, but could not muster a retort after mumbling to himself for some time. Lynn dismissed this minor altercation from his mind, for they soon crossed the Black Lake and reached the opposite shore. Hagrid led them down from the small boat and approached the grand oak doors of the castle, where he knocked 3 times with his fists, which were twice the size of an ordinary person's. The door was promptly opened from within. Professor McGonagall, who always maintained a serious demeanor, stood before the new students. Upon seeing her, Lynn was involuntarily reminded of his audacious act of petting a cat, and though he knew she did not mind, he still felt a twinge of guilt and instinctively retracted his neck. "I brought the first-year students, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced. She nodded and surveyed the young wizards, her stern gaze intimidating many of the first-timers. "Thank you, Hagrid. You may leave them to me now." The young wizards followed the esteemed deputy headmistress into a small chamber within the castle. After delivering her customary speech to the first years, she departed to prepare for the sorting ceremony. Instantly, the students, who had been suppressing their excitement for far too long, erupted into a lively chatter. Some had already acquainted themselves on the train, and in the absence of their professor's supervision, they began to discuss animatedly. At first, Lynn eavesdropped on their conversation, but quickly lost interest when he realized it was filled with baseless speculations regarding the sorting ceremony. Instead, the system in his mind issued a new task after he completed the main storyline task of arriving at Hogwarts. Main task: earn commendations from the corresponding subject professors. Reward: related magical talent and effects. Lynn pondered the new task presented by the system, noting that its definition of praise was rather broad. For instance, the mere spontaneous compliment he received from Professor McGonagall previously had already enhanced his talent in transfiguration. It appears that completing this task is not overly difficult. Merely exhibiting a bit more engagement in class after the commencement of the school year should suffice. What piques Lynn's interest is whether this method could be utilized for repeated attempts. Although it may seem somewhat far-fetched, it is worth exploring. The hall was bustling with activity, as students from 4 distinct colleges were seated at 4 long tables, while the professors occupied a long table elevated at the front. Among the faculty, Lynn quickly spotted Professor Fox. He was still clad in that long coat, which seemed incongruous with his wizardly persona, complete with a tie. Professor Fox noticed Lynn's gaze and smiled, waving at him. After diverting his attention from Professor Fox, Lynn's focus shifted to the figure seated at the center of the professor's table, a kindly old gentleman with a bushy white beard and peculiar crescent-shaped spectacles, who bore a striking resemblance to a benevolent neighbor. It was none other than Albus Dumbledore, the most illustrious headmaster in the history of Hogwarts, who was perpetually smiling. Before Lynn could further observe this esteemed figure, Professor McGonagall led them to the stage and produced a stool atop, which rested a tattered and grimy hat. After the renowned sorting hat joyfully concluded its song, a resounding applause erupted from both students and professors at the 5 long tables. For a school like Hogwarts, the start of the term was indeed a joyous occasion for all young wizards. However, among the throng present, only the first-year students felt a sense of unease. After enduring a prolonged period of tension, the sorting ceremony culminated in the rather simple act of donning a hat, which would dampen anyone's spirits. Nevertheless, it also provided a sigh of relief. After all, wearing a hat is hardly a daunting task, despite its unkempt appearance and peculiar song. "Me and Agnes." Professor McGonagall called out the name of the first little wizard. A boy with black hair stumbled forward, hastily making his way to the stool under the watchful eyes of all students and professors, and placed the hat upon his head. Under the scrutiny of the gathered crowd, the sorting hat promptly proclaimed Ravenclaw. Instantly, cheers erupted from the Ravenclaw table. Lynn felt a slight sheen of perspiration forming in his palms. It would be disingenuous to claim he wasn't nervous in such an environment. He was quite close to the Gryffindor table, even catching the murmur of a disgruntled upperclassman lamenting a lost wager on the sorting of the first new student. Lynn Bellick. His name came third, prompting him to take a deep breath before jogging to Professor McGonagall's side. He had not lied when he stated that he was indifferent to which house he would be placed in. He held no prejudice against Slytherin and was not overly enthusiastic about Gryffindor either. He admired Ravenclaw's wisdom and resonated with Hufflepuff's loyalty and humility. His only source of anxiety stemmed from the sorting hat itself. The brain-closing spell awarded by the system was beyond his control, leaving him uncertain of its efficacy. However, pondering over such matters now serves no purpose. All he can do is place the hat upon his own head. The former prisoner of Azkaban. The sorting hat barely grazed Lynn's hair when it suddenly proclaimed, "Slytherin." Lynn was utterly taken aback, his hands still grasping the brim, having not yet fully donned the hat. He held no prejudice against Slytherin, yet this felt rather abrupt, did it not? Furthermore, Could a student from a Muggle background truly be sorted into Slytherin? With an expression of innocence, Lynn turned to Professor McGonagall, who exhibited little surprise, urging him onward. Even as he settled into his seat, Lynn remained perplexed as to how the Sorting Hat had reached its conclusion. It had not even exchanged a word with him, nor sought to understand his thoughts. Could it be that it discerned his aptitude for dark magic? Lynn entertained this possibility in his mind, though it lacked substantial support. After all, while Slytherin was renowned for producing dark wizards, there had never been any indication that such talent was a criterion for selection. The sorting ceremony continued, and Lynn's experience was hardly more than a trivial episode in the eyes of the older students and professors. Each year, certain students with pronounced characteristics would prompt the Sorting Hat to make swift decisions, a phenomenon not common, but not unheard of either. At most, only Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, aware of Lynn's Muggle heritage, would harbor a fleeting surprise at the rarity of a Muggle-born first year being sorted into Slytherin. The upperclassmen of Slytherin were relatively cordial, adopting an attitude of acceptance, and Lynn chose not to dwell on it, quietly observing the continuation of the ceremony. Ian Douglas Campbell, with Professor McGonagall's voice ringing out. The silver-haired boy, who had shared a train compartment with Lynn, hurriedly approached the podium, umbrella in hand. The Sorting Hat hesitated for what seemed an eternity upon his head before ultimately placing him in Ravenclaw. Autumn Zhang, a young Asian girl, jogged to Professor McGonagall's side, hurriedly placing the Sorting Hat atop her head. She was the only fellow first-year Lynn recognized, being the former love interest of the Savior, Harry Potter, and of Chinese descent. Additionally, there was that little rascal, Hubert McLean, who had shared a boat with Lynn. Indeed, as he had claimed, he too was sorted into Slytherin. As he strode confidently to the Slytherin table, resembling a knight freshly bestowed with honors, he caught sight of Lynn, who sat nonchalantly in his chair, and his demeanor immediately wilted. It was as though the knight had discovered that the accolade held no true value, as anyone could attain it. His face flushed with indignation. He appeared somewhat flustered, yet managed to maintain a modicum of decorum. "Why did you deceive me?" he demanded, taking a seat opposite Lynn, his eyes narrowed in accusation. Lynn, bewildered, gazed back at him. "What have I deceived you about? You inform me that both your parents are Muggles. Indeed, although I am an orphan and have never met them, they possess a status and assets within the ordinary society. Thus they must be Muggles. But why were you sorted into Slytherin?" "How should I know?" Lynn shrugged. "Is there a rule that Slytherin does not accept wizards of Muggle descent?" "No." The senior shook his head, yet his gaze towards Lynn was filled with peculiar curiosity. "Slytherin has had new students from Muggle families in the past, albeit very rarely. Perhaps not even 1 in 3 years. So, does this imply that I am a once-in-3 years prodigy?" Lynn silently mused. In a certain sense, that is indeed the case. The speaker was the head of Slytherin, who had introduced herself as Betty Delisle when Lynn first arrived. She appeared to be a very competent young woman. The sorting ceremony was interrupted by Headmaster Dumbledore's opening address. "Due to Professor Stock's unfortunate circumstances last semester, I have accepted his resignation. Now, I would like to introduce our newly appointed Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts, Adrian Fox, an expert in the field and a capable instructor." Professor Fox smiled and waved to the young wizards from the platform. However, it was curious that the applause from below was scant. In fact, at the Slytherin table, there was near silence, just as Lynn raised his hand to give Fox a round of applause. He noticed that the surrounding Slytherins wore gloomy expressions upon hearing the professor's name, and even several professors seated on the platform seemed to share their discontent. Professor Fox's reputation appeared to be rather unsavory. Frowning, Lynn hesitated for a moment before lowering his hand. He decided to gauge the situation once dinner commenced. Dumbledore did not indulge in lengthy discourse. After stating a few necessary announcements, he declared the dinner open. No sooner had he spoken than an array of steaming dishes appeared on the empty plate before Lynn, instantly igniting the appetites of the weary newcomers, who eagerly wielded their knives and forks to indulge in the feast before them. The Slytherins dined leisurely, contrasting starkly with the lively atmosphere of the Gryffindors across the table. "I thought that news was a mere rumor. I cannot believe that Professor Dumbledore truly invited him here," lamented a senior boy. Head girl Betty was in the midst of slicing a Munich sausage. "Isn't it rather ironic? Appointing him as the Professor for Defense against the Dark Arts. Once the news spreads, it will likely dominate the front page of the Daily Prophet for a month. My father warned me that if he indeed came to Hogwarts, I should keep my distance from him. Even if it meant pulling Dumbledore's beard, I should not provoke him. May I inquire?" Lynn cautiously interjected into their conversation. "Are you referring to the new Professor Fox? What issues does he have?" Hubert, another first year, regarded him with disdain. "You know nothing yet dare to interrupt our conversation." Lynn gazed at him in disbelief, finding the young boy quite infuriating. Silence. Is this the manner of upbringing one receives in the McLean family? Betty chastised Schubert, then turned to Lynn and the other unaware young wizards to elucidate. Though it is not commendable to speak ill of a professor, I strongly advise you to maintain your distance from a newly arrived Professor Fox. He was once sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban for tormenting and murdering 5 wizards using the unforgivable curses. It was only through the vigorous advocacy of our headmaster, Professor Dumbledore, and a subsequent turn of events regarding his past misdeeds that his previous sentence was revoked by Wisengamot 2 years ago, leading to his early release. Lynn found it quite impossible to reconcile the charmingly mischievous, yet somewhat endearing old man with the cold-blooded murderer Betty described. Could you please pass me that cream puff? Betty asked Lynn softly. Certainly. In truth, Lynn also yearned to savor the sole dessert adorning their long table, as it was his favorite. However, given that she had just come to his aid, he felt reluctant to refuse her request. He was still pondering the matter of Professor Fox. But with limited information at hand, he could not hastily condemn him based solely on another's word. The only individuals he could place his trust in were Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall, both of whom evidently held a considerable amount of faith in Fox. Moreover, Lynn himself had a favorable impression of him. Otherwise, he would not have been inclined to accept the man's investment. As for the allegations of murder, he hoped to clarify those matters directly when the opportunity arose. There was no need to harbor excessive suspicion over such issues. The atmosphere in Slytherin was rather pleasant. Most of the students here were nurtured through familial education, and while there were indeed a few with skewed morals or a disreputable upbringing, the majority were quite amiable. The older students regaled them with many amusing tales from Hogwarts, and suddenly, a cream puff appeared before Lynn, prompting him to marvel at the thoughtfulness of the house elves. After dinner, everyone joined in a chaotic yet harmonious rendition of the Hogwarts school song, a scene that clearly delighted Dumbledore. Our head of house, Professor Snape, may not be held in high esteem within the school, yet every Slytherin student holds him in heartfelt affection. Do you know why? On the way to the Slytherin dormitory, Betty explained the various professors to the new students. The newcomers shook their heads in ignorance as Judy elaborated. The reason other houses may dislike Professor Snape is that he is unabashedly partial towards us. Perhaps from her perspective, this seems unjust, but what is his purpose in doing so? Ultimately, it is we, the Slytherin students, who benefit. Thus, every student from any house may have their reasons to harbor disdain for him, yet we alone must refrain. He may not always be just, but he genuinely cares for our well-being, serving as an exemplary head for Slytherin. You may be aware that Gryffindor cherishes bravery, Ravenclaw favors wisdom, and Hufflepuff upholds loyalty. However, many overlook another quality inherent to Slytherin: unity, an exclusive bond that defines us. Do you grasp this? Each individual who enters the Serpent House possesses the potential to become extraordinary, a testament to Salazar Slytherin's recognition of your unique attributes. Our house is often the subject of unfounded rumors. They claim we are obsessed with dark magic and that we consider blood status as a criterion for admission. You should not place faith in the fabrications of rival houses. I do not deny that our house has produced dark wizards, but the other 3 houses have their share as well, albeit they are reluctant to acknowledge it. Yes, we do show a tendency to admit signs of esteemed wizarding families, yet you will also find that many Slytherin students have at least one Muggle parent. I hold a deep affection for our emblem, the serpent, which symbolizes cunning, strength, and an often misunderstood nature. The young wizards following her listened intently, soon forming a profound impression of Slytherin. Betty is undoubtedly a capable prefect. Even Lynn has significantly revised her views on our house through Betty's guidance. They followed Betty to a concealed entrance of the basement. Accessing the common room requires a password, which changes bi-weekly. It is forbidden to record on paper or disclose it to other houses. The new password is announced on the notice board a day before the change. This fortnight's password is Blood Oath. The first-year students entered the Slytherin common room, and to be frank, it is quite splendid. The common room lies beneath the lake, its walls constructed of black Gothic marble, while the ceiling features a translucent crystal dome, allowing the moonlight to dance upon the shimmering surface above. Brad, could you assist me in escorting these gentlemen to their dormitories? I must tend to the ladies, Betty addressed a boy engrossed in a newspaper. Brad set down his paper and replied, Where's the boys' prefect? Raphael, why are you the only one welcoming the newcomers? Professor Snape summoned him to assist with materials needed for tomorrow's classes. What unfortunate timing, Brad shrugged. Leave them to me. Lynn and the others then parted ways with the girls, following a new guide to the boys' dormitory. Their luggage and pets had already been delivered by house elves to each student's bedside. Upon entering the dormitory, Lynn first offered some water and biscuit crumbs to her small companion before beginning to organize her belongings. The environment of the dormitory is quite pleasant, featuring traditional four-poster beds adorned with green silk drapes and silver-threaded embroidery on the bed covers. Medieval tapestries depicting the legendary adventures of Slytherin hang from the walls, while silver lanterns dangle from the ceiling. Calm yourself and listen intently. One can still hear the gentle waves lapping against the window from the lake outside. Once Lynn had tidied up completely, he retrieved the schedule that Judy had sent them earlier. To acquire all the talent points in every subject, he needed to stand out more than the other newcomers. However, at that moment, an unpleasant scoff broke the silence beside him. What a once-in-a-lifetime genius. I see you're merely a once-in-a-century mediocre, the voice sneered. Who reads before classes even begin? Are you afraid of embarrassing yourself in front of the class tomorrow? The number of wizards is scant, as evidenced by the new students enrolling at Hogwarts each year. This year, only 8 boys joined Slytherin, and unfortunately for Lynn, he was sharing a room with the obnoxious brat, Hubert. Lynn shifted his gaze from the book and cast a glance at Hubert. It was evident that Hubert's upbringing was flawed, reflecting a poor family ethos. As for his motives, it likely stemmed not only from Lynn's Muggle background, which he found distasteful, but also from a desire to establish his dominance among his peers. In colloquial terms, he wanted to be the leader of the pack. His intentions were simple, even absurdly childish, yet they could also inflict considerable harm. Many instances of schoolyard bullying evolved from such behavior. Lynn had a perfect strategy to address this phenomenon from his past life, one that would undoubtedly prove effective even in the magical halls of Hogwarts. He gazed coldly at Hubert and chuckled softly. I may be a mediocre, but what are you, McLean? Have you ever seen Hogwarts at 4 in the morning? In the Slytherin boys' dormitory, Lynn watched Hubert calmly, then slowly withdrew his wand from his trunk. He repeated his question. Hubert, under Lynn's piercing gaze, became flustered, avoiding eye contact and nervously shouting, What do you need the wand for? Do you want to duel me? Don't be ridiculous, Balak. You're just an orphan from a Muggle family. You are nothing and know nothing. Do you know what we call people like you? Mudblood. Silencio. Lynn coldly uttered the incantation, and a bright red beam of magical energy shot forth from the tip of his wand, striking its target with unerring accuracy. The curse's effect manifested instantly on Hubert. His tongue and palate became glued together, rendering him speechless, only able to emit a series of incomprehensible sounds from his throat. Yet Lynn did not cease. He swiftly approached Hubert, seized his collar, and forcefully pinned him against the wall. Lynn's strength was considerable. Ever since he had crossed into this world, he had maintained a rigorous exercise regimen. While he may not rival adults, among his peers, he was notably strong. Hubert found himself firmly restrained, unable to utter a word, and even struggling to breathe. Lynn's expression remained calm, devoid of any ferocity. It had instilled a deep-seated fear within Hubert. His face flushed crimson, uncertain whether it was due to a lack of air or sheer rage. His limbs struggled futilely against Lynn's grip. I merely wished to attend school peacefully, harboring no intention of causing trouble. However, should anyone seek to provoke me, the consequences will extend far beyond today's encounter. Lynn, towering half a head above Hubert, leaned close to his ear and whispered, Do you comprehend my meaning? Despite Hubert's apparent defiance, glaring furiously at Lynn, his clenched teeth seemed poised to rend him apart. It appears your intellect is somewhat lacking, Lynn remarked, shrugging nonchalantly. I have articulated my point quite clearly, yet you remain oblivious. Thus, there is little I can do. With one hand firmly grasping Hubert's neck and the other seizing his hair, he forcefully slammed his head against the wall. A wave of intense dizziness nearly prompted Hubert to retch, followed by a surge of pain that elicited tears and mucus to flow uncontrollably. Well, I have afforded you a modicum of assistance to temporarily clear your mind. Now, can you understand my words? Lynn's voice dripped with a sinister whisper, and at merely 11 years of age, Hubert possessed no resilient spirit. Rendered speechless, he could only fervently nod, signaling his comprehension, prompting Lynn to release his collar. Hubert collapsed to the floor like a drowning man finally rescued, gasping for air. Lynn leisurely adjusted his robe, his demeanor shifting dramatically as a warm smile graced his face. He even crouched to help tidy Hubert's disheveled school uniform. My apologies, but I have yet to master the spell for muting and silencing, so for now, you must wait until the enchantment dissipates to regain your voice. You won't hold that against me, will you? Hubert hastily shook his head, indicating he bore no ill will, lacking even the courage to meet Lynn's gaze. You're truly a magnanimous soul. I trust you will overlook this minor misunderstanding, and we can continue as amicable roommates and classmates, yes? Lynn smiled sincerely, as if all prior occurrences had been mere figments of imagination. Hubert nodded mechanically, yearning only to escape this torment and retire to bed for rest. Satisfied with Hubert's response, Lynn turned to regard the two remaining roommates, who had huddled in their beds, trembling as they witnessed the cordial exchange between Lynn and Hubert. Now, they sought to diminish their presence, striving to avoid drawing attention from victors. "Good night," he said kindly, eliciting gasps from the two children, who promptly buried their heads beneath their blankets. At that moment, Lynn's interest in reading dissipated. He changed into his pajamas, completed his evening routine, and lay down to rest. His approach to resolving the matter was undeniably brusque, yet it proved the most effective. Such is the reality. If one fears trouble, it is imperative to convey to those who seek to instigate it that the repercussions of provoking you are exceedingly grave, to the extent that they may prove unbearable. The weak fear the strong fear the ruthless, and the ruthless fear those who are unafraid of death. Resolving violence with violence is undoubtedly the most effective approach, provided one possesses commensurate strength. Currently, Lynn's repertoire of spells is scant, scarcely amounting to a handful. The only incantation that could be deemed somewhat formidable is the tongue-tying curse, which he learned from a few extra books he purchased at the Leaky Cauldron. According to the texts, this curse was conceived by none other than the headmaster of his school, Severus Snape. Thus, it is not that Lynn yearns to roll up his sleeves and engage in combat. Rather, he finds himself bereft of any other spells to employ. Would it not be absurd to cast a cleaning charm on Hubert? The night passed in silence. At dawn the following day, Lynn's long-established biological clock compelled him to awaken promptly at 4 o'clock. After quietly donning his robes and completing his morning ablutions, he took up his wand and the textbooks required for the day's classes before departing the dormitory. The common room was devoid of life. Yet a creature that could scarcely be classified as human stood quietly by the fireplace. Its hollow gaze, akin to a vortex capable of ensnaring one's very soul, sent a chill down Lynn's spine. Summoning his courage, he greeted the apparition. "Good morning, Sir Barrow." The Bloody Baron, the resident ghost of Slytherin, had been present at the opening feast the previous evening, seated at the Slytherin table. "Oh, a new student from Slytherin." The Bloody Baron's voice was soft yet distinctly audible. "Why not linger a while longer in the warmth of your bed? The sun has yet to rise outside." Lynn replied candidly, "I typically rise early at home. When I awaken and cannot sleep, I prefer to take a stroll to familiarize myself with the environment of Hogwarts." The Bloody Baron nodded. "Early to bed and early to rise is indeed a commendable habit. Should you find yourself lost within the castle, feel free to consult the portraits on the walls. They will likely be more than willing to guide you in the right direction. Thank you for your advice." After bidding farewell to the Bloody Baron, Lynn exited the common room. Outside, the darkness still enveloped the landscape, though the eastern sky was beginning to show signs of dawn. It would not be long before he witnessed his first sunrise at Hogwarts. Lynn wrapped his robes more snugly around himself, and, following the guidance of his prefect Betty from the previous day, set out to explore the route to the Charms classroom. The staircases within Hogwarts Castle are notoriously capricious. Without a familiar path, one might easily become disoriented by the mischievous stairs. After an hour of exploration, Lynn had familiarized himself with several commonly used classrooms introduced by Betty the day before. He even took a leisurely stroll around the library entrance, recognizing that he would likely frequent it. Thus, a preliminary reconnaissance was essential. Around 5:30, Lynn emerged from the castle, planning to embark on his daily ritual of morning jogging around the Black Lake. Upon reaching the expansive meadow by the Black Lake, he soon realized that he was not the sole early riser among the young wizards of Hogwarts. A boy practicing spells by the lakeside cheerfully greeted Lynn. Noticing the boy's robe, predominantly in yellow and black, it was evident he was a Hufflepuff student. The boy appeared quite pleased to find someone to converse with on this dreary morning, a delightful occurrence indeed. "Yes, I am preemptively studying the first spell Professor Flitwick intends to teach us this year, the General Counterspell. Isn't that a second-year spell?" The boy offered Lynn an apologetic smile. "My apologies, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Cedric Diggory, a second-year student from Hufflepuff." Upon hearing his name, Lynn paused momentarily, recalling that this character met an unfortunate fate early in the original narrative and later lost his girlfriend to another. Cedric looked at Lynn, puzzled by his sudden distraction. "Is something amiss? Forgive me, I just zoned out. I am Lynn Belloc, a first-year Slytherin." "A first year? You're up quite early to familiarize yourself with Hogwarts?" "I'm here to prepare for a morning run, but you mentioned you were just practicing the General Counterspell?" Lynn inquired with genuine interest. Cedric explained, "It is a spell used to negate the effects of other spells and generally applies to most incantations. Would you like a practice partner? Lynn asked with a smile. If its effect is to nullify other spells, you must first have one in effect. Cedric hesitated, looking at him. Aren't you a first year? Shouldn't you not have started learning spells yet? Without offering an explanation, Lynn drew his wand, pointing its tip at Cedric's dew-soaked, muddy shoes. Scourgify. Cedric watched in astonishment as his shoes transformed to a pristine state, genuinely exclaiming, "What an excellent cleaning charm. Even among my peers, few could perform it better than you." "Thank you," Lynn graciously accepted the compliment. "So, am I now qualified to be your practice partner?" Isn't that a bit of an imposition? Cedric, with his amiable nature, felt as though he was taking advantage of Lynn. "Not at all. I need to practice spells as well. Of course, if you're willing to offer some guidance on my shortcomings in spellcasting, that would be even better," Lynn smoothly replied, eagerly awaiting Cedric's response. "While I would call it guidance, I can certainly offer you some advice." Poor Mr. Diggory remained blissfully unaware that he was gradually falling into Lynn's subtle trap. "Your incantation is too rapid, with hardly any pauses in between. It seems you've been teaching yourself from books without proper instruction, which can be quite perilous. The pronunciation of your cleaning charm was slightly off. While it did not affect the spell's outcome, it may lead to unpredictable results in the future." Scourgify. Cedric similarly demonstrated the Scourgify spell on Lynn's shoes, and his pronunciation indeed differed slightly from Lynn's. In other words, one must leave a brief pause between Scourg and Ife. Correct? Indeed, he nodded. Moreover, do you recall how the book describes the flourish of your wand? It should resemble a smooth, curved arc akin to the letters. Was your gesture not excessively upward at the conclusion of that? Lynn pondered, tilting his head. "It seems so. I may have inadvertently carried over my habitual penmanship," he admitted with a hint of embarrassment. "I believe my incantation was flawless. Yet I find it fraught with so many imperfections." Cedric shook his head. "It is already commendable. The vast majority of first years can hardly perform a single spell when they first arrive. You are well ahead of many. Now, shall we begin?" Lynn took the practice seriously, for Cedric had genuinely assisted him, deepening his comprehension of the incantation. His initial intention had been to use the pretext of practice to seek Cedric's guidance. After all, he was destined to represent Hogwarts in the Triwizard Tournament, and his prowess was undoubtedly among the elite of his year. However, he had not anticipated such significant gains. Although it was merely a cleaning spell, magic, much like mathematics, is coherent and consistent. With a little extrapolation, Lynn could address many issues in his spellcasting, thereby enhancing the stability of his incantations. Lynn was not particularly fond of owing favors. Even when Professor Fox first offered him support, he had initially declined. Yet now he had to concede that he indeed owed Cedric a favor. How he would repay it could be contemplated later, but for now, he needed to focus on the practice. Lynn and Cedric practiced spells by the Black Lake for an hour before parting ways to have breakfast and commence their first day of classes at Hogwarts. They agreed to meet at the same time the following day, and Lynn even considered transforming his daily morning jog into a session of spell discussions with Cedric after classes. The Great Hall was sparsely populated during breakfast. Most young wizards, having indulged in a carefree summer, had not yet shed their tendency for late mornings. The students from the various houses at Hogwarts possessed a strong sense of camaraderie, even during meals. They primarily sat at the long tables designated for their respective houses during the start-of-term feast, with little mingling. Thus, upon entering the Great Hall, Lynn made a beeline for the Slytherin table. As he passed the Gryffindor table, he was suddenly enveloped by 2 arms from either side, none other than the Weasley twins. "I never would have imagined you would be sorted into Slytherin. To be honest, I thought you would be in our house. Even if not, both Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff would suit you quite well. Of course, I do not mean to imply that Slytherin is undesirable. You must be aware that some individuals from the Serpent House tend to exhibit a certain arrogance." Lynn was about to convey his thoughts, whether to George or Fred, when another Weasley interjected, "Indeed, although we have only just met you, we do not perceive you as someone who would look down upon others." Lynn tilted his head thoughtfully. It would be misleading to label them as arrogant. They merely possess a different, somewhat sunderer way of seeking friendship. He smiled at the Weasley twins, asking, "What is the matter? Would you sever ties with me simply because I was sorted into Slytherin?" The twins exchanged glances before turning to Lynn and exclaiming in unison, "Of course not. Let's not forget that our mother advised us to look after you during our time at school." Lynn shrugged. "So why should it matter which house I am sorted into? As long as we get along, our friendship can continue." "You are quite right. We owe you an apology for our earlier remarks," the Weasley twins said with exaggerated expressions, lacking any semblance of sincerity. They had classes to attend and did not wish to linger, so they agreed to explore Hogwarts Castle together next time before parting ways. Lynn took his seat at the Slytherin table, where a few upperclassmen were already present. They greeted him, as they had become acquainted during the welcome feast the previous night. The head girl, Betty, frowned. "You are the earliest of all the newcomers today. I wonder how many will be late for the charms class." Professor Flitwick, though generally amiable, has little patience for tardy students. The breakfast spread was certainly less lavish than the previous night's feast, yet the oatmeal suited Lynn's palate. They ought to have a sense of time. After a week or two, they would likely have developed the habit of rising early. The prefects at Hogwarts are not caretakers for the younger students. They're not obligated to oversee every detail of a newcomer's lives. After her brief complaint, Betty did not dwell on it further, but glanced at the bowl of oatmeal in Lynn's hands and remarked casually, "It seems the house elves at Hogwarts have introduced a new recipe. I have never seen this kind of porridge for breakfast before." As she spoke, Lynn had already finished the contents of his bowl. "Is that so? Their culinary skills are quite commendable. This tastes nearly as good as what I could make myself." Betty rolled her eyes, realizing for the first time the thickness of Lynn's skin. The head girl's words soon proved prophetic. In the charms classroom, Professor Flitwick stood atop a precariously stacked pile of books, his expression stern as he tapped his fingers impatiently against the lectern. 3 minutes had passed since the class was scheduled to begin, and yet 5 students had yet to arrive. The Slytherins and Ravenclaws already present huddled at their desks, resembling quails. It was evident to all that the professor's patience was wearing thin. Just when his last ounce of forbearance seemed to be evaporating, 4 Slytherin students and 1 Ravenclaw newcomer rushed into the classroom in a flurry of anxiety. "Professor, we had initially determined the timing, but it was the stairs on our way up that played tricks on us." Some freshmen attempted to offer explanations, but Professor Flitwick glared at them with irritation. A mere reprimand without further punishment left the 5 feeling as if they had received a pardon, and they hurriedly trotted to their seats. Once Professor Flitwick noticed they were settled, he cleared his throat and commenced the first lesson on charms. The magic wielded by wizards has evolved over thousands of years, and the number of known spells is now beyond enumeration. However, irrespective of the progression of magic, it fundamentally divides into 2 categories: charms and transfiguration. Before delving into the specifics of charms, I must first teach you how to distinguish between charms and transfiguration. While this knowledge may not directly affect your spellcasting, it is foundational theory that every wizard must grasp. Now, can anyone tell me the distinction between charms and transfiguration? Almost instantaneously upon Professor Flitwick's inquiry, Lynn raised his arm high. The professor, rumored to possess fairy blood, appeared somewhat surprised. He had anticipated this question might fall flat among the newcomers. Lynn stood from his seat. A charm adds specific attributes to an object or being, whereas transfiguration transforms it into something entirely different. Well articulated. That is the most standard answer. Have you actually managed to read the excerpts? Yes, Professor. Lynn's expression betrayed no hint of pride, for to his knowledge, there was another young wizard sitting here who had diligently read the entire charms textbook, the Ravenclaw newcomer he had encountered on the train. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Lynn continued. I recall the excerpt explained that while jinxes, hexes, and curses are also types of charms, they're collectively referred to as the dark arts. The standard spells in this series do not encompass such incantations. Excellent, Professor Flitwick exclaimed. You are the first newcomer I have encountered who has thoroughly read the entire book before class. 5 points to Slytherin. You have received the sincere praise of Charms Professor Phileas Flitwick, gaining a Universal Charm Talent 1. Universal Charm Effect 1. Your outstanding performance in Charms has led Professor Phileas Flitwick to award points to your house, gaining a Universal Charm Talent 1. Universal Charm Effect 1. The consecutive system notifications left Lynn momentarily stunned. It turned out that not only did praise come his way, but earning points for his house could also enhance his magical talent. You may take your seat, Mr. Bellick. After the initial shock of joy, he quickly regained his composure. The enhancement of magical talent could not be so easily attained. After all, the maximum limit is merely 10. If a single compliment or a point could yield such gains, he would soon become a magical prodigy within a month of school. Indeed, Lynn's conjecture proved accurate. As Professor Flitwick began formally teaching them the levitation charm, Lynn's remarkable performance once again captured his attention, earning him further accolades. However, this time, the system did not emit the sound indicating an increase in magical talent. This serves to illustrate that the commendations and bonus points from various professors are, in fact, one-time occurrences. Thus, one can earn a maximum of 2 points of talent from the professors of different subjects. The history of magic and potions is not inherently dull. Rather, it is Professor Bin's teaching style that renders it tedious. He is likely too old. It is said that when Hogwarts was first established, and he was still alive, his classes were relatively lively and engaging. Even those from Slytherin praised his quick wit and clarity of thought. Yet now, he drones on in a breathless, monotonous manner, devoid of emotion, rarely engaging with students. Lynn even felt that Professor Bin's voice possessed a certain enchantment. Even he, a diligent student who had never dozed off in class, found himself battling drowsiness during his lectures. Although somewhat distracted during class, he managed to take the necessary notes in his book, and now revisiting them would help reinforce his understanding. I heard that you earned 5 points for Slytherin in Professor Flitwick's class, especially in front of a group of proud Ravenclaws. A sun-kissed upperclassman with blonde hair approached Lynn, smiling. The newcomer was Raphael Williamson, the male prefect of Slytherin and the boyfriend of the female prefect, Betty. 5 points is hardly noteworthy. It was merely a stroke of luck, and I doubt I will have such opportunities again. Lynn responded, not out of modesty, but as a precautionary measure. Upon realizing that the talent points earned through praise and bonus points were one-time rewards, he had little desire to continue striving for recognition in class. In a place like Hogwarts, especially with the tumultuous years ahead, Lynn felt it prudent to maintain a low profile. Raphael seemed oblivious to Lynn's words, lost in his own world as he enthusiastically recounted their ambitions to uphold the glory of Slytherin. He firmly believed that if young wizards of all ages united in their efforts, the House Cup would indefinitely remain with the Serpent House. However, Lynn was aware that these were mere fantasies. Next year, their headmaster, Dumbledore, would personally intervene, ensuring that the House Cup would take on the shape of Gryffindor. No one dared to be late for the afternoon potions class. Even though they were all first years, they were well aware of Professor Snape's notorious reputation, which had been thoroughly explained by the prefects. Given that a good-tempered professor had already lost his temper that morning, no one was foolish enough to provoke the ire of a dangerous figure. In the potions classroom, each student was presented with a cauldron, while shelves around them gleamed with various parts of magical creatures or specific internal organs. The dim lighting further contributed to an atmosphere that left timid girls pale and wide-eyed, staring fixedly at the cauldron before them. Lynn sat below, his mind involuntarily drifting to a certain despicable novel from his previous life, where a callous author had dubbed him the man with a wifeless face. I take great delight in the fact that no fool would dare arrive late to my class. Professor Snape's voice was soft yet resonant, ensuring that every young wizard could clearly comprehend his words. He descended from the podium, pacing slowly yet imposing between the desks. You have come here to learn the intricate science and stringent craft of potion making. Given the absence of foolish wand-waving, many of you may not believe this to be magic. I do not expect you to genuinely grasp the exquisite essence of the simmering cauldron, emitting wisps of fragrant steam, nor will you truly understand the enchanting liquid coursing through human veins, evoking a sense of rapture and disorientation. His voice gradually softened. I can teach you how to elevate your prestige, concoct honor, and even stave off death. But there is one caveat. You must not be the kind of imbecile I frequently encounter. Suddenly, his tone shifted. His somber gaze, sweeping over each young wizard, struck terror into the hearts of the unfortunate children, causing them to retract. Then, Professor Snape's eyes met Lynn's. Lynn displayed no hint of trepidation. Instead, he smiled and held his gaze steady against the hollow, frigid stare of the man with a wifeless face, raising his arm while silently bolstering his resolve. He is a lifelong bachelor. He is a lifelong bachelor. He is a lifelong bachelor. Ah, Balak, please stand and share your insights. His words bore the sting of mockery, as though his tone were inherently so. Lynn paid no mind to the inflection of his speech. Instead, he focused on the materials arrayed beside the cauldron and spoke fluently. Dried nettle, venomous snake fangs, horned slugs, and porcupine quills. These are all recorded in magical potions and brews as the third category of materials specifically used for concocting potions that treat boils. This is an exceptional remedy for pustules, measles, boils, and other lymphatic ailments. Caution is paramount in potion making. Improper preparation may result in the potion causing boils rather than curing them. The successful standard is indicated by the emergence of pink smoke from the cauldron. The text emphasizes that, particularly when adding porcupine quills, one must first remove the cauldron from the flame. Otherwise, the cauldron may melt, releasing a horrific odor. The spilled potion could also cause boils to develop on any skin it touches. At this juncture, Lynn finally paused, having captivated the astonished gazes of the Slytherin and Hufflepuff young wizards. He turned to Professor Snape, humbly stating, I can recall only this much. Any omissions should be addressed by the professor. I hope your practical execution matches your theoretical knowledge. Slytherin gains 10 points. Your outstanding performance in potion class has earned your house points from Professor Severus Snape. Potion talent 1, potion effectiveness 1. The sound of the system notification echoed only once, yet Lynn felt no surprise. He had long anticipated that Snape would be the type to willingly award points to his house, while refraining from offering compliments, a quintessentially proud Slytherin. Thus, he had braced himself for a protracted battle in potions class. The day unfolded with an engaging flurry of activity, encompassing transfiguration and herbology. As dusk approached, Lynn successfully completed the assignments from the 3 professors in the library. During this time, he encountered Cedric, who generously assisted him in clarifying the professor's evaluation criteria for student assignments and how to effectively select resources from the library to aid his studies. In this routine, Lynn even rediscovered a familiar sensation reminiscent of his high school days in his previous life. In truth, the average young wizard was far less industrious. Most procrastinated, leaving their weekly assignments until the last minute. They would spend their free time playing wizard's chess, frolicking in the castle corridors, or engaging in adventurous games within the castle walls. It was only as the weekend approached that they would recall their assignments, hurriedly borrowing from those who had completed theirs or hastily scribbling something together, gambling on the professor's lack of scrutiny. Regrettably, these young wizards were often ill-fated in their gambles, with a tendency to lose more often than not. Lynn, possessing the soul of an adult, found it quite challenging to engage in carefree play with a group of reckless children. In the dormitory, the other 3 occupants seemed to coexist amicably. The 2 boys, named Marco Oliva and Michel Camilleri, were engaged in a game of wizard chess, while Rupert appeared to be vocally advising the disadvantaged player on their next move. However, upon Lynn's entrance, their previously joyous atmosphere dissipated like a mouse gathering suddenly interrupted by a cat. Rupert's gaze towards Lynn remained evasive, and the 2 boys absorbed in their game looked distinctly uncomfortable, losing their sense of judgment regarding the chess piece's forthcoming movements, causing a flurry of pieces on the board. It was evident that he had been ostracized by the other 3 in the dormitory. Their swift camaraderie and united front were hardly surprising. After all, Lynn was fundamentally different from them. Beyond himself, more than half of the new students hailed from pure-blood wizarding families, while the remainder were at least half-bloods with 1 wizarding parent. Their affiliation stood in stark contrast to Lynn's. Furthermore, following the conflict from the previous day, regardless of how it had initially arisen, Rupert had become the underdog, easily garnering the sympathies of onlookers. Throughout the day, Lynn had scarcely interacted with them, while Rupert had spent the entire day mingling with the group. Nevertheless, Lynn was indifferent to the situation. It suited him perfectly. He had no desire to form any ties with these unruly children. It would be better for all to maintain their distance in the future. Certainly, he was not so naive as to believe that after the lesson of the previous night, Rupert would be contrite and refrain from seeking trouble. Judging by Lynn's experiences across 2 lifetimes, he surmised that Rupert would require at least 2 more lessons of equal severity before he would truly mend his ways. Good evening. Lynn greeted with a smile, warmly acknowledging his roommates, who were gradually distancing themselves from him. The 3 of them gazed at him with evident tension, their lips moving silently without uttering a sound. Isolation is a peculiar affliction. Only the isolated are burdened with the discomfort and awkwardness of their solitude. At that moment, Lynn played the role of the unwelcome disruptor, much to Rupert's chagrin. The night passed in silence. On the following morning, Lynn arrived early for transfiguration class. As he stepped over the threshold of the classroom, his body suddenly froze. Professor McGonagall gave a gentle nod, her silence speaking volumes. Lynn immediately grasped her intent and obediently took a seat, awaiting the commencement of the lesson. It was apparent that Professor McGonagall intended to surprise the new students. This class was a joint session for Slytherin and Hufflepuff. Following the events of the previous day, no one dared to arrive late. Each student appeared punctually before the lesson began. The cat perched at the lectern drew considerable attention, though the presence of Lady Lorelei at Hogwarts had dulled any sense of surprise. That was until the cat dramatically transformed into Professor McGonagall, eliciting gasps of astonishment from nearly all the young wizards in attendance, transforming a matchstick into a needle. Lynn's aptitude for transfiguration was not markedly superior to that of his peers, starting with an initial value of only 2. After a single reward from the system, it rose to 3, rendering his efficiency in mastering transfiguration moderate. However, where talent is lacking, diligence can compensate. Basic transfiguration is a skill that, barring complete ineptitude, can be acquired with practice. Furthermore, Lynn's innate ability was slightly above average. As anticipated, he once again secured 5 points for Slytherin through his outstanding performance in this class, earning the full 2 points for his transfiguration aptitude. The afternoon herbology class mirrored this success. Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff, led the young wizards to the greenhouse behind the castle, instructing them on the identification of their first magical plant, the wormwood. This knowledge required little more than keen observation and memorization. Lynn received high praise from Professor Sprout for mentioning that wormwood, besides its medicinal properties, is also utilized by wand makers as a core for wands, thus earning an additional 5 points for Slytherin. In just 2 days at Hogwarts, Lynn's attributes had seen a significant enhancement. Name, Lynn Ballock. Title, Devious Tempter. Freshman Novice, Magic Index, 3, Free Points, 1, Magical Aptitude. Dark Arts, 6 Transfiguration, 4 General Charms, 4 Herbology, 4 Offensive and Defensive Spells, 3 Potions, 3 Alchemy, 2 Ancient Runes, 2 Divination, 0. Main Quest, obtain commendation from the corresponding course professor. Reward, corresponding magical talent and effect 1. Essentially, the mainstream magical talents have reached a level of 4, with the highest in dark magic even achieving a remarkable 6 points. Although he has yet to study a single dark spell, the significance of a 6-point talent remains a mystery to him. However, this morning, while practicing spells with Cedric, Lynn has already begun to appreciate the advantages of his 4-point general spellcasting talent. For instance, a basic unlocking charm, which can be learned in the first year, was demonstrated by Cedric 3 times, after which Lynn was able to mimic the incantation and wand movement with remarkable precision. By his 5th attempt, he successfully cast this spell, which he had never encountered before. Even Cedric could not help but exclaim that Lynn's speed of spell learning was almost on par with his own. 024. Defense against Dark Arts. Cedric is no ordinary individual. He is a bona fide Hogwarts champion. Being selected by the Goblet of Fire during the Triwizard Tournament among numerous upper-year students signifies that he was among the most gifted and powerful young wizards of his year. Based on Lynn's estimates, Cedric's mainstream magical talents should hover around 5 points, with Transfiguration being his strongest suit, comparable to his dark magic talent, which stands at 6 points. On that morning, Cedric showcased his current proficiency in Transfiguration to Lynn. He transformed a small stone by the Black Lake into a crab that scuttled sideways. Such a feat of bringing inanimate objects to life far exceeds the typical capabilities of a second-year wizard, truly deserving of the title genius. Moreover, his inherent talent is matched by his dedication. Had he not encountered Harry Potter later on, his future achievements would undoubtedly have soared. Wednesday morning, the eagerly anticipated defense against Dark Arts class arrived as scheduled. As usual, Lynn arrived early, and upon entering the classroom, he saw Professor Fawkes organizing his lesson plans at the podium. Upon noticing Lynn, he greeted him with a smile, saying, "Good morning, Lynn." "Good morning, Professor. You certainly arrived early. There's still 20 minutes until class begins." Lynn found his rapport with Professor Fawkes to be far less formal than with other professors. Fawkes, in turn, did not regard Lynn as an ordinary child. He yawned and waved his hand dismissively. "After all, it's my first lesson, and I had quite a restless night's sleep." He then looked at Lynn with keen interest. "But you, I've heard from other professors that you've been quite impressive lately, earning 20 points for Slytherin in just 2 short days. They speak highly of you in their conversations." Lynn raised an eyebrow. He felt no need to feign humility in front of Professor Fawkes. After all, as a recipient of investment, it is essential to demonstrate value commensurate with the investment, is it not? Upon hearing Lynn's words, Fawkes laughed heartily. "Indeed, Lynn, I have yet to regret my investment in you. Do you have time this afternoon, Professor?" Lynn did not smile. Instead, he gazed steadily into Fawkes' eyes and inquired calmly. Fawkes' smile faded, as if he had grasped Lynn's intention. "I believe you must have heard something. You are welcome to visit my office at any time. I am always available. Coincidentally, I also have matters of a similar nature to discuss with you." As more young wizards gradually entered the classroom, Lynn quietly took his seat after arranging a meeting time with Professor Fawkes, awaiting the commencement of the lesson. "I trust that after 2 days of study, particularly in the classes of Professors Flitwick and McGonagall, you have developed a clearer understanding of magic. Regardless of how peculiar or rare the spells may be, they ultimately fall into 2 primary categories, charms and transfiguration. Thus, these 2 subjects are foundational courses at Hogwarts. Other classes merely instruct you on how to recognize, control, and create non-magical items and creatures, such as potions, herbology, astronomy, and so forth. Now, what about our current class, Defense Against the Dark Arts? In essence, this subject lacks a distinct categorization. Its teachings can be dispersed across various disciplines. Defense Against the Dark Arts encompasses not only spells and transfiguration, but also potions, herbology, and magical creatures that can defend against dark magic, thus broadening the scope of our course. Therefore, this class demands a high level of proficiency from the professor. Even if one is not a polymath with mastery over all forms of magic, a profound understanding of charms and transfiguration is essential. Laughter erupted among the young wizards, as Professor Fox's remarks seemed to carry a hint of self-promotion. Lynn, whose expertise lay in teaching, recognized Fox's intent, as several students harbored grievances against him, necessitating an effort to invigorate the classroom atmosphere. Clearly, he achieved the desired effect. Similarly, for you to attain a commendable evaluation in the final examination, considerable effort must be invested in this course. He clapped his hands and straightened his posture. Now, we shall commence our formal lesson. The first task before you is to close your textbooks. Professor Fox, evidently unconventional, descended from the podium, arms crossed before him. Before we delve into the specifics of our instruction, I pose a question to you. If one day you find yourself alone and unexpectedly confronted by a dark wizard or some perilous magical creature, what would be the first action you should take? As soon as Professor Fox finished speaking, several Gryffindors raised their hands. He called upon one of them, who, upon standing, appeared quite pleased with himself and cast a few sidelong glances at Lynn. Lynn felt a sense of exasperation. It was bad enough that he was not well regarded by his own roommates, but now even a group of Gryffindor newcomers seemed to have issues with him. Face him in a duel, proclaimed the Gryffindor boy, as if to showcase his own bravery. Use a spell to bring him down. What spell do you intend to use to defeat him? The boy's face flushed crimson. They had only just begun their studies in magic 2 days prior, and they had yet to master even the simplest levitation charm, let alone any offensive spells. Professor Fox observed his silence for a moment before gesturing for him to take a seat. No hands were raised in the classroom, not even Lynn, who was quietly listening. You may learn many powerful spells in the future and have a promising path ahead, but for now, you are merely fledgling wizards who have only just begun their magical journey. If you find yourselves in danger, do not rush to confront the enemy directly. Instead, raise an alarm, seek the aid of the adult wizards around you, and delay for time while awaiting rescue. Allow me to demonstrate. The incantation is Lumos. The wand lighting spell is simple, yet requires focus. Be cautious not to accidentally ignite your wand, as this could lead to irreversible damage. Professor Fox's first lesson was remarkably effective. By the end of class, Lynn observed the smiles illuminating the faces of the young wizards. He, too, was pleased to have gained points, as he was the first among the new students from both houses to successfully cast the wand lighting spell. With class still in session and the room now empty, Lynn opened his textbook, donning one of his 2 titles, The New Student Novice. Although the title may sound unflattering, its effects proved extraordinarily advantageous, tripling the efficiency of his basic spell learning, enabling Lynn to swiftly grasp and employ numerous spells typically taught to younger students. However, it was not particularly suitable for crowded places, especially within the Slytherin common room. While the atmosphere in the Snake House appeared amiable at present, human nature is inherently unpredictable. Who could discern whether the friendliness was genuine or merely a superficial facade? Lynn was reluctant to test others' attitudes towards him, even if their kindness was feigned. It was preferable to open hostility. Consequently, he sought a more secluded spot to don his title and practice magic in solitude. Only through visible progress could Lynn find a semblance of security in the perilous realm of magic. The effects of the title were remarkable. Upon adopting it, Lynn felt his mind become unusually agile, and his control over his body had never been so pronounced. He gazed at the spell recorded in his textbook, the mucus ad nauseam, a charm that causes the target to incessantly produce mucus. It possessed little offensive power, but was certainly sufficient to annoy. Following the book's instructions, Lynn waved his wand towards a frog by the lakeside and softly uttered the incantation, mucus ad nauseam. However, nothing occurred. Yet, Lynn did not feel disheartened. At the moment he pronounced the spell, he sensed that success was unlikely. His exceptionally clear mind informed him that his wand movements needed to be swifter and that his pronunciation was not sufficiently accurate. Thus, Lynn cast the mucus spell once more upon the oblivious frog, now an unwitting subject of his experiment. Mucus ad nauseam. A brilliant green beam erupted from Lynn's wand, striking the dazed amphibian by the shore with precision. Startled, the frog croaked loudly and leapt into the lake with a couple of hops. Lynn silently chuckled, clearly pleased with the success of his incantation. The frog did not produce mucus simply because it lacked such a function. Had the spell been cast upon a human, its intended effect would have been realized. Before the noon meal, Lynn remained by the Black Lake, diligently practicing various spells. This continual enhancement of his skills was undeniably addictive. In merely half a morning, he had mastered 3 spells recorded in the Dark Arts Defense textbook: the mucus spell, the repelling charm, and the smoke conjuration. While these spells were not particularly powerful, they could yield unexpected results in certain situations. Lynn wholeheartedly agreed with the notion that British cuisine was lacking. However, in Europe. The exchange between nations was robust, and cultural barriers were notably hazy, particularly in the realm of gastronomy. British salted fish was unpalatable, yet the flavors of French cuisine were quite exquisite. Lynn had a particular fondness for the culinary skills of the house elves at Hogwarts. The lunch served was remarkably to his taste. As he enjoyed his meal, the prefect, Betty, took a seat beside him. "Hello, Lynn. Are you free this afternoon? Professor Snape requires assistance with some potion ingredients, but all the other students have classes." Lynn shook his head apologetically. "I'm sorry, I have an appointment this afternoon." Betty furrowed her brow slightly. "May I ask who it is with?" "Professor Fox," Lynn replied, having no intention of concealing the truth. He anticipated needing to borrow books from the restricted section of a library under Professor Fox's name, and the connection could not be kept hidden for long. Betty placed a hand on Lynn's shoulder, urging him to meet her gaze. Her tone turned serious. "Do you recall what I said during the opening feast? Adrian Fox is a very dangerous individual. I would advise you to keep your distance." "I certainly remember," Lynn said, having nearly finished his meal. He picked up his napkin to wipe his mouth. "Thank you for your concern. I will heed your advice and be cautious around Professor Fox. Farewell." As Lynn walked away, Betty clenched her fists and struck the long table in frustration. She could see that Lynn had not taken her words to heart. Indeed, Lynn paid little mind to the prefect's warning. Having encountered many online rumors in his past life, he understood that rational individuals would rely on their own judgment rather than be swayed by the opinions of others. At this moment, Lynn still perceived Professor Fox as anything but the heinous, deranged murderer others described him to be. In the afternoon, Lynn stood before the door of Professor Fox's office and knocked. "Come in, Lynn," came the voice from within. Professor Fox's voice emanated from within as Lynn pushed the door open and entered. The office, though modest in size, was impeccably organized, a stark contrast to the persona of the aging, single professor. Approaching his desk, Lynn observed Professor Fox seemingly engrossed in crafting lesson plans for advanced courses. "Feel free to make yourself at home. I've only recently settled into this office and have no afternoon snacks to offer you," he remarked. Taking a seat, Lynn's curiosity drew him to a mural adorning the wall, depicting a knight brandishing a lance, while the knight's steed regarded Lynn with flared nostrils. "How have you been adapting to life at Hogwarts these past few days?" Professor Fox inquired, placing his quill down and folding his hands across the table with a smile. Lynn, with a hint of concern, pinched his cheek. "The food at Hogwarts is simply exquisite. I fear I may have gained a few pounds." Professor Fox chuckled at his remark as two teacups inexplicably leapt from the nearby cabinet, gliding gracefully before them. The teapot on the table suddenly levitated, pouring steaming black tea into Lynn's cup. Professor Fox regarded him earnestly. "You have been exposed to magic for several days now and likely heard various accounts about me from your peers. Therefore, Lynn, do you still wish to accept my mentorship?" The intricately crafted porcelain cup emitted wisps of steam from the freshly brewed tea. "Professor, I wish to ascertain the truth of what they say. Did you truly employ dark magic to torment and slay 5 wizards? Were you ultimately imprisoned in Azkaban?" Without hesitation, Lynn voiced his lingering doubts. After a moment of silence, Professor Fox slowly nodded. "What they say is indeed accurate. I was once a murderer. I tortured 5 wizards with the Cruciatus Curse for 3 days and ultimately ended their lives with the Killing Curse. The Wizarding Court of Wisengamot sentenced me to life imprisonment in Azkaban. These facts are undeniable." His voice remained calm, his previously tense fingers relaxing as he looked at Lynn with utmost seriousness. "But do you know why Albus Dumbledore, hailed as the greatest white wizard of the 20th century, chose to defend me? Why, after 8 years in Azkaban, I was released, while those who despised me were all purebloods." Lynn met Professor Fox's gaze without flinching, shaking his head as he replied, "This is precisely why I believe you are not the cold-blooded killer they portray. Can you elucidate the reasons behind this?" "I hold a great deal of faith in you, Lynn. You possess qualities that most wizards lack. When I sat in your home, listening to your tale of how you found a foster father, I concluded that you would be sorted into either Slytherin or Gryffindor, with a slightly greater chance for Gryffindor. However, Slytherin would also be a fitting choice, as the criteria for admission to both houses are remarkably similar. Often, the distinction between a little serpent and a little lion lies merely in the hat's whim." Professor Fox spoke extensively about matters unrelated to Lynn's concerns. Yet Lynn refrained from interrupting, choosing instead to listen quietly until he felt compelled to speak. "During my time at Hogwarts, the professor of divination once claimed that I lacked the gift of prophecy, a notion I had never felt particularly inclined to accept. Lynn, I find it profoundly unacceptable that my lifelong research may remain unfinished upon my demise. This is a reality I cannot bear. Thus, I yearn for someone to continue my work. Following my release from Azkaban, I encountered numerous wizards, yet most harbored a deep-seated aversion to dark magic, let alone the desire to engage with it, transform it, or explore it. Alas, adult wizards possess their own convictions, and I cannot alter that. By chance, Dumbledore approached me, informing me of several vacant professorships at Hogwarts. I seized this opportunity, hoping to reshape a young wizard's perception of dark magic, and subsequently, I selected you. Your choice holds immense significance for me, Lynn. It pertains to whether the path I have steadfastly pursued throughout my life is indeed the correct one. Therefore, I sincerely wish to dispel any misconceptions you may harbor. He lifted his now lukewarm cup of red tea, taking a measured sip before solemnly continuing. I also do not wish to recount my past to anyone. Each individual possesses their own secrets, myself included. However, I can divulge that the 5 wizards I killed were far from virtuous. They could be aptly described as the worst of the worst, notorious for being Death Eaters. Lynn stared at Professor Fox in astonishment. Are they followers of the Dark Lord? Professor Fox appeared, slightly taken aback. If you were aware, you should comprehend why Dumbledore was willing to advocate for me, why I was released after 8 years, and why those from pure-blood families harbor such animosity towards me. Naturally, we have not known each other long, and I would understand if you found my words hard to believe. However, the ones privy to this matter include Dumbledore and Minerva. Should you have any lingering doubts, feel free to consult them to ascertain the truth of my claims. No need for that, Professor, Lynn replied, shaking his head. Though our acquaintance is brief, my familiarity with Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall is even shorter. In fact, it is debatable whether Professor Dumbledore even recognizes me, a first-year student. I believe your words. Lynn was reluctant to engage with Dumbledore too soon. He simply wished to settle into Hogwarts, diligently and earnestly studying magic. He had no desire to become embroiled in the headmaster's grand plans for a savior due to any exceptional display. Moreover, he genuinely believed what Professor Fox had articulated. Eagerly, Lynn looked at Professor Fox. So, Professor, can you teach me dark magic now? Professor Fox gazed at Lynn, chuckling softly, for at that moment, he truly resembled an 11-year-old child. You perceive dark magic as overly simplistic, Lynn. This category of magic represents the pinnacle of curses and is among the most challenging to master. Indeed, at least 90% of adult wizards are incapable of wielding even a single advanced dark spell. Furthermore, given your current age, even if you possess the ability to learn, you would lack the requisite magical power to execute it. Lynn gazed at him in confusion. What should I learn first? Professor Fox gestured towards a bookshelf and a tome. Entirely cloaked in black, floated gracefully from the shelf, eventually settling before Lynn. The book's cover bore its title, embossed in silver, The Book of Maledictions. In your excerpt from Standard Spells, Beginner, you may recall the author, Miranda Goshawk, stating, hexes, jinxes, and curses are collectively referred to as dark spells. This volume does not delve into such incantations. Dark spells, in essence, belong to the same category as regular spells. Like them, dark spells impose specific magical effects on targets. Yet the repercussions are predominantly negative. Moreover, dark spells are associated with dark magic, albeit their effects are not as overwhelming or potent as those of advanced dark magic. Professor Fox gently tapped the cover of the Book of Maledictions. Hexes can be considered the least severe type of dark spell, easily learned. And many upper-year young witches and wizards master a few to play harmless pranks on their friends. This book contains a total of 9 common hexes, and your initial task is to learn all of them. Ian Campbell. The astronomy class for first years occurs every Wednesday at midnight, held atop the Hogwarts Astronomy Tower. The young wizards from Slytherin and Ravenclaw trudged up the tower, yawning. Professor Aurora Sinistra awaited them there, having arrived early. Ian Campbell. Ravenclaw loses 10 points. We shall commence class now, and I will inform Professor Flitwick of this situation tomorrow. Tonight is a full moon. Be wary of allowing the moon's brilliance to cloud your judgment. Lynn was in the process of setting up his telescope as instructed by Professor Sinistra. He recalled the Ravenclaw boy named Ian, the one with white hair who used an umbrella on sunny days. There seemed to be some secret about him, though Lynn had little interest in uncovering it. At that moment, Lynn's 3 roommates, Rupert, Michelle, and Mark, suddenly approached him. Is something the matter? Lynn inquired, diverting his attention from the telescope to them. Rupert appeared somewhat hesitant, yet his companions encouraged him to step forward. Lynn squinted, silently observing their performance. Ultimately, Rupert summoned considerable courage and bowed to Lynn. I was wrong, Beecham. I should not have mocked you before. Please forgive me. Lynn regarded him for several seconds before breaking into a smile and helping him to his feet, seemingly having forgotten the unpleasantness that had transpired earlier. Didn't we already discuss this? I have long forgotten that minor misunderstanding. From now on, let us right the boat of our friendship and cherish it for eternity. Although Hubert did not comprehend the nonsensical ramblings of Lynn, he discerned that Lynn had genuinely forgiven him. Instantly, his spirits lifted. How marvelous! To celebrate our reconciliation, I have specially ordered a selection of confections from the Duke of Honey Candy store with my pocket money. Will you honor us with your presence to share them tomorrow afternoon? Lynn's smile grew even more radiant, as if the sincerity of Hubert's apology brought him immense joy. I would be delighted, my friend. Upon receiving Lynn's affirmative response, Hubert and the others did not depart, but instead joined him in observing the planetary trajectories through a telescope. The four of them laughed and conversed until the astronomy class concluded, and Lynn's dormitory atmosphere transformed into one of harmony. Lynn had truly brought great honor to our Slytherin house in recent days, even causing the Gryffindor lions to speak with considerably less bravado. Even as night fell, Hubert continued to recount Lynn's glorious feats, appearing as though they were the closest of friends. A friendly night passed. At 4 a.m, the biological clock compelled Lynn, who had barely slept for 4 hours, to awaken. After freshening up and donning his robes, he left the dormitory, as usual. He had not forsaken his morning jogging routine. Cedric typically arrived by the Black Lake at 5 o'clock, and for the previous hour, Lynn had been jogging around its perimeter. As the clock struck 5, Cedric arrived punctually, circling around Lynn, who was resting on the grass, with a look of astonishment. As time passed, Lynn had shed his initial politeness toward Cedric. Never seen a handsome boy before? What are you staring at? Cedric scratched his forehead, uncertain. I recall that astronomy class in our first year was at midnight every Wednesday. Why are you up so early today? Lynn appeared somewhat lethargic. At this moment, it seemed he suddenly recalled something, his demeanor brightening. Can you cast curses? Cedric found it peculiar that Lynn would ask such a question and drew forth his wand. Many young wizards at Hogwarts knew a few curses, as they could be quite useful in certain situations. Locomotor Wibbly saying this. He demonstrated a curse on a frog by the lake. The poor creature, struck by the curse, immediately collapsed onto the ground, helplessly croaking. Lynn recognized that he had employed the leg locker curse, which had been documented in the book of curses Professor Fawkes had given him yesterday. Furthermore, the tongue-tying curse he had used on Hubert on the first night of school also fell under the category of curses recorded therein. Then let us practice this today. Lynn produced his wand, focusing on his target. Why did you suddenly wish to learn curses? Cedric seemed to have found a reason for himself. Indeed, you are a Slytherin, and it is well known that both Slytherins and Gryffindors have a certain fondness for dark curses. Lynn raised an eyebrow at this. Cedric explained, it's because your two houses frequently engage in brawls. Dark curses inflict just enough pain without causing irrevocable harm. Lynn was rendered speechless, realizing that in the eyes of the other two houses, Slytherins and Gryffindors were merely rival gangs. This morning, Lynn had come to recognize his own aptitude for dark magic. The dark curses were inherently linked to the dark arts, and almost as if by instinct. He succeeded on his first attempt after merely observing Cedric demonstrate the curses he knew. Cedric had only 3 curses in total. Yet Lynn managed to master all of them within a single morning, applying them with remarkable proficiency, which left him with a long-forgotten sense of frustration. All right, I concede. You're the fastest learner of spells I have ever encountered, Lynn remarked, not feeling flattered. How many young wizards have you encountered? If Professor Dumbledore were to utter such words, I might actually feel a thrill of excitement. As Lynn and Cedric were idly chatting by the lake, a boy stumbled along the shore. They could clearly see the boy's appearance, striking silver hair, unnaturally pale skin, and a tattered robe that made him appear quite disheveled. Lynn recognized this boy. He had fled Professor Sinistra's astronomy class the previous night, a first year from Ravenclaw named Ian Campbell. Ian staggered past them, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Cedric frowned, intending to approach, but Lynn quickly grasped his arm. He appears to be in need of assistance, Cedric observed. Lynn shook his head, replying, his current state may pertain to his privacy, and it seems he does not wish for our help. Hearing this, Cedric hesitated, but ultimately refrained from insisting further. Ian limped into the castle, disappearing from their view. Well, let us call it a day. Breakfast time is upon us. Lynn and Cedric put away their wands. Just as they entered the castle, suddenly, a sharp, piercing scream echoed through Hogwarts. An attack, Lynn exclaimed, and both he and Cedric exchanged a glance. Downstairs, Lynn urged. Without pausing, they hurried toward the source of the sound. There, seated on the ground, was a girl in Slytherin robes, trembling as if paralyzed by fear. Her pale face turned toward the corner of the corridor. A young wizard lay there, silent and still, as if lifeless. Lynn and Cedric were the first to arrive at the scene. They quickly divided their tasks. Cedric remained to comfort the frightened girl while Lynn approached the motionless body, assessing whether there was any hope left for salvation. Upon witnessing the figure lying on the ground, Lynn's pupils constricted sharply. The individual he recognized was none other than his roommate, Hubert McLean, who had feigned an apology and reconciliation just the previous day. Though he lay motionless, he appeared to be alive, with his chest rising and falling and his eyes wide open. However, the life seemed drained from his gaze, rendering him almost indistinguishable from the dead. Lynn refrained from touching Hubert's body. Certain curses in the magical realm were perilous, and a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. This situation was beyond their capacity to resolve. They needed to wait for the professors to arrive. Lynn retreated to Cedric's side, seeking to inquire whether the Slytherin girl had any insights. The hour was growing late, and numerous young wizards, drawn by the shrill scream, began to gather, including 2 Slytherin prefects. Betty approached Lynn. "What has happened to McLean?" she asked. "I only arrived here after hearing the commotion. I have no idea what transpired." Lynn shook his head. The crowd of young wizards continued to swell until the first professor arrived, Professor McGonagall. "Disperse. All of you disperse. Those with classes, prepare to attend," she commanded, her voice rising in urgency. "Do you wish for your house to lose points?" The area had become encircled by students, necessitating McGonagall's intervention. Upon reaching the scene and seeing Hubert's condition, she was momentarily stunned. Her complexion quickly paled, and with a trembling voice, she exclaimed, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry and take him to the hospital wing for Madame Pomfrey to examine." Slytherin's male prefect, Raphael, and female prefect, Judy, promptly lifted Hubert by his arms, escorting him toward the hospital wing. Professor McGonagall turned to the remaining group of young wizards, her expression grave as she inquired, "Who was the first to discover him?" All eyes turned to Lynn and Cedric, compelling Lynn to step forward and explain. "Professor, the first person to find him was this girl. Cedric, and I came here, following her voice." The entire situation was bewildering, and McGonagall could discern no clear answers. She addressed the lingering young wizards. "Hubert will be fine. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Everyone, please disperse." McGonagall was the second most authoritative figure at Hogwarts, following only Headmaster Dumbledore, and the young wizards dared not defy her command, promptly vacating the scene. Lynn and Cedric proceeded toward the Great Hall together. "That person appears to be your roommate?" Cedric inquired. Lynn nodded. "Indeed, he seems to have been attacked, and his condition looks rather dire." Cedric furrowed his brow. "Is your relationship not amicable?" "He believes my background tarnishes the reputation of Slytherin." Lynn shrugged, candidly revealing the discord between them. Cedric had little to say regarding such matters. He placed a reassuring hand on Lynn's shoulder, sighed, and cautioned him to be vigilant, for the professors might seek him out for further discussion. Lynn shrugged, asserting that Cedric was his alibi, having spent the entire morning in his company. "I know," Cedric replied. "If it comes to that, I will testify on your behalf." The two parted ways in the Great Hall, making their way to their respective house tables. By the time breakfast was served, news of the attack on a young wizard at Hogwarts had spread throughout the school, even if it was simply a trick of the mind. The breakfast seemed less appetizing than usual. He hastily consumed a few bites of bread and washed it down with a glass of milk before swiftly exiting the hall. As he passed the Hufflepuff table, he noticed Cedric in a similar predicament. Though given his amiable nature, it seemed unlikely he would extricate himself easily. It was only upon reaching the dormitory that Lynn discovered that his 2 roommates, Mark and Michelle, remained there. Their expressions were decidedly unusual upon seeing him. Lynn narrowed his eyes and abruptly inquired of Mark, "Do you know where Hubert is gone?" He went to the Ollery to borrow an owl to send money for pastries," Mark stammered. Compared to Mark, Michelle's acting skills were far superior. "We'll be able to enjoy those delicious pastries this afternoon. Have you heard, Lynn? The Duke of Honey's candies are quite renowned in the wizarding world." They seemingly remained unaware of Hubert's attack. However, Lynn had no inclination to engage in their frivolous games any longer. He interrupted Michelle. "Hubert was attacked, and his situation is dire. His life hangs in the balance. He has been taken to the hospital wing. If you doubt my word, the professors will likely summon you soon to ascertain the details. Consider the consequences if you bear any responsibility in this matter." Mark and Michelle's mouths fell agape, utterly shocked by Lynn's revelation. "Severus, you have no heart." Lynn was not lying. Within 2 hours, they were summoned to the vice principal's office, along with Mark and Michelle. Lynn was also called to attend. In Professor McGonagall's office, they found not only her, but also Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin House. Their expressions were inscrutable, betraying no indication of whether the news was good or bad. As they entered, Professor McGonagall addressed them directly. "Do you know what McLean was doing out early this morning?" Mark and Michelle, apprehensive, dared not lie in the presence of their professor, especially given their lack of a close relationship with Hubert. He went to the Ollery to borrow a school owl to buy something. Mark nervously confessed, swallowing hard. What was he intending to purchase? Professor Snape's gaze bore down on them like a sharp blade, as if seeking to peel back the layers of their minds. Mark trembled in fear. His lips pressed tightly together, unable to articulate a response. Michelle stole a furtive glance at Lynn from the corner of her eye. Lynn stood by throughout, observing with a cold detachment, uttering not a single word. He intended to purchase items from the Nocturne Alley shop, Borgin and Burke's. Eventually, Michelle summoned the courage to reveal the truth. Instantly, the faces of both professors shifted dramatically. They were acutely aware that Nocturne Alley was a notorious place, and they knew precisely what Borgin and Burke's typically sold. Be explicit. What does he wish to acquire? Professor McGonagall's voice even took on a sharp edge, as if her fury had reached its zenith. Under such circumstances, Michelle completely betrayed Hubert, spilling the entirety of their previously concocted plans like beans from a spilled bag. He wants to buy Madness Herb, Michelle declared loudly, feeling that Lynn's presence in Slytherin was an affront to all wizards of that house. He wanted us to feign reconciliation with Lynn and, under the pretense of inviting him for dessert, secretly lace his food with Madness Herb. Once Michelle uttered the 3 words, Madness Herb, Snape's countenance darkened to that of a charred pot. How dare he contemplate such an act? Snape's voice was as somber as a thundercloud, capable of chilling one to the bone. As a master of potions, he was well aware of the nature of Madness Herb. This potion was classified as a controlled substance by the Ministry of Magic, for its appearance closely resembled that of the Felix Felicis, appearing innocuous. However, consuming it could induce severe madness, rendering one akin to a lunatic. Although its effects were not permanent, it was universally reviled by wizards and strictly prohibited by the Ministry. The notion that a student would attempt to use such a potion to sabotage a classmate infuriated Snape to the point of near explosion. Professor McGonagall, resembling an enraged lioness, glared coldly at Mark and Michelle, who dared not meet her gaze, and delivered her judgment. Slytherin loses 50 points. You too. From this day forth, you will report to Filch every evening for detention, 1 month. No, make it 2 months. Snape's lips twitched, yet he ultimately refrained from voicing any dissent, silently acquiescing to Professor McGonagall's punishment. However, the matter was far from resolved. Professor McGonagall had not forgotten the original purpose of summoning Lynn and the others to this office. Snape turned his attention to Lynn, who had been quietly playing the role of the victim, remaining silent throughout. Belloc, were you aware of their plans beforehand? In the office, including Mark and Michelle, all eyes were once again fixed upon Lynn. Lynn blinked innocently and replied, How could I possibly know? Professor? They suddenly approached me to make amends yesterday, and I was quite pleased for a while. While speaking, Lynn surreptitiously adorned himself with the title of Newly Enrolled Rookie. Newly Enrolled Rookie. While wearing this title, students who perceive themselves as having a higher status will instinctively make things difficult for you. Note 1. This title's effect only activates while worn. Note 2. This title will expire upon promotion to the 2nd year. Meanwhile, Lynn's performance was sufficiently impressive to outshine Mark and the others. His eyes were tinged with red, tears swirling within their confines, yet stubbornly refusing to fall. I have always yearned to befriend them. I'm acutely aware that they look down upon me due to my origins, but I believe this perception can indeed be altered. With sincere interaction, we might eventually forge friendships, would we not? Just yesterday, I had thought they were finally ready to accept me. Yet to my dismay Lynn pressed her lips together, as if valiantly suppressing her tears, her expression of grievance rivaling even that of Doe. Mark and Michelle stood agape, their jaws nearly dislocating in astonishment. Was it not you who had pinned Rupert against the wall that day? Professor McGonagall felt her heart melt at the sight. She had known all along that Lynn was an orphan, struggling to survive alone, and she was the one who had conducted her home visit prior to enrollment. In a sense, it was she who had ushered Lynn into Hogwarts, only for her to face discrimination and bullying from her dorm mates thereafter. Professor McGonagall now found herself questioning her competency as an educator. The fury and severity etched on her face gradually softened, and with a voice imbued with warmth and regret, she spoke, I'm deeply sorry, Belloc. The occurrence of such an incident is a dereliction of duty on our part as professors. Mark and Michelle's jaws dropped once more. They had never witnessed this side of Professor McGonagall. However, Snape, standing nearby, interjected, Wait, McGonagall, I've yet to finish my inquiry. Snape's gaze remained cold, seemingly impervious to Lynn's performance and reputation. Observing Snape's expression, devoid of warmth, Lynn couldn't help but mentally chastise him. Snape, You possess no heart. Nevertheless, despite Snape's unyielding demeanor, Lynn felt no trepidation regarding his questions. As the incident involving Rupert had no bearing on her. I have a morning running routine, and since arriving at Hogwarts, I have developed a profound appreciation for magic. After my runs, I often practice spells by the Black Lake, a fact that Cedric, a senior Hufflepuff, can attest to as he practiced spells with me this very morning. Through the portrait in Professor McGonagall's office, Cedric was quickly summoned as a witness. "A gift for you," he said to the professors. "Professor, I can vouch for Lynn's words. Since the start of the term, he has practiced spells with me by the Black Lake every morning, including today, and he has not left my sight for a moment. Even when we discover McLean, we approach together." Cedric's testimony held significant credibility among the professors. Given his consistent top performance in his year and his reputation as a model Hufflepuff, honest and trustworthy. At this point, the matter seemed largely detached from Lynn, and Professor McGonagall permitted them to leave. However, Lynn deliberately lingered until Mark and Michelle had exited, appearing somewhat hesitant, as if there were words he wished to share with the two professors. "Belloc, do you have anything further to say?" McGonagall inquired, recognizing his intent. Lynn hesitantly inquired, "Professor, may I move out of the current dormitory to live alone?" Snape remained silent, while Professor McGonagall countered. "Why?" Filled with trepidation, Lynn replied, "I am frightened. Although we failed this time, who knows if there will be another opportunity. I cannot bear to live with them anymore." McGonagall appeared reluctant to acquiesce to Lynn's request, patiently advising, "Rest assured, Belloc, this is Hogwarts, where a cadre of professors safeguards you. This incident was merely an anomaly. I assure you, they will not dare to act in such a manner again. However, Professor, no one can monitor them at all times." Lynn's words rendered McGonagall momentarily speechless. He was correct. Even ordinary children could provoke fatal conflicts, let alone a group of reckless young wizards. Yet, McGonagall was unwilling to permit Lynn to reside alone, believing it would hinder his development and induce isolation. "I concur. Shortly, I will inform the head boy, Raphael, to escort you to a new dormitory that you will occupy alone." Snape unexpectedly interjected, granting Lynn's request. This prompted a frown from McGonagall, who remarked, "Severus, this is against the rules, especially considering a student has just been attacked. It is unsafe for him to live alone." Snape offered no justification to McGonagall, simply stating coldly, "He is a student of my house. I possess the authority to make such arrangements." Lynn's expression radiated surprise, and he bowed respectfully to Professor Snape. "Thank you, Professor Snape." Snape nodded slightly, indicating that he could leave. Lynn exited the deputy headmaster's office with deference, closing the door behind him. He had anticipated this outcome, including the fact that it was not McGonagall, but rather Snape who approved his request. From a moment he addressed Snape with the title of Professor. He had laid the groundwork for his plea to reside alone. His display of vulnerability was not merely for McGonagall's benefit. The true audience he sought was Professor Snape. McGonagall, who was meticulous about rules, would undoubtedly deny a request to live alone, but Snape, sharing a similar experience, might not. Professor Snape could certainly empathize with Lynn's emotions, and he was renowned at Hogwarts for his protective nature. Of course, this plan had not been Lynn's original idea. He had merely been inspired when Michelle recounted their scheme and observed the frightening expression on Snape's face. Should he fail, it would merely have been a performance. Should he succeed, the rewards would be substantial. A dormitory for solitary living symbolized greater privacy, a more conducive environment for practicing dark spells, and a quieter atmosphere for study. Now he had triumphed. Lynn felt quite elated and silently expressed his gratitude to Rupert. Had it not been for Rupert's attempt to ensnare him, he would have never found an excuse to live alone. It is unfortunate that the benevolent individual remains unaware of who might have attacked him, resulting in Lynn being unable to express his gratitude personally. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lynn began to gather his belongings in the presence of Mark and the others. The atmosphere among the three was somewhat awkward, as their scheme of sabotage had been thwarted before it could be executed, leaving Mark and Michelle uncertain about how to confront Lynn. "What are you doing?" Ultimately, it was Michelle who could no longer contain her curiosity and spoke up. She exchanged a glance with Mark, and it was evident that they were both somewhat pleased to see Lynn depart, given that the tensions among them had already reached a boiling point. Just as Lynn finished packing his belongings, Raphael, the head boy, approached him to escort him to his new dormitory. Before departing, Lynn cheerfully bid farewell to his two roommates. "Goodbye, my friends. To express my gratitude for your care over the past few days, as well as the care you were preparing to offer, I have a gift for both of you." Upon hearing this, Mark leaned forward and innocently inquired, "What gift?" Lynn offered no words, but instead smiled and pointed his wand at him. "Fiend fire. a curse that causes unbearable boils to sprout on the victim's body. Lynn's new dormitory was of the same size and decor as a standard four-person room, but now it was solely his to inhabit. After organizing his belongings, he gathered the materials he would need for his afternoon classes and proceeded to the hall for lunch. As Lynn arrived at the Slytherin long table, Betty, the head girl, gravely took a seat beside him. "Do you know what happened to Hubert this morning?" "What?" Lynn asked, intrigued, eager to learn what had transpired with Hubert. "The Cruciatus Curse. Someone tortured him with the Cruciatus Curse, and then used the memory charm to erase his recollections." "Who said this?" Betty's expression was serious, indicating she was not joking. "Everyone is talking about it. Apparently, Professor Snape inadvertently let it slip, and that's how the news spread." Lynn's countenance immediately darkened, the good mood he had just experienced dissipating in an instant. "Lynn, do you recall what I mentioned to you previously?" Betty looked at him, seemingly implying something deeper. "The whispers of the wind. What is the Cruciatus Curse? You are still in your first year and have not yet learned about it. You will be informed by the defense against the dark arts professor in your fourth year. It is one of the 3 unforgivable curses, among the most formidable forms of dark magic. Who at Hogwarts would employ dark magic? The students certainly do not possess such capabilities, and the professors have been here for years, well known to all. Yet, there's one professor, a newcomer, highly skilled, and most importantly, he has a dubious past." Betty relentlessly articulated her deductions into Lynn's ear, effectively hinting at the identity of the perpetrator. Lynn's expression had returned to tranquility as he regarded Betty. "Does everyone genuinely believe that Professor Fawkes is the culprit behind this matter?" Betty widened her eyes and shrugged. "Is there anyone else who could be suspected? But what about the motive? Why did Professor Fawkes attack Schubert?" Lynn remarked, "The entire magical community is aware of his research. Perhaps this morning his dark magic experiment required a test subject, and unfortunate Schubert happened to cross his path." Lynn had lost all appetite for lunch. He stood up and, before departing, addressed Betty. "Regardless of the situation, evidence is paramount. Until someone witnesses Professor Fawkes committing an act of malice or finds irrefutable proof, your claims are merely baseless rumors." Betty felt somewhat aggrieved, gazing at Lynn's retreating figure in confusion. "Why do you defend him? He is nothing but a murderer, a former inmate of Azkaban." Lynn strode out of the hall, disregarding Betty entirely. He understood that despite Betty having once helped him deal with Schubert, their positions remained fundamentally aligned. They both hailed from pure-blood families. Perhaps Betty was far more cultured than Schubert, yet their core interests and perspectives were identical. The followers of Voldemort predominantly consisted of pure-blood wizards, as Voldemort's ultimate goal promised them immense benefits. Aside from the Weasley and Lombard families, nearly all pure-blood families could be equated with Death Eaters. Professor Fawkes, having slain 5 Death Eaters, had inadvertently established enmity with all pure-blood wizards. Even though Voldemort had fallen years ago, the vested interests had yet to dissolve. While those pure-blood families without direct relatives who perished at Professor Fawkes' hands might harbor less animosity, they were certainly eager to foster an environment where the walls would crumble under collective pressure. Lynn was now certain that within 3 days, parents of students would exert pressure on Hogwarts, requesting the Daily Prophet to cover the story, leading the Ministry of Magic to conduct a thorough investigation, with the ultimate goal of ousting Professor Fawkes from Hogwarts. Ideally, they would prefer to see him imprisoned once more. At present, there were merely 2 questions. The first, who exactly attacked Schubert? Lynn had never believed that Professor Fawkes was responsible. Not only did he trust the Professor-esque character, but any rational individual in Professor Fawkes' position would refrain from such actions. Hogwarts lacked surveillance cameras, making it difficult to apprehend the perpetrator. Lynn even hesitated to ascertain whether the assailant targeted Schubert specifically or if the intention was to frame Professor Fawkes, or perhaps for some other motive. The second question, why did Professor Snape deliberately propagate the notion that Schubert was attacked by dark magic? Such a slip of the tongue might deceive children, but Lynn certainly did not take it at face value. Snape had undoubtedly made the statement with intent. What could his motive be? Did he hold a grudge against Professor Fawkes? As Lynn pondered this, he suddenly halted. He recalled that Snape had been a staunch Death Eater before his defection. Perhaps there truly was animosity between them. During class, he also noticed Mark and Michelle. Both bore traces of some blemishes, suggesting they had sought treatment from Madame Pomfrey. The pair simultaneously caught sight of Lynn, but upon meeting his gaze, they quickly averted their eyes in fright. It is imperative to avoid damaging their epidermis. If the white gillyflower suffers harm during its juvenile stage, its potential efficacy in adulthood will be significantly diminished. Lynn listened attentively to Professor Sprout's lecture, unperturbed by concerns regarding Professor Fawkes, for worrying was of no consequence. His outstanding performance was purely for his own benefit, rather than to enhance Slytherin's reputation. Nevertheless, in potions class, he remained actively engaged, determined to confront the cold-hearted, wifeless individual to the very end. He was resolute in his belief that Snape would eventually offer praise. Snape appeared to be cooperating with Lynn, as he refrained from uttering a single compliment, yet consistently seized opportunities to award points to Slytherin, unabashedly showing favoritism towards his own house. Today, the Great Hall buzzed with excitement. The rapid spread of rumors at this juncture had informed all the young witches and wizards at Hogwarts of the morning's attack, as well as the primary suspect. One could only wonder if Professor Dumbledore was aware of this matter. Surely he would unveil the true nature of that old rascal and expel him from school. How could expulsion alone suffice? It must be remembered that using an unforgivable curse against a human is a violation of wizarding law. He would be imprisoned once more in Azkaban, doomed to spend eternity with the wretched Dementors. Lynn could no longer endure sitting at the Slytherin table after a brief while. Frowning, he casually grabbed some bread from the table and exited the hall. The rumors had escalated too quickly. These young witches and wizards displayed little independent judgment, believing whatever they heard. Now, it was not only the pure-blood Slytherins who claimed that Professor Fawkes was responsible for the attack, but even students from the other three houses shared this conviction. On the second day, following the attack, Lynn visited Professor Fawkes' office after the morning transfiguration class. "What brings you here today?" Professor Fawkes appeared quite occupied, fervently inscribing words onto a piece of parchment with quill. Lynn pulled up a chair and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "Professor, are you not concerned about the rumors circulating the school?" Professor Fawkes paused his writing, rolled up the parchment filled with unfamiliar script, and set it aside on a shelf. With his hands crossed and a smile still gracing his face, he replied, "Rumors? They speak with such conviction that I almost believe it myself. Why do you not share this sentiment? Everyone is claiming it was you." Lynn poured himself a cup of freshly brewed tea from the pot on the desk and took a small sip. "Yet, I maintain my own judgment. I believe you're not the person they portray you to be." A smile of profound delight spread across Fawkes' face, as if he were genuinely touched, his eyes nearly squinting into mere slits. Lynn, however, had no intention of lowering his guard. His visit to Professor Fawkes today was not solely to address the rumors circulating among the students. There was another matter at hand. He retrieved a book with a pure black cover from the pocket of his robe and placed it upon the desk. Professor Fawkes exhibited a look of perplexity, inquiring, "What is it? Have you encountered a curse that you find difficult to master?" Lynn blinked and replied, "No, Professor. I have completed my studies of the spells within this book, and thus I have returned it to you." Professor Fawkes appeared utterly astonished, his previously squinted eyes now wide with disbelief. Although the curses documented in the Book of Maledictions were not particularly challenging to learn, their complexity undoubtedly surpassed that of the spells taught in the first-year curriculum. It had only been 2 days since he had entrusted this book to Lynn, and he found it difficult to believe that Lynn could master the 9 curses contained within in such a brief period. From what he knew, Lynn was not one to boast. Thus, Professor Fawkes rose from his chair, resolved to verify this for himself. After casting a shield charm upon himself, he gestured to Lynn. "Let me test the fruits of your studies. Come, demonstrate a disarming charm upon me." Lynn hesitated, casting a dubious glance in his direction. "Professor, your shield charm won't rebound my spell, will it?" Professor Fawkes chuckled softly. "Rest assured, the shield charm I cast is not so formidable. It will merely negate your spell at most." With his words, Lynn felt reassured and grasped his wand. He relaxed his stance, and a bright red beam of magical energy shot forth from his wand, striking the shield charm just 2 centimeters in front of Professor Fawkes. The disarming charm dissipated entirely, while the shield charm merely stirred a slight ripple. Lynn felt somewhat dissatisfied with the outcome of his spell. He had not harbored any delusions of shattering a professor's shield charm, yet it was dispelled far too easily. Conversely, Professor Fawkes' eyes sparkled with delight as he nodded in approval. "Your pronunciation is flawless, your gestures steady and swift, and the effect is commendable. Were it not for my knowledge of your prior inexperience with dark magic, I would suspect you to be a dark wizard." Lynn pondered Professor Fawkes' words, sensing a discord in his praise. However, Professor Fawkes seemed to be invigorated, lifting the shield charm from himself. "Continue, cast a repelling charm at me." Lynn hesitated once more, thinking that perhaps Professor Fawkes had sustained some internal injury from the previous spell and was now slightly unhinged. "Are you certain, Professor?" Professor Fawkes waved his hand dismissively. "I am most certain. Come now, Lynn, let me experience the potency of your magic." With this encouragement, Lynn dispelled his doubts, skillfully brandishing his wand as he recited the incantation. "Full force repel." The malevolent curse struck Professor Fox squarely in the chest, eliciting a muffled groan as he staggered backward several paces, halting only when his back pressed against the wall. His complexion flushed slightly, yet he radiated an extraordinary excitement. I reaffirmed that my initial choice had been astute. Professor Fox, seemingly unperturbed by the need for a moment's respite, declared loudly, in the realm of dark curses, "You are truly a prodigy." At last, Lynn could ascertain the level of her innate talent for dark magic, rated at 7. Being acknowledged as a genius by a wizard of Professor Fox's caliber, who devoted himself to the study of dark magic, surely placed her among the elite in the magical community. So, Professor, what shall I learn next? In truth, the students at Hogwarts enjoyed a rather leisurely existence. Absent the quest for magical knowledge, Lynn often found herself at a loss for how to occupy her days. Progression must be methodical. Even the finest talent requires a foundation built step by step. Now that you have mastered all the dark curses from the Book of Maledictions, we can commence practicing poison curses. Poison curses? Lynn echoed the term spoken by Professor Fox. Indeed, poison curses are a subset of dark magic. Among the 3 tiers of dark curses, poison curses can inflict moderate inconvenience or harm, being more potent than malevolent curses but less formidable than curses, with a similar level of difficulty in learning. What book should I consult for this? Professor Fox shook his head solemnly. While you might manage to self-teach the malevolent curses through mere reading, with minimal repercussions, poison curses are a different matter altogether. These spells carry a certain degree of danger. Any missteps during your self-study could jeopardize your safety and that of those around you. Thus, practice with poison curses must occur only in my presence until you have thoroughly mastered them. The door expansion spell, a relatively simple poison curse, has a straightforward effect. It causes the subject's front teeth to grow rapidly, with the magnitude of the growth reflecting the potency of the spell. Noting the look of concern on Lynn's face as he explained, Professor Fox paused. "Do you find this spell to be of little use?" Lynn nodded, perceiving it as a spell likely employed solely in the antics of children, unworthy of the designation of a poison curse. "You must learn to apply every spell you know effectively," Professor Fox asserted earnestly. "A truly powerful wizard may not wield an abundance of formidable spells, yet they can adeptly utilize every spell within their repertoire. For instance, the door expansion spell may appear to merely enlarge the front teeth, rendering an enemy comically absurd at best. However, one must understand that the mouth is among the most vital organs for any wizard. Even the most skilled cannot cast every spell silently. The door expansion spell, by causing the subject's front teeth to perpetually grow, will undoubtedly hinder their incantations, thereby proving invaluable in practical applications." Professor Fox regarded Lynn, who wore an expression of understanding, and gently tapped his desk with his fingers, posing a question. "Do you comprehend why the silencing charm and the expansion charm for the incisors yield similar effects? Yet the former provides a superior restriction for wizards, while within the realm of dark magic, the latter is deemed more potent." Lynn pondered for a moment before swiftly arriving at the conclusion. The efficacy of the silencing charm is indeed remarkable. It utterly abolishes a wizard's ability to vocalize, whereas the expansion charm merely interferes with pronunciation. There are instances when the disruption of articulation can inflict greater harm than the inability to cast spells altogether. Professor Fox looked at him with approval, stating precisely, "Lynn, the paramount asset of a wizard lies in the judicious use of his intellect. In truth, most wizards in the magical realm lack flexible thinking. You evidently possess this gift, so do not squander it." Lynn's first week at Hogwarts was far from tranquil. Although there were ongoing debates regarding Hubert's predicament, the identity of the perpetrator had reached a consensus among the young witches and wizards. In the days that followed, countless uninformed students accepted the notion that Professor Fox was the culprit as fact. It was rumored that a radical Gryffindor had publicly berated Professor Fox during defense against the dark arts class, deeming him unworthy of teaching the subject. In any light, Professor Fox's situation appeared dire. Meanwhile, the esteemed Professor Dumbledore had not made an appearance during this tumultuous period. However, when questioned about the matter, Professor McGonagall offered an explanation. The recent disputes at Hogwarts bore little relation to Lynn. He continued to lead a fulfilling life, practicing spells by the Black Lake with Cedric each morning and spending most of his free time in the library. Professor Fox had provided him with several permits to access the restricted section, filled with tomes on dark magic. He aimed to master the intricacies of dark curses while concurrently acquiring theoretical knowledge of all aspects of dark magic. The time allocated for individualized instruction was scheduled for after dinner. Professor Fox seemed utterly unconcerned about his standing at Hogwarts. often jesting with Lynn about how many irate letters from parents of young witches and wizards had arrived at the school that day to complain about him. Yet, Lynn understood that the professor's decision to schedule their dark curse studies post-dinner was to shield him from potential repercussions. Those young witches and wizards who had uncovered the truth, unable to express their anger, might ostracize students closely associated with Professor Fox. Before long, the weekend arrived. Ordinarily, students in their second year and above would have the opportunity to venture to the nearby village of Hogsmeade for some leisure. However, in light of the recent dark magic attack, Professor McGonagall had canceled this week's outing. The older students expressed their disappointment fervently. Nevertheless, the Weasley twins had approached Lynn the day before, hinting at possessing certain unique methods to reach Hogsmeade and inquiring whether he would be willing to accompany them the following day. Lynn did not acquiesce. Not only had the true perpetrator yet to be apprehended, but there also lingered a palpable danger surrounding Hogwarts. Even in the absence of peril, he found himself at a loss as to what he might do outside. Was it not delightful to linger within the confines of Hogwarts? On a weekend morning, while Lynn was diligently practicing the newly acquired hex in his solitary dormitory, Professor McGonagall stood at the entrance of Hogwarts, welcoming two guests who had arrived from the Ministry of Magic. Among them a tall, bald, dark-skinned wizard adorned with a golden earring on one ear clearly assumed a position of prominence. It appeared he had long been acquainted with Professor McGonagall, as they greeted each other with a warm embrace. Professor McGonagall, it has indeed been a considerable time, spoke the wizard in a slow, deep voice. Indeed, Shacklebolt, time flies. You have become an outstanding orer, Professor McGonagall replied with evident pride. The visitor was none other than Kingsley Shacklebolt, an orer from the British Ministry of Magic. As they conversed, Kingsley turned slightly to introduce his companion, another orer from Hogwarts. This is my assistant, Savage Quigley. He has only recently become an orer, though young. He possesses great potential. The young man, named Savage, was a tall, fair-skinned wizard who exchanged a handshake with Professor McGonagall. Good day, Professor. Good day. Now, let us proceed inside. As they made their way into the castle, Kingsley wasted no time on pleasantries and got straight to the point. Professor McGonagall, we have examined the assaulted child at St. Mungo's Hospital. There are clear signs of torment from the Cruciatus curse upon him, and the caster demonstrated remarkable skill, maintaining the effects of the curse just enough to inflict immense pain without causing the child's mind to shatter. This indicates a seasoned practitioner at work. The child has regained consciousness. However, the assailant employed a memory charm to erase his recollections of the incident, leaving us without valuable information from the victim. Thus, we have come to the scene, hoping to uncover leads regarding the dark wizard who attacked the underage wizard. A thorough investigation of Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall had anticipated this. With Dumbledore no longer stationed at Hogwarts, she managed the affairs of the school. On the day of the attack on Hubert, she had reported the incident not only to Dumbledore, who was far away in Scotland, but also to the Ministry of Magic. If it were merely an ordinary school assault, such measures would not have been necessary. However, the involvement of dark magic placed the matter squarely within the jurisdiction of the Ministry's Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Even if Professor McGonagall had opted against this course of action, Hubert's parents would have similarly escalated the issue to the Ministry. Consequently, on the third day following the attack, the two orers arrived at Hogwarts. Their response had been prompt. They had already conducted a professional examination and inquiry with the victim, Hubert, at St. Mungo's the day prior. Although the information gleaned was limited, they had preliminarily deduced that the perpetrator was likely still within the confines of Hogwarts. The primary function of the Cruciatus curse is interrogation, which raises the question of why a dark wizard would take such a perilous risk to interrogate a child. The most plausible explanation is that the perpetrator seeks something of significance within Hogwarts, and the assaulted young wizard either possesses that item or knows its whereabouts. Although Hogwarts appears outwardly unresponsive, it is, in fact, maintaining a facade of calm while being vigilant internally. Professors and upper-year prefects patrol the castle day and night. To date, no unusual activity has been detected, suggesting that the assailant remains in hiding, possibly having obtained their desired object or still waiting in the shadows for the opportune moment to strike. There is, of course, a remote possibility that the individual fled Hogwarts on the very day of the incident. We must first examine the scene of the event. Kingsley requested of Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall led them to the corner of the corridor that connects the Slytherin common room to the Great Hall. This location, being the only passageway from the Slytherin quarters, no longer resembled the scene at the time of the incident. Even when Hubert was first discovered, no traces remained. However, orers have their own methods. Savage, powder, Kingsley instructed. Crouching at the spot where Hubert had collapsed, Savage retrieved a vial of black powder from his robes and handed it to Kingsley. Kingsley sprinkled the powder from the glass container around. The black particles floated in midair, quickly lightening upon contact with the air until they became entirely transparent and vanished. What clues might we glean from this? Professor McGonagall inquired. Savage answered her question. This is not the location where the young wizard was truly attacked. He was placed here by someone. Kingsley rose to his feet. Let us go. It has been a while since we last spoke with the portraits of Hogwarts. We should greet them. They proceeded down the corridor, inquiring as they went, but the portraits reported no sightings of suspicious individuals on the day of the attack. And Hubert seemed to have appeared there, as if conjured from thin air. Has there been any recent loosening of the anti-disapparition charms within the castle? The young Auror Savage asked, after the lead had gone cold. Professor McGonagall shook her head without hesitation. There is no doubt. No one could disapparate within the castle. With no new discoveries at the scene, Kingsley contemplated shifting perspectives to investigate the attack, just as he was about to request that Professor McGonagall take them to her office. A Slytherin student who had been following them approached, gathering courage to ask, "Are you Aurors from the Ministry of Magic?" Kingsley raised an eyebrow, sensing that this young wizard might have valuable information to share. Indeed, young one, I am Kingsley Shacklebolt, an active Auror of the Ministry of Magic. Do you have something to convey to me? The young wizard from Slytherin trembled slightly, uncertain whether it was from anxiety or excitement. He resembled a whistleblower, boldly declaring, "It must be Professor Fox. This has to be his doing. He was once a dark wizard, and only he at Hogwarts would have a motive for such actions." Professor McGonagall's expression darkened instantly as she retorted, "Disparaging a professor. Who taught you this? Now, immediately, leave my presence. Furthermore, I expect a 1-foot-long reflection from you within 3 days." As she regarded Kingsley, who appeared deep in thought, she solemnly added, "Adrian indeed has a troubled past, but I believe you, as an Auror, understand the intricacies better than I do. Thus, I trust him, and so does Albus. The true culprit cannot be him." Kingsley waved a hand dismissively, reassuring McGonagall, "I understand, Professor. I am fully aware of Fox's past, and have faith that he would not commit such an act. However, as you have seen, the students have become bold enough to accuse him in your presence, indicating that his reputation among them has significantly deteriorated." McGonagall's countenance remained grim. "What do you propose we do?" Kingsley replied calmly, "Let us visit Professor Fox. We shall prove his innocence." 10 minutes later, in Professor Fox's office, Kingsley sat surveying the decor. Professor Fox had prepared red tea for the three of them and conversed with Kingsley as if they were long-lost friends. "I expected you to be the first to seek me out upon your arrival at Hogwarts," Fox remarked. Kingsley appeared quite familiar with him, their interaction devoid of any strangeness. "I certainly trust you would not use your research against your own students. However, your reputation within Hogwarts is currently less than favorable. Enough idle chatter. How may I assist you?" Fox inquired, looking into Kingsley's eyes with a practiced demeanor. "As it was a decade ago, old Fox, please hand over your wand." Recently appointed as an Auror, Kingsley was tasked with inspecting Fox's wand. The results from that examination revealed that the wand had unleashed an innumerable amount of Cruciatus curses and 5 killing curses within a mere 3 days. "That will suffice," Kingsley concluded. "Of course," Professor Fox replied, producing his wand and handing it to Kingsley. Holding the rather worn wand, Kingsley mused, "The enlarging charm, bat bogey hex, stinging hex, sticky feet jinx, tongue-tying curse, and disillusionment charm. Have you recently employed a plethora of different hexes?" The findings left Kingsley perplexed, for such spells were rarely utilized by adult wizards. He had heard of Fox's experimental research, which, while bordering on the dubious, was still within legal bounds, thus leaving him at a loss for further comment. Professor Fox shrugged. "If there are no issues, might I have it returned?" Kingsley returned the wand to his hand, his countenance devoid of regret or disappointment. Rather, he exhaled a sigh of relief. He then turned to Professor McGonagall and inquired, "Professor McGonagall, could you assist me in summoning the students who were the first to arrive at the scene? I have some inquiries to make of them." Subsequently, they departed from Professor Flitwick's office and made their way to Professor McGonagall's vice principal office. Lynn and Cedric were soon summoned, accompanied by the Slytherin girl who had been the first to witness Rupert. On the way, Cedric discreetly shared with Lynn the events that had transpired in the Great Hall. Someone had reported Professor Flitwick to the 2 Aurors from the Ministry of Magic, and it was said that Professor McGonagall was exceedingly displeased. Lynn nodded. "I am aware. While I was in the common room, I observed a group gathered around him, listening to his tales of glory. Do you suspect that Professor Flitwick could be the murderer?" Cedric could not help but ask. Lynn had never expressed any opinion on this matter during their spell practice. "I refrain from hastily drawing conclusions," Lynn replied softly, "especially when the majority are swayed by prejudice." Cedric scratched his forehead, seemingly pondering her words. Upon reaching the vice principal's office, Kingsley's primary focus was not on the two of them, but rather on the Slytherin girl. When you encountered that boy, did you notice any peculiar phenomena surrounding him? The girl appeared visibly anxious, stammering as she looked into Kingsley's eyes. Sir, I do not quite understand what you mean by peculiar phenomena. Kingsley remained silent for a few seconds before responding. Did he not get the sense that an unseen presence was watching you beside Rupert? At his words, the girl shivered, her nervousness intensifying. I don't know, sir. At that moment, I was so terrified that I did not notice anything. Kingsley seemed somewhat disheartened. The girl was too timid for him to glean any useful information. And what about you two? He turned his gaze to Lynn and Cedric. Did you notice anything suspicious or any individuals at that time? Both Lynn and Cedric shook their heads in unison, indicating that they had not. Just as Kingsley's disappointment began to mount, Cedric suddenly recalled something. In an instant, Kingsley perked up, urgently querying. Around 6 a.m., he walked along the Black Lake, in the direction of the Whomping Willow that the professor usually advises us to avoid. I do not know his name. His name is Ian Campbell, a first-year student from Ravenclaw. Kingsley now appeared exhilarated. He abruptly stood from his chair, seemingly preparing to seek out the young wizard named Ian in person. However, Professor McGonagall's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the name. We must find him immediately. I have a premonition that, even if this young wizard is not the murderer, the culprit must be connected to him. Sit down, Kingsley. As Kingsley was eagerly preparing for action, a sudden shout from Professor McGonagall startled everyone present. Both Aurors and young wizards alike stared in astonishment at the visibly agitated Professor McGonagall. Striving to regain her composure, she commanded Lynn and the others. You may leave. But heed my warning. Do not speak of what you witnessed regarding Campbell to anyone. Remember, to anyone. Although Lynn and Cedric found the situation perplexing, they understood that it was not their place to interfere. They nodded swiftly and exited the deputy headmaster's office without delay. Is there an issue with that student, Professor? One of the professors inquired. McGonagall remained silent, her demeanor appearing to gradually stabilize as she addressed Savage, who stood nearby. Savage, you must leave at once. He nodded hastily and departed as well. Only Kingsley and Professor McGonagall remained in the office. She fixed her gaze upon Kingsley. Shackleton, I assure you that child has no connection to this attack. You cannot continue your investigation into him. Kingsley appeared somewhat perplexed. Could you explain why? Taking a deep breath, McGonagall paused for a moment before responding. You are one of us, Shackleton, but without Albus's consent, I cannot divulge too much. Do you remember Remus from the past? Ultimately, the Aurors returned empty-handed. After their departure, Professor McGonagall announced in the Great Hall that the Aurors had cleared Professor Fawkes of any wrongdoing in the dark magic attack. Although some young wizards remained convinced that Professor Fawkes was a dark wizard, the majority of students found McGonagall's words persuasive. The incident appeared to be fading into obscurity, and as time passed, Hogwarts gradually relaxed its defenses. Agent 007, Hamster Operative, engage. The night at Hogwarts was somewhat chilly. It was now November, and temperatures occasionally dipped below 10 degrees Celsius, which was not uncommon. In the Slytherin boys' dormitory, within Lynn's private chamber, a pure white hamster, affectionately named Little My by its owner, stealthily and adeptly opened its cage with its tiny paws. With a swift leap, it jumped from the desk onto the carpet. Initially, it instinctively thought of rummaging through Lynn's bag for a snack, but then noticed Lynn still fast asleep. Recalling that Lynn had previously suspected his cookies were dwindling, Little My begrudgingly changed its mind. It swiftly scurried from Lynn's dormitory to the Slytherin common room. Upon encountering a door that required a password to open, it did not hesitate, but instead dashed to the ground beneath the door, skillfully squeezing through a small hole beside it. Once outside the Slytherin common room, it raced away like a carefree child unrestrained by parental supervision, bounding joyfully in one direction while occasionally teasing the portraits in their frames or performing a somersault midair. As it sprinted to the corner of the staircase, an emaciated creature with a dark gray coat suddenly leaped into its path, obstructing its advance. This was an unsightly cat known as Mrs. Norris, the pet of Argus Filch, the Hogwarts caretaker. With bulbous eyes glaring furiously, Mrs. Norris fixed her gaze upon the white hamster. It was evident that this encounter was not their first. A rivalry had clearly been established prior. The diminutive creature, with eyes the size of mung beans, displayed a disdainful expression as it sprang into action, delivering a flying kick aimed squarely at the cat's head, which was twice its size. Caught off guard, Mrs. Norris yelped in a piercing shriek as if struck in the eye, then scurried away in a panic. The hamster, now resembling a valiant warrior who had just vanquished a fearsome dragon, stood proudly with its paws on its hips, humming self-satisfactorily. It then quickly resumed its four-legged dash through the halls of Hogwarts. appearing remarkably familiar with its surroundings as it leaped and bounded until it reached a wooden door adjacent to the castle's underground storage. Under the cover of night, a remarkable transformation unfolded in a corner of Hogwarts. The creature, known as the hamster, began to swell in size, its fur shedding to reveal a flowing white dress and a mane of fluffy white hair. Lynn's pet had morphed into a small girl who appeared to be no older than 7 or 8, clad in black leather shoes. She energetically kicked the wooden door and playfully announced, "Reporting for duty, sir. Hamster Agent 007, Sophia Bashak, at your service." A voice from beyond the door reprimanded her, provoking a display of dissatisfaction from the little girl. "What on earth? How could there possibly be anyone here? I already chased that stinky cat away. The foolish caretaker 1T find this place." The voice behind the door continued its admonishments. At this, her expression fell once more. "But most of the time he just feeds me grain and coarse biscuits. I'm nearly sick of it. I dare not refuse, fearing exposure. Could you perhaps treat me to a meal today? I haven't had meat in ages. I've grown so thin." The reprimanding voice on the other side seemed to grow louder. Sophia pouted, crouched down, and covered her ears, shaking her head in discontent. "Don't call Sophia a fool. Sophia is not foolish at all." The person behind the door, fearing her displeasure might prompt her to flee, offered her some kind words and then posed a question. Sophia's delicate brows knitted together in concentration as she pondered for a considerable time before recalling. "Lynn has already completed the study of the poison curse with that professor, and they seem to be preparing to begin learning about curses. What should I do? Lynn appears to be growing stronger. If he discovers me, might he turn me into a hamster stew to consume?" The individual behind the door seemed pleased with the news she had brought, then instructed the girl on a few matters before finally permitting her to depart. Sophia, feeling aggrieved, puffed up her cheeks like a dumpling, muttering complaints about being denied meat while still expected to work. Even if the so-called 007 lacked strength, it was inevitable that he would be ensnared. Reluctantly, she departed. As winter set in, the days began to shorten, and Lynn gradually pushed back his waking time from 4 a.m. to 5 a.m. The morning sky remained shrouded in darkness as Lynn donned his robes, replenished his hamster Mai's cage with water and crumbs, and left the warmth of his dormitory. The drowsy hamster 007 cast a disgruntled glance at the crumbs in his bowl before retreating back into slumber. Exiting the Slytherin common room, Lynn placed his hands before his face, exhaling a warm breath and rubbing his hands together. The chill in the air intensified, prompting Lynn to consider wearing gloves the next time he ventured outside. As was his custom, he made his way to the edge of the Black Lake, where he fortuitously encountered Cedric just as he stepped out of the castle. "Are you free tonight, Lynn?" Cedric inquired, draping an arm over his shoulder with enthusiasm. Lynn rolled his eyes and swatted Cedric's arm away. "Your actions and words make you seem utterly ridiculous." Cedric feigned innocence. "How could you think that? Don't look at me so pathetically." Lynn regarded him with disdain, urging him to get to the point. Cedric rubbed his hands together. "Well, Professor Sprout has asked me to find someone to assist in the greenhouse tonight to gather some leaves from the white ash. You know, while I maintain decent rapport with my Hufflepuff peers, my closest bond is with you. Is that all?" Lynn did not refuse, as he had no prior engagements that evening. "I'm available any time tonight." Cedric beamed, linking his arm with Lynn's. "Come on, I'll be your personal practice partner. Whatever spells you want to practice, we shall practice." After months of camaraderie, Lynn and Cedric's relationship had grown exceedingly close, and Lynn's magical prowess was nothing short of astonishing. Within just 2 to 3 months, Lynn had mastered spells that rivaled those of Cedric, who was in his second year. As the weekend unfolded, Lynn found himself with a full day of leisure. After completing their daily spell training, he enjoyed breakfast in the Great Hall before heading directly to Professor Flitwick's office. The previous day, Lynn had finally concluded his studies on mainstream hexes within the magical realm. This learning was not merely about the ability to cast spells, but entailed a complete comprehension and internalization of such incantations. The conclusion of his hex studies signified that Lynn was now poised to embark on the final stage of his dark magic education: curses. The concept of dark magic, after all, is inherently subjective. Some believe that any curse imbued with malice and capable of inflicting harm upon a human body falls within the realm of dark magic. Others contend that for magic to be classified as dark, it must cause significant injury, such as dismemberment or explosive destruction. There are also those who argue that among all curses, only the 3 unforgivable curses can truly be deemed dark magic, while the remainder are merely referred to as dark spells. Prior to commencing practical instruction, Professor Fox elaborated on the definition of dark magic within the wizarding world for Lynn. "What, in your opinion, constitutes dark magic, Professor?" Lynn inquired eagerly. Professor Fox countered with another question. What do you believe is the most crucial aspect for a wizard when casting a spell? After a moment's contemplation, Lynn tentatively proposed the magical power. Professor Fox could not suppress a chuckle. What is that? He asked. Then, without further ado, he provided a serious explanation. In my view, the boundary of dark magic lies in the intention behind the spell. If a wizard casts a curse with the subjective desire to inflict harm, then, regardless of whether the spell is merely a cleaning charm, it qualifies as dark magic. Observing Lynn, who appeared deep in thought, Professor Fox continued, in fact, the curses you have previously studied, whether malevolent or toxic, are already considered dark magic by some. The curses we are about to study have a specific designation. Intrigued, Lynn could not help but ask, what is it called? Professor Fox retrieved a book from his drawer and gestured to its cover, which bore a skull and an eerie title, Advanced Dark Magic, an Exploration. That evening, Lynn and Cedric convened before the greenhouse. So is it just us? Professor Sprout, ISNT, joining us? Lynn inquired curiously, glancing behind Cedric. The professor is in greenhouse number 2. It seems there's an issue with the devil's snare, and she's gone to tend to it personally. Donning dragonhide gloves and armed with specialized pruning shears, the two officially commenced their work for the evening. White fresh is an exceptionally effective herb for treating wounds. Once matured, its leaves can be harvested and, through a specialized process, transformed into white fresh essence, a portable white powder that significantly enhances wound healing. Their task that night was not complex. They simply needed to carefully cut the entire leaf from its base along the vein. Lynn, why do you visit Professor Fox's office every day? Cedric asked casually as they trimmed leaves. The professor is giving me extra lessons on extracurricular spells, Lynn replied candidly, with no intention of concealing the truth. You're quite fortunate. Professor Fox has been a renowned master of spells since 20 years ago. Cedric instinctively scratched his forehead with his finger, only to forget that he was still wearing his grimy dragonhide gloves, resulting in a smudge of dirt upon his brow. Lynn burst into hearty laughter, then, stifling her amusement, inquired of the awkward Cedric, who was wiping his forehead, do you harbor any prejudice against Professor Fox? As he once told me, one should not approach matters with bias. The disdain others feel towards Professor Fox stems merely from the fact that he eliminated those connected to them. Are you aware that the individuals he killed were all from pureblood families? And what of you? I seem to recall you belong to a pure bloodline as well. Surely, those pureblood slain by Professor Fox must have been distant relatives of yours? Cedric replied earnestly, they may instinctively avoid acknowledging the fact that those 5 individuals were Death Eaters. But I refuse to do so. Those who commit evil deeds deserve punishment. I do not perceive Professor Fox as a villain. Rather, I regard him as a hero. Lynn gazed silently at Cedric, pondering for a moment before suddenly laughing. You truly are an anomaly among pure-blood wizards. As Lynn gathered the freshly cut, white fresh leaves, she continued, you seem to possess considerable knowledge of Professor Fox's past. Could you enlighten me as to why he felt compelled to slay those 5 Death Eaters? Cedric shook his head. I have merely heard my father mention such matters. The specifics elude me. Yet Professor Fox's actions occurred during the days immediately following the mysterious one's decline. The identities of the deceased 5 wizards remained ambiguous, and at that time, Professor Fox was erroneously deemed a Death Eater by the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic and was imprisoned in Azkaban. Fortunately, Professor Dumbledore tirelessly sought evidence on his behalf, ultimately vindicating him 2 years ago, confirming that the deceased were indeed the Death Eaters, while Professor Fox had been wrongfully accused. Lynn listened quietly, her brow furrowed as she contemplated her thoughts. The greenhouse was filled with an abundance of white fresh to attend to, and they toiled until past 8 o'clock. Just as curfew approached, as they passed by the Black Lake, Cedric suddenly pointed towards the direction of the Whomping Willow, exclaiming, it seems there is someone over there. Following Cedric's gesture, Lynn cast her gaze in that direction. The Whomping Willow, typically frenzied and wildly flailing its branches, appeared eerily still this evening. Beneath the tree, a figure lay on the ground, struggling in apparent agony. Without hesitation, Cedric dashed over, and although Lynn attempted to stop him, she could not. She could only follow helplessly in his wake. As they drew nearer, they recognized the struggling figure on the ground. It was Ian Campbell, a first-year Ravenclaw wizard, writhing in extreme distress. Cedric, embodying his ever-kind nature, knelt before Ian and urgently asked, you seem to be in dire need of assistance. What can we do to help? However, the young wizard on the ground did not appreciate their concern. His pale face contorted in agony, revealing glimmers of canine teeth. I don't need anything. Go. Just leave. Yet it was already too late. Before their eyes, Ian underwent a startling transformation. A terrifying roar echoed through the air as his head elongated and his body stretched forth. His shoulders hunched, and hair sprouted upon his face and hands, while his fingers curled into menacing claws. Before Lynn and Cedric's very eyes, the complete transformation of a werewolf unfolded. Cedric appeared utterly stunned as he was unconsciously dragged by Lynn towards the direction of Hogwarts Castle. Yet, as they passed beneath the Whomping Willow, the ground suddenly gave way beneath their feet, and both of them plummeted downwards. Lynn felt extraordinarily unfortunate. It was only now that he recalled a detail from the original text, which mentioned a secret passage leading to Hogsmeade beneath the Whomping Willow by the Black Lake. This passage had originally been constructed for the werewolf wizard Remus Lupin, enabling him to reach the Shrieking Shack during each full moon without endangering others. Now, with the arrival of another werewolf student at Hogwarts, it was only natural for the professors to decide to reopen this passage. However, it was Lynn and Cedric who bore the brunt of this decision. The typically lively Whomping Willow had suddenly fallen silent. Evidently, because Ian had activated the passage, but had not yet had the chance to enter before his transformation began. Thus, Lynn and Cedric unwittingly fell into the trap. "We cannot go back now," Cedric remarked, having regained his composure. The two raced forward through the passage, but as they neared its midpoint, Lynn abruptly halted Cedric. "What is the matter?" Cedric gasped, breathless. Lynn remained silent, straining to listen intently. Hasn't he followed us? Indeed, why hasn't he pursued us?" Cedric began to sense something amiss. "How much do you know about werewolves?" Lynn inquired. Cedric, hailing from a pure-blood lineage, had undoubtedly consumed more magical literature than Lynn, who was a novice in the wizarding world. Werewolves undergo transformations beyond their control, inevitably changing during each full moon, and typically lose their rationality, succumbing solely to their instinct to attack other humans. If no one else is around, they may inflict harm upon themselves until the full moon concludes. Therefore, we must be among the only two people in proximity to him. Yet he has not pursued us, Lynn pondered, increasingly perplexed. Cedric, still young, found himself at a loss for ideas. No, the decision to press forward was not born from bravado, but rather from a sudden task issued by the long silent system in my mind. Side Quest Series initiated. Quest 1. Converse with Werewolf Ian Campbell. Reward. Unlock Constitution Attribute. Constitution 1. The essence of this task was clear. It indicated that Ian, the werewolf, was not quite what he seemed. He was different from the others. Lynn anxiously paced within the passage. Admittedly, remaining calm would have been the prudent choice at this moment. Nevertheless, Lynn couldn't help but covet the allure of that Constitution attribute. Though his system panel lacked the attribute of physique, he harbored an unsettling premonition that should he forfeit this opportunity, he may never unlock this attribute again. Half an hour swiftly elapsed, yet the entrance to the secret passage remained eerily silent. Lynn had resolutely made up his mind. He chose to take a risk. He turned to Cedric and solemnly declared, "Stay here, do not move. I shall investigate the entrance first, and, if all is well, I will call for you." Upon hearing Lynn's words, Cedric's face flushed crimson. His gaze filled with indignation. "Lynn, you do not regard me as a friend." Lynn was taken aback by Cedric's vehement reaction. His venture was intended to yield benefits, and there was no necessity for Cedric to accompany him into this peril. Rubbing his temples in exasperation, Lynn clarified, "What I mean is that we cannot both take the risk, for if anything were to happen, it would be in vain. It is more prudent for me to scout ahead. After all, I am older, and were it not for me, you would not be facing such danger." Ignoring Lynn, Cedric stubbornly strode toward the entrance of the secret passage. Lynn, unable to contend with his obstinate nature, hastened to follow him. As they approached the entrance, their steps gradually softened. The exit loomed just above them, yet the outside remained utterly still. Suddenly, Lynn pressed down on Cedric's head and whispered, "Do not move. Let me see if anyone is out there." Cedric shot him a glare, but understood that now was not the time for protest. Lynn cautiously peeked out from the entrance, swiftly scanning the surroundings. In the next moment, his gaze locked onto a pair of emerald green eyes. A jolt of surprise coursed through Lynn, but he quickly relaxed, for the eyes betrayed no chaos or ferocity, only a chilling calmness akin to still waters. Bathed in the gentle moonlight, a young werewolf, its fur a pristine white, sat quietly beside a weeping willow. It appeared to blend seamlessly with the surrounding night, embodying a natural, unique, serene, and solitary presence. "You need to be more composed," Lynn urged. Once he had assessed that there was no danger, he and Cedric cautiously emerged from the secret passage. Observing the werewolf sitting quietly beneath the tree, Gazing at them with indifference, Cedric leaned closer to Lynn and whispered, "He does not seem to be in frenzy. Could it be that we were mistaken? Perhaps he is not a werewolf after all?" Lynn rolled his eyes. If he is not a werewolf, then what is he? A dogman? They believed their voices were hushed. Yet they failed to notice Ian, seated beneath the tree, twitching his ears, his wolfish face darkening. Should we approach him to greet him? Cedric now looked to Lynn for guidance. Lynn, of course, would not decline. His mission necessitated a conversation with Ian. They cautiously drew nearer, maintaining a safe distance of approximately 10 meters, before Lynn offered a polite smile and waved. "Hello." However, Ian appeared disinclined to engage with him, his gaze remaining cold and indifferent. "I believe you may have forgotten me," Lynn ventured, attempting to establish a connection by referencing their one mutual experience. "We shared a compartment on the train to Hogwarts, and I introduced myself as Lynn Belloc." Ian remained silent. "There is no need for you to reintroduce yourself. I recall your name from the sorting ceremony. Ian Campbell, correct? Sorted into Ravenclaw. I must say, I recognized your intelligence the moment I laid eyes on you." Still, Ian said nothing. "What is your current state?" "Transforming into a werewolf. Remarkably maintaining your composure." "Oh, how impressive." Ian remained mute. "The moonlight is exquisite tonight, and your transformation must be quite magnificent. It would be even more splendid if we could converse." Although Ian had yet to speak, the coldness in his gaze shifted to one of incredulity. Even Cedric was nearing his limit with Lynn's awkward attempts at conversation. He had never witnessed Lynn being so unabashedly flirtatious. Despite his thick skin, Lynn felt a surge of frustration. Had it not been for the system task mandating this chat with the wolf cub, he would not have been so eager to seek Ian's attention. Had the transformation rendered him mute? Could he not utter a single word? Even a howl would suffice. Ian did not howl, but he finally succumbed to the annoyance and spoke. "Could you be quiet for a moment?" The instant he spoke, surprise illuminated Lynn's face, though it quickly fell again. Task 1 complete. Physical attribute unlocked. Physique 1. Task 2 initiated. Gain the friendship of werewolf Ian. Reward. Physique 3. It was already a challenge to elicit a word from this wolf cub, and now he was expected to forge a friendship. Comparatively, he would have preferred the system assign him a task to feed Professor McGonagall some fish or tug on Dumbledore's beard. Yet, the allure of those physique attribute points was undeniable. Upon receiving the reward, Lynn could distinctly feel the changes in his body. His senses sharpened, his physique grew more robust, his breath became deeper, and even his heart seemed to beat with greater vigor than before. This sensation of evolution was utterly captivating. How should a mage allocate their points? Lynn could now assertively answer. Investing in spirit or intelligence was misguided. Only the enhancement of physique and attack represented the true path. After all, do not true mages wield their wands to shatter the skulls of their enemies? What purpose does magic serve beyond illumination? In an instant, Lynn resolved within himself to become a genuine mage, and for the tantalizing reward of 3 physique attribute points, he was determined to befriend Ian. He seated himself before Ian, his face adorned with an overly affectionate smile that would have made Cedric cringe, gazing with longing as he spoke. "Campbell, please do not be so heartless. Look at the splendid weather today. You startled us earlier, and it would not be too much to ask for you to compensate by chatting with us a little. Would it?" Ugh. A retching sound emanated from Cedric. Even Ian appeared somewhat restless, suspecting that Lynn was either mentally disturbed or had issues with his sexual orientation. Their reactions caused Lynn to feel a bit embarrassed, and he shot a dark glare at Cedric, hoping for an explanation regarding the earlier gagging sound. "Behave normally, Lynn." "You frighten me," Cedric remarked, his complexion pale, evidently shaken by Lynn's earlier demeanor. Lynn, indeed, was not adept at befriending strangers, especially when the other party did not initiate. He cleared his throat twice to alleviate his awkwardness and address Cedric. "It is already past 10. It happens to be the time when Filch is most diligent in patrolling the castle. Why don't we sit here for a while? It must be rather dull for our classmate Campbell to be alone. It would be pleasant to accompany him in gazing at the stars and moon." Before Cedric could respond, Ian interjected, "I do not find it boring. I merely think you are a bit loud." "Nonsense. You are clearly quite bored." Ian suppressed the urge to retort against Lynn, opting instead to remain silent. Cedric found Lynn's suggestion quite reasonable, given that Ian was allowed to enroll as a werewolf. It must have been sanctioned by Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall. This was evident when the Auror named Kingsley mentioned investigating him, to which Professor McGonagall had reacted. They certainly would not want Ian's secret as a werewolf to become public knowledge. Even if he retained his reason post-transformation, panic would ensue among the young wizards, and parents would undoubtedly pressure Dumbledore. Thus, Cedric settled onto the ground, forming a triangle with Lynn and Ian. Why did you transform outside the secret passage? Did you not make it inside in time? I misjudged today's weather. The moon was rather too bright. As soon as I opened the passage, the transformation began prematurely. May I ask, is your transformation due to being bitten by another werewolf? He gazed up at the luminous full moon, silent for a moment before responding evasively. I hope you can help me keep my secret. Of course, that is not a problem. Fortune favored them. They navigated smoothly without being caught by that old pervert Filch. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lynn did not immediately rest. He had already arranged with Cedric to postpone their spell practice by 3 hours for the following morning. Though it was Sunday, this very fact ensured that Hogwarts would not be overly crowded. Most of the older students had gone to Hogsmeade for enjoyment, while the younger ones were likely still curled up in their warm beds at 8 o'clock. Lynn adjusted the light of his desk lamp and then opened the book Professor Forks had given him today, titled Cutting-Edge Dark Magic, an Exploration. According to the professor, this book offers little in the way of spellcasting instruction. Rather, it primarily provides a relatively superficial explanation of the principles, effects, and applications of dark magic. It does not qualify as a forbidden tome, but resembles a type of textbook utilized in advanced classes on defense against the dark arts. Designed to instruct young witches and wizards in recognizing various forms of dark magic, enabling them to prepare for encounters. Lynn did not peruse the book for long. He merely skimmed through it before extinguishing the light and retiring for the night. The following day, once again by the Black Lake, Cedric was wielding his wand, experimenting with a petrification spell on a frog while discussing the events of the previous night with Lynn. I pondered throughout the night, unable to comprehend why some werewolves retain their rationality post-transformation. Or, one might question, can beings like Ian truly be classified as werewolves? At the very moment Cedric executed his petrification spell, Lynn countered with a stopping charm, effectively nullifying Cedric's incantation. This particular spell had been taught to Cedric and was not trivial. Lynn had devoted 3 days to mastering it completely. Do you aspire to become an expert on werewolves? Cedric shook his head in response. Then why concern yourself with their rationality post-transformation? Isn't it a fortuitous circumstance for us that they can maintain their wits? Otherwise, considering the confines of that narrow passage, we'd have been doomed. Merely being bitten and transformed into a werewolf would be a stroke of luck. The greater likelihood will be being killed outright. In truth, we could potentially engage with Ian in the future. Lynn twirled his wand on his fingertips, leaving a cascade of resplendent silver trails in the air. Cedric concurred, clearly sensing Ian's solitude, to conceal his identity as a werewolf. He felt compelled to keep others at a distance. Despite knowing he would not cause harm post-transformation, others would remain unconvinced. And we fortuitously held knowledge of his secret. Lynn raised his hands in a gesture of indifference. Do you mind his werewolf identity, fearing he might attack you? Cedric resolutely shook his head. Of course not. If he had intended to harm us, he would not have spared us yesterday. Thus, one could argue Ian is rather pitiable. I previously observed him in Ravenclaw, seemingly isolated. Even during meals, no one choosing to sit beside him. Lynn stroked his chin thoughtfully. Hogwarts does not seem to impose a rule that every student must dine at their respective house tables. Does it? Cedric confirmed. Certainly, such a regulation cannot exist. Well, that's reassuring. Ian felt as though he might have fallen victim to some inexplicable curse. Since arriving at Hogwarts, he had encountered not a single clue regarding what he sought. Last night, he had miscalculated his transformation time, leading to an untimely change within the confines of Hogwarts itself. Unfortunately, the entirety of his transformation process had been witnessed by 2 young witches and wizards. Among them was a Slytherin boy, whose social skills were evidently lacking. He insisted on engaging in awkward conversation, making Ian, despite being a werewolf, feel a chill run down his spine. Yet, this was not the worst of it. The most troubling aspect was that these 2 young wizards seemed intent on becoming too familiar with him. Ian sat restlessly, clutching a silver fork, contemplating whether to stab the grinning Lynn beside him, who seemed utterly oblivious to his irritation. Lynn, however, was convinced that his smile radiated warmth and friendliness, believing Ian would surely recognize his intentions and, in a fit of emotional gratitude, declare him a lifelong friend, ultimately earning him a reward from the system that would set him on the true path of a wizard. Each time he entertained this thought, his smile grew even more amiable. This left Cedric, seated beside him, feeling incredibly embarrassed. He discreetly tugged at Lynn's robe. Pay attention, you're about to drool. Lynn felt his face flush with embarrassment, instinctively touching the corner of his mouth, only to find nothing there. This incited a surge of anger within him, and he seized Cedric by the neck, shaking him vigorously. How dare you deceive me? Cedric felt as though his brain might rattle loose from the force of Lynn's shaking. But fortunately, Ian interjected just in time to save him. Why are you two dining at Ravenclaw's table? Lynn's smile returned to its friendly guise, as if he had not just exhibited violent behavior, who decreed that every little wizard from each house must dine together. Hogwarts is formed of 4 houses, not divided into 4. The more we are from different houses, the more we should engage with one another. His words were delivered with a sense of righteousness. Yet Ian remained unconvinced, retorting coldly, "Then why sit beside me?" Having grown accustomed to Ian's dismissive attitude, Lynn was unfazed by his words. "Can't you see it's obvious? We wish to befriend you." "Sorry, I don't need that," Ian replied. Lynn was resolute, prepared to cling on like a stubborn piece of gum. "Oh, come on. No one can live in this world without friends. Besides, your distance from others stems from a fear of your secrets being uncovered, right? You can trust Cedric and me completely. We won't harbor any negative opinions about your identity." At this point, he lowered his voice conspiratorially. "We can even provide you with cover. Disappearing alone every full moon will surely raise suspicions, but with us, you'll have an excuse." Although Lynn was not one to initiate friendships easily, he had a knack for understanding other psychology. Right now, he provided Ian with a reason to continue their interactions. "What reason?" Ian inquired. "The next time you transform, you can tell your roommates that you're going to explore Hogwarts with us at night." Lynn replied with a cheerful grin. The young wizards of Hogwarts are all quite eager for a night adventure. As the weather gradually turned colder, Cedric had invited Lynn to celebrate Christmas with them before his departure, but Lynn had declined. After several days of interaction, he had also discerned the dynamics of Cedric's family. Like him, Ian hailed from a pure Muggle family, yet unlike Lynn, he had both parents, while Lynn was an orphan. Hogwarts began to take on an air of desolation, with only a handful of young wizards remaining within the castle. Even mealtimes no longer adhered to the traditional house divisions. Instead, the few young wizards gathered around a single table. Professor Fawkes, too, seemed disinclined to leave Hogwarts. During a cautious inquiry from Lynn, the professor revealed that he was currently a bachelor, and wherever he went, that place became his home. On the eve of Christmas, Lynn entered the Great Hall, which had been meticulously adorned by the professors. At its center stood a magnificent Christmas tree, carefully selected from the Forbidden Forest by Hagrid. Earlier that morning, Lynn had exchanged greetings with him as he bore the tree into the castle. Adorning the tree were shimmering golden stars, a charming touch crafted by Professor Flitwick. Given his height, it was no small feat for him to enchant the tree. He had to stack 2 stools and enlist the assistance of 2 young wizards to steady them, lest he tumble. Professor McGonagall had already conjured an array of colorful ribbons, bells, and garlands throughout the hall, transforming the once drab space into a dazzling spectacle. Although the number of young wizards was scant, nearly all the single professors were present, including Hagrid, the gamekeeper yet to attain professorship, Argus Filch, the castle caretaker, Madame Pants, the librarian, and Madame Pomfrey, the school nurse. They were all gathered together. Not only the living attended, but also the ghosts of Hogwarts, who escorted Peeves, forcibly dressing him as a reindeer, led by the Bloody Baron, who likewise graced the hall to partake in the festivities. Professor Dumbledore had long since settled at the head of the long table, donning a red Christmas hat and wearing a gentle smile, reminiscent of a harmless neighborly grandfather. The banquet was equally sumptuous, with a long table laden with Western delicacies, oversized turkeys enlarged by the enlargement charm, cakes resembling tree trunks, German gingerbread, sausages, roast piglet, and a Christmas pudding set before each guest. After the young wizards, professors, and ghosts serenaded the Christmas tree with carols, the feast officially commenced. The professors did not cluster together, but rather intermingled with the young wizards, making Lynn's seating arrangement rather peculiar, as he found himself beside Professor Dumbledore. This was the first occasion he had spent in such close proximity to the greatest white wizard of the 20th century. Dumbledore appeared quite aged, his hair and beard a cascade of white, skin loose, and numerous wrinkles gracing his face. Yet he retained an undeniable vigor, seemingly far from the frailty of a centenarian. "Are you Limballock?" Dumbledore's gaze exuded a sense of trustworthiness, having beckoned Lynn to sit beside him as soon as he entered the hall. Lynn felt a flutter of unease. After all, Dumbledore was a wizard at the pinnacle of this world, and he was uncertain whether the mental barrier technique rewarded by the system would prove effective. Moreover, he was perplexed as to why the headmaster, who had been absent from school for half a semester, would recognize him. "Indeed, Professor, do you know me?" Lynn's nervousness was genuine, not a mere performance. Dumbledore smiled warmly in response. "Adrian often speaks of you, claiming that you are the most exceptional student he has encountered at Hogwarts. Well, the culprit has been discovered." Lynn's expression darkened. He felt betrayed by the very professor he trusted the most. He discreetly glanced at Professor Fawkes, who was engaged in light conversation with Professor McGonagall, and shook his head. Professor Fox has exaggerated. I still have a long way to go. Among the young wizards I know, Cedric, who is in his second year, and Ian, who is in my year, are both far more talented than I. Indeed, they are remarkable students, yet do not belittle yourself. You all possess a promising future. Dumbledore savored his Christmas pudding, renowned for his sweet tooth, much like Lynn. The professors are kind, the students are friendly, and magic is fascinating. Compared to my previous solitary existence, this place could rightly be called heaven. Lynn believed he had flattered Dumbledore effectively, certain it would bring him joy. Indeed, Dumbledore smiled. Yet his next words caused Lynn's laughter to falter. I heard from Minerva that during my absence from Hogwarts, your roommates attempted to set a trap for you. Do you not harbor any resentment towards them? Lynn pondered Dumbledore's words, struggling to grasp their meaning, and could only muster the courage to respond. Of course. I have some grievances, Professor, but as you know, Hubert has already suffered enough punishment. Moreover, I cannot change their mindset. I do not hate them, merely wish to avoid them. Lynn's demeanor was somewhat somber, prompting Dumbledore to offer comfort. Balak, everyone has their own convictions. You need not bear the burdens of others' prejudices. Consider your friends and those professors who care for you. They're individuals you can trust. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. No need for thanks. Do try this pudding. It is truly delightful. As the faculty and students of Hogwarts joyfully celebrated Christmas Eve, a young girl in a white dress stood before the storeroom door in the castle's depths, blissfully gnawing on a steak. Her hands were greasy, and her mouth was smeared with oil as she continued to eat while patting the wooden door with her little hands. Sophia wanted another piece. Soon, a fresh steak unexpectedly appeared on her empty plate. The person behind the wooden door said something, and a nearly tearful Sophia nodded enthusiastically. I know. I'll leave once I'm full, and I won't raise any suspicions with Lynn. As for Hermione's Christmas, the snowfall outside was light. She lay curled up her bed, gazing dreamily at the snowflakes outside her window, when her mother's voice called from the hallway. Hurry up and get up. Breakfast must be eaten on time, or it will be bad for your stomach later. I know. She sluggishly changed out of her pajamas, slipped on woolen socks, and, with her slightly disheveled hair cascading around her, shuffled to the bathroom to wash up. By the time she arrived in the living room, Mr. Granger had already finished breakfast and was seated on the sofa reading the newspaper. Hurry and have breakfast. Once you finish, you may unwrap the gifts. At that moment, Hermione suddenly sprang to life, scampering in her slippers to the small Christmas tree in her home. Indeed, there lay a modest pile of presents. Mrs. Granger's voice echoed from the kitchen. Hermione, you must eat first. Mom, I'm not unwrapping gifts. I just want to take a look, she replied, counting the variously sized gift boxes beneath the tree with her fingers. One for father, one for mother, one for grandparents, one for Aunt Percy, Uncle Carlson, Uncle Mike, Cousin Sidney, Nancy, and Helen. After tallying them all, her mood soured. She stamped her foot and stormed off to the dining room for breakfast. Mr. Granger, lowering his newspaper, looked curiously at his daughter, who was inexplicably in a huff. What is the matter? This year, your gifts are far more numerous than last year's. The little girl viciously sliced her fried egg into 4 pieces with her knife. Her subsequent muttering grew fainter, and the Grangers could barely discern her words. After breakfast, Hermione unwrapped the gifts with little enthusiasm. The adults' presents were invariably similar each year, and her school friends offered no surprises either. I'm heading out. After tidying up the open gifts, Hermione changed her shoes at the door and called out loudly, Put on your gloves and scarf. And don't lose your hat while running about outside. I know. The frigid air outside made Hermione instinctively shrink her neck. She tightened her scarf, bounced on the spot a couple of times, and then dashed through the light snowfall to the neighbor's yard. Upon reaching the gate, she adeptly retrieved a small bunch of keys from her pocket and quickly selected one to unlock the gate. First, she ran into the garden to check on Lynn's most cherished flowers. Once assured that the little mounds had not been disturbed by the mischievous stray dogs, Hermione entered Lynn's house. It remained as pristine as when Lynn had left. True to her promise, Hermione visited weekly to clean. At home, her mother often chastised her for not taking the initiative with chores, yet she was remarkably diligent when it came to cleaning Lynn's house. Skillfully wielding a mop, she commenced her weekly cleaning, starting from the innermost room on the 2nd floor. By the time she finished her tasks, it was nearly noon. She surveyed the tidy room with a sigh of relief, rubbed her slightly flushed cheeks, then donned her scarf, hat, and gloves once more, locked the living room door, and exited the yard. As she locked the gate behind her, she noticed the accumulated snow in the yard and thought that in a couple of days, she would need to clear it away. Otherwise, when it melted, it would ruin Lynn's lawn. On her way back, her thoughts drifted, and her mood fluctuated like the unpredictable London weather. She suddenly felt angry with herself. After a futile day filled with busy work, Hermione found herself disheartened to realize that a certain individual had failed to deliver the promised gift. "Oh, Hermione, you foolish girl. Where have you been all morning? Lost in your thoughts?" "Nowhere in particular." She lay on her bed, burying her face in the covers, feeling increasingly aggrieved, and the more she felt this way, the more the urge to cry consumed her. Just as she pouted, her eyes reddening with unshed tears, a sudden tapping sound broke the silence from outside her bedroom window. An owl was peering at her through the glass. Upon noticing her, it tapped again with its beak against the window. Initially startled, Hermione soon felt a surge of excitement as she spotted a small, cleverly wrapped gift box clutched in the owl's talons. She dashed to the window, flung it open, and welcomed the owl into her room. The elegant creature from Hogwarts shook off the snowflakes from its wings before delivering the gift directly into Hermione's hands. Eagerly, she unwrapped the box, and, as she suspected, the gift was indeed from Lynn. Inside lay a pendant featuring a dainty crystal ball, within which a castle was encapsulated. And just like the weather outside, magical snowflakes danced within. Hogwarts? Hermione brought the crystal ball closer, straining to read the label on the castle. At the bottom of the gift box, she discovered a note left by Lynn, which read, "This is your future castle." Upon reading those words, Hermione's cheeks flushed with warmth. She felt as though Lynn was playfully suggesting she was a princess. How charming. She mentally chided herself for her foolishness, but couldn't resist glancing at the pendant, delighting in adorning it around her neck. The far-traveled owl circled above her for a while, observing the girl's alternating expressions of joy and indignation. And sensing she had no intention of offering a reward for its efforts, it flew away in a huff. Meanwhile, Hermione was rolling on her bed, clutching the pendant, oblivious to the owl's departure. After some time, realizing she might have let her excitement get the better of her, she scolded herself once more. "Hermione, you truly are a fool." Lynn, on the other hand, had grown increasingly suspicious of his hamster, which seemed to have gained considerable weight overnight. He scrutinized the little creature, ensuring he wasn't mistaken. Indeed, it now resembled a plump ball. With a perplexed expression, he checked his stash of snacks, but found nothing amiss, prompting him to interrogate the culprit. "Speak, did you sneak out last night to pilfer food from others?" The spherical little creature, utterly engrossed in digesting its meal, lay in its cozy nest, completely oblivious to Lynn's inquiries. Lynn poked the rotund belly of the hamster with a finger, eliciting a disgruntled roll from it. As it shifted to a more comfortable position, having failed to elicit any substantial results, Lynn did not harbor any illusions about gleaning insights from a mere hamster. Dressed in a robust cloak, he departed from the Slytherin common room. With some idle time on his hands, Lynn decided to meander around Hogwarts. As he passed by Hagrid's hut adjacent to the Forbidden Forest, he was greeted by a familiar voice. "Remember to add extra hay to its nest. Being close to the Forbidden Forest, it gets considerably colder at night, which is one of the reasons for its illness." Hagrid's voice resonated with a note of concern. Professor Fawkes emerged from the hut, followed closely by Hagrid. "Thank you, Fawkes. Without your help, I would not have realized that Yaya was unwell. He is my dearest friend. Yet I have been remiss in my care," Hagrid lamented, a hint of self-reproach in his tone. Professor Fawkes gently patted his arm in consolation. "It is not your fault. Hagrid, animals, after all, are not like humans. You have done more than enough for him. I find myself in a bit of a bind this time, Fawkes. In a week's time, I'll accompany you into the Forbidden Forest to search for any red caps," Hagrid continued. Professor Fawkes adjusted his top hat and straightened his coat collar. "Thank you, Hagrid. Until next time." Hagrid escorted him out of his small yard, bidding him farewell. Lynn did not conceal his presence. The moment Professor Fawkes emerged, he spotted him immediately. "Merry Christmas, Lynn. What brings you here?" "Merry Christmas, Professor. I merely ventured out in search of diversion. I did not intend to eavesdrop, but what exactly is a red cap?" Lynn inquired. "A red cap is a malevolent creature belonging to the goblin family. They're drawn to blood, appearing wherever there is a wound. Red caps hunt for human blood, soaking their caps in the crimson pools to maintain their vibrant hue. This is all part of the third-year curriculum, which you will study in due course," Professor Fawkes elucidated. "When I teach the third years, I require such a creature for demonstration purposes. However, they are typically found in Northern Europe, with few sightings in England. Yet, the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts may harbor one or two, which is why I sought Hagrid's assistance to explore the area." At this juncture, Professor Fawkes' demeanor grew serious as he cautioned Lynn. "The Forbidden Forest is the most perilous place in Hogwarts. Even I must call upon Hagrid to accompany me if I wish to enter. You must never venture into the forest alone. Lin had never contemplated sneaking into the Forbidden Forest. Doing so would be sheer folly. He understood that while the main characters might treat the forest as their personal playground, he lacked the audacity to do the same, convinced that he possessed no protagonist's aura. By the way, Professor, I have finished reading cutting-edge dark magic and exploration. Is there anything else I should study? Your progress is remarkably swift, Professor Fox remarked with a sense of astonishment. To formally engage with advanced dark magic at the tender age of 11 is a rarity I have never encountered. Luckily, I had prepared in advance. He led Lin to an empty classroom dedicated to defense against the dark arts, drawing forth his wand to aim at a demonstration dummy. In truth, I have long grappled with the question of which advanced dark magic to impart to you. Ultimately, it was an old adversary who provided the resolution to my dilemma, and for that, I paid a considerable price. However, in comparison to this spell, the sacrifices made pale in significance. As he spoke, he recited the incantation directed at the wooden post. The disarming charm, an invisible blade, sliced through the air, swiftly traversing the wooden target. Thud. This dark magic was independently invented by your esteemed headmaster, Professor Snape, during his 5th year at Hogwarts. He is indeed a genius, possessing remarkable talent in potions and dark arts. Yet, our relationship has been fraught with conflict, making it no small feat for him to impart this spell. Lin's expression was peculiarly contemplative. He certainly recognized the disarming charm, a prized creation from Snape's youthful, somewhat melodramatic phase, which he had even documented in his potion book alongside other self-invented dark spells, such as the Hanging Bell. Originally, Lin had contemplated seeking out the advanced potions classroom for a chance to discover it, believing there was a good possibility of success. However, he had not anticipated that Professor Fox had already procured this spell from Snape. Lin felt a surge of gratitude. The incident with Hubert had revealed to him that there was no trivial animosity between Professor Fox and Snape. Otherwise, Snape would not have been so ruthless at that time. Thus, it was evident that Professor Fox had paid a significant price to acquire the disarming charm from Snape, and now he was generously teaching it to Lin. Indeed, Professor Fox had not included the instruction of dark magic in his investment in Lin, compared to the substantial sum of over 500 galleons. The guidance in magical education is undoubtedly far more valuable. In other words, Professor Fox serves as Lin's mentor on his journey through the magical arts. Such profound kindness warrants no formal thanks. Professor Fox's dedication to his teaching is commendable, and after graduation, Lin would honor his promise to assist the professor in his research of dark magic. Although even to this day, he remains unaware of the specific aspect of dark magic that Professor Fox is investigating. As Lin commenced his genuine studies in advanced dark magic, he noticed a distinct deceleration in his learning pace. The reason for this was not due to encountering difficulties in his magical studies, but rather that his magical capacity was currently insufficient. It was too meager to sustain the full execution of the disarming charm. During lunchtime, in the warm confines of the dining hall at the Ravenclaw table, Lin and his companions engaged in an intense debate over spells. Green and red sparks, belonging to the realm of incantations, are intricately linked to the wand-lighting charm. Thus, these two types of spells ought to be regarded as branches of the wand-lighting charm, Cedric confidently asserted. However, Lin held a differing opinion. I concur with your earlier statements. These two types of sparks, though simple, are indeed spells and are related to the wand-lighting charm. Yet, they cannot be classified as branches of the wand-lighting charm. Rather, they should be considered a distinct category under the summoning spell. Cedric furrowed his brow. Summoning spell? What is the foremost element that distinguishes summoning spells? The effects or entities conjured by these spells already exist. The summoning incantation merely serves as an intermediary. So, where do the green and red sparks originate? Lin stated earnestly. The natural world harbors countless elements, and the potential to produce sparks is abundant. For a wizard endowed with magical power, altering their color is as effortless as lifting a cup to drink. The crux lies in the fact that these two sparks undergo a process of ascension upon release. And they are not mere beams of light. They are explosive sparks, fundamentally differing from the illumination charm of a wand. Cedric still found it difficult to accept Lin's theory, and they both turned to Ian, who had remained silent until now. What is your perspective? Ian replied succinctly. I tend to agree with Lin. Cedric, perplexed, inquired. Why? Because I have also studied natural sciences. Cedric was baffled by this statement, while Lin countered, this isn't purely natural science. At its core, natural science adheres to dialectical reasoning when confronting all issues. I am merely positing a hypothesis, and to validate it, we must conduct experiments. There will be opportunities, Ian said leisurely, methodically cutting his steak with knife and fork, revealing his extensive education in this regard since childhood. As their discussion unfolded, a sudden commotion erupted at the Slytherin table, drawing the attention of others. The quarrel involved two Slytherin prefects, the female prefect Betty and the male prefect Raphael. They appeared genuinely angered, their faces flushed, and eventually departed in discord. Cedric whispered, "I recall they were a couple, weren't they?" Lynn, knowing this, nodded. It is said they began their relationship in the 4th year, so it has nearly been 2 years now. Cedric sighed and shook his head. They seemed truly angry, showing no regard for each other's dignity. Arguing in front of so many people, it's quite disheartening. Ian spoke coolly. "Are you hoping for a third party to intervene?" Cedric, startled, hastily waved his hands. "Don't say such things. I've never entertained that thought." "Then why worry?" Lynn laughed heartily, relishing Ian's sharp wit, as Cedric often found himself at a disadvantage in their exchanges. That night, by the edge of the Black Lake, beneath the presence of the Whomping Willow, the three gathered in the veil of darkness. The Whomping Willow, usually brandishing its branches in a menacing manner, now stood serene, resembling an ordinary willow tree. Ian, with an expressionless demeanor, regarded Lynn and Cedric. "Are you certain you wish to accompany me?" Cedric placed a reassuring hand on Ian's shoulder. "It's all right, Ian. Besides, leaving you alone in that place for an entire night would be too lonely. After all, tomorrow is the weekend, and we have no pressing matters." Seeing their determination, Ian chose not to argue further and led the way into the secret passage, with Lynn and Cedric following closely behind. "It is indeed remarkable. The last time we were here, we sought refuge from Ian, and now we find ourselves willingly following him," Cedric remarked with a sense of nostalgia. The passage was not particularly short. They walked for about half an hour before reaching the exit. They emerged from the underground storage room of a dilapidated house, their feet landing on the worn wooden floorboards, which emitted a disconcerting creak. The dim light flickered as Cedric cast a Lumos charm with his wand, illuminating the surrounding area. As they exited the storage room, motes of dust danced in the air, prompting Lynn to instinctively cover his nose with his sleeve. "Have you been here alone all this time?" Lynn inquired. "What else could I have done?" Ian seemed quite at home in this place, clearly having visited more than once or twice. They arrived at the living room of the Scream Shack, where Ian found a clean spot to sit and awaited the arrival of his transformation in silence. Lynn and Cedric took their seats not far from him. Before long, Ian suddenly collapsed onto the ground, emitting a muffled groan of agony. The transformation into a werewolf was excruciatingly painful. Even Ian, a unique werewolf who retained his sanity post-transformation, was not exempt from this suffering. However, the process was brief, and with a chilling roar, Ian completed his metamorphosis from human to werewolf. Lynn and Cedric, of course, did not flee. Instead, they stood up to observe Ian's change up close. "Can you still use magic in this state?" Lynn asked curiously. Ian, panting heavily, shook his head. "I have tried, but the magic within me feels as though it has been sealed by an invisible force, unable to escape." Suddenly, an idea struck Lynn. He found a sturdy wooden plank and turned to Cedric first. "Go on, punch this plank with all your might." Cedric, being a straightforward individual, complied wholeheartedly, but the plank remained unscathed, while he winced in pain, cradling his fist. Following suit, Lynn struck the plank with all his strength. It too remained intact. Yet the sound of the impact was significantly more resonant than Cedric's. "Your turn," Lynn said, holding the plank before Ian. Understanding Lynn's intention, Ian did not hold back and delivered a direct punch to the plank. "Crack! Are you all right?" Ian asked, stepping forward to help Lynn up from the ground. Lynn brushed off his clothes and waved his hand dismissively, signaling that he was fine. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and without a hint of hesitation regarding Ian's abundant fur, he threw an arm around Ian's shoulders. Ian, feeling the intensity of Lynn's gaze, was immediately covered in goosebumps. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Ian, do you consider us friends?" Lynn asked earnestly. Ian hesitated for a few seconds before reluctantly nodding. "I suppose so." "You're lying," Lynn exclaimed. "How am I lying?" Ian responded, perplexed, while Lynn merely gazed at him with a hint of melancholy, unable to articulate a coherent argument. He cannot claim that the system failed to recognize the completion of his task, thus suggesting he is being deceitful. A mere simple test allows Lynn to discern the disparity between his current physical condition and Ian's transformation into a werewolf. Once the physical attribute was activated, he possessed an inherent 2 attribute points, supplemented by an additional point from a side quest reward, bringing his total to 3. Lynn surmises that 3 points in physicality equate to the fitness level of a typical adult, while a young wizard at Hogwarts, such as Cedric, likely possesses only 1 point. Conversely, Ian, post-transformation, boasts a minimum of 5 points in physicality. This is a conservative estimate, and Ian is yet to reach adulthood. The physical prowess of a fully grown werewolf would undoubtedly be even more formidable. Nevertheless, werewolves do possess inherent limitations. Not only do ordinary werewolves lose their subjective consciousness upon transformation, but even Ian, in his werewolf form, is unable to wield magic. In stark contrast, the attribute enhancement from Lin's system are devoid of such shortcomings. This augmentation is immensely significant for any wizard. If the physical points could be maximized, Lin has already begun to envision himself as a humanoid tank, charging through a barrage of spells. Lost in thought, he couldn't help but gaze intently at Ian. Feeling unnerved under Lin's scrutiny, Ian instinctively edged away from him. In the Slytherin common room, Lin felt a headache coming on as he watched Betty, who had just finished quarreling with her boyfriend, sitting beside him and lamenting her troubles. Previously, he had witnessed her ambiguous interactions with fifth-year Angela, even observing a moment when she kissed his cheek. He had accepted his boyfriend's explanation that it was merely a gesture of gratitude for help, devoid of any further implications. Yet now, due to his brother's marriage to a muggle, she insisted on severing ties with her family. Lin found himself in a most difficult position. He had no desire to become embroiled in the romantic entanglements of the two Slytherin prefects. Yet here he was, caught in a situation where leaving was not an option, forced to play the role of a confidant. So, she resents your brother for marrying a muggle? Not only that, the usually strong-willed Betty had red-rimmed eyes, on the verge of tears. Her resentment stemmed from the fact that she harbored feelings of bitterness towards his brother for not marrying her cousin, as their families had previously arranged a betrothal. But my brother, what a melodramatic family saga. Is it not the case that your sister-in-law is on the verge of a familial conflict with your mother, followed by pregnancy, abortion, and divorce, only to find themselves entangled in a bittersweet cycle for years? Internally, Lin was frantically critiquing the situation while externally offering comfort. It is a good thing your brother has found true love. Senior Williamson will understand. Lin felt his attempts at consolation were rather feeble. Yet he was at a loss for words. He will not understand. His family is an exceedingly rigid pureblood family. Do not be deceived by his apparent lack of bias toward you. It is merely a manifestation of his upbringing. He has expressed more than once that I should keep my distance from you. How did this conversation turn back to me? Lin appeared utterly perplexed, feeling increasingly out of place and eager to depart from the scene. He thus made an excuse, his rationale quite sound. Betty, however, did not press him to stay and merely inquired softly, "Are you free tonight? I'm feeling rather low. Would you accompany me for a stroll by the Black Lake?" Lin felt a shiver run down his spine, hastily waving his hands and replying, "I'm sorry, Senior. Cedric has invited me to go fishing tonight." "Yes, fishing. So, I truly cannot. It's a prior commitment. I apologize sincerely, Senior. Goodbye." With that, Lin bolted from the Slytherin common room. Regarding Betty's insinuation that Raphael had been speaking ill of him behind his back, Lin was completely unfazed. He never expected all the young wizards in Slytherin to hold him in high regard. Maintaining a superficial harmony where everyone coexisted without conflict was sufficient for him. There was neither reason nor need to pursue deeper connections. What truly unsettled Lin was the implication of Betty's earlier words. Despite his 2 lifetimes of solitude, he had not been entirely oblivious to matters of romance. Those idle moments spent watching romantic dramas were not for naught. Betty's words conveyed a singular message. There is no future for me and Raphael, so perhaps something could blossom between us. Lin's face paled in terror, grappling with the confusion of her intentions. He was only 12 years old. Meanwhile, Betty was in 7th grade, nearly 17. The 5-year age gap was significant. Although Lin often presented himself as mature for his age, he still bore a youthful appearance. Was this what they called being led astray? In a whirlwind of anxiety, Lin, of course, did not head to the library to catch up on any non-existent homework. Instead, he sought out Cedric and Ian, arranging for them to join him for fishing at the Black Lake that evening. "Are you out of your mind?" Cedric asked, touching Lin's forehead, only for Lin to swat his hand away. "Who are you cursing? What madness is this? What fish are we supposed to catch at the Black Lake? If anything, we can only fish for fishermen." "I don't care. Even if it's fishermen, you're coming with me tonight," insisted Cedric. Ian had astronomy class that evening and could not join their escapade, leaving only Cedric to accompany Lin by the lakeside to bait their hooks. "What exactly do you intend to do?" Cedric grumbled while threading his dinner into his fishing hook, a piece of stolen beef. Their antics were hardly inconspicuous. A group of idle young wizards lingered at a distance, eagerly anticipating what they might catch. Lin had already cast his line into the lake, without bait, for he had no intention of fishing at all. He turned his head towards Cedric, cautiously murmuring, I think I've attracted the attention of an old bull. 046 Exploding Curse. What? What old bull? Cedric was filled with bewilderment. Lynn sighed despondently, explaining in a low voice, this afternoon, the head girl from my house, the one who quarreled with her boyfriend, suddenly invited me for a walk by the lake tonight and even reported that her boyfriend had spoken ill of me in the past. Cedric's expression turned ghostly. What does she mean by that? What do you think she wants? Lynn rested his chin on his hand, a hint of melancholy in his tone. It's all my fault. Blame me for being so handsome and exuding such charm. If I were a girl, I would probably be captivated as well. Cedric interjected, but she has a boyfriend now. Wouldn't you consider her behavior a form of infidelity? Stammering, Cedric continued, I suppose not. She seems to be arguing with Raphael daily, and it looks like they might break up soon. Help me think of a way to reject her without breaking her heart. Lynn suddenly remarked, You don't like her? Lynn rolled his eyes. Come on, I'm only 12. Why does everyone keep overlooking my age? It was then that Cedric realized how youthful Lynn's face appeared. In fact, Cedric himself was only 14. My apologies. Your demeanor often gives the impression that you are already 18. But wait, what's wrong with being 12? She's only 5 years older than you. It's not impossible. Lynn shot Cedric a peculiar glance. All right, fine. Pursuing copper is an age-old Western tradition. To be frank, I regard her merely as a senior, nothing more. You've asked the wrong person. I have no experience in rejecting confessions from girls, Cedric stated flatly, revealing a rather painful truth. Lynn, feeling a headache coming on, set aside his troubles and suddenly recalled Cedric's future girlfriend. Is there anyone from the first-year students at Ian's Academy who left a strong impression on you? Cedric, unsure of Lynn's intent, pondered seriously before shaking his head. No, I don't know a single first-year student from Ravenclaw this year. Lynn sighed in disappointment. Perhaps Autumn was still too young, her features not yet fully developed. He figured Cedric would come to his senses in a few years. They spent an hour by the Black Lake with fishing rods, though, unsurprisingly, they caught nothing. Cedric also noticed Lynn, snorting dismissively without showing any sign of goodwill. Lynn felt a pang of injustice. Why are you being so hostile? It was your girlfriend who approached me first. 2 days had passed since that day when Betty had taken the initiative to invite him, and she hadn't spoken to Lynn since, as if she had completely forgotten him. However, on Saturday noon, Cedric stealthily shared a piece of information with Lynn. It seems your two upperclassmen officially broke up today. Lynn nearly spewed pumpkin juice across Ian's face. How do you know? Cedric explained they had a fierce argument on the grass during flying class this morning. Many people witnessed it. Betty initiated the breakup, and Raphael reportedly looked quite displeased, but he eventually agreed. Lynn's expression darkened. I suddenly have a bad feeling about this. Ian, who had been quietly slicing his steak, had not understood what they were discussing from the start, but sensing it was not good news, he refrained from asking. Lynn spent the weekend holed up in his dorm, avoiding any outings. Lynn, have you been avoiding me lately? Lynn calmly showed her the book he held in his hands. No, senior. Is it almost the end of the term? I am merely studying a bit harder, hoping to achieve commendable results in the final examinations. His explanation was quite reasonable, and Betty believed him. Are you free next Saturday? Professor Snape requires 2 students to assist with potion materials. Would you accompany me then? Her reasoning was also sound. Lynn was skeptical, but felt he had no choice but to comply. After all, he could not very well mention that he had plans to go fishing with Cedric. Could he? Senior, I am somewhat apprehensive about Professor Snape. May I decline? You can find someone else. Mark and Michelle would be quite suitable. No. Professor Snape specifically requested you. With that statement, Lynn dared not inquire further. His amicable relationship with Professor Flitwick was no secret at Hogwarts, and the fact that Professor Snape did not actively seek to sabotage him was already a cause for gratitude. He hardly felt bold enough to approach Snape directly. With no means of resistance, Lynn could only weakly acquiesce. However, he resolved to find an opportunity to clarify this matter with Betty. He truly had no romantic interest in her. While matters of the heart were troublesome for Lynn, they were merely a minor subplot in his academic life. His primary focus at Hogwarts remained steadfastly on his studies. Whether it be dark magic or white magic, the pursuit of knowledge filled him with a profound sense of wonder. As for the tasks assigned by Ian, he could only allow events to unfold naturally. This underage werewolf clearly harbored some inner turmoil. Outwardly, he appeared to maintain a decent rapport with Lynn and Cedric, considering them friends, yet he had not genuinely opened up to them. Nevertheless, Lynn was not in a hurry. If these 3 points of physical prowess were truly so easily attained, it would be rather suspicious. Aside from his formal classes at Hogwarts, Professor Flitwick allocated some of his time to teach Lynn the intricacies of dark magic. However, due to his magical threshold limitations, the effects of his disarming charm were significantly weaker than those of Professor Flitwick. This was despite Lynn's dark magic aptitude being rated at 7 points. which should enhance the effectiveness of dark spells. Otherwise, his performance would be even more diminished. Lin had no particularly effective means of addressing the issue of insufficient magical power. Apart from the tasks released by the system, through which he could earn magical energy as rewards, he could only await the gradual increase of his age, which would naturally enhance his magical abilities over time. Yet, during this period, he would certainly not cease his practice of dark magic. While the effects he produced were considerably diminished, they were nonetheless functional. Following the disarming charm, Professor Flitwick introduced Lin to a new spell, the Exploding Curse. The incantation, Thunderous Explosion, could induce a violent explosion in the target, with the intensity of the explosion dependent on the user's capabilities. Lin typically practiced spells by the edge of the Black Lake. But Professor Flitwick had also secured a separate location for him to hone his dark magic skills, an abandoned classroom for advanced defense against the dark arts. This spacious room had once been fortified with protective enchantments, ensuring that the typical sounds of spell casting would not carry beyond its confines. Lin possesses remarkable talent. However, he remains but a novice until he can translate that potential into true prowess. When in the company of Cedric, he certainly refrains from practicing forbidden spells nonchalantly. For if word were to spread that Professor Fox was clandestinely instructing a minor wizard in the dark arts, it would likely lead to considerable complications. Currently, Lin has already acquired a substantial repertoire of spells. Aside from the standard incantations taught in the first year, he has mastered 9 curses, 8 hexes, and can perform 2 curses that align with dark magic. The most formidable among them are the Disarming Charm and the Exploding Charm. Although their effects are limited, dark magic remains dark magic, and a single Exploding Charm from Lin could, if not demolish a wall, severely damage the Whomping Willow. Fortunately, thanks to Professor Fox's assistance, he found a suitable classroom. Otherwise, he would have been troubled in his search for a location to practice such powerful spells. Nonetheless, he cannot linger in this classroom for too long, as some upperclassmen have begun to notice him practicing spells alone during class hours, and prolonged secrecy may arouse suspicion. Lin feels compelled to seek out the room of requirement hidden within Hogwarts Castle. Adopting the title of a new student, he utilized the benefits it conferred to practice all the spells he had learned. The practice itself is rather monotonous, requiring continual repetition to familiarize himself with the nuances of pronunciation and wand movements to maintain optimal effects. Raphael, on the other hand, has been in a dismal mood. His girlfriend of 2 years recently initiated a breakup. Their relationship was not merely a fleeting 2-year affair. Their families had been close for generations, and he and Betty had grown up as childhood friends. However, as they matured, their perspectives began to diverge more and more significantly, leading to an accumulation of conflicts between them, with the issue involving Betty's brother and his cousin merely serving as a catalyst. He cannot fathom why Betty has developed the belief that wizards and muggles are equal. How could such equality exist? They possess everything that muggles have, and more. If one were to assess superiority based on species, wizards ought to be deemed the quintessential humans. Yet Betty, not only denouncing his rightful beliefs, has also chosen to associate closely with half-bloods and even those from muggle families, particularly a first-year wizard named Lin. Raphael is not blind. He can clearly see that Betty is treating him with far more consideration. Thus, when Betty proposed a breakup that day, he acquiesced. The once pure-blooded and noble Betty has changed. She is no longer worthy of being the future matriarch of the Williamson family. After the separation, although Raphael's mood remains bleak, he is not truly angry. This is a loss for Betty, is it not? She has forsaken someone as exceptional as him, and now it is said she is pursuing the descendant of that monkey, Lin. Upon learning of the matter, he found himself devoid of any emotion beyond mockingly deriding Betty for her blindness. As for seeking revenge on Lin, that was absurd. What business did a senior prefect have troubling a first-year wizard? Regardless of the outcome, he would ultimately be the one to suffer. His ascent to the position of prefect attested to his sound reasoning, proving he was not merely a hot-headed brute. Even after the breakup, Raphael's life at Hogwarts continued as usual. Could it be Peeves? He always delights in such pranks, luring us in and then pelting us with rotten eggs. One of Raphael's roommates jested. Raphael shook his head. Peeves wouldn't dare to provoke us. Let us not forget that Bloodman Barlow has warned him. Shall we venture in to investigate? Perhaps a Gryffindor student is up to mischief. If we catch him, we could report him to the professors and maybe earn some points. They chatted as they pushed open the door to the classroom. Inside, there was neither Peeves nor any Gryffindor mischief makers, only a first-year Slytherin practicing spells. Ah, it's Lin. So you practice spells here every day? No wonder your grades are so impressive. Given the small number of students at Hogwarts, and particularly within the same house. Raphael's roommates naturally recognized Lin, who had made quite a name for himself since the beginning of the term. Lin set down his wand, feeling a slight headache. He realized that the plan to seek the room of requirement needed to be prioritized. Nonetheless, he greeted them politely. Hello, senor. I'm just practicing casually. Raphael spotted Lin, but, for reasons unknown, felt an inexplicable surge of anger upon seeing his face. Memories of his ex-girlfriend Betty's flirtations with Lin flooded his mind, alongside thoughts of Lin's humble origins and the perplexing talent he possessed despite such a background. He scoffed disdainfully, uttering, "Indeed, just practicing casually. Even if you were to practice earnestly, you wouldn't achieve anything of note." The moment his words escaped, even his companions shifted uncomfortably. "Raphael, what is wrong with you?" Lin sensed a shift in the atmosphere and suddenly recalled that he had forgotten to change his title. But even if he did so now, it would be of little consequence. Raphael seemed to unleash his pent-up frustrations, his words growing increasingly harsh. 048, cry. Everyone cry. The abandoned classroom's atmosphere had thickened to a chilling point. The silence was so profound that even a pin drop could be heard, with the most jarring sound being Raphael's heavy breaths. Lin appeared unfazed. He gently brushed his fingers along the length of his wand, maintaining a stoic expression as he fixed his gaze on Raphael's bloodshot eyes. "So, are these the true sentiments of Senior?" Raphael was bewildered by how he had so suddenly vented his innermost thoughts. Yet, having reached this point, he felt no inclination to yield to Lin's inquiries. "Indeed, that is correct. You wouldn't genuinely believe that my previous politeness was born of admiration, would you? Stop dreaming. Do you think someone like you is worthy? Raphael, what is wrong with you?" His roommate, sensing something amiss with Raphael today, tugged at his arm, attempting to pull him away. Lin silently nodded, seemingly in agreement with Raphael's state, as if he wished to passively endure it all. Raphael cast a mocking glance at him, yielding to his roommate's force without resistance, just as they were about to drag him away. Yet in the next moment, Lin suddenly brandished his wand. Legs freeze. A brilliant crimson beam struck Raphael, who was caught entirely off guard. Simultaneously, Lin's actions did not cease. He swiftly aimed his wand at Raphael's two roommates. All petrified, 2 consecutive petrification spells struck them almost simultaneously. With his legs bound, Raphael, now powerless on the ground, frantically tried to reach for his wand. However, Lin clearly had no intention of granting him the opportunity to cast a spell. Silencing curse. Raphael lost his ability to speak, yet Lin offered him no chance to resist. He quickly approached, kicked the wand from Raphael's hand, grasped his collar with one hand, and forcefully pinned him to the ground, while the other hand, clenched into a fist, unhesitatingly struck half of Raphael's face. "Do you know why I want to petrify you? Because then you wouldn't be able to move. And even if I beat you mercilessly, it would be devoid of any thrill if you couldn't struggle." Lin had an obsessive-compulsive nature. He believed that with only half of Raphael's face swollen, it appeared rather unbalanced. Thus, while speaking, he delivered another punch to the other half of Raphael's face. With his legs bound, Raphael could only exert strength with his upper body, but Lin's strength was astonishingly great. He struggled desperately, yet could not resist in the slightest. "Indeed, you have noble blood. So what? Can you hit me? Come on. Can you even raise a hand now?" Raphael bore 2 blows from Lin, his face swelling grotesquely like that of a pig, blood oozing from his nose and the corner of his mouth, presenting a truly tragic sight. Lin squinted at Raphael, who continued to emit pain groans. "Perhaps in the eyes of you noble ones, I am of lowly blood, perhaps just a bug. Yet here I am, a first year against your 6th-year self. You've studied magic for 5 more years than I have, yet you can only be held down and beaten by me. Doesn't that feel frustrating? Doesn't it make you want to cry?" Upon finishing, Lin raised his wand once more, a smile gracing his lips as he proclaimed he had conceived a splendid idea. "How about we play a game? From now on, I will give you 5 seconds each time. I will count down from 5, and if you do not cry within those 5 seconds, I will reward you with a random dark curse. Just to give you a heads up, I possess roughly 17 dark curses. So if you can endure for 2 minutes, consider my failure, and I shall let you go. What do you think? Isn't it a delightful game?" Raphael gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Lin. He did not believe Lin's words at all. A mudblood who had only been in school for half a semester could not possibly have mastered so many dark curses, even with great talent. Moreover, even if he possessed the ability to learn, who would be there to instruct him? He acknowledged that the first-grade little wizard had effortlessly bested their trio, but that was under their own negligence. Had they been cautious, Lynn would have stood no chance against him. Though he had endured some physical discomfort, could Lynn truly end his life? He was the head of Slytherin, the firstborn of a pure-blood family, wielding authority, power, and connections. What did Lynn possess? After this encounter, he intended to make Lynn comprehend the true meaning of suffering. Lynn blinked. You appear somewhat incredulous. Hence, there is no need to wait the full 5 seconds for the first spell. I shall bestow one upon you. Tooth extraction. The initial incantation did not inflict pain upon Raphael, yet he could distinctly sense his front teeth elongating, stretching beyond his lips. Raphael remained defiant, convinced that there would be no further consequences. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, I commend you for your resilience, but seems you are quite restless. Raphael felt an overwhelming itchiness pervading his body, yet his limbs were under Lynn's control, rendering him incapable of scratching. A flicker of panic began to arise within him. Another 5 seconds. I hope you can endure this game a little longer. The flames burn hot. This time, Raphael's body was covered in a multitude of tiny, clustered welts, inducing a sense of dread in those who beheld him. His resolve began to waver as he despairingly realized that Lynn was not deceiving him. 5 seconds elapsed. Horns sprout from the head. A pair of curved ram's horns emerged from Raphael's skull. He dared not confront Lynn head-on any longer. Desperation flickered in his eyes, revealing a silent plea. Another 5 seconds. Still not in tears. I, Lynn, shall deem you the strongest, thus rewarding you with a hair removal spell. With another incantation, Raphael's hair vanished, leaving only the gleaming surface of his head adorned with 2 horns. Finally, Raphael could no longer endure. He sobbed uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face, mingling with snot and blood, creating a pitiful sight. Lynn clicked his tongue in disappointment, shaking his head. I had thought you a man. He succumbed to tears so swiftly. How dull. True to his word, he released Raphael, rising to sincerely apologize to Raphael's 2 roommates. I apologize. I am currently unable to lift the spells on you two. I hope you can forgive me for the unfortunate circumstances. Raphael's roommates lacked the courage even to meet Lynn's gaze, having been thoroughly intimidated by his earlier display. Ignoring Raphael, who lay on the ground like a defeated dog, Lynn felt his anger dissipate. It was time to head to the dining hall for a meal. Objectively, Lynn bore some responsibility for the incident. Had it not been for his system title affecting Raphael, perhaps such harsh words would not have been uttered. Unlike his 2 roommates, they had remained unscathed by the influence. Thus, Lynn unleashed a fierce retaliation without a trace of psychological burden. Initially, everyone maintained a respectful distance, yet now he had dared to confront him, pointing a finger and hurling insults. Lynn believed he lacked the temperament to remain passive in such a situation. The incompetence of Hogwarts was swiftly brought to light. The professors received the news with remarkable speed. After all, Raphael had been sent to the infirmary in such a state, and all eyes were upon them. Consequently, that very evening, Lynn was summoned to Snape's office. Belloc, you are quite impressive, Professor Snape remarked coldly, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Lynn lowered his head in silence, fully aware that Snape was not bestowing praise upon him. He had yet to receive even a single point of talent from the system, as Snape, the potions master, had not deemed him worthy of such recognition. An advanced curse, the Petri Ficus Totalis, along with 7 dark spells, all originating from a first-year student. Should I commend your brilliance? Snape continued, yet lamentably, Lynn was too timid. If Harry Potter were in his shoes, perhaps he would have found a way to confront Snape. But Lynn knew that such audacity could lead to dire consequences. Snape, despite his irritation, recognized Lynn's status as an exemplary student from his house and would not deny him a chance to explain. Why the sudden silence? Speak. What prompted the altercation? At that moment, Lynn chose not to feign innocence, nor did he don a title that might sway the professor's emotions. After a brief silence, he lifted his gaze, his expression a mixture of confusion and earnestness. Professor, is it true that purebloods hold themselves in such high regard? Snape was momentarily taken aback by Lynn's inquiry. Did wizards from pureblood families genuinely possess a sense of superiority over those from Muggle backgrounds? Snape fell silent. Such discrimination was already prevalent within the walls of Hogwarts. What the outside world? Was the magical community of Great Britain similarly afflicted? Did this perception extend to all wizards across the globe? Throughout the annals of magical history, there had been more than one Dark Lord aspiring to conquer Muggles and establish pureblood supremacy. What of those who had been perpetually oppressed? Had no one ever felt a sense of injustice on their behalf? In Snape's office, Lynn's questions flickered like a solitary candle in the darkness, starkly contrasting with the surrounding gloom. Ultimately, Snape permitted him to leave, refraining from mentioning any punishment, as he could likely surmise how the conflict had transpired through Lin's inquiries. Upon exiting Snape's office, Lin made his way toward the Great Hall. His earlier questions had not been intended to elicit sympathy from Snape. They were merely a reflection of the thoughts stirred by the recent events. In his previous life, the Harry Potter series was merely a children's tale, beautifully depicting the story of the savior, Harry Potter, and his companions rescuing the magical community of Britain. However, upon truly entering this world and engaging with its people and matters, Lin found himself compelled to ponder why, within a mere century, the scarce population of wizards had given rise to two Dark Lords espousing such extreme nationalism. Whether it be Grindelwald or Voldemort, both have inherently distinguished wizards and muggles as two separate species, believing that an irreconcilable conflict exists between the two, and that only through war and conquest can a brighter future be forged for the wizarding community. Their ambitions not only view muggles as adversaries, but also serve to fracture the wizarding community, pushing a significant portion of wizards hailing from muggle families to the opposing side. What, then, is the genesis of such thoughts or conflicts? Lin has already formulated an answer in his mind. The so-called magical academies have imparted magical knowledge to the new generation of young wizards, but have failed to guide their thought processes. The prevailing ideology within the magical realm has long been dominated by pure-blood families, who take pride in their ancient lineage. Once wizards from muggle backgrounds embrace their magical identities, they essentially join a new society. Yet, Hogwarts, as an educational institution, has inexplicably neglected to offer any courses in ideological or moral education to guide these newcomers through the complexities of this new magical society. Consequently, the regressive, discriminatory, and feudal ideologies of pure-blood families have become the mainstream beliefs of the magical world, perpetually influencing the next generation. Under such a dominant ideology, blood discrimination becomes commonplace. A sense of superiority among purebloods is established, and the emergence of dark wizards embodying extreme nationalism occurs one after another. Hogwarts bears significant responsibility in this regard. Rather than aiming to guide the students' thoughts, it resorts to sorting them into houses based on their personalities with the sorting hat from the very beginning. While the founders of ancient times may have preferred to teach students akin to themselves within a sound educational system, this is decidedly detrimental. In a society's educational framework, if there is a lack of ideological instruction, the society is destined to evolve into an abnormal one. Though the castle may currently appear peaceful and serene, filled with the laughter of young wizards, from Lin's perspective as a former educator, Hogwarts, as a school, is evidently incompetent for merely imparting knowledge without nurturing character. During dinner, the events of the afternoon had evidently spread throughout Hogwarts. Upon entering the Great Hall, many young wizards naturally turned their gazes toward him, their eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions: surprise, curiosity, disdain, excitement, and trepidation. Lin was indifferent to their opinions. He was merely hungry and desired to eat. As usual, he took his seat at the Ravenclaw table, where Cedric and Ian were waiting for him, taking a bite of the bread in his hand. He recalled Raphael's state upon his departure. Indeed, the analogy of him being unrecognizable was quite apparent. He shook his head dismissively, indicating that it was not a significant matter. "It's nothing, just a verbal tirade where he called me a mudblood." Cedric's face flushed with anger upon hearing the catalyst of the incident. As the head of their house, how could he utter such words? What happened to his upbringing? Has he fed it to the dogs? Ian also hails from a muggle family, and he remains perplexed by the meaning of this term. What is a mudblood? It is a derogatory term, laden with malice, intended as an insult. Should anyone ever address you with such a term, do not hesitate. Ian, simply aim your wand at them and administer a swift lesson, as Cedric advised him. The peculiar events unfolded the day after the conflict. In the Slytherin common room, Betty approached Lin once more. This time, Lin did not evade her. Rather, it seemed she had been waiting for her arrival. "I heard, Lin, that Raphael troubled you yesterday, and he even resorted to such vile language. Are you all right?" Lin internally lamented the irony of childhood friends being overshadowed by unexpected rivalries. After Raphael's lesson the previous day, Betty's first concern was whether he was unharmed. "I am well, Senior," Lin replied, grateful for her concern. Though as for Raphael, he may not be faring as well. At the mention of her ex, Betty's demeanor shifted, revealing her displeasure. "He deserves it. Professor Snape will likely strip him of his prefect title after such atrocious remarks." She absent-mindedly twirled a strand of hair around her finger. "Why have you taken to dining at the Ravenclaw table recently? Are you free tonight? My family sent me some snacks. We could enjoy them by the Black Lake." "Apologies, Senior." Lin inhaled deeply. Though he had never been in a romantic relationship in either of his lives, declining a girl was not an unfamiliar task. One might say he was adept at it, having mastered the art of refusal. I am aware of your feelings for me. Yet I am still quite young and have no intentions of pursuing a girlfriend at this time. And besides, you are a wonderful person. His refusal was so forthright that it left no room for Betty's hopes, resulting in her disappointment and awkwardness. All right, fair enough. It is better to be straightforward, she conceded, preferring to avoid any entanglements that could lead to melodramatic complications. After her biology class on Thursday, Lynn resolved to search for the room of requirement concealed within the castle. The previous defense against the dark arts classroom was certainly off limits. Who could say if similar incidents would occur again? As for the clues regarding the room of requirement, he vaguely recalled one. It was located opposite a tapestry depicting a giant and a ballet teacher. The precise location eluded him. However, in the halls of Hogwarts, there were plenty of portraits to inquire for directions, and, as he wandered, he found himself on the third floor of the castle. This area was relatively empty, save for a statue of a one-eyed, hunchbacked old woman. Just as he passed by the statue, a hand suddenly emerged from behind, gripping his arm. Lynn remained unperturbed, for he recognized the owner of the hand. "What are you two doing here?" he exclaimed, exasperated, as he regarded the mischievous grins of the Weasley twins, who always seemed to appear out of nowhere. George slung an arm around Lynn's shoulder. "We have all heard about your exploits, splendid Lynn. I have long found that insufferable Raphael quite disagreeable, always looking down his nose at others, as if he were superior." Lynn, however, had little recourse against these two mischief-makers. Glancing at Fred, who was furtively concealing something behind him, the twins exchanged knowing looks, seemingly reaching a silent consensus. "We are preparing to sneak into Hogsmeade to procure some materials for crafting dung bombs," Fred declared. "Behind this statue lies a secret passage leading to the cellar of Honeydukes, and we intend to venture through it shortly." With that, the brothers pulled Lynn behind the statue, where Fred mysteriously revealed what he had been hiding. "We were observing the people in the castle. Otherwise, if someone happened to pass by while we opened the secret passage, it could spell disaster." Lynn glanced at the item in Fred's hand, an aged piece of parchment inscribed with intricate ink lines that clearly outlined every nook and cranny of the castle, including all secret passages. Most astonishingly, it also indicated the location of every individual within Hogwarts, their names shifting as they moved. Lynn noticed Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape were ensconced in their respective offices, while Professor Dumbledore's name was conspicuously absent from a map, suggesting he might have left Hogwarts. Professor Sprout, as usual, was tending to her precious magical plants in the greenhouse. He also saw Professor Flitwick, whose name indicated he was in a cottage beside the Forbidden Forest, likely discussing matters concerning the Red Caps with Hagrid. Furthermore, he spotted Raphael wandering around the Hogwarts hospital wing, seemingly on the verge of discharge. The twins' greatest concern, Filch and his cat, were somewhere on the first floor of the castle, posing no immediate threat. At their current location, they were entirely alone, which undoubtedly rendered the Weasley brothers' expedition quite safe. "What is this?" Although Lynn recognized the parchment's name, he feigned curiosity. "The Marauder's Map," George proclaimed, as if introducing a rare treasure to a friend, his pride evident. "Fred and I discovered it in Filch's office during our first year. Initially, we believed it to be merely an ordinary piece of parchment, but after much effort, we deciphered its true purpose," Fred boasted. "Thanks to it, George and I have never once been caught by Filch during our nocturnal escapades. The movements of everyone within the castle are ever before our eyes." Lynn nodded thoughtfully, suddenly recalling an important matter. "Did you pay any attention to the Marauder's Map on the morning of Hubert's attack?" George and Fred shook their heads in unison. "No. We generally rise only shortly before classes begin. At the time of the attack, we were still fast asleep. As we prepare to depart, Lynn, would you care to join us? Hogsmeade boasts a plethora of intriguing shops." Lynn shook his head, revealing his lack of enthusiasm for the wizarding village. "Perhaps another time," he replied. George shrugged. "Very well, but we do hope you will keep this a secret for us." "Certainly." Just as the Weasley brothers were about to enter the hidden passage, Lynn suddenly inquired, "Have you noticed any peculiar individuals while observing the Marauder's Map since the beginning of this term?" Fred and George pondered Lynn's question earnestly, ultimately voicing a name. "If we're to speak of the oddest, it must be Professor Fox." "Professor Fox? I know you have a good rapport with him, Lynn, but I must tell you, he indeed has some issues," he stated gravely. Fred continued in agreement with George. "We noticed something was amiss with him from the very start of the term. He has been wandering the castle almost every night for quite some time." Lynn regarded them skeptically, feeling that their statements were somewhat out of character. "Shouldn't you both have boldly investigated Professor Fox's strange behavior? Why would fear prevent you from night excursions?" George and Fred exchanged awkward smiles, and ultimately, it was George who spoke. You certainly understand us well. All right, I admit we did attempt to follow Professor Fox one night to see what he was up to in the castle, but every time we tried to trail him, Filch would suddenly appear. Although he never caught us, we didn't dare take the risk again. Lynn lowered his gaze, contemplating for a moment, feeling that this was all rather coincidental. What about recently? Has he been out at night again? Thank you. I will take your words to heart, Lynn expressed sincerely. The Weasley brothers bid Lynn farewell, disappearing into the passageway to Hogsmeade for their shopping. Lynn continued his search for the room of requirement, reflecting on the brothers' conversation. Ultimately, he chuckled softly and shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it too much. At the start of the term, Professor Fox had candidly revealed that he harbored secrets. Much like Lynn himself, Lynn had no desire to probe into Professor Fox's mysteries, nor did he wish for anyone to pry into his own. At the very least, he was certain that since their first encounter, Professor Fox had never intended him harm, and had, in fact, offered him considerable assistance. Thus, the Weasley brothers' remarks did not shake Lynn's impression of Professor Fox. He still regarded him as a lovely and respectable elder. Mealtimes were when Lynn and Cedric, along with Ian, would gather. During dinner, Cedric shared with Lynn a piece of news he had just learned. Raphael was discharged in the afternoon. Madame Pomfrey had cured him of all the dark curses afflicting him, yet she was unable to remedy the hair loss spell. The potion for hair growth was rather obscure, and the infirmary had no stock available. Professor Snape lacked the necessary ingredients to concoct it, leaving Raphael to leave the hospital bareheaded. Lynn was sipping pumpkin juice when Cedric's words caused him to choke. How unfortunate, he coughed. Ian, with an impassive expression, remarked, if you refrain from smiling. At least you may appear sincere. Who said I was smiling? I am merely expressing sympathy for him. Lynn weakly defended himself. You ought to be more cautious, Cedric said, worry etched on his face. Although he had not been relieved of his position as prefect, he had been sentenced to a month of detention. Upon exiting the infirmary, he had brazenly declared, in front of many witnesses, that he would make Lynn pay. Lynn scoffed, as if he could. By the time he seeks revenge, I might have already sent him back to the infirmary. No sooner had he spoken than Professor McGonagall hurried into the Great Hall, her expression grave. Hans Breescott of Slytherin. Professor Snape has appointed you to temporarily assume the role of male prefect in place of Raphael Williamson. A stir erupted in the hall, with the prefects of various houses immediately rising to heed Professor McGonagall's directive. The female prefects soothed the younger witches and wizards lingering in the hall, while the male prefects hastily exited. Cedric and Ian simultaneously turned to Lynn, their gazes laden with suspicion. Lynn stared at them, bewildered. Why are you looking at me like that? Ian's piercing eyes scrutinized him. Did you have a hand in this? What could I possibly have done? Lynn protested, his innocence palpable. Professor McGonagall's words clearly imply that something has happened to Raphael, Cedric reasoned calmly. So what does that have to do with your suspicions of me? Lynn retorted, genuinely confused. You just mentioned wanting to send him back to the infirmary, Ian pointed out. That was merely what? Ian pressed. Forget it. I shan't discuss it with you. Even if I had a motive, I lack the opportunity to commit such an act. News of the incidents occurring within the castle had also reached the Great Hall. Yet another attack. The victim was none other than Raphael, who had been out of the hospital for less than half a day. Furthermore, he had been tortured with the Cruciatus Curse near the Slytherin common room, and ultimately, his memory had been erased. The information spread rapidly among the young witches and wizards, reviving previously quelled rumors. Here we go again, another attack by a dark wizard. The culprit has never truly left. He has been among us all along. Adrian Fox. He is unworthy of being called a professor. How could he inflict such harm upon his own students? The failure of the Aurors from the Ministry to apprehend him last time has led to yet another tragedy. Lynn and his companions had lost all appetite for their meal. The situation for Professor Fox appears dire, Cedric murmured. Even Ian nodded in agreement. Unless the true culprit is caught, he will undoubtedly be summoned by the Ministry for a thorough investigation, regardless of the lack of evidence. Given a multitude of accusations against him, the outcry against Professor Fox by the young wizards is growing increasingly fervent, with even some Slytherin students shouting at Professor McGonagall, who remained in the Great Hall. Professor McGonagall, I believe it is unnecessary for the other professors to search for a non-existent murderer within the castle. Where is Professor Fox now? The most pressing matter is to restrain him. Professor McGonagall coldly responded to the Slytherin student. She had heard the murmurs circulating among the students. Yet she felt an overwhelming unease and was unable to vouch for Fox's character. For at the moment Raphael was attacked, Fox had vanished. Disappeared Fox. All of Hogwarts' young wizards were assembled in the Great Hall. Aside from McGonagall, who was supervising the students, all other professors were scouring the castle for the unknown assailant. Except for the defense against the dark arts instructor, Adrian Fox, who seemed to have evaporated into thin air, eluding all searches. In a corner of the second-floor staircase, Severus Snape encountered Professor Flitwick. Any discoveries, Severus? Snape shook his head. No, I have not encountered a single soul. And Adrian, have you found him? Snape scoffed. He has likely fled in fear of retribution. Flitwick furrowed his brow. I am aware of your past conflicts, but such assertions should not be made without concrete evidence. You are not one of those immature students. I am certainly capable of my own judgments. I do not require your instruction, Flitwick. Meanwhile, within the Great Hall, the young wizards continued their fervent discussions. Lynn, furrowing his brow, ignored the rumors and focused intently on the task that had just appeared before him. Urgent task. Save Professor Adrian Fox, the defense against the dark arts instructor. Task description. Your beloved professor is currently in peril, yet everyone doubts him. Only you believe in his innocence, and only you can assist him. Task reward. Randomly acquire one of Adrian Fox's talents. Do me a favor. Lynn suddenly addressed Cedric and Ian. What do you plan to do? Cedric felt an ominous premonition. Where are you going? The castle is perilous right now. You cannot go out. Cedric anxiously grasped Lynn's arm. Lynn looked at him earnestly. I have compelling reasons to go out. Trust me, I fear death, so believe me, I will be fine. Lynn's gaze was resolute, and Ian patted Cedric's shoulder. Trust him. Let him go. Reluctantly, Cedric released his grip, gritting his teeth. Just promise you won't be reckless, Lynn. Lynn smiled at them, assuring I won tea. He then turned and stealthily slipped out of the Great Hall. Upon exiting, he did not linger within the castle, but rather proceeded straight down the corridor, making his way outside. Outside the castle, darkness enveloped the surroundings, with ominous clouds obscuring the starry sky and a fine drizzle cascading from above. Waterproof and moisture-resistant, he had cast a waterproof charm upon his robe before resolutely plunging into the night. He recalled the Marauder's map that the Weasley brothers had showcased to him earlier that afternoon, noting that Professor Fox's last known location was in Hagrid's hut. Employing a Lumos spell, Lynn swiftly made his way along the rugged muddy path to Hagrid's abode. The door to Hagrid's hut was firmly shut, the interior shrouded in darkness, clearly devoid of life. However, Hagrid's hound, Fong, remained in the yard, displaying signs of agitation as it barked incessantly towards the Forbidden Forest. Observing the large footprints that trailed along the path leading to the forest, Lynn surmised the whereabouts of Professor Fox and Hagrid. He refrained from recklessly entering the forest, knowing it would be tantamount to courting death. Instead, he approached Fong, who was tethered and barking fervently, and softly spoke. I wish to venture into the Forbidden Forest to find Hagrid and the others. Can you guide me? Fong seemed to comprehend Lynn's intention, ceasing its barking, wagging its tail, and willingly presenting its chain to him with its mouth. Lynn unfastened the chain, and Fong took off, leading Lynn deeper into the forest. That same afternoon, while Lynn encountered the Weasley brothers within the castle, Hagrid was true to his word, prepared to accompany Professor Fox into the Forbidden Forest in search of a red cap. Unfortunately, Fong had not yet fully recovered, which would have made their task considerably easier. If only Fong were completely healed, Hagrid lamented before entering the forest. Professor Fox, however, remained untroubled. I trust in your abilities, Hagrid. You have served as the keeper of keys and grounds here for decades. With you by my side, I believe our quest will be far from arduous. Oh, do not flatter me so, Fox, Hagrid replied, though it was evident that he relished the compliment. As they prepared to embark into the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid cast a wary glance at the sky. The weather is rather dreadful today. I fear it may rain soon. Haven't you always carried an umbrella? Professor Fox chuckled, gesturing to the pink umbrella in Hagrid's grasp. Moreover, the damp weather works to our advantage. Redcaps are particularly fond of such conditions. Hagrid instinctively concealed the small pink umbrella, his gaze wandering as he changed the subject. Well then, let us proceed. The two ventured into the Forbidden Forest, following the familiar path that Hagrid often traversed. We must not search haphazardly. Fox, do you have any knowledge of the habits of those little creatures? You mentioned they favor dampness. Perhaps we should check by the riverbank. Professor Fox shook his head, a mysterious smile gracing his face as he produced a weathered silver cup from seemingly nowhere. There is no need for such trouble. I possess a cup that those little beings once used. We can utilize it to locate their kind. As soon as Fox's words fell, he cast a spell upon the cup in his hand. The spell, revealing charm, released a radiant blue light from his wand, swirling around the silver goblet before pointing towards a specific direction within the Forbidden Forest. Professor Fox's body seemed to tremble slightly, and anyone could discern the excitement in his voice. He is indeed concealed here. Hagrid observed Professor Fox's demeanor and felt an unsettling chill creeping over him. You're lagging behind, Hagrid, Hurry and keep up with me, Professor Fox called out, leading the way. This path passes through the centaur tribes, who are rather averse to outsiders. Moreover, the centaurs inform me that one of their kin has recently gone missing, and the tribe is on high alert. It will be prudent for us to take a detour. Together, Professor Fox and Hagrid had traversed the Forbidden Forest for over an hour. The sky had completely darkened, and under Hagrid's guidance, they avoided the centaur tribes, the unicorn gathering grounds, and numerous other perilous locations. They meandered through the forest, nearly covering half its expanse, until they finally arrived at its deepest recesses. Hagrid, gazing at the familiar web surrounding them, felt a shift in his expression and stammered, "Fox, are you certain we haven't come to the wrong place? Will there truly be redcaps here?" Professor Fox advanced with remarkable swiftness, not once allowing Hagrid to slow his pace for him. His demeanor grew increasingly composed, and the initial excitement on his face was replaced by an uncanny calmness. "I will not mistake the location, Hagrid. However, I have visited this place many times." Hagrid's gaze flickered with uncertainty as he attempted to dissuade Professor Fox from proceeding further. "There is certainly no such creature as the redcap you speak of here, I can assure you." Seeing Professor Fox's resolute determination, Hagrid began to panic. He clenched his fist, the size of a football, gritted his teeth, and ultimately chose to reveal the truth. "I have kept some pets here, Fox. They don't quite adhere to the Ministry of Magic's regulations, but I swear, I have never allowed them to leave the Forbidden Forest, nor have they ever harmed anyone." Professor Fox interrupted him. "No need to elaborate, Hagrid. Do you think a person like me would concern himself with such matters? I am not here to trouble you regarding your pets." Although Hagrid was generally forthright, he was not foolish after all these years. "But you cannot be here seeking any redcaps. Perhaps in other parts of the Forbidden Forest, but they certainly do not inhabit this area. In fact, this entire forest cannot support such creatures. These little sprites thrive only in Northern Europe, where remnants of human blood are found. The Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts clearly lacks the conditions conducive to their survival. Therefore, I apologize, Hagrid. I have deceived you." Hagrid's expression changed entirely. He had assumed that Professor Fox, upon entering the Forbidden Forest, had discovered the whereabouts of his pets, and thus abandoned the search for the redcaps, turning instead to seek out the dangerous magical creatures he had been harboring. Little did he expect that Professor Fox's initial target was not that dubious red hat at all. "What are you seeking here?" he asked tremulously. Professor Fox continued his stride, following the spell's guidance. "I am in search of a person, an adversary." "What kind of adversary? Are there others in the Forbidden Forest?" Professor Fox was entirely unperturbed by Hagrid's continued presence, rather appearing pleased to have a listener by his side at this moment. He possessed numerous identities: an unregistered animagus, a pure-blood supremacist, a dark wizard, a Death Eater. Yet I prefer to refer to him as a fleeing rat. He is a Death Eater who has evaded capture by the Ministry of Magic? Hagrid felt a chill in his limbs, a sense of inexplicable anxiety washing over him. No, you misunderstand me." Professor Fox shook his head. "I call him a rat not because he escaped the Ministry's pursuit. You ought to know why I was imprisoned in Azkaban and subsequently released, right, Hagrid?" Hagrid opened his mouth, seemingly grasping what Professor Fox was about to reveal. "I killed 5 Death Eaters," he said with a smile. "Originally, that number should have been 6, but the last one received word and fled prematurely. After being apprehended by the Ministry, I roamed the world under the guise of travel, all in search of him. Can you guess where he is hiding?" Night had fallen. Heavy clouds obscured the stars from the earth, casting an especially dark pall over the Forbidden Forest. They seemed to be walking into the maw of a colossal abyssal beast, with darkness enveloping them, rendering their hands invisible before their eyes. A flicker of light appeared. Professor Fox employed a Lumos charm with his wand. Hagrid hesitated for a moment, yet chose not to hide. He brandished his pink umbrella, similarly casting the Lumos charm. As they ventured deeper, webs resembling fishing nets began to emerge amidst the trees, while enormous shadows flitted through the strands. "So your pet is a giant spider. I recall they are known to consume humans." Professor Fox discerned the creatures concealed within the webs. Hagrid defended their friend. "Aragog listens to me. He has restrained his kin, ensuring they do not harm others." Yet Professor Fox disagreed. "A beast remains a beast, regardless of whether its leader establishes a rule against harming others for you. What will happen once you are gone? Or if your friend lacks the power to control his kin?" Suddenly, Professor Fox halted. The forest resonated with a fine, crackling sound that had begun unbeknownst to them. It was akin to countless feet cracking dried branches underfoot. Professor Fox's expression grew grave as he shrugged and said to Hagrid, "I believe that we need not wait for that moment. Your friend's progeny are already eager to devour us." Concealed within the shadows, the spiders were not attempting to hide. Instead, they converged from all directions, encircling Professor Fox and Hagrid in a manner reminiscent of a dark ocean poised to engulf their diminutive rock. Hagrid, incredulous, gazed at the massive spiders surging forth like a tide, roaring in inquiry towards his companion. Aragog, where are you? Come out immediately. Do you wish to kill me? Professor Fox halted Hagrid's futile gestures. Despite his silver hair and the multitude of wrinkles adorning his face, he stood tall, his eyes gleaming with vitality. The howling cold wind billowed his cloak as Adrian Fox deftly drew his wand, akin to a medieval knight unsheathing his sword. There is no need to shout, Hagrid. Your friend has evidently encountered some mishap. Our only recourse now is to fight. The incessant patter of rain struck the dense foliage within the depths of the Forbidden Forest. At that moment, both Professor Fox and Hagrid cast the shield charm upon themselves. Armor protection, an invisible barrier formed around them, as, simultaneously, the throngs of gigantic spiders, each the size of a millstone, charged towards them as if summoned by some unseen force. Professor Fox brandished his wand, splashing water into the air. Without uttering an incantation, he executed a silent transfiguration spell, transforming the surrounding underbrush into tendrils of vines that encircled them in a protective ring. The leading spiders, caught off guard, stumbled. Their 8 legs were less coordinated than 2, and many were ensnared by the suddenly emerging vines. Hagrid swiftly raised his small red umbrella, directing it at the massive spiders behind those trapped, invoking a barrier charm. Heavy impediment. Thunderous explosions echoed as Professor Fox unleashed an explosion spell. A tremendous roar erupted before them, and blinding flames swiftly consumed the spiders that had been toppled or ensnared by the barrier charm. Accompanied by anguished shrieks, countless spiders were obliterated, their viscous, repugnant green blood mingling with fragments of their bodies and entrails, splattering everywhere. The potency of Professor Fox's explosion spell was formidable. In comparison to the spells practiced by Lynn, the difference was akin to that between a grenade and a firecracker. If the Forbidden Forest is scorched, surely Dumbledore will not hold me liable for the school's damages? Professor Fox jested, even in the face of such peril. While numerous spiders had met their demise or been injured, those that remained were even more relentless, charging forth, undeterred by the corpses of their kin. If we survive this, I will bear the compensation Dumbledore may demand from you. Hagrid gritted his teeth. Back to back, they continued to cast spells into the throng of spiders, witnessing both the continued fall of their adversaries and the relentless advance of new foes. How many offspring does your friend truly possess? Professor Fox gasped, breathless from the struggle. I have not kept a record, yet it has thrived for over 40 years. If this continues, we shall be utterly consumed by them. A splendid idea. Professor Fox nodded in agreement, stating, You are tall. Charge ahead, and I shall follow closely behind to fend them off. Are you able to keep up? Hagrid found no fault in the professor's words. A flash of fire erupted, accompanied by yet another explosive spell, but in the face of the relentless tide of spiders. Its effect was negligible. On the count of 3, you shall begin your charge. 3, 2, 1. As Professor Fox's words echoed, Hagrid suddenly bellowed, turned, and dashed towards the oncoming horde with his eyes shut tight. The spiders, as if in unison, parted before him, allowing a clear passage as he surged forward. Remarkably, Hagrid broke free from a swarm. However, Professor Fox remained motionless within the encircling spiders, calling out to Hagrid's retreating figure. Run faster, Hagrid. I might just overtake you. Hagrid sprinted on, swiftly vanishing into the night. Professor Fox, squinting at the spiders that had once again sealed the exit, chuckled softly, seemingly conversing with an unseen presence. I wish to kill you, and yet you not only refrain from fleeing, but also seek to use this opportunity to eliminate me. He stretched his wrist, slightly sore from the continuous wand waving. Letting Hagrid go is precisely what I desire. Did you think I summoned him for assistance? With him gone, I can unleash my full potential. Professor Fox grasped his wand in an unusual manner, both hands firmly holding the base while the tip pointed towards the ground. As the spiders launched another assault, he remained unperturbed, a mischievous smile gracing his face as he intoned the incantation that has instilled terror in countless hearts. Avada Kedavra! A brilliant green light erupted from his wand, and to the strange astonishment of all, the death curse did not dissipate upon making contact with the ground. The beams scattered into a flowing luminescence, swirling around Professor Fox's position, gracefully spreading across the ground like water, instantly enveloping the entire spider tide. Aside from a sound of raindrops pattering on leaves, an eerie silence descended. Thousands of colossal spiders collapsed to the earth like marionettes with severed strings. Muddy water splashed up, landing on the lifeless, ashen eyes of the arachnids. Rain and darkness engulfed him. Only the multitude of spider corpses attested to the fierce battle that had just unfolded. Hagrid did not run far before realizing that Professor Fox had not followed. Though the professor had deceived him twice, he was not one to abandon a friend. Hagrid cast several fire spells at the web, but before they could ignite, the rain extinguished them, inciting his frustration. A sudden, intense pain surged through him, and his vision darkened, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Yet, he only had time to glimpse the face of the approaching assailant before suffering a second brutal strike. This time, Hagrid could not withstand it. He was knocked unconscious, collapsing into the mud. The assailant cast aside the wooden club in his grasp, his countenance marked by a chilling numbness. He advanced on 4 hooves, disregarding the unconscious Hagrid, and turned away. Surrounding him were cobwebs, indicating that this territory had been claimed by a colony of spiders, all of whom had perished under Professor Fox's enchantments. Only a few immature spiders remained, and even these were sizable, comparable to an adult's fist. Not long after, Professor Fox halted, for the tracking spell that had led him here had dissipated, signifying that the individual he sought was nearby. Yet, there was no sign of life, only a massive figure that suddenly erupted from a cave. With a flick of his wand, Professor Fox transformed a stone into a sharp spike just as the creature charged forward. The unprepared behemoth was instantly gored, emitting a painful shriek as its 6 blade-like limbs curled inwards, rendered incapable of advancing. Professor Fox swiftly retreated 2 paces, finally discerning the full form of this colossal creature. It was an extraordinarily large acromantula, larger even than a Muggle automobile, and with each movement of its 6 legs, it felled trees like mere twigs. Its 8 eyes appeared abnormal, exhibiting a peculiar grayish hue, reminiscent of blindness. This creature was evidently Aragog, Hagrid's friend. However, its current state seemed awry, as if under some form of control. Such a large beast, though terrifying in appearance, was rather a manageable target for a wizard. Its size rendered it an excellent living target. Its legs were frozen in place. While it would have been easy to eliminate it, Professor Fox refrained, considering Hagrid's well-being. "Why do you not emerge, Wilkes?" He called out into the empty woods, his voice resonating in the rain-soaked night. "I suspect you are weary of hiding. Even when I was imprisoned in Azkaban, you did not dare to show yourself, lingering here for 10 years. Now you finally muster the courage to retaliate. Why not reveal yourself and face me?" Professor Fox furrowed his brow. He seemed to hear a voice. Suddenly, a wooden arrow shot forth from the depths of the woods, aimed squarely at his head. Yet, it was halted a mere 10 centimeters from him by an invisible barrier, as he had maintained his protective charm. The failed strike was followed by the sound of hooves pounding the ground, as a shadowy figure darted through the trees, evading Professor Fox's attempts to pinpoint its location with his wand. It was a centaur. Professor Fox instinctively squinted, recognizing the identity of his attacker. He recalled Hagrid mentioning that a member of the centaur tribe had gone missing upon entering the Forbidden Forest. It now appeared that they had not simply strayed but had been ensnared by dark magic. The arrows of the centaur posed little threat to Professor Fox. Rather, the true danger lay in the figure concealed in the shadows. He refrained from making any rash movements, choosing instead to remain stationary, patiently awaiting the moment when the hidden adversary would reveal himself. They maintained this stalemate for 5 minutes until the wandering centaur could no longer contain his impatience and launched an attack. Aware that his arrows were ineffective, he decisively stowed his longbow and brandished a wooden spear, charging forward with the intent of piercing Professor Fox. Avada Kedavra! Professor Fox was equally resolute. His reluctance to kill Aragog was out of respect for Hagrid, but when it came to the centaur, he felt no such reservations. He raised his hand and unleashed the killing curse. The ghastly green light seemed to suffocate the air, piercing through the curtain of rain and hurtling towards the centaur. No one dared confront the killing curse directly, yet the centaur was remarkably agile, unlike Aragog, who had been treated as a living target. He leapt gracefully, twisting his body at an angle before charging once more. Professor Fox swiftly adapted his strategy. Against such a nimble opponent, spells that required direct hits would prove futile. Instead, he resorted to area effect incantations to effectively target his foe. Thunderous blast. Flames erupted skyward, and debris and mud flew through the air. Though the centaur narrowly evaded the direct impact of the explosive curse, he was still staggered by the subsequent shockwave, retreating several steps. Seizing the opportunity, Professor Fox unleashed his finishing move. Deadly precision. The centaur, his heart racing, instinctively dove to the side. An invisible blade sliced through the night, and though his evasive maneuver spared him from being cleaved in two, blood still gushed forth as his left arm was severed. A mournful wail echoed through the forbidden forest. Just as Professor Fox prepared to cast another spell to claim the centaur's head, a ghastly green curse seemingly materialized from thin air, striking from behind him. Avada Kedavra! Upon hearing the incantation, Professor Fox realized too late that evasion was no longer an option. Thus, he opted for an alternative means of escape. His body rapidly shrank, his stature and appearance transforming in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Professor Fox had become Professor Flitwick, due to his diminished height. The curse that should have struck him merely grazed Flitwick's hair. With his transformation complete, Professor Fox did not hesitate. After waiting so long, the rat had finally shown itself, and he could not afford to squander this opportunity. Another silent transformation spell ensued. From the location of the incoming killing curse, several branches quietly morphed into long ropes, swiftly coiling around the recently revealed dark wizard like serpents. The ropes tightened instantly, ensnaring him completely. However, in the next moment, the bound dark wizard vanished, the ropes falling helplessly to the ground, revealing a spider of normal size in his place. This dark wizard's animagus form was that of a spider. With his cover blown, the dark wizard named Wilkes ceased to hide, reverting from spider to human form. He appeared to be a middle-aged man, leading a most unfortunate life. His complexion a sickly yellow, and his hair disheveled, as if it had not been tended to in ages. His robe, too, was tattered and worn. However, his gaze was fiercely intense, fixated on Professor Fox, as he tightened his grip on his wand and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Fox, I never expected you to be a born animagus." The long-awaited vengeance of 056 had arrived after a decade. There are many more surprises in store for you. Seeing him abandon his stealth, Professor Fox chose not to engage in idle chatter, launching an Avada Kedavra straight away. Wilkes, while sprinting to evade the killing curse, retaliated with bursts of green light. In that moment, the forest was alive with vibrant hues of green. "Fox, I believe we can negotiate." Wilkes attempted to broker a discussion with Professor Fox. "What do you wish to discuss?" Although Fox feigned a willingness to negotiate, he unleashed a relentless barrage of killing curses and blasting curses, providing Wilkes no respite. "I did not act. It was all Lestrange and his ilk. They were the ones responsible. I was merely a bystander. Just a bystander." "A bystander, you say?" Professor Fox roared with a chilling intensity, seemingly incensed by his words. "Do you know what I have regretted all these years in Azkaban?" His eyes were bloodshot, ablaze with wrath and hatred, as if capable of incinerating one's very soul. "I have always regretted that those 5 scoundrels met their end too easily. The Cruciatus curse was hardly sufficient. I should have tormented them, making them repent from the very depths of their souls. Repent for the deeds they once committed." Disarming charm. An invisible blade radiated from Professor Fox, sweeping outward in all directions. Countless trees were severed at their bases, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. Wilkes's expression shifted dramatically. He had once been a Death Eater, a follower of the Dark Lord, and had witnessed the devastating power of spells crafted by his colleague Snape. However, he was certain that the effects of the disarming charm were not as exaggerated as this. Much like the killing curse that had annihilated the spider swarm, the disarming charm had been enhanced by Professor Fox. Without hesitation, he dropped to the ground, and almost immediately the blade swept past. All 8 of its legs were severed in an instant. Stinking green blood splattered everywhere, as if it were of no consequence. Aragog's vitality was tenacious. Despite having all its limbs severed, it had not yet succumbed, remaining a rotund body on the ground, wailing in agony. The effects of Professor Fox's disarming charm were nothing short of terrifying. Within a 20-meter radius, all trees were obliterated, creating a vast clearing in the forbidden forest. "Madman, you are a lunatic," Wilkes shouted as he scrambled to his feet, covered in mud, appearing quite disheveled. Professor Fox had just unleashed a powerful spell, and his condition was far from optimal. The excessive expenditure of magic had drained him, leaving his complexion pale and breathless as he leaned against his knee, his stamina waning. Amidst the swirling smoke, Wilkes suddenly cast a low-level smoke charm. As the white mist began to rise around him, obscuring his vision, Professor Fox felt a surge of caution. He did not underestimate the spell, which even a first-year student at Hogwarts could wield. Thus, he opted for the swiftest method to dispel the smoke screen. The universal countercurse could effectively neutralize the majority of spells, including the smoke spell. Yet, just as the mist was about to dissipate, the sound of hooves suddenly echoed in his ears. Had the centaur risen once more? The two were now perilously close, too close for any spell to evade. With no time to concern himself with the centaur behind him, protected by the armored charm, Professor Fox knew the centaur had sustained considerable injuries and could not inflict significant harm. The immediate threat was Wilkes, right before him. At such proximity, whoever cast their spell first would emerge victorious. Avada! Wilkes's face contorted with rage as he had already uttered half of the incantation for the killing curse. However, before he could complete it, numerous wounds suddenly erupted across his body. A dozen deep gashes elicited a horrific scream from him, and he could no longer continue the incantation. Professor Fox chose not to cast the killing curse, but instead opted for a silent version of the stunning spell. Though its potency was diminished, its speed made a formidable choice. Recognizing the opportunity for certain victory, Professor Fox refrained from the folly of a villain who speaks too much. Ignoring the centaur behind him, he raised his wand, poised to unleash the killing curse. Suddenly, a tremendous force collided with his back. The armor charm could not withstand such power, shattering instantly. Professor Fox felt a sharp pain in his back as he was thrust forward. Looking down, he discovered a jagged horn had pierced through his abdomen. The assailant was not a centaur after all, but a unicorn, an ethereal creature controlled by the soul-sucking curse. Wilkes, now racked with pain, felt his mind fraying at the edges. Seeing the unicorn's attack succeed, he relinquished his hold on the creature. Its magical resistance was formidable, and had it not been for his relentless application of the curse, he could never have subdued it. Now that his plan had borne fruit, Wilkes laughed triumphantly. Fox, I have won. The unicorn, regaining its consciousness, gazed at Professor Fox, bewildered by the predicament, and then withdrew its horn from his body, fleeing in a panic. Although Professor Fox was not yet dead, he sensed that death was drawing near. Lying in the mud, he shakily retrieved various potions from the pockets of his cloak, consuming a handful and pouring some over the horrific, gaping wound that was visible through to his back. Wilkes, exhilarated, felt his own wounds were severe, yet he believed himself far stronger than Fox. You are about to perish, Fox. Your demise would grant me liberation. I must escape from this cursed place. I long to flee from England. With nearly all his strength spent, he managed to rise from the ground, blood staining a vast expanse of earth. He grasped the centaur's spear, using it as a staff, determined to approach Fox. I must kill you. Only by taking your life can I forget the horrific manner in which Lestrange and the others perished. Only by ending your life can I find solace, a peaceful slumber. Wilkes suddenly emitted a chilling scream, as the wounds upon his body gradually extended and widened. It felt as if numerous insects were quietly feasting upon his flesh. He collapsed again, less than 10 meters from Fox, the agony etched deep within his soul, driving him to madness. Professor Fox, clutching his still bleeding abdomen, chuckled softly. This isn't so bad. I shall perish alongside you. Indeed, it is quite agreeable. Thank you, Merlin. His voice faded, almost as if he were conversing with himself. Everything I could leave behind, I have entrusted to you, Lynn. I hope you can take up the mantle and accomplish what I could not. In the Forbidden Forest, Yaya dashed about with Lynn in tow, following Hagrid's scent deeper into the woods until they were confronted by 2 centaurs. Halt, human cub, and that dog. Ahead lies our tribe. You cannot enter without permission. Lynn restrained the eager Yaya, attempting to leverage Hagrid's connection. I seek Hagrid. Have you seen him? The 2 centaurs exchanged glances and shook their heads. No, Hagrid has not come here. Lynn pointed to Yaya. You must recognize this dog. Hagrid raised him, and he tracked Hagrid's scent here. We are currently searching the Forbidden Forest for our missing kin, forbidding any outsiders from entering our tribe, including Hagrid himself. Thus, Hagrid could not have been here. Upon hearing this, Lynn's eyes brightened. He squinted, mischief brewing within him. So, Hagrid was referring to you. He exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. The centaur guards looked perplexed. What do you mean, us? One of them scrutinized him with suspicion. Why did you not say so earlier? How was I to know you were centaurs? Lynn feigned ignorance. I have never seen you before. I thought centaurs had horse heads and human bodies. Though Lynn's words were somewhat infuriating, he was merely a cub, and the centaur guards deemed it unnecessary to quarrel with him. Is what you say true? Do I have any reason to lie? Lynn blinked, appearing remarkably sincere. The expressions of the 2 centaur guards grew serious, prompting one to leave to inform their leader. Soon, the ground trembled as dozens of centaurs approached. Leading them was a centaur named Firenza, significantly more refined and seemingly wiser than the others. Are you the bearer of news? Firenza approached Lynn, both towering figures casting an imposing presence before him. Unfazed, Lynn remarked, Indeed, it is I. The astute centaur immediately identified the inconsistencies in Lynn's deceit. If Hagrid wished to convey this message to us, why not send that dog to find us instead of relying on you? Lynn shrugged. Are you well acquainted with Yaya? Not at all. Then that settles it. If Hagrid sent Yaya to find you, Would he even be able to locate you? And even if he did, could you comprehend what it was trying to convey? Ultimately, would you trust a strange dog? As he spoke, Lin affectionately patted Yaya's head, prompting the dog to wag its tail in response. I, however, am different. I share a bond with Yaya and can understand its intentions. What benefit would I gain from deceiving you to earn your trust? Firenze fell silent for a moment, then regarded Lin with a penetrating gaze before issuing a command to the centaurs behind him. Let's follow him. Sensing his acquiescence, Lin tentatively inquired, I run rather slowly. Might you carry me? The centaurs glared at him with indignation. In your dreams, what do you take us for? Mules? Firenze silenced his companion's protests with a nod of agreement. Very well, hop on. The centaurs stared at Firenze in disbelief, yet Lin paid them no mind. His objective had been achieved. He gracefully mounted Firenze's back, holding Yaya by his side, as they continued their swift journey into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. The thunderous sound of dozens of centaurs galloping startled numerous magical creatures into a frenzied retreat. Lin's alliance with the centaurs was not only to expedite the search for Professor Fox, but also to ensure his own safety. While Professor Fox was undoubtedly in peril alongside Hagrid, the specifics of that danger eluded Lin. In the Forbidden Forest, the centaurs, as the true denizens of this land, possessed unparalleled knowledge of its intricacies, surpassing even Hagrid's familiarity. Despite Lin's prodigious talent, his abilities paled in comparison to those of an adult wizard. Even if he located Professor Fox, he might be unable to rescue anyone and could potentially endanger himself. However, traveling alongside the centaurs changed the equation. With these dozens of centaurs at his side, Lin felt nearly invincible within the Forbidden Forest. Should he ultimately find Professor Fox alongside Hagrid and their missing companions, it would be a cause for celebration. Even the worst-case scenario, where his deception was unveiled with Hogwarts and Dumbledore support, what could the centaurs truly do to him? Thus, encountering the centaurs proved to be an unequivocal stroke of fortune for Lin. For legs, after all, could outrun too, and Yaya led Lin and the centaurs to the spot where Hagrid lay unconscious before collapsing in exhaustion. As he gazed at Hagrid sprawled on the ground, a heavy sense of dread settled within Lin's heart. The situation had deteriorated beyond his worst fears. Professor Fox had somehow become separated from Hagrid. The rain rendered the earth beneath their feet thick and viscous. A centaur discovered the tracks of the centaur that had previously attacked Hagrid. Firenze's expression grew grave as he beheld Hagrid's current state, an ominous feeling creeping over him. Yaya remained behind, and Firenze wished to keep Lin in place as well, assigning a few centaurs to watch over them. However, Lin refused. You are merely a cub. The path ahead may be perilous. Moreover, have you not already found Hagrid? Why do you insist on following us? Firenze inquired. Lin spoke with sincerity, not a trace of deceit in his words. It is not solely Hagrid. A professor has accompanied him into the Forbidden Forest. Now that Hagrid is in danger, your kin and my professor may also be in peril, so I must accompany you. Firenze and Lin's gazes locked for a moment before he finally spoke softly. You are somewhat different from the other wizarding cubs. Since you are so resolute, you may follow us. We shall ensure your safety. A few centaurs stayed behind to guard the unconscious Hagrid, while the remainder ventured deeper into the forest. They had entered the territory of Aragog, Hagrid's pet spider. Some centaurs recognized this place. Soon, they encountered a web obstructing their path. A centaur attempted to tear through the web with his spear, but to little avail. Firenze frowned. We need to find a way around. There's no need for such trouble, Lin declared, leaping down from his mount. I shall clear the way. You a mere cub? A centaur scoffed. Lin offered no explanation. Instead, he brandished his wand at the web before him. With a resounding explosion, he unleashed the blasting curse. Lin propelled himself and the centaurs forward with explosive force. They swiftly arrived at the location where Professor Fox and Hagrid were battling against a tide of spiders. The scene was one of devastation, littered with corpses, trees felled, and countless craters scattered across the ground. What filled the centaurs with dread were the carcasses of the spiders. It's the killing curse. The killing curse of a dark wizard. A centaur exclaimed in horror. So many have fallen to the killing curse. The centaurs stared in terror at the multitude of spider bodies, their faces pale. One killing curse can extinguish a single life. The sheer number of slain spiders left them unable to fathom the quantity of curses unleashed. Fear gripped the centaurs, yet Firenze pressed on, determined to find the body of his fallen kin, regardless of the cost. Just as they prepared to set forth again, a bloodied unicorn with a frantic demeanor charged towards them. The centaurs did not hinder its flight, parting to allow its safe passage. Lin gazed at the blood upon the unicorn's horn, his foreboding sense intensifying. They continued onward, and not long after, the surroundings underwent a dramatic transformation. Even the stoutest trees appeared as though they had been severed with precision, revealing a clearing the size of a football field within the Forbidden Forest. Lin recognized the curse responsible for such devastation, the blasting curse. Yet its power was truly terrifying. The vast expanse of destruction was unimaginable if unleashed amidst a crowd. Shortly thereafter, a keen-eyed centaur, wielding a specially crafted waterproof torch, discovered two wizards lying in the mud, alongside a centaur who was unconscious with a severed arm. Blood was strewn across the ground. Lin's gaze fell upon the fallen wizards, his breath quickening with apprehension. He hastened towards them. The wizard covered in wounds was unfamiliar to him, yet he immediately recognized Professor Fox, who had been grievously impaled. Staring at the seemingly lifeless Professor Fox, Lin collapsed into the mire with a thud. As waves of sorrow surged within him, Professor Fox slowly opened his eyes and weakly uttered, "Ah, is that you, Lin?" Instantly, Lin's heart soared with relief. "You're not dead." Professor Fox coughed painfully, crimson blood staining his lips. "Please, check if Wilkes is dead." Lin wiped the rain from his eyes and rose to rush towards the other wizard. He was unaware of who Wilkes was, but there was no one else here besides this wizard. Wilkes lay motionless on the ground, his eyes open, a horrific pool of blood gathered beneath him. Lin crouched down, cautiously probing for signs of breath, then checking for a heartbeat, ultimately confirming that this wizard was irretrievably deceased. "He has no breath or heartbeat. He is dead, Professor." Lin's voice was barely a whisper, as if fearing to disturb Professor Fox. The professor seemed to find solace in this revelation, closing his eyes in relief. "It's better this way, it's better this way." Lin sensed something amiss in Professor Fox's condition and grasped the professor's shoulders, shaking him gently, while exclaiming, "Professor, it is he who is dead, not you. You cannot die. If you do, it would be to my detriment." Professor Fox, already dizzy from blood loss, felt queasy as Lin shook him. "If you continue to jostle me like this, it truly will be to your advantage." Lin quickly released his grip, realizing the professor's grave state, perilously close to death. He rushed to Firenze, pleading for assistance in carrying Professor Fox to Hogwarts. However, the centaurs refused. "Look at Adam's arm. It was surely severed by that wizard's dark magic. You should consider yourself fortunate that we do not seek revenge against him, and yet you ask us to aid him?" Even Firenze, usually the most amicable toward wizards, shook his head. "We will not assist a wizard who has harmed our kin." Lin found himself at a loss for words. For the evidence of the wizard's malevolence was evident all around, with only Professor Fox's wounds being piercing injuries. It was clear whose hand had severed the centaur's arm. Lin refrained from further pleading, knowing it would yield no fruit. Yet, he could not bear the thought of witnessing Professor Fox perish before his eyes. If he wished to save Professor Fox, it would have to be through his own efforts. Lin discovered a small, broken tree on the ground, not overly thick, and with a transfiguration spell, he transformed it into a wooden board. He strained to pull Professor Fox onto the board, then fashioned two branches into ropes to secure it, ultimately binding the ropes around his own body. Thus, he trudged onward, dragging Professor Fox behind him, facing the direction from whence they came. Behind him, the centaurs observed his departure with cold indifference. "Do not exert yourself in vain, Lin. In my current state, I cannot endure until you manage to extricate me," Professor Fox weakly advised, reclining on the board, his voice barely audible. "That will not happen, Professor. Consider this. I owe you 525 galleons. If you were to die, wouldn't that be a boon for me?" Lin fervently wished for Professor Fox to engage him in conversation, fearing the professor might succumb to slumber and never awaken. "Those funds were meant to support you. I had even prepared a will prior to my arrival. All my possessions, including my house in England, will belong to you upon my death. What do you take me for? Am I to become the kind of trust fund baby who lives off rental income, devoid of dreams? Have you forgotten what you once told me? You wanted me to be your assistant. An assistant, not your heir." Fortunately, the rain had gradually ceased, and the large hoofprints left by the centaurs were still quite visible. However, the Forbidden Forest remained shrouded in darkness, and the illumination charm Lin employed from his wand was insufficient, necessitating utmost caution as he walked. He continued to converse with Professor Fox, hoping he could hold on until Lin could lead him out of the forest. "Professor, please share your secrets with me," Lin urged. "Secrets? Huh." Professor Fox managed to chuckle even in this dire moment. Despite Lin's enhanced physique, it barely equated to that of an adult. Additionally, his stature remained modest, with short legs and small feet, making it arduous to drag an adult like Professor Fox through the Forbidden Forest. Although he had learned a fair amount of magic under the professor's tutelage, it was predominantly dark magic, capable only of causing harm, not healing. The only spell he could currently utilize was the levitation charm, which made the board slightly easier to pull. Lynn threatened fiercely. The board had been stained a deep crimson, as the blood from Professor Fox's wound, previously staunched by potion, began to seep out once more. "Very well, since you wish to know, I have nothing to conceal," he said, parting his lips, now pale from blood loss, and began recounting his past. "I was born into a quintessential pure-blood family. Yet by the time of my father's generation, the entire Fox lineage consisted solely of him. My parents were fervent advocates of wizard supremacy, and because of this, they perished in a wizarding civil war. I was not a student at Hogwarts. At the age of 11, I was accepted into Durmstrang. It was a stark contrast to Hogwarts, where the internal conflicts among young wizards were intense, and the academic life was rather oppressive. Nevertheless, I found my existence there to be quite satisfactory, as Durmstrang's academic environment was more liberal, allowing professors to openly engage in the study of dark magic, and students could apply to take electives if they were interested. It was during this time that I encountered dark magic. I was not swayed by the prevailing ideology of Grindelwald, nor did I wish to align myself with the opposing philosophy of Dumbledore. Instead, dark magic piqued my interest immensely, consuming nearly all my time and energy. Upon graduating from Durmstrang, my parents had long since abandoned our home, having become fervent followers of Grindelwald, self-proclaimed saints who endeavored to brainwash me into becoming a staunch supporter of his cause. However, my sole focus was my research into dark magic. Along with a few like-minded friends, I established a laboratory in Iceland dedicated to the modification and study of dark magic. Had it not been for an unfortunate incident, I might have remained there for a lifetime. In 1953, one of my friends succumbed to madness, using an imperfectly modified killing curse to take the lives of 3 individuals before being slain by another friend and me. This friend and I eventually married, settling in England, where we encountered Dumbledore, who was then the headmaster of Hogwarts and a distant uncle to my wife. He provided us with significant assistance, enabling us to lead a stable life. As Professor Fox's voice softened, Lynn listened intently to his narrative. However, upon reaching this point, he suddenly fell into a prolonged silence. After what felt like an eternity, when Lynn was on the verge of breaking the silence to ascertain Professor Fox's state of mind, he resumed speaking. Subsequently, turmoil erupted once more within the magical community, and not long after, another Dark Lord emerged. However, compared to Grindelwald, his ideology was rather crude and his ambitions considerably less grand. Nonetheless, he was far more unhinged and perilous. Fortunately, our family, being of pure blood, did not face persecution. Our daughter grew up without incident, graduated from Hogwarts, and eventually started her own family. Then my nightmares began. The Death Eaters, having somehow learned of my former research, sought to coerce me into relinquishing my research materials and joining their ranks to curry favor with their Dark Lord. I resolutely refused, prompting them to seize my wife and subject her to torment in an effort to extract our dark magic research from her. Ultimately, she succumbed to their brutal torture. My hatred for them was profound, and I yearned for vengeance, yet they did not relent, capturing my daughter and my newborn grandchild. That day is etched in my memory forever. In London, beneath its sky, 6 of them rode on flying broomsticks, holding my daughter and her child captive. They laughed maniacally, taunting me with questions of whether I dared to refuse, whether I wished to become a solitary outcast in the future. My daughter was terrified, weeping as she fervently pleaded with me, insisting that she could not die, nor could her child. Professor Fox's voice remained unervingly calm, as if recounting a tale belonging to someone else. I succumbed, shouting my agreement, offering you the research materials, vowing to join the Death Eaters and serve the so-called Dark Lord. However, one of them faltered, and my daughter, clutching her child, began to plummet uncontrollably. I mounted my flying broom, desperately pursuing them in an attempt to catch hold of them. Yet, they fell to their demise before my very eyes. Indeed, they were closest to me, so near that I could almost touch the hem of her garment. I collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably, striving to gather their bodies, to piece them together, but they could no longer be revived. Lynn, straining to progress, listened to Professor Fox's account, feeling a chill envelop his limbs. He could scarcely fathom how he might have unraveled had he been thrust into Professor Fox's dire circumstances. No wonder, when he first met the professor, he had claimed to suffer from acrophobia. That experience must have left an indelible mark. You are already familiar with the subsequent events. I embarked on a quest for vengeance, seeking retribution against them one by one. I tormented them with the Cruciatus Curse, inflicting such suffering that they perished. But after capturing the one responsible for the deaths of 5, the Ministry of Magic apprehended me and imprisoned me in Azkaban, allowing the sixth to escape. Yet, how could I possibly let him slip away so easily? Dumbledore advocated on my behalf, and, after 8 years, the Ministry released me. I scoured the world for him, but found not a single clue. Then, by chance, I encountered the ghost of his father. I employed various methods of torment upon him until he could endure no longer, revealing that his son was hiding within Hogwarts. Thus, I arrived at Hogwarts, assuming the role of the defense against the dark arts professor, which ultimately led me to you. Lynn, do you recall our excursion to Diagon Alley? On that day, Gringotts was robbed, and the thief was none other than myself. I pilfered a cup from his father's vault, a relic he once used as a means to locate him. My purpose in coming to Hogwarts was to seek vengeance upon him. As for the young witches and wizards who fell victim to the dark arts, their blame cast upon me is of no concern. I scoured the castle for 3 months, exploring nearly every corner of Hogwarts, yet he remained elusive. It was as if he anticipated my arrival. Otherwise, he would not have ensnared the centaurs and unicorns with the Imperius curse beforehand. Nevertheless, the outcome was favorable. I killed him, though my own life would soon extinguish, having avenged my loved ones render my existence thereafter meaningless. Dying in such a manner, I deemed it a fitting conclusion. Professor Fox, as though aware of his imminent demise, began to speak in a rambling fashion, sharing with Lynn his arrangements for what lay beyond. It was during an unexpected discovery at Hogwarts that I found this. It may prove useful in your quest for a place to practice spells in the future. After my demise, do not neglect your practice of dark magic. Your innate talent in this area is truly remarkable, and it would be a shame to squander it. In the drawer of my office, there lies a will I have prepared, intended for external parties, designating you as the sole heir to my estate. The entirety of the Fox family's wealth resides within my Gringotts vault, accompanied by various tomes on dark magic, many of which you will find invaluable. When time permits, you may visit there to inventory the contents at your leisure. In addition to the aforementioned will, I have made modifications to the parchment upon which it is inscribed. Once you obtain it, 2 addresses will materialize on its reverse. One is situated within the confines of England, my former residence, which houses a wealth of research materials pertaining to war magic and enhancements of dark magic for diverse applications. Resources you will undoubtedly find useful in due course. The other address leads to Iceland, a laboratory once shared with my wife and friends. This location is of paramount importance. Lynn, you must heed my words with utmost seriousness. Remember every syllable I utter. Professor Fox's breath quickened, his body now icy, and his consciousness began to wane. The laboratory harbors the results of our groundbreaking experiments in dark magic, which promise to revolutionize not just dark magic, but spells of all kinds. We endeavored to eliminate the necessity of a wizard's emotions in the release of spells. While we did not achieve success, we were tantalizingly close. It is an old house, and the lock may be opened with the unlocking charm. Upon entering, proceed to the kitchen and turn on the faucet. Although no water will flow, it will reveal a mural on the innermost wall of the 2nd floor, depicting a hunchbacked old witch with a hooked nose. Stand before her and recite the following names in order: Annan Invecco, Gareth Landrock, Isaac Maslasi, Adolphe Chalette, Elizabeth Bolte. Once you have uttered the names, the old witch will inquire as to their identities, and you shall respond that they are the living dead. At that moment, a door will appear on the wall. Enter through it into a vast chamber filled with numerous books and parchments, yet these are of little import. Simply address the empty space and inquire, "Is there anyone who can sing me a song?" You shall then witness a teapot, cups, and spoons harmonizing a rendition of Happy Birthday. The research materials are well aware of these 3 entities. Whatever you wish to know, you may ask them once their song concludes. Initially, I had no intention of bequeathing that laboratory to you. My friend succumbed to madness due to those very studies. However, since you ventured into the Forbidden Forest and found me, perhaps this is destiny. It will be best if you can comprehend the research. If you cannot, then forget it. Even if success is ultimately achieved, it may not necessarily be a boon. Professor Fox's voice grew ever fainter, and Lynn's strength was nearing its limit. Gritting his teeth, he pressed onward toward Hogwarts. I did not retain a single word you uttered. Who could possibly remember such a convoluted process after only one hearing? If you wish to prevent your research from being eternally concealed, then take the initiative. Do not rely on me. I am but a wretched soul, merely existing in idleness, awaiting my demise. In due time, I shall squander your funds, dwell in your abode, and indulge in a life of excess, completely disregarding the arcane arts. While you contemplate your fate, you won't. Professor Fox's voice began to falter once more. His condition had deteriorated. He was not only losing blood, but also slipping into a haze of consciousness. The sole reason he had not succumbed was due to the superior physical resilience inherent in wizards. Professor, you cannot sleep. If you do, you will truly perish. We're almost to Hogwarts. Once we arrive, you shall recover. You will recuperate. Severus Snape, that single man with a countenance devoid of warmth, possesses an array of potions that will heal you. And Madame Pomfrey, with her exceptional medical skills, will not allow you to die. Lynn, overwhelmed by despair, collapsed into the muddy ground. Having spent considerable time in this world, he had remained a mere observer of those around him. During his time in the orphanage, some had shown him kindness. Yet Lynn was no fool. Their motives were primarily driven by a desire for the wealth bequeathed to him by his parents. He had endured enough of that place, willingly relinquishing a portion of his inheritance, and leveraging knowledge of someone's secrets to escape that emotionally barren orphanage. But now, death was imminent. Lynn silently watched as Professor Fox's breaths grew increasingly shallow, his mind a blank slate. At that moment, a radiant golden light suddenly illuminated his surroundings. A fiery red bird, accompanied by an elderly gentleman with a white beard and crescent-shaped spectacles, appeared beside Lynn. Stunned, Lynn gazed at the unexpectedly manifested Professor Dumbledore, quickly regaining his composure. Professor, you must see to Professor Fox. He is nearing his end. Dumbledore knelt beside Professor Fox, assessing his injuries. Lynn, filled with anxiety, feared the professor might utter the words, "It is over. There is no hope." "Fox, my dear," Dumbledore murmured to the phoenix perched upon his shoulder, also named Fox. The vibrant phoenix flapped its wings, shedding a tear that fell into Dumbledore's hand. The tear, as if transitioning from liquid to solid, was gently placed upon Professor Fox's grievous wound. The tears of a phoenix serve as an extraordinary healing elixir, and, as the tear landed, the gaping wound in Professor Fox's abdomen began to mend at an astonishing rate, ultimately leaving no trace of a scar. Lynn watched in wide-eyed amazement at this seemingly unscientific yet wondrous display of magic. "Professor, is Professor Fox going to be all right?" Dumbledore's brow remained furrowed as he shook his head. Although the surface wounds have healed, Adrian's current state is dire. His soul has suffered a severe depletion, and he now requires a substantial infusion of restorative potions. He glanced at Lynn, who was caked in dirt like a wild creature, and solemnly admonished him. Lynn nodded with the earnestness of a chick pecking at rice, indicating his innocence. Professor Dumbledore and Professor Fox departed, leaving him alone. The tension that had gripped him finally began to dissipate as he collapsed onto a blood-soaked wooden plank. Just as he prepared to catch his breath, the system abruptly chimed in. Emergency task completed. Adrian Fox is no longer in life-threatening danger. Extracting talent. Acquired talent. Disguise Magus. Lynn stared at the flurry of system notifications, momentarily dumbfounded. When the system first issued the task, he had never anticipated receiving any rewards. The talents possessed by individuals are as diverse as they are intriguing, especially for someone as erudite as Professor Fox. It would not have surprised him in the slightest had he received a culinary talent, a talent for wine tasting, or any other such trivialities. As for disguise Magus, that had never crossed his mind. He was entirely unaware that Professor Fox even possessed such a talent. It now dawned on him that the so-called Furk was merely a guise created by the professor to instill fear in the twin brothers. The disguise Magus talent, in any regard, is undeniably practical and is an ideal choice for nefarious activities such as theft or arson. Furthermore, it cannot be acquired through training. It is an innate ability. Either one has it or one does not. Lynn felt as if he had just obtained a prized gaming console, unable to contain his excitement to test out his newfound talent. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself. The true efficacy of disguise Magus lies in the element of surprise. It must remain hidden from all. If discovered, especially by Dumbledore, he would invariably be suspected in any future wrongdoing until proven otherwise. Thus, Lynn diligently suppressed his urge to transform and immersed himself in contemplation, pondering what excuse he could conjure to placate Professor Dumbledore. Indeed, he had to devise a strategy for dealing with Dumbledore. The pressing question remained, how did Dumbledore come to know that Professor Fox was in danger? This was a matter Lynn could neither explain nor fathom. Dumbledore was not easily deceived, even with the mental cloaking provided by the system's rewards, which shielded his thoughts from being scrutinized. A lie is still a lie. While he could effortlessly deceive lesser minds, it was a different matter entirely with Dumbledore, and he harbored no confidence in his ability to fool him. Being forthright was out of the question. The truth about the system and his status as a traveler was a secret he would carry to his grave. After much contemplation, Lynn concluded that his best course of action might be to remain silent, hoping Dumbledore would not press him for answers. He quickly rose to his feet and approached. "How is Professor Fox faring?" he inquired. A sense of relief washed over Dumbledore's face as he turned to Lynn, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. Lynn exhaled a profound sigh of relief. Yet he quickly regained his composure and heightened his vigilance, for it was highly probable that Dumbledore would soon begin to interrogate him. To his surprise, however, Dumbledore appeared entirely unconcerned with the reason for his presence in the Forbidden Forest. Instead, he offered a friendly wink. Hogwarts remained on high alert, and all students were required to spend the night in the Great Hall. "Let me assist you in tidying up. You may wish to wait until the alert is lifted before taking a bath," he remarked, casting a cleaning charm on Lynn. Professor Dumbledore's charm was remarkably potent. In an instant, the mud and grime that clung to Lynn vanished completely, leaving him not only clean, but also imbued with a pleasant fragrance. Grasping Lynn's arm, Dumbledore listened intently as Lynn hastily spoke. "Professor, Hagrid is still unconscious in the Forbidden Forest, and one Death Eater was killed by Professor Fox. The Centaurs are also there, and they refuse to assist Professor Fox, despite his having saved their kin, solely because he used a spell to sever one of their comrades' arms." Dumbledore nodded solemnly as Lynn finished, assuring him, "Do not worry. I will take care of these matters. For now, focus on how you will explain this to Minerva. She will be furious upon learning that you sneaked out." Lynn felt a wave of apprehension wash over him at Dumbledore's words. In certain circumstances, Professor McGonagall's wrath could be even more terrifying than Dumbledore's. Returning to the castle, Lynn could not fathom why Dumbledore had refrained from posing any questions throughout their interaction. Rather than feeling reassured, he found himself increasingly unsettled by the older wizard's enigmatic demeanor, as if to imply, "I need not inquire. You need not speak. For I already know all the answers." Lynn was left pondering what Dumbledore might know, while his immediate concern lay in how to endure Professor McGonagall's impending fury. Dumbledore escorted him to the threshold of the Great Hall before departing to handle the Death Eater's corpse, Hagrid, who remained unconscious, and the Centaurs. Lynn hesitated at the entrance, pacing back and forth twice, but before he could muster the courage to enter, the doors swung open from the inside. The Gryffindor lioness glared at him with a scowl, her fury seemingly capable of igniting him on the spot. Startled, Lynn stammered, meeting her gaze and resolutely declaring, "Professor McGonagall, I was wrong. I shall not dare to do so again. Bellawick, I always believed you to be a wise individual, yet today you have committed such a foolish error." Professor McGonagall was evidently disheartened by Lynn's actions and resolved to impose a punishment. Slytherin would consequently lose 20 points, and he would face a month of detention. Such a penalty was already lenient given Lynn's transgressions. He promptly expressed his willingness to accept the professor's reproach, vowing to amend his mistakes and striving to ensure he would not err again in the future. Regarding the month-long confinement, Professor Fox, even if his life were no longer in jeopardy, would undoubtedly be unable to continue his role as a professor at Hogwarts given his current circumstances. Thus, Lynn would find himself with a considerable amount of free time. As long as he was not confined by Filch, such punishment would hardly be a deterrent for him. The Great Hall was filled with sleeping bags, and, as midnight approached, the professors continued their search throughout the castle for the dark wizard who had attacked the students. They dared not allow the young witches and wizards to leave the hall until safety could be assured. Within less than a semester, 2 students had already been assaulted, both victims of dark magic. Most critically, the parents of these 2 students were influential figures within the magical community, should word spread. The negative repercussions for Hogwarts would be substantial. Lynn navigated carefully among the young wizards curled up in their sleeping bags, soon locating Cedric and Ian, who were still awake. He gestured silently to them, and then slipped into a nearby sleeping bag. "Has anything happened in the hall since I left?" he inquired. The warmth of the sleeping bag began to thaw his cold body, which had been soaked by the rain. Cedric whispered, "Everyone is in an uproar. Now everyone believes that the culprit is Professor Fox, even those who were previously skeptical. They spent the entire night discussing supposed evidence of his dark wizardry. Some say he has fled in fear of his crimes, while others speculate that he has completed his dark magic research and no longer needs test subjects, thus deeming it unnecessary to remain at Hogwarts. There are even students from Slytherin complaining about Professor Dumbledore, arguing that he should never have hired such a dangerous individual to teach at Hogwarts, especially as the defense against the dark arts professor." Lynn listened quietly, noting the disdain the young wizards harbored for Professor Fox. Likewise, Fox no longer required their approval. His revenge had been successful, and even without injury, he likely would not choose to remain at Hogwarts. As for the identity of the assailant, Lynn harbored an unwilling suspicion. For him, both of the assaulted individuals were connected to him, and their relationships were far from favorable. Such coincidences seemed rather too fortuitous. Yet, Lynn did not wish to dwell on this matter. The events of the evening had been sufficiently overwhelming, and he was exhausted. What he needed most now was rest. The following morning, as the students were having breakfast, Dumbledore entered the Great Hall. He ascended the dais and announced to all the young wizards that Hogwarts had lifted its alert, for the culprit had been apprehended. The Great Hall instantly buzzed with excitement. And someone called out loudly to Dumbledore, "Professor, was it that dark wizard Fawkes whom you captured? Has he been sent to Azkaban?" Dumbledore smiled and shook his head. "Firstly, regardless of the circumstances, Adrian Fawkes is still your professor, and you ought to address him as Professor Fawkes rather than by his first name. Therefore, I believe Slytherin should be deducted 5 points for this oversight." The Slytherin boy's expression darkened. He appeared discontented, but dared not confront their esteemed headmaster. "I understand that you harbor many biases against your defense against the dark arts professor, yet you must not allow these prejudices to cloud your judgment," Dumbledore solemnly proclaimed. "Your defense against the dark arts professor, Adrian Fawkes, apprehended the dark wizard responsible for the 2 recent attacks, who had been hiding in the Forbidden Forest. A fierce battle ensued, culminating in Professor Fawkes' victory. However, he now lies in grave danger. Had it not been for the timely assistance of a young wizard who believed in him, he might have departed this world for good. Professor Fawkes has since been transported to St. Mungo's Hospital for treatment, while the dark wizard is deceased. I have also informed the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic, who will arrive today to retrieve the dark wizard's body. In appreciation for the young wizard who saved a professor's life, Slytherin earns an additional 100 points." The news brought by Dumbledore left all the young wizards in attendance utterly astonished. After a prolonged silence, the applause erupted from Gryffindor. Someone shouted, "Thank you, Professor Fawkes." And soon countless voices echoed in unison, "Thank you, Professor Fawkes." Their resounding applause and heartfelt gratitude seemed to erase their earlier vitriol when they had demanded that Professor Fawkes leave Hogwarts. Severus Snape, standing in a corner of the hall, could not help but smirk. The fact that Slytherin had received 100 points felt akin to winning a 5 million galleon lottery to him. Although Dumbledore did not disclose the identity of the young wizard who aided Professor Fawkes, many had witnessed Lynn sneaking out the previous night, and the addition of those 100 points to Slytherin heavily implied that the young wizard was indeed Lynn. The young wizards gazed at Lynn with eager interest, many attempting to approach him to inquire about his experiences from the night prior. Lynn maintained a humble smile, claiming he had done nothing noteworthy. Yet, internally, he felt utterly despondent, for he could not comprehend why Dumbledore chose to lie. The conflict was evident. Dumbledore was indeed deceitful. The true culprit could not possibly be the Death Eater named Wilkes, whom Professor Fawkes had slain, in an attempt to vindicate Professor Fawkes and obscure the motive for revenge. He emphasized the capture of the Dark Wizard, subtly suggesting to the young wizards that Professor Fawkes' desperate actions were meant to protect them. Lynn could comprehend Dumbledore's rationale. According to Professor Fawkes' account, their bond was indeed exceptional. However, why must he assert that Wilkes was the perpetrator? If Hogwarts were to lower its guard now, and further attacks occurred, how would Dumbledore explain that? Lynn found it hard to believe that he would resort to such a self-destructive act, unless he had truly apprehended the real culprit or was certain of their identity. Even if they remained at large, confident that they would not strike again. Coupled with his prior suspicions, an unsettling feeling suddenly gripped him. He had clashed with Schubert, who was attacked by dark magic on the very day he plotted his revenge. Similarly, he had a confrontation with Raphael, who was assaulted shortly after emerging from the infirmary. Both attacks targeted individuals opposed to Lynn, who were intent on exacting retribution against him. Notably, Dumbledore was absent from the castle during both incidents. Furthermore, Dumbledore's current reactions sent a chill down Lynn's spine. At that moment, the system unexpectedly chimed in. Side quest: uncover the hidden culprit within Hogwarts. Quest description: you have discerned inconsistencies in the 2 attack incidents. The murky nature of these events and Dumbledore's peculiar responses have left you perturbed. Hence, bravely seek the truth. Quest reward: unlock talent, bloodline legacy. Quest duration: 30 days. All other information seemed negligible. Yet the reward for the quest left Lynn momentarily stunned. Bloodline legacy: what manner of talent was this? However, the young wizards in the Great Hall offered him little time for reflection, engaging him in lively conversation, compelling Lynn to nod mechanically in response. With Hogwarts lifting its state of alert, it signified that they would resume classes after breakfast. Dumbledore announced that due to Professor Fawkes' troubling health, the defense against the dark arts class would be temporarily taught by Professor McGonagall, the Transfiguration instructor. Lynn parted ways with Ian and Cedric at the entrance of the hall. That morning's charms class was to be attended jointly by Slytherin and Ravenclaw. "You seem somewhat off," Ian remarked. Lynn rubbed his eyes and sighed. "Even you can see it?" I'm caught in a dilemma about whether to pursue certain matters. Ian fell silent, his naturally aloof demeanor rendering him taciturn in the company of Lynn and others. Turning to face him, Lynn suddenly asked, "Could you do me a favor?" "What kind of favor?" Lynn remained silent, scrutinizing Ian's face intently for a prolonged moment. "Well, while your acting skills may leave much to be desired, your stoic expression could be advantageous. This favor was rather perilous. Enlisting Cedric's assistance would be more prudent." Yet his amiable nature rendered him unsuitable, as the entire school recognized him as a quintessential Good Samaritan. Ian subtly twitched his lips. "So, if he's the good guy, does that make me the villain?" Leaning closer to Ian, Lynn whispered a few words, prompting a peculiar look in response. After a moment's hesitation, Ian nodded in agreement without inquiring further. During lunch, Lynn vented to Cedric, who gazed at him with a perplexed expression akin to that of a bewildered giant. "Your stare makes me want to give you a toothy whack," Lynn remarked with a hint of irritation. Cedric inquired with confusion, "Why would you do such a thing?" Lynn did not provide a clear explanation, merely stating, "I wish to conduct an experiment." "What sort of experiment necessitates this?" He pressed. "If it succeeds, then you shall know in due course." The afternoon herbology class concluded uneventfully, and Hogwarts seemed to have returned to its usual rhythm, save for the change in the defense against the dark arts professor. However, a minor incident occurred during dinner. Lynn and Ian began to quarrel openly. "You merely snuck out to play the hero, and it was sheer luck," Ian remarked coldly. Lynn shot him a sidelong glance, laced with sarcasm. "I see you're consumed by jealousy. How utterly pathetic. You crave attention while I bask in the limelight, yet no one pays you any heed." Ian, with his naturally expressionless face, maintained his demeanor, perfectly mirroring his current feelings. "Jealous of you? I merely find amusement in watching a troublemaker stumble upon good fortune, blissfully unaware of their own folly. How absurd. Am I the one lucky? It is my boldness that led me out there. Would you have dared?" Cedric, weary of their bickering, positioned himself between them. Though he had been informed of the situation, he could not discern whether their dispute was earnest or feigned. "You both, please. Calm down," he urged. The young wizards of Hogwarts were enlivened by the spectacle. Discerning right from wrong was beyond them, but they were adept at reveling in chaos. Craning their necks like giraffes to catch a glimpse, Ian's face took on an exaggerated expression, capable of inciting frustration in anyone. "I am perfectly calm. It is merely that some have eyes in the back of their heads and nostrils for eyes." "Oh, my nostrils see people? I do not gaze upon mere mortals, but rather a cowardly insect too envious to admit it." Although Ian's expression remained unchanged, one could unmistakably sense the growing darkness in his demeanor. "You have gone too far." Lynn Belloc, his voice, though low, carried an unmistakable chill. Lynn scoffed, "What do you do to me?" Ian, seemingly enraged by her words, unexpectedly raised his wand and pointed at Lynn. "You are but a fleeting figure in the spotlight, Lynn. To others, you are merely a fortunate mudblood. I shall awaken you to reality." Incendio. Lynn appeared utterly unprepared for Ian's sudden incantation, and before she could react, she was struck, her body erupting with a multitude of welts. In a fit of fury, she raised her own wand, and the two began to exchange spells right there in the Great Hall. The young wizards scattered, gathering at the edges of the hall to watch the commotion with excitement, until Professor McGonagall stormed in like an irate lioness. You are utterly reckless. Ravenclaw and Slytherin lose 20 points. Belloc's detention is extended until the end of the term. Campbell, you will assist Professor Sprout with menial tasks for 2 months. The incident had drawn out the serpent from its den. Lynn and Ian's rift had become evident, and the entire Hogwarts bore witness to their confrontation in the Great Hall. In the Hogwarts infirmary, Lynn had remained for 2 consecutive days, until Madame Pomfrey finally cured all the curses afflicting him. The audacity of you mischievous scamps is truly remarkable, to dare cast spells within the Great Hall. Professor McGonagall's leniency in your punishment is indeed generous. Ian's injuries were far less severe than Lynn's, and he had already been discharged the previous afternoon. Upon hearing Madame Pomfrey's words, Lynn found himself at a loss for words. After expressing his gratitude, he departed from the infirmary. Even though the unsightly bumps on his body had vanished, he still unconsciously scratched at his back from time to time. It was evident that he and Ian were merely acting, yet in order to enhance the realism of their charade, they had both genuinely fallen victim to the curse. Such a ruse was, in fact, rather superficial. Anyone with a modicum of understanding about either Lynn or Ian, provided they engaged their intellect, would discern that the altercation was entirely out of character for them. However, it was precisely because Dumbledore was present at Hogwarts that Lynn felt secure in allowing Ian to accompany him in this performance. Otherwise, He would never have risked Ian's safety for the sake of a deception. Lin found himself with no alternative. He observed that the task reward from the system was rather extraordinary, as the name of the talent, inherited bloodline, stirred suspicions regarding his current lineage. This talent was not bestowed upon him by the system. Rather, the task reward explicitly stated that it was to unlock the talent, inherited bloodline. Much like the previous physical talent, this was something he inherently possessed. The system's reward merely activated its numerical value, allowing him to perceive the talent's metrics and the possibility of enhancing it. In contrast, talents directly awarded by the system, such as the disguise magus he extracted from Professor Forks, were altogether different. These talents were not part of his original repertoire. Although usable post-award, they lacked quantifiable values, rendering enhancement impossible. Inherited bloodline, as the name suggests, was undoubtedly related to lineage. Lin had previously believed that both of his parents in this life were Muggles. He possessed an exceptionally comprehensive identity as an ordinary person in England. His parents, allegedly deceased due to a car accident, were executives at a company, living comfortably in London, equipped with a car and a house. Even shortly after his arrival at the orphanage, colleagues of his parents had come to visit him. This had fostered a misconception in Lin's mind that his adoptive parents were merely typical Muggles. Otherwise, given the wizarding world's prejudice against Muggles, who among those wizards born to Muggle families could ever hope to reintegrate into the normal society after entering the magical realm? Yet now, Lin suspected that the situation might not be so straightforward. From the exceedingly high initial value of his dark arts talent to the current inherited bloodline talent, it became apparent that Lin was not the lowly mudblood he initially believed himself to be in the eyes of pure-blood wizards. What, then, was the position of the perpetrator, who clearly bore a profound connection to him? The available clues were scant, leaving him unable to deduce anything. Nevertheless, the collaboration with Ian in this theatrical endeavor represented an experiment for Lin. The day on which the outcome was revealed felt interminably long. Following the onset of the conflict, Lin ceased to dine with Ian Cedric at the Ravenclaw long table. However, upon discerning her predatory ambitions, Lin endeavored to minimize contact with her, lest the girl become further ensnared. Subsequently, 2 weeks elapsed, during which Lin outwardly appeared to have completely severed ties with Ian, adopting an air of indifference. In truth, aside from Ian's time spent in the common room, Lin discreetly followed him from the shadows. Ian played along, making every effort to associate with fellow wizards from their house whenever they had classes at different times. Yet, when Lin found the opportunity to trail him, he deliberately distanced himself from the crowd, wandering into secluded corners. Throughout these 2 weeks, the castle remained eerily tranquil, with no incidents occurring. Even during Lin's surveillance of Ian, he had encountered no suspicious individuals. Just as Lin began to believe that the perpetrator had seen through his ruse, or perhaps that Dumbledore's presence at Hogwarts deterred any actions, an unexpected event transpired that Saturday evening. At dinner, Ian, as was his custom, rose after consuming his last sausage and headed towards the hall's exit. "Campbell, are you going for a walk in the castle today?" inquired a Ravenclaw wizard. Ian nodded apathetically, yes. The young wizard shook his head in disappointment. "Today, the curfew has a new riddle. We had hoped you would be the first to solve it. Since you're going for a walk, it seems you won't have the chance." "I'm not particularly interested in riddles," Ian replied coolly, a demeanor the Ravenclaw crowd had grown accustomed to, finding no offense in his tone. He departed the hall alone, seemingly intent on a leisurely stroll through the castle, merely to aid digestion after the meal. At the Slytherin table, Lin caught a glimpse of Ian departing after finishing his meal. He drank the last sip of pumpkin juice and rose from the long table, deliberately delaying his steps. He waited until Ian exited the hall before leisurely making his way outside. Lin did not linger too closely behind Ian. He maintained a distance of over 100 meters, which rendered it impossible to catch sight of Ian's figure within the castle. Nonetheless, their route had been meticulously planned in advance. Although they could not see each other, they moved in tandem, ensuring that any disturbance ahead would alert Lin immediately, allowing him to rush to the scene without delay. They traversed a predetermined path through Hogwarts. Yet still, nothing occurred. Suddenly, the unexpected unfolded. A diminutive, grotesque, and ancient creature appeared beside him with a startling crack. Its gaze towards Ian was fraught with hatred and fury, and it extended a long, bony finger towards him. Ian pressed himself against the wall, his typically icy demeanor betraying a rare flicker of tension as he fixed his gaze on the unfamiliar creature and shouted, "Who are you? What do you want?" Not far away, Lin heard Ian's call, and his expression changed instantly as he hurried towards his location. Upon reaching Ian's side, he found him unconscious on the ground, having just succumbed to a stunning spell. The assailant was a diminutive, grotesque creature with pointed ears, large eyes, and wrinkled, sagging skin. Wrapped in tattered rags, a being reminiscent of a fairy, yet distinctly different in subtle ways. Lynn, possessing greater knowledge of the magical realm than Ian, immediately recognized it as a decrepit house elf. Currently, this house elf, with its back turned to Lynn, was grasping Ian's arm as if preparing to use apparition to whisk him away. "Stop," Lynn commanded, drawing forth his wand. The aged house elf, startled by Lynn's voice, shuddered violently. It slowly turned to face him, its expression filled with profound sadness, its eyes, the size of ping-pong balls, brimming with tears. "If the little master says for Keela to cease, then Keela shall comply." Lynn's heart jolted upon hearing the creature's address. Still holding his wand aloft, he cautiously approached the house elf, named Keela. "Who is your little master?" he inquired in a low voice. Keela knelt on the ground, cradling its large head in its hands, sobbing uncontrollably. "It is Lynn Bellick. Lynn Bellick is Keela's little master." Keela's words confirmed a significant truth. At least one of its parents hailed from an ancient pure-blood lineage, a family that would keep a house elf as a pet. After Lynn's arrival, Keela seemed to abandon any thought of further attacking Ian or fleeing. Instead, it knelt, weeping incessantly. "Were you also the one who attacked Sherbert and Raphael?" Lynn had now approached Keela, maintaining his guard and pointing his wand at its head from above. "They insult your lineage," Keela suddenly shrieked. "They dare to address you with such disgusting, lowly, and vile terms. And that person, they all deserve to perish." Its voice then dropped to a whisper. "But Keela dares not kill them. If Keela does, Dumbledore will discover Keela's misdeeds, and he will trouble the little master." A heavy weight settled in Lynn's heart as he asked, "Does Professor Dumbledore know of our connection?" Keela was unsure if Dumbledore was aware, but speculated that he might be. It was evident that Keela harbored an inexplicable animosity towards Dumbledore, gritting its teeth at the mere mention of his name. Lynn fixed his gaze upon it and spoke. "You call me little master. Then who is your old master? Or are you in service to that family?" Keela trembled all over, suddenly going into a frenzy, repeatedly striking its head against the ground. "Keela cannot say." The old master commanded Keela not to disclose this to the little master. Keela has defied the little master's orders. Keela is guilty. Keela is a bad elf. It was not a mere performance for Lynn, but rather a desperate struggle. Within moments, the skin on its forehead was broken, and deep crimson blood trickled down its large head. Lynn's expression darkened, and just as he contemplated halting Kyra's self-destructive actions, the elderly house elf suddenly ceased its movements and vanished with a sharp pop before Lynn's eyes. Behind Lynn, hurried footsteps echoed as Cedric rushed towards him, breathless. He had been trailing Lynn. As previously agreed upon by the trio, Ian would remain in the open, while Lynn concealed himself in the shadows. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, Lynn would swiftly emerge to assist, confident that he could hold his own even against an adult wizard. Meanwhile, Cedric, also hidden behind Lynn, would immediately fetch a professor upon hearing any commotion. Gazing at Ian, unconscious and sprawled on the ground, alongside the remnants of blood, Cedric widened his eyes and inquired, "What has happened?" Lynn, whose emotions were a tumultuous blend, shook his head and replied, "Let us first use the counterspell to awaken Ian." Cedric employed the counterspell, rousing Ian from his stupor. As he awoke, he rubbed his still dizzy head and asked, "What creature was that?" It felt somewhat akin to a Gringotts goblin. "A house elf?" Cedric exclaimed incredulously. "Are you suggesting that these attacks were perpetrated by house elves?" Lynn nodded. "This is preposterous. I would rather believe that Professor Fox is the true culprit." Cedric protested. To Lynn, however, this seemed far from absurd. It was precisely the house elves' unwavering loyalty to wizards that could lead them to commit such actions. He recalled numerous occurrences, realizing that since the start of the term, the meals presented to him had been increasingly to his liking. It dawned on him that someone in Hogwarts kitchens had been looking out for him. Yet, additional questions lingered. The conflicts he had with Raphael and Ian occurred within the castle, but the initial discord with Hubert had transpired in the Slytherin boys' dormitory. How had Kyra known? Did it have spies nearby? What shall we do now? Should we report this matter to a professor? Ian asked. They all turned to Lynn, who pondered for a moment before finally shaking his head. Let's wait a while. There are still some matters I need to clarify. It was now certain that Lynn's previous incarnation was not a muggle orphan, but rather descended from an ancient pure-blood family. A lineage that, from Kyra's tone, bore animosity towards Dumbledore. Kyra speculated that Dumbledore had already discerned the connection between it and Lynn. And Lynn too believed that the old wizard could not be unaware. Coupling this with Dumbledore's prior demeanor towards him, Lynn found himself uncertain of Dumbledore's intentions. He even suspected, no, He was convinced that Dumbledore must already know about his meetings with Kyra. What should he do next? Lynn pondered, hesitating. Should he proactively approach the old wizard to confess, hoping for leniency? At that moment, a system notification indicating the completion of a task suddenly echoed in his mind. The dismissed house elf, designated as 066. Side quest completed. Unquest reward. Unlock talent. Inherited bloodline. Inherited bloodline. Affect ancient blood flows within you, and the immortal legacy shall continue. Your spells will randomly receive an enhancement in potency. Inherited bloodline, value 2, with a 50 chance of doubling the enhancement. Without a doubt, the effect of the inherited bloodline talent did not disappoint Lynn. Although it appeared that the chance of a double enhancement was merely 50% at present, this was only the effect at 2 talent points. And Lynn held high hopes for its future growth. Upon returning to the boys' dormitory, Lynn immediately began inspecting all his belongings, searching for anything akin to a surveillance device. After rummaging for 2 to 3 hours with no discovery, his gaze finally settled on his pet hamster, Xiaomai. Without uttering a word, Lynn sat before the cage, silently observing it. Agent 007, the hamster, was now exceedingly tense, lying in the cage with her eyes shut in a feigned death, continuously whispering to herself, "He does not suspect, he does not suspect, he does not suspect." After reassuring herself for quite some time, she hypnotized herself into believing that Lynn held no doubts about her. And then, with newfound boldness, she sprang up, chirping softly and asking Lynn for a treat. Lynn opened a box of biscuits, crumbling them as usual into her small bowl. Xiaomai buried half her body into the bowl, engaging in her routine self-hypnosis, happily munching away. "This is meat, this is meat, this is meat." Suddenly, Lynn, who had been quietly watching her eat, spoke nonchalantly. "You have it tough, eating the same thing every day." The little hamster, savoring her food, suddenly froze, then feigned ignorance, peeking out from the bowl with her small, bewildered eyes fixed on Lynn. After uttering a perplexing remark, Lynn chose not to press her further. Even if Xiaomai were truly a spy for Kyra, it mattered little. Aside from his system, he harbored no secrets, and no one could perceive the system except for himself. The following day was Saturday, and the upperclassmen wizards joyously departed Hogwarts, embarking on their weekend in Hogsmeade. The castle became quite desolate, and Lynn declined Cedric and Ian's invitation to play wizard's chess by the Black Lake, instead opting to venture alone near the Hufflepuff common room. He had previously heard Cedric mention that the entrance to the Hogwarts kitchen was nearby, where a painting of a silver bowl brimming with fruit adorned one side of the corridor. By scratching one of the pears in the painting, it would transform into a green doorknob. Grasping the doorknob and opening the door would reveal the kitchen of Hogwarts. Upon entering the kitchen, Lynn found himself in a spacious room bustling with house elves. As soon as one spotted Lynn's entrance, it promptly set down its work and approached him. "Is there anything I can assist you with, sir?" The house elf, clutching its tattered bed sheet and appearing somewhat anxious, inquired. Lynn cut straight to the chase. "Is there a house elf named Creature here?" Lynn furrowed his brow. "Do you know where he has gone?" The house elf shook its head. "I am not certain." Suddenly, it became irate. "He is a dreadful elf." Professor Dumbledore gave him a pair of socks, and instead of feeling ashamed, he tossed them aside, declaring he had never truly served Hogwarts, and that Dumbledore had no right to give him socks. As the house elf continued to vent its anger, Lynn had already exited the kitchen. Instead of seeking Cedric by the Black Lake, he proceeded directly to the staircase, ascending to the 3rd floor. This floor led to the entrance of the headmaster's office, and Lynn intended to confess. Dumbledore's dismissal of Creature was essentially a message that he was fully aware of the situation, and it was now up to Lynn to decide how to proceed. Lynn found himself in a predicament. Thus, he resolved to return the matter to Dumbledore, thinking, "I will confess. You can decide what to do next." In the corridor on the 3rd floor stood a prominent stone beast, and as Lynn approached, the grotesque creature suddenly spoke. "Password." Lynn was unsure of the password. "I am here to see Professor Dumbledore. Please inform him." The stone beast fell silent, seemingly communicating with someone, and soon received a command to step aside, allowing Lynn passage. Behind it was a spiral staircase, and Lynn ascended, reaching the top of the stairs on the 8th floor of the castle. At the end stood a gleaming wooden door, adorned with a brass knocker in the shape of a griffin's head. Lynn politely tapped the knocker, and upon hearing an invitation to enter, he pushed the door open. The circular office was adorned with portraits of past headmasters, all of whom appeared quite solemn, yet smiled warmly at Lynn as he entered. In the center of the room, a long-legged table was laden with exquisite silverware, emitting swirling mist. Behind the table, a shelf held the sorting hat. Additionally, a tall, gilded perch housed a phoenix, Fox. Upon seeing Lynn, Fox seemed to remember him, nodding in acknowledgement. Good morning, Balak. Please take a seat. Would you care for snack? Raspberry jam? Toffee? Or perhaps some fizzing honey sweets? Dumbledore set down his quill, lifting his gaze, his crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with light as he smiled. Lynn secretly swallowed hard. Tempted to respond in a mature tone, I would like one of everything, but he was not there to indulge. He had come to confess and seek leniency. So he merely shook his head in refusal. Thank you, Professor, but I have already had breakfast. He settled into the chair opposite Dumbledore. And before he could articulate his purpose, Dumbledore waved his hand again. Since you are not hungry, how about a glass of sour soda? Suddenly, a glass of pale yellow soda appeared before Lynn, resembling a lemon-flavored drink. He lifted it to his lips and took a sip. It was not overly sour, yet it was exceedingly sweet, which brought him great satisfaction. Dumbledore gazed at him with a smile, his fingers intertwined and resting on the table, adopting an attentive demeanor. After a moment of hesitation, Lynn found an appropriate entry point and began to speak. Professor, I have heard that you expelled a house elf named Kyra today. Dumbledore nodded slightly. Yes, it attacked young wizards in the castle, and since the Ministry of Magic does not impose penalties on house elves for causing harm, I believe its dismissal is a just punishment. Lynn inwardly rolled his eyes in disbelief. He organized his thoughts and continued. Professor, I'm not sure if you are aware, but I am an orphan, having grown up in a Muggle orphanage. My parents passed away when I was very young, yet they left me a considerable fortune. To my recollection, they were the most ordinary of individuals, although I was sorted into Slytherin and faced discrimination regarding my bloodline from my peers. I have never resented or questioned my origins. He lifted his gaze to meet Dumbledore's, who nodded gently, encouraging him to proceed. However, after Hubert insulted my bloodline, he was immediately attacked, and the same fate befell Raphael. This has led me to feel as though someone is secretly protecting me within Hogwarts. On the night of the battle between Professor Fawkes and the Death Eaters, you informed the entire school that the perpetrator was that dark wizard, and I naturally believed your words. Yet, Professor Fawkes had shared with me the reason that dark wizard was hiding in Hogwarts. Perhaps he is indeed the true culprit, but there may be accomplices within the castle as well. Thus, I devised a plan with Ian and Cedric. Ian and I intentionally staged a conflict in the Great Hall, where he used the same derogatory language as Hubert and Raphael. 2 weeks later, just yesterday, a house elf, Kyra, attacked Ian. I captured it on the spot, and it knelt before me in tears, calling me its master and admitting that it was responsible for the previous 2 attacks. I have perused many tomes regarding the magical world and understand that house elves are typically kept by ancient pure-blood wizarding families. If it calls me its master, it implies that at least one of my parents must hail from a pure-blood lineage. I am eager to uncover my heritage, so this morning, I ventured to the castle kitchen in search of it, only to be informed by another house elf that you had expelled it. Hence, I have come to you to inquire about my next steps. Lynn spoke candidly, placing the ball in Dumbledore's court. The incidents of the attacks were all perpetrated by house elves, of which he was entirely unaware. His sole desire was to find that house elf to clarify his lineage, and it had just been dismissed by Dumbledore. Lynn wished to know its whereabouts. Certainly, if necessary, you may convey whatever knowledge you possess to him. Lynn, fortified by the mental fortitude bestowed upon him by the system, felt invulnerable as long as Dumbledore could not penetrate his thoughts. The venerable Oldby listened attentively to Lynn's account, nodding in approval. What a remarkable experience, Balak. Your decisions and methods of handling the subsequent events are impeccable, deserving admiration for your wisdom and composure. The Sorting Hat's placement of you in Slytherin stands as one of its most astute choices. However, you have made one error. The dark wizard killed by Adrian was not the assailant of the students. That night, I deceived the entire faculty and student body. I am well aware that you, my dear OYB, are weaving a tapestry of falsehoods. Yet, were I to outright declare my disbelief, it would be an affront to your dignity. And I would find myself on your little notepad, wouldn't I? Lynn silently scoffed inwardly, yet outwardly feigned genuine curiosity. Then, Professor, why did you choose to lie? Dumbledore, without reservation, disclosed his intentions. At that moment, I too was unaware of the true identity of the perpetrator. The dark wizard that Adrian fortuitously eliminated was indeed the prime suspect. While I harbored doubts about his guilt, I had no other leads, so I declared him the culprit. If it were truly him, all would rejoice. If not, it might compel the real murderer to lower their guard, perhaps revealing their true nature. To my surprise, Balak, you and your companions managed to lure him out. Lynn did not wholly trust Dumbledore's words. Although the Oldby appeared to be laying bare his soul, it was conceivable that the true target of his intentions was none other than Lynn himself. Dumbledore likely recognized the connection between Lynn and the 2 attacks, as well as his relationship with Kyra. Upon realizing that Lynn and Ian Cedric had staged a ruse to draw Kyra out, he might have intended to apprehend them both, thereby expelling Kyra from Hogwarts. As for his motives, Lynn could not fathom them. He suspected that if Dumbledore merely sought to capture the true culprit through Lynn, the outcome would not be as simplistic as merely expelling Kyra from Hogwarts. A house elf, audaciously employing dark magic against two young wizards and attempting a third assault, would hardly warrant such a mild reprimand upon capture. Dumbledore was no saint. Lynn was convinced that the true aim was likely himself. "Professor, is it possible for me to locate that house elf? Should I inquire about my lineage?" Lynn ventured tentatively. Dumbledore regarded him with earnestness. "Since Kyra considers you her master, she will likely reappear by your side. You need not worry. As for whether to inquire about your heritage, that decision rests solely with you. I can only offer you some advice. There are certain matters that, when left unknown, may allow one to live a more tranquil and stable life. However, should you desire to uncover certain truths, you must be prepared to shoulder the responsibilities that accompany such knowledge." Lynn sensed an underlying meaning in Dumbledore's words. After a brief moment of hesitation, he inquired, "Professor, are you aware of my origins? Could you perhaps share a few insights?" Dumbledore shook his head. "I possess some knowledge, yet I believe if you truly wish to grasp the truth, it would be more beneficial for you to seek the answers yourself. Only through personal experience can one truly comprehend the significance it bears." Lynn felt a surge of discontent within him. It was evident that Dumbledore was playing a riddle with him. Suddenly, Dumbledore turned to Lynn with a smile and remarked, "You bear a striking resemblance to a former student of mine. He, too, grew up in an orphanage, hailing from a prestigious lineage, and was a clever and composed Slytherin. Regrettably, he ultimately chose a misguided path." Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, a chill ran down Lynn's spine, and he became acutely aware of perspiration accumulating on his back. Soaking through his robes, Lynn's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, yet he maintained an outward calmness. Without hesitation, he donned the label of freshman. "I do not believe I resemble anyone, Professor. I am who I am, even if coincidences draw parallels between me and another. I shall carve my own path and pursue the right course." Lynn composed himself and articulated his thoughts with clarity. He felt the need to defend himself to prevent Dumbledore from wandering down that particular train of thought. The old wizard, taken aback, nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, you possess your own unique journey. Your daring venture into the Forbidden Forest to seek out Adrian and the friendships you have forged with individuals from various houses at Hogwarts all illustrate how you differ from him." In the span of a mere minute, Lynn's emotions oscillated wildly, akin to a roller coaster. He gazed at the elderly figure before him, feeling a simmering frustration, yet he dared not reveal a hint of it. "Very well, Bellic. Should you wish to learn more about Kyra, rest assured it will seek you out after your term at Hogwarts concludes. Now, let us discuss other matters." He flashed Lynn a smile and winked. "Do you have any plans for today?" Lynn, uncertain of the old wizard's intentions, hesitated before shaking his head. "I have no other affairs to attend to, Professor." Upon hearing this, Dumbledore rose from his seat. "Perfect. Since you have no pressing matters, come with me to St. Mungo's to visit Adrian." A look of surprise lit up Lynn's face. "Professor Fawkes, he has awakened?" "Indeed, it seems he regained consciousness last night. According to the healers at the hospital, his recovery is progressing well. Come, let's make our way there." He summoned Fawkes, allowing the phoenix to perch upon his shoulder, while he grasped Lynn's arm and gently urged him onward. "This must be your first experience with the spatial migration of apparition, and upon landing, you will undoubtedly feel a pronounced discomfort. Be cautious not to succumb to the urge to vomit." Lynn promptly nodded, assuring that he would not embarrass himself. Yet, he soon felt he had spoken too soon. The phoenix, Fawkes, vanished alongside Dumbledore from the headmaster's office. In an instant, Lynn felt as though he had been forcibly thrust into a washing machine, his entire being twisting and spinning within an exceedingly cramped space. It seemed as though merely a second had passed, yet also felt as if ages had elapsed. After a moment of disorientation, his feet found solid ground once more. "Ugh!" Lynn clutched a nearby trash bin and retched violently. Dumbledore appeared to have anticipated his inability to hold it in, as they had landed right next to a refuse receptacle, shrugging nonchalantly. "I warned you to take it easy." Lynn quickly expelled the contents of his stomach, his legs trembling and his face pale as he steadied himself against the wall, wiping his mouth and mustering the strength to say, "I am fine, Professor." He lifted his gaze, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. They found themselves in a small square, facing a Gothic structure that appeared to be of a vintage surpassing even Dumbledore's own age, its exterior in a state of disrepair. Above the glass storefront, A sign reading Cleanse Department Store was affixed, albeit precariously, as if it could collapse at any moment. A closed for renovation sign hung from the building's entrance. Yet Dumbledore paid it no heed, guiding Lynn to the window beside the door. Behind the glass, a poorly crafted doll loomed, its visage decidedly unattractive, lacking any semblance of charm. Any toy company that dared to produce such an item would likely find it unsellable for eternity. "We are here to visit a patient named Adrian Fox," Dumbledore spoke softly to the grotesque doll. The doll, exhibiting a semblance of sentience, subtly nodded before waving its stitched-together hand, beckoning them to enter. Dumbledore took Lynn by the arm and, akin to traversing platform 9 3/4, led him through the glass window. The surroundings transformed instantaneously, a cacophony of sounds erupting in Lynn's ears, and the air became saturated with a scent reminiscent of disinfectant. They materialized in a bustling hall, teeming with individuals, the majority of whom were wizards, each more peculiar than the last. Some sported cacti atop their heads, while others had empty sleeves flapping like lost appendages, only for Lynn to discern that their arms were leading the way in front of them. Astonished, Lynn marveled at the bizarre array of wizards, his mind swirling with thoughts of their playful ingenuity. A wizard with his neck twisted a full 180 degrees, his body moving forward while his face glanced backward, caught sight of Lynn's gaze and glared menacingly. "What are you staring at, you ignorant brat?" Emboldened by Dumbledore's presence, Lynn dismissed the threat and responded with a cheeky grimace. The male wizard cast a glance at Dumbledore, clearly intimidated, and with a huff, he departed. Dumbledore patted Lynn's shoulder, signaling him to follow. They approached a reception area where a desk marked Inquiry stood, its back plastered with parchment. Dumbledore swiftly located the information he sought. "Second floor, Department of Biological Injuries, Ben Hadley Ward. Come along, Belloc, I have found his room." They ascended to the second floor and ultimately halted before a patient room. A sign on the door read, "Out of danger, severe penetrating wound." Dumbledore knocked, and soon the voice of Professor Fox echoed from within. "Come in." Dumbledore opened the door, with Lynn trailing closely behind him. Professor Fox reclined on the bed, engrossed in a tome of magic, and upon recognizing his visitors, his face broke into a joyful smile. "Albus and Lynn, thank you for coming to see me." Dumbledore, seemingly having conjured a carnation from thin air, placed it at Professor Fox's bedside. "Wishing you a swift recovery." "Adrian." Professor Fox appeared to be recovering well, beaming as he replied, "I certainly will. Now that I've avenged the great wrongs, I feel splendid." He then turned his attention to Lynn. "Knowledge is priceless." "Of course not. Were you not lying in that bed?" "I would challenge you to a duel to test my progress," Lynn remarked, relieved to see Professor Fox in good spirits. Professor Fox chuckled heartily. "I am but an old, frail man now. I cannot endure the trials of a young one like you." Suddenly, his demeanor shifted to one of gravity, and he earnestly expressed his gratitude to Lynn. "Thank you, Lynn. I owe you my life. Had it not been for you, I would likely be lying in a coffin beneath the earth." Lynn waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, Professor. You initially invested in my education and taught me magic. Thus, you owe me nothing. It balances out." Dumbledore stood nearby, and Lynn refrained from divulging that he had been learning dark magic from Professor Fox. Professor Fox shook his head. "A debt is a debt. My initial investment in you was to have you assist me in my experiments upon your graduation. So, do you regret it now?" Lynn innocently shrugged. "Of course not. I still have no idea what I'll do once I complete my studies at Hogwarts. When that time comes, Professor, you must provide for my meals and lodging." "Huh, your wit remains as delightful as ever. I shall indeed ensure your sustenance and shelter. My only fear is that by then, your accomplishments might render you too lofty to consider my humble laboratory." He smiled broadly, then turned his gaze toward Dumbledore, silently observing him. Dumbledore, understanding the unspoken communication, cleared his throat and patted his back. "With age comes frailty. My back and legs can hardly endure without a stroll. You two carry on. I shall take a turn outside." After the bothersome Dumbledore departed, Professor Fox began to express what he truly wished to convey to Lynn. "Do you recall the matters we discussed in the Forbidden Forest?" Lynn shook his head decisively. "I do not remember. I have forgotten everything." Professor Fox chuckled at his response. "It is of no consequence if you have forgotten. I shall simply recount it for you once more. There is no need for you to intervene with the treasures in Gringotts. Once I have fully recovered, I will personally visit to complete the transfer of the vault, at which point I will hand you the keys. As for my residence in England, feel free to visit whenever you wish. Just remember to take all the documents with you. Regarding the laboratory in Iceland, those items are far too perilous for you at this moment, and there is no rush." Lynn observed him as he began to ramble on, as if arranging his affairs, feeling a headache coming on. Stop, 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 Professor. Are you not alive and well? Why are you already contemplating passing on your legacy to me? I am currently all alone, Lynn. Professor Fox gazed at him, having avenged his great grievances. I truly have little else on my mind. At most, there are experiments with friends that remain unfinished, but I had relinquished those ambitions long ago. Now, even if I were to entertain the idea of resuming them, the timing is inconsequential. Thus, I intend to wander after my health is restored. Are you not continuing as a professor at Hogwarts? Lynn inquired with a frown. Moreover, those children do not appreciate me. I shall not subject myself to further humiliation. So, where do you plan to go? Lynn asked. It seemed that Professor Fox was only now contemplating his destination. After a moment of thought, he replied, I suppose I shall first explore England. I have a fondness for Muggle society. Their inventions and way of life, in my view, far surpass those of the magical world. Subsequently, I shall venture to France and Germany. However, I shall avoid Russia, which is said to be experiencing unrest. After that, I shall journey to Asia. After my visit to China, I have been unable to forget the exquisite cuisine there. Will you not incur expenses during your travels? With the vault transferred to me, will you be left to dine on the wind? Do not underestimate wizards, Lynn. Suddenly, he appeared elated as if a thought had struck him. When I was searching for Wilkes across the globe, I once witnessed Muggles on the streets employing tricks akin to magic to earn a living. They referred to it as magic. I could do that as well. I could earn money by masquerading as a magician while traveling the world. Wouldn't that be quite delightful? Seeing him so spirited, Lynn could not bring himself to dissuade him. Professor Fox was indeed correct. If a wizard were to worry about finances in Muggle society, that would be rather unmagical. Do not feel as though you are receiving unwarranted benefits. Professor Fox discerned Lynn's reluctance. I, an old man, may perish any day now. To whom else could I bequeath these possessions? If you decline, they shall ultimately fall into the greedy hands of those goblins, who have profited considerably from the deceased, and you are the most deserving of them. Lynn remained silent, never having felt that he had truly assisted Professor Fox. Rather, he had consistently benefited from his kindness. Now, the professor was even inclined to bequeath his entire fortune to him, a gesture that would leave Lynn feeling uneasy if he were to accept it. However, with the professor's insistence, declining would appear overly sentimental. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, why not consider the vault as entrusted to my care? Should you reconsider in the future or find favor with that child you wish to adopt, I shall return it to you. As for the dark magic materials in your home in England, Lynn asserted confidently, I shall accept those, as you are my teacher, and imparting knowledge is your duty. Ultimately, Lynn was coveting Professor Fox's arcane knowledge, though he had never witnessed the full breadth of the killing curse or the disarming charm. He had seen the aftermath, an expanse cleared of arachnid corpses, as vast as a football field, or a few galleons. To a wizard, knowledge was invaluable. Professor Fox, as if perceiving Lynn's hidden motives, chuckled and shook his head. It won't be so, Lynn. I have stated before. Deciding to invest in you might be the wisest choice I have made in my life. After concluding his conversation with Professor Fox and agreeing to future communication via owl, Lynn was ushered out of the ward. Dumbledore then entered, presumably to discuss something with Professor Fox. Outside the ward, Lynn entertained himself by teasing the Phoenix, Fawkes, who seemed indifferent to his presence. It was not long before Dumbledore emerged, summoning Fawkes and calling for Lynn to accompany him as they departed from St. Mungo's Hospital. Each morning, he practiced spells by the Black Lake with Cedric, Ian, and others, attended classes during the day, and spent his free time delving into the various dark magic tomes left behind by Professor Fox in his office. Occasionally, he would visit the room of requirement to experiment with dark magic that was unsuitable for public practice. Time flew swiftly, and the end of term approached. During lunch, as Lynn observed the point columns of the different houses in the Great Hall, he noted the conspicuously larger green section of Slytherin, prompting Cedric to exclaim, How on earth are you racking up points? Why does Slytherin's score surpass ours by such a margin? A diligent student himself, Cedric consistently fought for Hufflepuff's points in every class, yet the gap between their scores and Slytherin's not only failed to close, but widened further. Lynn, engrossed in slicing his sausage, remained silent as Ian shot him a sidelong glance. Being of the same year and often attending potions class together, Ian was well aware of the reason behind this disparity. It is undoubtedly due to the presence of a talented student and an excellent head of house, he stated impassively, emphasizing the word excellent. Lynn maintained his composure while defending himself. How can points earned through skill be deemed as mere exploitation? Is it possible for you to earn points for your house in herbology and charms classes as well? Cedric and Ian exchanged silent glances, both wishing they could, but unfortunately, Professors Sprout and Flitwick were not as indifferent as Snape. Speaking of this, Lynn gazed forlornly at the ceiling of the Great Hall. How can I possibly get Professor Snape to praise me? Cedric and Ian shared a peculiar look, and Cedric scrutinized Lynn before shaking his head. You seem off. What do you mean? What are you two thinking? Lynn retorted. This is merely a personal collection obsession of mine. I wish to gather compliments and points from all the professors at Hogwarts. What's so strange about that? Although Lynn's reasoning was somewhat flimsy, it was not entirely unacceptable. Cedric sighed and shook his head again. Getting Professor Snape to award you points is easy, but earning a compliment from him is far more challenging than receiving praise from Professor Dumbledore. Indeed, coaxing a compliment from Snape was akin to a Herculean task. Lynn had been competing with him for an entire semester, and despite Slytherin's points nearing double that of the second-place house, she had yet to hear a single kind word from him. Let us not dwell on this, Lynn said, dismissing the matter of Snape's attitude. After all, it was merely a point of Potion's talent, which could easily be disregarded. The exams start tomorrow. How prepared are you? The three of them typically performed well academically, though Ian was slightly behind, but only in comparison to Lynn and Cedric. Even in the most academically rigorous Ravenclaw, he was still among the top of his peers. Moreover, while Ian often frequented the library, he tended to read rather peculiar books, indulging in strange tales from the magical world and obscure curses. This fascination consumed much of his energy, otherwise his grades might have been even better. As they discussed this, their expressions lightened. Cedric raised an eyebrow. You know, I self-studied all the second-year spells as soon as the term began, and Transfiguration is truly my forte. Professor Fox's defense against the dark arts lessons are quite commendable. I feel confident about that as well. Herbology is taught by our head of house personally, so as long as Professor Snape doesn't make it difficult for me. Achieving an O in all subjects should not pose a problem. Ian nodded in agreement, indicating he felt no pressure. The knowledge imparted at Hogwarts was not particularly difficult. With a bit of diligence, exams should pose no challenge. While they were relaxed, for other young wizards, final exams represented the end of the world each term. Final exams are the enemy of all students, George exclaimed indignantly. Beside him, Fred nodded in strong agreement. If I ever become the headmaster of Hogwarts, I will abolish final exams and prohibit any professor from assigning homework. Lynn rolled her eyes and handed over the notes she had borrowed from Cedric. If you two become headmasters, the future of the British magical community will be bleak. Cedric has now delved into the third-year charms curriculum, rendering any review of second-year notes unnecessary. When Lynn sought to borrow them, Cedric assumed Lynn intended to self-study in advance and generously offered the notes as a gift. Do not forget to return them after you finish. I wish to use these notes for my own preliminary studies during the summer at home, Lynn admonished them. The twins confidently assured him to rest easy, promising to return the notes in their original state after the charms exam the following day. Having abstained from meat for months, Xiao Mai's eyes widened at the sight of food, yet she retained a flicker of rationality. With her hamster-like head tilted in confusion, she gazed at the smiling Lynn. After consuming nothing but bread and biscuits for so long, anyone would struggle to resist. Go ahead, eat, Lynn encouraged. Instantly, Xiao Mai felt a wave of emotion welling up within her, though even as Lynn's suspicions grew, she knew the performance must continue. She leaned forward, feigning bewilderment at the beef in her bowl, as if questioning why today was not a biscuit day. You do not like it? Very well. I shall pour the meat out and replace it with biscuits, Lynn feigned, reaching for her small bowl. Xiao Mai would not allow him to succeed. Like a hungry mouse, she leapt into the bowl, gnawing on a piece of beef as if starved. Relishing the savory taste, she felt both satisfied and somewhat apprehensive. Oh dear, the meat is truly delectable. As the 071 semester concluded, the day of the final examinations arrived. The first examination was for charms, where Professor Flitwick stood watch as each student entered and exited the classroom. When Lynn finally entered, he was informed of the examination content. Before Professor Flitwick lay a pile of shattered glass fragments. Use the repairing charm to restore this cup. I eagerly anticipate your performance, Belloc, he instructed. Lynn nodded and drew his wand. He felt no anxiety regarding this examination. The repairing charm, an immensely practical spell in daily life, was one he had mastered to an exceptional degree. Restored to its original state, he intoned, waving his wand over the glass shards. Professor Flitwick observed Lynn's work with satisfaction, exclaiming, absolutely perfect. A splendid application of the repairing charm. I shall award you the highest marks, Belloc. Thank you, Professor, Lynn replied, bowing in gratitude before exiting the classroom. The subsequent potions examination posed no challenge. Not only was Snape the head of Lynn's own house, but their synergy during potions class proved remarkably effective. Since Raphael's incident, Lynn had assisted Snape in managing his potion ingredients, a favor ample enough to earn him a resounding O on his report card. The confinement was situated in Snape's office. As for history of magic, though Professor Binns's lectures were lackluster, the purely rote nature of the examination was exceedingly simple for Lynn. In the afternoon, 2 examinations were overseen by Professor McGonagall, as Professor Fawkes had been confined to St. Mungo's Hospital for the remaining 3 months of the semester, leaving McGonagall to assume responsibility for the defense against the Dark Arts course and the corresponding examination. The Transfiguration examination poses considerable challenges for most young wizards, ranking among the most arduous of their annual final assessments. This difficulty arises not only from the inherent complexity of the magical discipline, but predominantly from Professor McGonagall's considerably stricter demeanor compared to her colleagues. Before the examination commenced, she fixed her gaze upon Lynn and remarked, "By Locke, you have certainly caused me a fair amount of trouble this year." Her tone lacked reproach, and her words bore a hint of playful teasing. Lynn offered an awkward smile. Acknowledging his youthful indiscretions, "I apologize for the inconveniences I've caused this year. I hope you can bear with me." Professor McGonagall, however, had no intention of being punitive. She gestured towards a beetle on the table and delineated the examination task. The assignment required transforming the beetle into a button, with the intricacy of the final product directly correlating to the score awarded. Such a transformation posed no challenge for Lynn, who produced a button of exquisite design, complete with clearly defined patterns, far surpassing the expectations for his year. Consequently, Professor McGonagall awarded him the highest marks. Upon concluding his Transfiguration examination, Lynn did not depart immediately. Instead, he approached Professor McGonagall with inquiries regarding the Animagus transformation. "Professor, while perusing advanced Transfiguration texts in a library, I came across a form of magic called Animagus, which includes a natural Animagus, or the ability to transform into one's animal form. I find this concept fascinating. Can it be learned?" Lynn subtly refrained from directly stating his personal interest, opting instead for a more diplomatic approach. As a professor, McGonagall was pleased to witness such enthusiasm for Transfiguration from Lynn post-examination. Unfortunately, the Animagus transformation can be learned by any wizard with innate talent. But the ability to transform into an Animagus is different. It is either possessed or not, and cannot be acquired through study. She firmly stated, "An Animagus can only transform within the human realm. Attempting to morph into an animal can lead to dire consequences." Lynn felt a shiver of apprehension, relieved that his caution had prevented him from experimenting. Is it possible for someone naturally endowed with the ability to become an Animagus to learn the transformation into animals later on? Lynn gazed at Professor McGonagall with hopeful anticipation, for he was not content with merely being an Animagus. After all, adults often desire it all. This question was somewhat intricate, and after a moment of contemplation, McGonagall shook her head. There has never been a precedent for such a case. The likelihood of possessing the Animagus ability is exceedingly rare, and given the considerable challenges associated with learning it later, I have never heard of anyone mastering both forms of transformation simultaneously. Disappointed, Lynn bid farewell to Professor McGonagall, knowing he would soon see her again for the upcoming defense against the Dark Arts examination. The subsequent examinations posed little difficulty for him. Once all assessments concluded, Hogwarts erupted into a jubilant celebration among the young wizards. Those who excelled seized the opportunity to relax thoroughly during the week, while those who struggled indulged in revelry. Even Lynn, finding himself with some idle time, began to accompany Cedric and Ian in a game of wizard's chess by the edge of the Black Lake. Both Ian and Cedric were masters of this game, while Lynn had little experience with chess and was quite hopeless, swiftly defeated by their skillful maneuvers. In the end, the black and white pieces began to shirk from his commands, infuriating Lynn to the point where he nearly contemplated shattering them to pieces. When the results were finally announced, it came as no surprise that Lynn had achieved an O in every subject, making him the only first-year student to accomplish such a feat. This brought great honor to Snape, and with Slytherin clinching the House Cup once again, Lynn found himself speaking with newfound confidence in front of other professors. Moreover, upon the release of the results, the system presented him with a delightful surprise. Your performance at Hogwarts has been recognized by all subject professors. You earn 1 talent point corresponding to each subject for your first year. Your Dark Arts talent has reached the ordinary enhancement limit. The awarded Dark Arts talent points will now convert to free points. If you wish to invest further in it, please use a resource called Legendary Points. You have received the title, Slytherin's Most Outstanding Cub. The title of Slytherin's Most Outstanding Cub conferred the following effects. 1. The care from the head of Slytherin House towards you is doubled. 4. There will always be those who suspect you of nefarious deeds. Note 1. The effect of this title only activates when worn. Note 2. This title will disappear when you are no longer the most outstanding student in your year. As the first year drew to a close, Lynn's attribute panel was as follows. Name, Lynn Ballock. Title, Devious Kidnapper, New Entrant Rookie, disappears upon promotion to second year. Slytherin's most outstanding cub. Magic Index, 4, naturally increased by 1 point. Free points, 2. Physical points, 3. Magical talent. Dark Arts, 7. Transfiguration, 5. Charms, 5. Herbology, 5. Offensive and defensive spells, 5. Astronomy, 5. Potions, 4. Bloodline Legacy, 2. Alchemy, 2. Ancient Runes, 2. Divination, 0. Bonus talent, Disguise Magus. Main quest, obtain commendation from the corresponding subject professors. Reward, corresponding magical talent and effect 1. Lynn vanished. Although the newly acquired title bore an awkward name, its effects were remarkably beneficial, compensating for the loss of the rookie title upon promotion to the second year. Furthermore, this enhancement provided Lynn with a crucial insight. It appeared that the normal enhancement could elevate a talent to a maximum of 7 points, beyond which one would need to utilize a resource called legendary points. Currently, he possessed no legendary points and was unsure how to acquire them, yet he felt no urgency. For now, a talent level of 7 was already sufficient for him to delve into the profound knowledge of dark arts. For most young wizards, a week of revelry was but a fleeting moment. On the eve of the semester's end, a grand banquet was held at Hogwarts, marking the last night before departing from the castle. The entire hall was adorned with floating green and silver ribbons, and at the Slytherin table, the young serpents wore expressions of delight. This was due to Dumbledore's announcement from the dais that Slytherin had claimed victory in this year's House Cup, marking their 7th consecutive triumph. What pleased Lynn the most about Dumbledore was his avoidance of lengthy speeches, especially when everyone was quite famished. A sumptuous feast appeared upon the tables of each house. Although the food remained delectable, Lynn felt that since he had captured Kyra and Dumbledore had expelled her, the meals presented before him lacked the flavor they once had. It was evident that the dishes he previously enjoyed were specially prepared for him by Kyra in the kitchen. This evening, Lynn certainly did not join Cedric and Ian at the Ravenclaw table, as that would have been rather tactless. The atmosphere within Slytherin was surprisingly pleasant. Despite having only been at school for a semester and having already clashed with a peer and an upperclassman, the older students seemed quite cordial towards him on the surface. The banquet did not last long, as Dumbledore soon announced the end of the term and wished everyone a delightful holiday. Recently, the hamster suspected of being a spy had become quite pampered, appearing unafraid of Lynn's suspicions, openly expressing disdain for her previous diet of bread and biscuits and eagerly awaiting meat from the hall at every meal. Lynn was more than happy to indulge her. Kyra was a house elf left behind by his parents, and since she regarded him as her master, she would certainly not wish him harm. Her 3 extreme attacks at Hogwarts clearly indicated that her actions were, albeit drastic, aimed solely at his protection. Thus, Lynn saw no reason to be harsh with his little spy hamster. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Slytherin's newly appointed male prefect began knocking on doors, rousing the young wizards from their slumber to ensure they did not miss the Hogwarts Express. The train remained at the same dilapidated platform where they had first arrived at school, and as they boarded, their hands were empty, their belongings having been transported to the train by the house elves. Lynn, Cedric, and Ian sat together in a compartment, engaged in a discussion about the upcoming terms courses. "Have you heard who will be taking over the defense against the dark arts position next?" Cedric whispered a piece of insider information he had acquired. "It is Professor Quirrell." "Who is he?" Ian inquired, unfamiliar with the name. Lynn explained, "He is the professor of Muggle Studies and is said to be quite good, having graduated from your esteemed Ravenclaw." Lynn certainly remembered this professor, who had made his debut in the first book only to meet a rather unfortunate fate. Was he not possessed by Voldemort during the summer? Lynn pondered silently, struggling to recall the details of the original plot, and Cedric appeared somewhat excited, stating that a significant figure would be enrolling next year. Ian, uninterested in this so-called notable person, asked, "Who? The son of the Minister of Magic?" "Certainly not. It is Harry Potter." "Who is he?" "He is the savior who vanquished the Dark Lord when he was but an infant, a remarkable feat that is difficult to fathom, especially considering his future endeavors at Hogwarts." Ian and Lynn, however, exhibited little interest. Ian, due to his ignorance of the magical world's history, and Lynn, who was already aware of future events, thus found Harry Potter's mere enrollment to be rather unremarkable. Noticing their disinterest, Cedric shifted the conversation. "What are your plans for this summer?" Lynn pondered for a moment. "I suppose I will have little to do during the summer, just staying at home every day, unable to use magic, so I shall read books, tend to flowers, and perhaps tease the little girl next door." He also intended to inquire about Kyra's true lineage, but refrained from mentioning it, instinctively feeling that such matters were best kept discreet. "My family vacations at the seaside every summer," Ian remarked. "That sounds delightful. A summer retreat by the sea is quite splendid. Though I fear when I see you next semester, you may be considerably tanned," Cedric lamented, observing that both friends had plans. "I'm not certain what my father is thinking. He wished to take us on a trip last summer, but the Ministry of Magic was too busy, and it has been postponed to this year. I wonder if we will manage to go." Lynn and Ian were at a loss for how to console him. So when a candy cart arrived at their compartment, they bought a large assortment, hoping to distract him with treats. Although the Hogwarts Express bears the name Express, its speed is quite leisurely. After a day of gentle swaying, they finally arrived at platform 9 3/4 as dusk approached. The three friends assisted one another in unloading their luggage from the train and placing it onto the small trolley, for there were no house elves to aid them here. Beside Lynn's suitcase, a small cage containing a previously slumbering hamster suddenly opened its eyes. The little creature, curious, glanced around and, noticing that Lynn was preoccupied with bidding farewell to Cedric, cautiously opened the cage and scampered away with several hops. Cedric's parents, both wizards, awaited him on the platform, so he could only bid farewell to Lynn and Ian in advance. "I'll go ahead, follow closely behind me," unaware that her pet had escaped. Lynn was discussing the order in which they would pass through the magically concealed wall with Ian. Ian nodded in agreement. As he watched Lynn push the trolley, he closed his eyes and, with a burst of speed, passed through the wall, counting silently to 10 in his mind. This interval was to avoid drawing the attention of muggles to the frequent appearances of individuals emerging from the wall. After 10 seconds, he too closed his eyes and, pushing the trolley, jogged through the barrier. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself amidst a bustling crowd, modernly dressed individuals hurriedly moving about the station. Completely oblivious to his emergence from the wall, Ian felt a moment of reflection, but soon he sensed something was amiss. As Ian furrowed his brow, he meticulously surveyed his surroundings for what felt like an eternity, yet he remained unable to discern Lynn's whereabouts. Lynn had vanished. The enchantment of disappearance enveloped him. The moment Lynn traversed the wall at platform 9 3/4, an unsettling sensation washed over him. The familiar dizziness churned within his stomach, as if an invisible force were relentlessly tugging at him. Suddenly, it felt as though he had plummeted from a great height, and he stumbled, landing upon the yielding earth. Around him, a cacophony of thuds echoed as his belongings descended from the sky like dumplings, the largest luggage cart crashing down before his face, causing him to retreat hastily. Having previously experienced the disorienting effects of apparition, Lynn managed to stave off nausea this time. He leaned against his knee, retching a few times, and with his icy hand, he patted his face to alleviate the dizzying sensation. As he surveyed his surroundings, Lynn realized he was standing atop a small hill with a vast ocean stretching behind him. In the distance, he could make out sparse houses and, further still, a town. This was evidently no longer King's Cross Station. In fact, he couldn't even ascertain if he was still in England. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks reverberated behind him, complemented by the warm hues of the setting sun illuminating the tranquil town ahead. An idyllic scene indeed. Yet, Lynn found himself devoid of any appreciation for its beauty. His countenance darkened, as if smeared with soot. He was certain the wall at the station had not malfunctioned on its own, and even if it had, it would be too coincidental for it to occur at his expense. He had clearly been duped. Lynn immediately began rummaging through his belongings, but to his dismay, he could not find his pet. The cage of his small companion had seemingly opened itself, allowing it to escape at some point. The absence of his pet only served to confirm who was responsible for his predicament. "Kira, come out this instant," Lynn shouted in fury, responding to his summons. The elderly house elf, Kira, timidly emerged from behind a nearby rock. "Young master, please do not call me master." Yet Lynn Balak was indeed Kira's master. The house elf suddenly adopted a defiant stance, raising its chin and exclaiming in a high-pitched voice, "No. The young master must retrieve what belongs to the old master. Otherwise, the young master is unworthy of the old master's possessions and name." Kira shook its large head, shrieking in a fit of hysteria. Kira cannot heed the young master's commands. Kira will punish itself, but Kira is not a wicked elf. Everything Kira does is for the young master's benefit. Lynn, exasperated to the point of laughter, found himself in a ridiculous argument with an incorrigible house elf. "All right, let's both calm down. First, did you bring me here to acquire something?" "Yes," Kira's voice softened. "Is that something bequeathed to me by my father?" Lynn probed further. Kira shook its head. "Is it my mother S?" It shook its head once more. "Then who?" Lynn inquired, growing increasingly impatient. Kira could not speak. The master had commanded Kira not to reveal anything to the young master. Lin, suppressing his fury, posed another question. Surely, you must tell me what you wish for me to retrieve? Kira was unaware of what it was, only knowing that the young master must obtain it. Lin was thoroughly enraged. He disregarded the insistent little sprite and began to gather his belongings, placing them back onto the cart. Kira did not follow him, but continued to shriek behind him. The young master must secure that object. It is your credential. It is the testament of your noble lineage. Only the highest bloodline can be worthy of it. Only it can match the exalted bloodline. Kira would not harm the young master, but the young master would, as he would seek it out himself, for he is the one most in need of it. Lin snorted disdainfully, ceasing to speak as he pushed the cart onward towards the distant town. The sky was gradually darkening, and Kira had vanished. Lin walked onto the sturdy concrete road, occasionally seeing cars pass by. Gradually, he could even discern the silhouettes of people illuminated within the nearest home. Suddenly, Lin felt something within him vanish. He stood frozen for 5 seconds. Then, as if struck by a venomous snake, his expression changed dramatically, and he quickly recoiled. His magical power was gone. Although he did not understand what had transpired, Lin was certain that he had been betrayed by Kira. There was something amiss with the town. It had deliberately withheld information, intending for him to enter. Now, the presence of the sprite had completely vanished, evidently fleeing as Lin sensed the anomaly. Just wait. Lin gritted his teeth in anger. He still intended to enter this town. The sudden loss of his magical power was clearly connected to this strange place. Fortunately, though his magic had dissipated, the system remained intact, and it promptly issued him a new task. Emergency task: retrieve the stolen magic. Task reward: 1 legend point, 3 magic points. Failure penalty: permanent loss of magic, complete severance from the magical realm, and imposition of a forgetting curse, erasing all memories of the magical world. Damn it! Lin cursed under his breath. He paid little heed to the task rewards. This was the first task from the system that came with a failure penalty, one that he could ill afford. Contemplating the consequences, Lin resolved without hesitation to head back towards the town. 074 Abros. The town appeared serene and peaceful under the night sky. Yet to Lin, it resembled a hellish demon, its gaping maw ready to consume a person whole, leaving no bones behind. The town was not isolated. Vehicles occasionally traversed the roads in and out. A pickup truck from within the town approached and halted before Lin. A middle-aged woman leaned out of the vehicle. "Hello, child. You seem to be in need of assistance," she said, her English tinged with an accent unfamiliar to Lin. "Thank you, madam, but I have no particular matters to attend to. My father has gone to a nearby shop to purchase cigarettes, leaving me here to watch over the luggage until he returns." The woman nodded, seemingly unaware of Lin's pretense. "It's good that you're fine, but although the security here is relatively decent, it is rather irresponsible of your father to leave you alone at this hour," she murmured, restarting her car as if to depart, only for Lin to call out to her once more. "Excuse me, madam, may I inquire about something? What is it?" Lin appeared a bit embarrassed, his smile tinged with shyness. "My parents are divorced and live apart. I reside with my father in London while my mother lives here. Since their separation, I haven't seen my mother in quite some time. My father rarely tells me where she is, and only recently did he agree to bring me here to visit her. Yet he has persistently refused to disclose the location. Could you tell me where this place is? That way, when I grow up, I can find her myself." A gentle expression enveloped the woman's face as she looked at Lin with compassion. "Oh, poor dear. You are indeed unfortunate. I can certainly inform you that this city is called Rebirth, situated along the northeastern coast of Scotland. It is a rather small town." Lin's hesitation was genuine upon realizing it was a town. Indeed, compared to a grand city like London, it seems quite diminutive, does it not? With only a population of just over 20,000, yet the scenery here is quite lovely. Your mother displayed remarkable discernment in choosing to reside here. Understanding his current location, Lin refrained from speaking further and bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, madam. My father will be returning shortly, so I shall not trouble you any longer." The middle-aged woman waved goodbye as she drove away, while Lin pushed his cart into the quaint town of Rebirth. Yet there was disheartening news: the realization that this cursed place was indeed within the borders of the United Kingdom. Lin was certain he had crossed into a realm where some force had drained his magic, although he did not yet comprehend the extent of this realm. Such a peculiar entity capable of siphoning a wizard's power could not possibly be conjured by Kira, that house elf. This meant that this town, which could rob wizards of their magic, had likely existed here for quite some time. The presence of the British Ministry of Magic, overseen by Dumbledore, made it unfathomable that no one had come to resolve or investigate this perilous situation. He could not fathom what this implied, whether it meant that no one could address the issue of this place, or if he was simply the first unfortunate wizard to stumble upon it. Moreover, there was the matter of the item Kira had instructed him to find. Undoubtedly, it was also connected to the disappearance of his magic. The small town appeared somewhat tranquil in the night, perhaps due to his distance from the bustling areas. Lin contemplated where he might find lodging for the night. He possesses considerable wealth, both in gold and pounds. Thus he is not concerned about the prospect of ending up homeless. However, he worries that at his age, checking into a hotel alone may attract undue attention and potentially lead to unnecessary troubles, especially since he is unable to wield magic. Lin first lingered in a dimly lit corner for a moment, noticing a middle-aged man at a nearby streetlight rummaging through his pockets for cigarettes. Unfortunately, his pack was empty, prompting the man to curse and toss the discarded pack to the roadside before heading towards an open convenience store. Seizing this opportunity, Lin pushed his loaded cart forward, deliberately brushing against the man as they passed each other. "Mind your step, kid." "My apologies," Lin replied, looking up at him, though his expression betrayed no remorse. Instead, it seemed he was rather pleased. "Strange little brat," the man muttered, ignoring him as he entered the convenience store. Lin, meanwhile, quickly made his way to a hardware store across the street. Inside, a young girl was daydreaming at the counter, and she happened to witness Lin's brief exchange with the man. "Excuse me, may I leave my luggage here for a while?" "It's with my father," Lin inquired. The girl hesitated. She was merely minding the shop for her parents and preferred to avoid any complications. Lin sighed, feigning annoyance as he pulled out some money from his pocket. "I knew my father gave me some money for storage fees. I was hoping you could help me out, but it seems that won't be possible now. So, could you assist me for the sake of this money?" "Your father doesn't seem very pleasant," the girl remarked, glancing at the middle-aged man, now standing outside the convenience store, cursing as he unwrapped his newly purchased cigarettes. "Yes, if you refuse to help me, I might just end up on the receiving end of his temper." "All right then, but how long will you be?" She accepted the pounds from Lin. "Probably 3 to 5 days at most." Lin pushed his cart into a corner of the hardware store, his belongings securely packed in suitcases, making it unlikely for anyone to discern their contents. "I'll keep an eye on them," the girl assured him. "Until we meet again," Lin replied. As he exited the hardware store, he noticed the man at the convenience store had just lit a cigarette and was preparing to leave. Quietly, Lin followed closely behind him, his head bowed, yet the man remained oblivious. To the girl, Lin appeared to be just another dissatisfied child trailing behind his father. The earlier act merely a means to ensure the safety of his luggage. Ultimately, the identity of a child lacks the intimidating presence of an adult. He was merely borrowing the authority of his father to dissuade the girl from meddling with his belongings. After being tricked by Kira, he now treaded carefully. Once his luggage was securely stowed, Lin began to attentively observe the small town around him. He gradually found himself in the most bustling area of the city, where even the night remained vibrant and alive, adorned with a vibrant glow of entertainment venues unsuitable for children. At this moment, Lin was certain that this was an ordinary Muggle town. Thus far, he had not encountered anything particularly remarkable, nor had he spotted any individuals who might be wizards. As he pondered where to spend the evening, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a shadowy corner. Instantly, Lin was taken aback, even doubting his own eyes. Was the disheveled old man huddled in that corner someone he recognized? 075 Church. "I am now being laid to rest. The time of my departure has come. I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race. I have kept the faith. Henceforth, there is laid up for me the crown of righteousness, which the Lord, the righteous judge, will award to me on that day, and not only to me, but also to all who have loved his appearing. Amen." In the somber church, the elderly pastor concluded the lengthy eulogy as a dozen or so mourners dressed in black slowly lifted their heads, which had been bowed in sorrow. Seated at the front was an elderly nun, her face marked by wrinkles and age spots, yet her spine remained as straight as an arrow. Her expression bore not the gentleness typically associated with elderly women, but rather a stern and icy demeanor that instilled a sense of dread in those who beheld her. "Choosing you as a pastor was indeed a grave mistake. You have turned a simple eulogy into this," the nun mocked. The pastor, hearing her derision, set his Bible aside and raised his hands in resignation. "I told you long ago that I am not suited for this role. So would it be more appropriate for you to deliver the eulogy?" The nun shook her head. "I am a nun of the church. I cannot perform the duties of a pastor." The pastor curled his lips in a half-smile, lacking the courage to laugh, and silently mused. "Even my day as a makeshift pastor pales in comparison to your 40-plus years as a counterfeit nun. Well, we can now sing hymns to bid farewell to Green." The nun directed. The elderly attendees, some so frail they could scarcely stand upright, trembled as they rose from their seats, their smiles long faded and teeth completely gone. Yet even the eldest among them, with great effort, leaned upon their canes to stand. As the singing concluded, no one resumed their seats. Silence lingered for a full minute before the nun slowly began to speak. Today, yet another dear friend has permanently departed from our midst. In the 45 years of living here, Green is the 23rd to pass away, yet his contributions, like those of the 22 colleagues who left before him, will be eternally etched in the hearts of each one of us until the last among us draws their final breath. She stood tall, solemnly reciting the beliefs that had remained unforgotten over the past 45 years. For the greater good, the elders proclaimed in unison. For the greater good, their aged voices rang out, still resonant. Yet like the tolling of a dusk bell, they would eventually fade into silence with the passage of time. They formed a queue, approaching the elevated platform one by one to pay their final respects to a dear friend lying in the coffin. Sister Rogier stood silently, observing as they gradually departed, until she called out to 3 individuals. Smith, Simon, and Leon stay behind. Upon hearing her voice, a lame man leaning on a cane, a rotund fellow with a bushy beard, and a gaunt old man who had just removed his clerical robes halted their actions and gathered around the sister. "What is it, Rogier? I haven't fed the cattle on my ranch yet, so I can't linger here for too long," grumbled the bearded man, Simon. "A wizard has come here," Sister Rogier stated calmly. Instantly, her words struck the 3 elderly men like thunderclaps, leaving them momentarily speechless. The faux priest, Leon, stammered nervously, "Who would dare come here? Who would dare come here?" Echoed Smith, the old cripple, with a robust voice, unlike Leon's anxious tone, projecting an air of strength. 2 days prior, a wizard had entered this place, possessing a formidable magical presence, an adult wizard. This afternoon, another wizard arrived, weaker in magic yet vibrant. Presumably a minor wizard around the age of 15 or 16. What could they possibly want here? Simon said incredulously. Rogier cast a sidelong glance at the fool, pulled out a pack of lady cigarettes, lit one for herself, and exhaled a cloud of smoke within the church, showing no regard for the sanctity of her office. Although Leon was somewhat timid, he was the most astute among them. His complexion paled as he murmured, "Our concern should not be why they have the audacity to come here, but rather whether their intentions are directed towards us." Simon shot him a glare, clearly irritated by his words. "We're all just ordinary people here. What are you afraid of?" Leon, his face flushed, defended himself. "I'm merely worried for our friends who have families. The Ministry of Magic has connections with the British Muggle government. If they send someone to have the local Muggle police trouble us, how will those with families manage?" Rogier flicked the ash from her cigarette, frowned at the 2, and coldly remarked, "If you wish to quarrel, take it outside. Do not disturb the peace of the Lord." The 2 old men shrank back, silenced by her presence, yet inwardly murmuring their thoughts. "As long as we remain within this city, the Ministry of Magic will not seek us out again. This was a promise made to us by Dumbledore," Rogier asserted, acknowledging that, despite being adversaries, Dumbledore's integrity was beyond reproach. "So, are we to ignore everything now?" The old men gazed expectantly at the sister, awaiting her decision. Rogier stared at the crucifix as if lost in thought, or perhaps observing something unseen. "One of you must go and ascertain what their intentions are, and then we shall deliberate on our next steps." The 3 old men exchanged glances. "You must tend to the cattle on your farm. Smith, being a cripple, struggles with movement. Allow me to go instead." Surprisingly, it was the timid Leon who spoke up. Simon shook his head. "The cows can manage a missed meal. You were once our ace, and too many wizards know you. If you are recognized, it could lead to disaster. I shall go instead." Smith, who had remained silent throughout their discussion, tapped the floor with his cane, halting their insistence. "Be quiet," he exclaimed irritably. "What is there to argue about? I am a cripple. My condition allows for less suspicion. I have no pressing matters at home. I will go." With that, he donned his hat and, leaning on his cane, limped towards the church door. Rogier extinguished his cigarette, sneering. "Are you truly going like that? Do you even know where they are?" Smith froze, his face darkening as he turned around. "Where are they?" "They are near the pubs on Malton Road. Wizards possess a different demeanor than Muggles. Make sure to discern the difference." 076, the professor on the streets. "Professor Fox." Lynn was taken aback by the sight of the disheveled figure lying on the ground, silver hair tousled, his trench coat stained, resembling a beggar nestled in a corner, with a few old pennies offered by passers-by at his feet. Fox, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them in surprise upon hearing the voice. "Alok, how did you end up here?" Lynn helplessly shrugged. "It's a long story. I was led astray by a house elf who insisted I search for something. As soon as I entered this small town, my magical abilities vanished." Professor Fox sighed and shook his head. "I'm even more unfortunate. My travel plans had scarcely begun before I arrived here, only to find my magic gone as well. My original plan was to perform magic tricks on the street, but now that is impossible. Strangely enough, it seems fortunate to encounter you here, Balak. Lin furrowed his brow, scrutinizing him closely, first assessing him from head to toe, then circling around him. He suddenly inquired, "How much was the first sum you provided me?" 25 galleons, and then you withdrew 500 more from Gringotts for me. When you visited my home, what did I offer you? German dark beer, or was it that I tricked you into buying it? Where is your home in England? 608, Queen Street, Lisburn, Northern Ireland. Do not forget to retrieve the dark magic materials. You will need them. Seeing his responses come effortlessly, Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Professor, didn't you always call me Lin? Why the sudden shift to my surname? Fox blinked and smiled. Lin continued to stare at him for a moment before shaking his head. Were it not for my awareness of this place's ability to steal a wizard's magic, coupled with your fluent answers to my inquiries, I might have doubted your true identity. Fox shrugged, appearing utterly unconcerned by Lin's suspicions. Such vigilance is commendable, much like I once advised you. Do not place your trust in anyone too readily. Yet, how have you descended to such depths? Lin remained astounded by Professor Fox's current state. Even if you can no longer perform magic for a living in this small town, what has become of the money you previously earned? Professor Fox rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothing while picking up a few coins scattered on the floor. I will elaborate on this matter later. Do you have any money, Lin? I haven't eaten in over a day. Let us first have a meal. 10 minutes later, inside a fast food restaurant, Professor Fox was voraciously consuming his third hamburger. Lin, holding a cup of iced cola, sipped it intermittently. When alone, he was cautious in all his actions, but with the presence of the adult Professor Fox, he felt he could relax a bit. So, Professor, how did you find yourself in such dire straits? Having seemingly satisfied his hunger, Professor Fox wiped his mouth with a napkin, then exhaled deeply as he slumped into his chair, squeezing an entire packet of ketchup over his fries, which he ate one by one. On the first day of my arrival here, I sent a letter from the Muggle post office. In order to ensure its swift delivery, I spent all the money I had on me. A place like this could not possibly remain unknown in the British magical community. We must have inadvertently wandered into it. Wait, we should receive news soon. Lin nodded, feeling a sense of reassurance at encountering Professor Fox in such circumstances. He aimlessly scanned the fast food establishment and noticed an elderly man with a beret, leaning on a cane, limping as he entered. He paid little heed to the man. It was mealtime, and the restaurant was bustling with patrons. Shall we reside here for the time being? Do you have sufficient funds? Lin contemplated in his mind. If we are frugal, we could manage to live here for at least 2 weeks. Even if it ultimately proves insufficient, I still have some gold galleons, true gold. If necessary, we can exchange them for pounds. Professor Fox shook his head. That would be too much of a loss. If it comes to that, there is little we can do. We cannot simply starve on the streets. The limping old man appeared to be heading to the restroom. As he approached Lin and Professor Fox's table, he suddenly slipped. Lin reached out to steady him. Be careful, sir, Smith said apologetically. Thank you, young man. I apologize for interrupting your meal with your grandfather. Lin and Professor Fox exchanged knowing glances. Lin smiled without a hint of concern. It's no trouble at all. My grandfather always taught me to be helpful. Do you need assistance? The old man waved his hand dismissively. No need, this is an old ailment of mine. I won't trouble you further. With that, he released Lin's support and limped toward the restroom. Lin and Professor Fox shared another glance. There was something amiss. Professor Fox nodded in agreement. His earlier words carried an air of probing. Have we drawn unwanted attention? Is there someone in this city who has recognized us? Professor Fox rose to his feet. Nevertheless, we must leave this place. Lin also stood up, hastening out of the fast food establishment. Smith timed his exit from the restroom perfectly, only to find that Lin and the others had vanished from their seats. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he too departed the fast food joint. Lin and Professor Fox concealed themselves in a corner, intently observing the front of the convenience store for quite some time. Yet they only saw the old cripple enter without witnessing his emergence, indicating that they had indeed lost track of him. However, this also confirmed one thing. The old man was specifically searching for them. Lin rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It is highly probable that we are not the only 2 sorcerers in this city. The cripple is evidently affiliated with another group of wizards. They must be connected to the mysterious disappearance of magical energy. At the very least, they should possess some knowledge. 077 has captured them. Lin and Professor Fox found a modest inn to stay. Simon and Leon had not yet departed. They remained inside the church, smoking with Rogier as they waited. The sacred space was now enveloped in a haze of smoke. Smith pushed open the church's grand door and was caught off guard by the thick fog that assailed his senses. Have you had your fill of smoking? If any parishioners were to witness such a scene, Rogier, would you not fear the consequences from the church? Rogier extinguished his cigarette, a look of disdain on his face. If I feared those old zealots, I would have long ceased to be a nun. Leon and Simon assisted in opening the windows for ventilation while inquiring about Smith's findings. Smith laboriously settled onto a bench, shaking his head. Their vigilance is exceedingly high. It seems I've already startled the snake among the grass. Simon and Leon exchanged glances, and it was Rogier who spoke up. So, your outing yielded no intelligence, and instead, you have exposed us? We are not a secret here. They will inevitably find a way to ascertain our existence, and I am not entirely empty-handed. Smith rubbed his injured leg. I have a lingering impression of that adult wizard. Leon, go fetch the prophet from last year. Why must I always be the one to do your bidding? Leon grumbled, but nevertheless stood up and made his way to the church's inner room, returning with a thick stack of newspapers. Smith flipped through the last few, quickly locating what he sought, extracting a copy of the prophet and laying it before the three of them. The date on the newspaper was September 1990, with the front page boldly declaring, "Former prisoner, now defense against the dark arts professor." It featured a photograph of Fox from a decade ago at the time of his incarceration. His hair was disheveled, his eyes sunken, his complexion pallid and grim, gazing vacantly at the camera without a blink. That's him. Smith tapped the photo on the newspaper to affirm his recognition. Beside him stood a young boy, yet he appeared no older than 13, contrary to Rogier's claim of him being 15 or 16. He must be a student, a Hogwarts professor, and a young wizard. Simon expressed his astonishment, questioning their presence in this place. Bang! Rogier slammed her palm onto the table, startling the three elderly men. Why should we concern ourselves with their arrival? Now that they have entered this city, they are at our mercy. Capture them. Her demeanor remained impassive, yet the animosity in her gaze and tone was unmistakable to Smith and the others. The trio fell silent. Rogier shot them a sidelong glare. Are you afraid? Noticing the silence from his companions, Ryan felt compelled to speak up. It has been many years. I understand your lingering hatred for Dumbledore, but we need not provoke him further. What do we intend to do after apprehending the professors and young wizards of Hogwarts? Shall we slay him? We live in a society governed by law. Even if we are mere old bachelors with nothing to lose, we must consider the lives of our colleagues who have families to care for. Rogier let out a cold laugh. You have indeed forgotten your identity as wizards, proclaiming your dedication to a greater cause while willingly submitting to Muggle laws and governance. Ryan exchanged glances with the others, each reflecting a bitter understanding. They had lost their magic. Who among them would still regard them as wizards? What alternative was there to accepting Muggle authority? To cling to their former ideals and risk incarceration at the hands of those Muggle officers? After all this time, Ryan and his companions had resigned themselves to their fate, while Rogier continued to cling to the ideals of that great man imprisoned in Nurmengard. Though that very man had relinquished hope, Rogier remained steadfast in her memories of their past glory, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Albus Dumbledore for casting them down to the mundane. Instinctively, Rogier reached into her pocket for her cigarette case, only to find it empty. With the passing of yet another old friend, compounded by the presence of wizards in this small town, her mind was in turmoil. She had already smoked several cigarettes today. The church remained silent for a considerable time. I never suggested we kill them. Rogier finally spoke. Simon pondered her words. So, you mean to capture them and compel them to pay homage? We are not a mafia. What homage? Rogier was incensed by Simon's lack of understanding. After capturing them, we shall inform Dumbledore. Let him come retrieve them himself. Leon grasped Rogier's intent. You wish to humiliate Dumbledore? Humph. Rogier scoffed. Even though the Dark Lord has imprisoned himself in Nurmengard, the remnants he left behind are not to be trifled with by common wizards. Let Dumbledore witness the powerlessness of his professors and young wizards stripped of their magic. What recourse will he have? The church fell into silence once more. Finally, Smith struck the floor with his staff. Enough. We have suppressed this frustration for far too long, and we do not know how many days we have left to live. Bind them. Let it serve as our catharsis. Seeing that they had reached a consensus, Simon, who had always been swayed by others, hesitated and inquired, how shall we bind them? Smith leaned on his staff and made his way toward the church exit. The three elderly gentlemen dispersed, leaving only Rogier seated in the empty hall. She gazed upon the crucifix, her hands clasped tightly before her, uncertain whether she was praying or merely engaging in self-reflection. Recently, a notorious gang responsible for a significant robbery in Edinburgh had been fleeing towards our city. Inside a quaint inn, an elegant female host was reporting local news on an antiquated television. Lynn and Professor Fox lay on their respective beds, discussing their current predicament. Whom did you consult for information? Professor Dumbledore? Fox shook his head. Certainly not. Dumbledore may not even be in the UK at this time. He is a wizard of international renown, and given the recent turmoil in Scotland, where the Ministry of Magic is showing signs of disintegration, he is likely there to assist in mediation. Then who? Lynn inquired. Alastair Moody, an Auror from the Ministry of Magic, with whom we have had some past dealings in combating dark wizards. And how would he relay the information to us? Through Muggle mail? I suspect he might still utilize owls. This place merely suppresses a wizard's magic, but it should have no effect on owls. At that moment, a sudden, hard tapping against the window interrupted them. Both Lynn and Professor Fox turned to look. An owl, head tilted, was perched outside, bearing a letter. 078, a city that is, in truth, a prison, Lynn murmured as she opened the window to retrieve the letter. I apologize. The conditions are not ideal, and I have nothing to offer you. The owl appeared somewhat displeased, pecking at Lynn's finger with its sharp beak before soaring into the night sky. Lynn handed the letter to Professor Fox, who quickly tore it open. The contents were brief, and he read through them swiftly. A grave expression settled upon his face. We are in serious trouble. What is it? Lynn asked, perplexed, as she took the letter from him. Upon reading it, her countenance darkened as well. This is, in fact, a wizarding prison, Professor Fox stated somberly. It houses the former followers of the first Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald, known as the Saints. These individuals should have been imprisoned in various countries' ministries of magic following Grindelwald's downfall, akin to Britain's Azkaban. However, Grindelwald left behind a safeguard for his former acolytes. No one knows precisely what it entails, but it is rumored to be a curse that strips wizards of their magic, rendering them as powerless as muggles. This curse resides within this town, called Abros. Even the former saints are not immune to such a formidable curse. They may exist here, yet they have lost their powers. The ministry cannot send Aurors to capture them, as that would merely deplete manpower. Ultimately, Dumbledore established a decree for these saints. They're never to leave this town, and the ministries of magic across Europe will refrain from troubling them. Thus, this place has become an unconventional prison for wizards. Due to the nature of this incident, which does not cast a favorable light upon the Ministry of Magic, and considering the considerable passage of time, it has not been widely disseminated. It can only be described as a somewhat open secret. Given its remote location, situated on the outskirts of the city, the Ministry has issued warnings visible only to wizards. However, Lynn was brought here via apparition, and Professor Fox indicated that he had not seen any such warnings. The two of them now find themselves ensnared within this prison, and the Auror Moody, who sent them a letter, merely offered a piece of advice: to swiftly acquire skills that would allow them to survive in the Muggle world, lest they face starvation in their later years. After reading the letter, Lynn's spirits plummeted. The more he learned about the circumstances of this city, the more he began to question the identity of the old master that Kira had alluded to. This place holds captives who were once followers of Grindelwald, most of whom hail from pure-blood families. Thus, it is plausible that there may be a relative of his among the prisoners, and perhaps the items Kira had him procure are in the possession of this relative. Yet, if that were the case, why would it lead him into a situation where his magic would vanish? Would one forsake their identity as a wizard for the sake of pure-blood lineage? Is this not a grave misstep? Lynn could not fathom the reasoning behind it, but he could not accept the prospect of losing his magic forever and becoming an ordinary person. His sole hope now rested on the belief that the system would not assign him an impossible task. Currently, the only lead lay with the criminals imprisoned in this city. He turned to Professor Fox, who wore a similarly contemplative expression. Professor, I recall you mentioning that your parents were once followers of Grindelwald, the Saints. Professor Fox shook his head. I understand what you were contemplating, Lynn, but I have also stated that once they formally joined Grindelwald's ranks, I had little to no contact with them. The surname Fox is not particularly rare, and the Saints in this city would not recognize me. After hearing Professor Fox's explanation, Lynn remained convinced that there was a connection worth exploiting. Upon considering Lynn's perspective, Fox too felt that this might be a viable avenue. There were indeed no grievances between them and the Saints. The only tenuous link was that he had once served as a professor at Hogwarts, effectively working under Dumbledore. However, his tenure as a professor lasted less than a year, and given the isolation from the wizarding world, it was unlikely anyone here would recognize him. The hour was late, and even if they devised a plan, it would have to wait until the morrow. Today's experiences had been rather unsettling, and they kept Lynn awake well into the night. The following day, Smith and his companions, having lived here for over 40 years, were true locals. With little effort, they located the inn where Lynn and his companions were staying. Simon carried a long cloth bag that appeared to weigh considerably. Why did you bring your hunting rifle? We are not here to kill anyone. Leon stared wide-eyed and whispered urgently. Simon grinned, revealing a set of large yellow teeth. Rest assured, my gun has long been broken and is utterly useless. I brought it merely to intimidate them, in case they become unruly. Smith and Raymond exchanged exasperated glances. Having lost all hope for this simpleton's intellect, have you taken care of things at the police station? Smith inquired of Leon. With Roger not leaving the church and Simon being his usual foolish self, any matters had to be deliberated between the two of them. It's all been clarified. Their leader is Hoffman S. brother-in-law. I informed them that Simon S. farm was robbed, and we wish to catch the thief ourselves. If anything goes awry, as long as it doesn't result in a fatality, he will cover for us. Smith nodded, acknowledging that although Leon often appeared a bit timid, he was the most reliable in critical moments. After all, this seemingly inconspicuous, frail old man had once been their top enforcer among the saints. Very well. Let us ascend now. Simon, be cautious not to let anyone see your gun, or it will cause trouble. After emphasizing this point, he led the group up to the second floor of the inn. A knock at the door roused Lynn from his slumber. Professor Fox was still snoring, and Lynn rubbed his weary eyes before getting out of bed to answer the door. Fortunately, he was still alert enough to peek through the peephole to discern who was outside. Among the three elderly men, he recognized only one, the cripple he had encountered at the fast food restaurant the previous day. He then noticed a portly man with a bushy beard clutching a long cloth, from which a short, round metal pipe protruded. Instantly, a jolt of alarm surged through Lynn. His drowsiness vanished in an instant. It was a gun. 079 had taken down his hideout. Lynn dashed to Professor Fox's bedside, yanking off his blanket. Fox, startled, blinked in confusion at Lynn. We must go. Quickly. The cripple from yesterday has brought a group with him. They're armed. Lynn whispered urgently. In the next moment, Professor Fox, jolted awake, lost all traces of sleep. Do they intend to kill us? But there's no reason for that, he exclaimed, leaping from the bed, his expression one of bewilderment rather than panic. Let us not dwell on that. We must strategize our retreat. Lynn urged fervently. Why not just say escape? Because that lacks a certain gravitas. Surely the Haven tea still not risen at this hour? Smith observed as Leon called for room service while knocking heavily on the door once more, his brow furrowing. Leon sensed something amiss. He stepped aside and instructed Simon, break it down. Isn't that a bit reckless? After all, the owner of this and his stock S brother-in-law. What does that matter? If we don't break in, they flee. Simon retreated a few steps and then charged at the door. With a single powerful blow, the door burst open. The three elderly men surged into the room, only to find it utterly vacant. Damn it! They've escaped. Smith cursed vehemently. The window of the room stood wide open, with the bound sheets fluttering in the wind outside. Leon leaned out to catch a glimpse of Lynn and the others dashing down the street. We must pursue. Numerous guests peered from their doors in the hotel, watching the trio of elderly men clambering down the stairs with bewildered expressions. They climbed into Simon's pickup truck, chasing after the direction in which Lynn and his companions had fled. Professor Fox sighed regretfully. What a pity about the room fee. We paid for 3 nights. It's fortunate we managed to escape, but why are they pursuing us with such fervor? Do they mistake us for agents of the Ministry of Magic? What transgression warrants the pursuit of ministry operatives? The magical law does not prescribe the death penalty. Life imprisonment in Azkaban is more likely. As they conversed, they suddenly realized they had unknowingly run into a dead end. Over the wall, Lynn exclaimed, eyeing the not-so-high barrier. Professor, you climb up first, and then help me up. However, just as Professor Fox had hoisted Lynn over the wall, a thunderous voice echoed, halting their actions. Don't move, or I'll not hesitate to fire. Simon sneered, aiming his hunting rifle at Lynn and the others, while Leon, breathless, caught up behind him, with the limping Smith lagging even further back. Bravo, Simon. At least you Haven T botched this one. Raymond congratulated, patting the hefty man on the shoulder. Lynn and Professor Fox felt their spirits plummet, raising their hands in surrender. At that moment, Lynn's keen eyes flicked to the rifle in Simon's grasp. Keep running, Professor. His gun is a bluff. Lynn nudged Professor Fox, and the two leaped down from the wall, sprinting away. Perplexed, Simon wondered how they had discerned the ruse of his firearm. Leon glanced at the crooked barrel of Simon's gun and felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. You fool. The barrel is all askew. Who could you possibly deceive? The wall had obstructed their view, and after vaulting over, they could no longer see Lynn's figure. They had lost track of him. Lynn and Professor Fox ran for over an hour before stopping to rest at a bus stop. This shouldn't be happening. We've never even met. Where could the animosity stem from? Professor Fox murmured. Lynn pondered a possible explanation. Could be they realized you're a professor from Hogwarts? Perhaps they intend to capture you and extort Dumbledore. Professor Fox widened his eyes in disbelief. With such audacity, despite the circumstances? What other explanation could there be? What shall we do now? Given their disposition, reconciliation seems utterly impossible. Lynn tugged at his hair, feeling that these past few days had been nothing short of disastrous. We cannot remain passive. We must strike back. Professor Fox, now relying entirely on Lynn's judgment, found this suggestion implausible. They outnumber us and know the terrain. We cannot prevail against them. Lynn gazed vacantly at Professor Fox. Professor, you have misunderstood my intentions. This is not a realm of magic, but a society governed by law, where acts of violence lead to imprisonment. How do you propose we retaliate? Lynn raised an eyebrow. Did I not mention that we are in a society of law? Their brazen display of firearms in public is utterly outrageous. Their essay saying, ISNT there? In times of trouble, seek the police. We should dial 999. 5 minutes later, within a telephone booth, Professor Fox hung up the phone, his expression frozen in astonishment, akin to a father who has just learned that his son underwent gender reassignment surgery in Thailand. What was said? Lynn inquired, blinking in curiosity. Professor Fox seemed momentarily stunned. They accused us of stealing cattle from those farmers. What? They even urged us to turn ourselves in at the police station to seek leniency. Damn it! Lynn trembled with rage, his body cold, furious at the political corruption and ineptitude of the British Empire. Another avenue has been blocked off, Professor Fox lamented. What shall we do now? Perhaps we should simply leave this place and spend our lives as muggles. I believe a muggle existence is not so bad compared to that of a wizard, with food, drink, and television to enjoy. How can you entertain such thoughts, Professor? We are not yet at our wits' end. There remains a glimmer of hope. What hope do we have? The curse upon this city is the protection that Grindelwald bestowed upon his subordinates. We could investigate the stronghold of the saints. Perhaps we might uncover something of significance. Professor Fox gazed at him in astonishment. You know where their stronghold is? Lynn instinctively touched his smooth chin. I'm aware of one of their lairs. He pointed to a nearby billboard. Simon's Farm at your service, specializing in wheat, vegetables, and premium cattle. The farm's address, 106 Hankstown, Northwest Abros. The billboard featured a large photograph of Simon, a portly old man grinning with a set of large yellow teeth, looking rather foolish. Let us not hesitate. Let us steal his cattle. Inside Simon's pickup truck, 3 elderly men appeared quite dejected. Simon drove, opening his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately decided against it. Smith, irritated, rapped his cane against the back seat. What are we to do? This town may be small, but aside from Rogier, who could possibly locate 2 individuals in a place of over 20,000 inhabitants? Leon stared out the window in silence for a moment before hesitantly suggesting, perhaps we could seek assistance? Simon couldn't resist interjecting. Assist whom? Our old pals, in the northwest outskirts of Abros. In a town with a population of perhaps only a few hundred, Lynn and Professor Fox crouched behind a fence, peering into a farm. The house beside the farm was well constructed, with 2 dogs tied up at the front. In the distance, a black man could be seen cleaning manure in the barn. Is this the place? Indeed. Did you not notice the sign over there? The rotund man, named Simon, truly exhibits an overwhelming sense of narcissism, as he displays his photograph everywhere, seemingly fearful that others might not recognize him. Lynn remarked with a TSK. What shall we do next? Should we force our way in? Lynn pondered for a moment before turning to inquire. Professor, can you handle that individual of African descent? Professor Fox nodded affirmatively. Is indeed possible. Even without their magical abilities, wizards possess a physique that surpasses that of muggles. However, what do you mean by handle him? Lynn, appearing puzzled, replied, simply incapacitating him or binding him should suffice. What other means of resolution could there be? Then I have no objections. Professor Fox's smile bore an odd quality, though Lynn was oblivious to it. Let's commence our mission. Lynn and Professor Fox parted ways beneath the fence. Lynn crouched beneath it, waiting, while Professor Fox deftly vaulted over and stealthily approached the cattle shed. Between the wooden planks of the shed, there were minor gaps, allowing Lynn to discern movement within, though the precise circumstances remained obscured. Professor Fox entered the shed silently, and the man of African descent, engaged in the task of cleaning manure, seemed to sense an intrusion. He turned, and upon seeing Professor Fox, his expression shifted from surprise to anger as he brandished a pitchfork and demanded, "Who are you? Why have you trespassed on my private farm without permission?" Professor Fox exhibited no sign of anxiety, completely shedding the lethargic demeanor he had displayed in Lynn's company. With a smile, he winked. "Apologies, but you need to take a little nap." With that, he snapped his fingers gently, causing the man to collapse to the ground, unconscious. He removed his glasses, polished them with the hem of his clothing, and then donned them once more, emerging from the shed to beckon to Lynn. Lynn, catching his signal, nimbly vaulted over the fence. "Professor, your efficiency is astonishing," he exclaimed. Professor Fox brushed off imaginary dust from his hands. "A trivial matter, I assure you. He will be asleep for quite some time. Now let us search. That corpulent fellow is clearly not a respectable individual and is likely to have a habit of journaling. Perhaps there are notes concerning curses hidden away." They rushed into the small house adjacent to the farm and began rummaging through it. Soon, Lynn made a discovery, a copy of the Daily Prophet. He called out to Professor Fox, having unearthed the aged newspaper from 3 years prior from beneath the fat man's bed. The fact that we have obtained the Daily Prophet indicates that we can glean information about the magical realm, which makes it unsurprising that my identity as a Hogwarts professor is known, Professor Fox remarked, squinting thoughtfully. A single newspaper could only be deemed a minor triumph. And they continued their search within the room, turning everything upside down, yet uncovered nothing further. Lynn muttered, "How peculiar. It appears that the old man has no habit of keeping a diary." Their expedition yielded almost no results, leaving Lynn feeling somewhat despondent as he stared blankly at the cows in the shed. "Professor, when you dialed 999 earlier, what charges did they assign us?" Lynn suddenly inquired. Professor Fox hesitated for a moment, as if he had grasped Lynn's intentions. "They claim we have stolen his cattle." Lynn seethed. "This situation has been thrust upon us. It is akin to mud falling into one's trousers. Regardless of the specifics, we might as well take decisive action." A mere 10 minutes later, the barn door swung open, and the cows were forcibly driven out. Lynn and Professor Fox mounted 2 of the cattle, howling like gallant riders as they led the herd away from the farm. The 2 watchdogs, tethered at the entrance, could only bark helplessly in the wake of the stampede, unbeknownst to Simon, who was obliviously driving with Leon and the Smith family. They were making rounds to visit their former colleagues. "How many have we visited so far?" Smith inquired. Leon counted from the roster in his hands. 32. "The next one will be the last. How many people can we mobilize in total?" Smith calculated with his fingers. "Today is a day off. Each family should be able to muster at least 5 individuals. 33 families would yield approximately 165 people. Abroros is a small town of only 20,000. Over 100 people, many of whom are related to others in this town, should suffice to locate those 2 rats." Simon voiced his concerns. "What if they have fled? What if they have already left Abroros?" Leon shook his head resolutely. Upon hearing his analysis, Smith was momentarily taken aback. "But we are clearly pursuing them with ill intent. How can we establish contact?" Leon scratched his head. "What would I do in their situation?" Their gazes drifted outside the car window, soon landing on a strikingly distinctive billboard. In the next instant, they exchanged knowing glances and exclaimed in unison, "Home invasion." Simon was left bewildered by their cryptic conversation. "What are you 2 talking about?" Smith, frustrated by Simon's lack of comprehension, kicked him from behind with his uninjured left leg. "Fool, drive home. Your house may be in danger." Stumbling from the car, Simon fell to his knees, wailing like a cuckoo in anguish. "My cattle, but do you truly fail to grasp the essence of my writing? For the greater good, Richelle, the Saints, Grindelwald. Although the original Dark Lord is imprisoned in Nurmengard, his former influence surely has not dissipated into oblivion. Those who once believed in the supremacy of wizards have now become indistinguishable from the muggles they once opposed. They have lived without magic in muggle society for over 40 years, growing old, forming their own lives, friendships, families, and farms. Gradually, they have been assimilated into muggle culture without even realizing it. When they regain their magical abilities, what kind of wizards will they become? And how might they assist Lynn in the future? Is this not a prospect worthy of anticipation? And what about Lynn's identity and the seemingly abnormal demeanor of Professor Fox? Are these not elements to look forward to? Why cling so stubbornly to the notion of vanishing magic? Every individual inevitably encounters setbacks. Without the experiences that shape them, can success simply descend from the heavens? The circumstances surrounding Lynn's loss of magic were not contrived for the sake of plot progression. They harmoniously align with their situation and the logic of their choices. Kira is merely a stubborn house elf, wholly obedient to its master's commands, while Lynn would never heed its directives. It is precisely because he disregarded those instructions that he was ensnared in Abros, leading to the subsequent events and trials, a classic narrative arc of initial adversity followed by eventual triumph. Why then do some criticize my writing so harshly? 081. Raise your hand. The professor remarked. Do you not think the gazes of those around us are somewhat peculiar? Indeed, they are. Professor Fox's expression turned grave as he grasped Lynn's arm. An old man with white hair and a child. That must be them, a passerby suddenly exclaimed. In an instant, several individuals surged toward Lynn and Professor Fox. Faced with such a confrontation, they had no choice but to flee. They dashed aimlessly through the city streets. Yet it felt as though the entire populace was in pursuit. No matter where they ran, they were recognized. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city, 3 middle-aged men, donning baseball caps and sunglasses, even in the late hours, were frantically escaping. Brother, something feels amiss. When did these people become so refined? We committed our crime in Edinburgh. Why are the citizens of Abros aiding the police in apprehending us? The leader, a burly man with a long scar across his face and a fierce gaze, clearly exuded malice. I know not, he retorted impatiently, but if this continues, we shall inevitably be caught. According to British law, with charges of robbery and murder, we shall never see the light of day outside prison. Silence, he barked. We shall not be imprisoned. The ship that will take us away arrives at this port tomorrow. If we can survive this night, we will escape. His subordinates recoiled slightly. Then where shall we hide tonight? We shall find a way. I refuse to believe we can evade capture in such a vast perimeter in Edinburgh, yet we would fall in this small town of Abros. This situation feels precarious, Professor. Lynn gasped, struggling for breath. Where did they acquire such formidable resources to mobilize so many in pursuit of us? Professor Fox, possessing a distinctly superior physical constitution, maintained his composure, having run alongside Lynn without showing signs of fatigue. But were they not once the followers of the Dark Lord? Everything was for the benefit of wizards. Why then do they maintain relationships with so many muggles? Professor Fox spoke with the earnestness of an instructor imparting wisdom. Time and environment can profoundly alter a person's perspective. Those who once held a disdain for muggles may, after decades of coexisting within muggle society, find their views transformed. Many would willingly seek to unite and engage with muggles. For both wizards and muggles are fundamentally human, possessing emotions that can lead to a shift in thought. It is through this evolution that they adapt to the reality of their present lives. They found themselves in a secluded corner, where Lynn, breathless, leaned on his knees. Professor, why are you speaking in such a manner now? I recall it was only that one person who enjoyed such discussions. His musings were abruptly interrupted by Professor Fox. Enough of your wandering thoughts. They are upon us again. We must focus on how to escape. Escape? Lynn gazed at Professor Fox in astonishment. I thought you were jesting when you suggested becoming a muggle. Why abandon our escape? Professor Fox raised an eyebrow. Lynn slowly rose, silently observing the rather peculiar Professor Fox, then resolutely shook his head. But you still have your global travel plans to fulfill. Without magic, how will you masquerade as a magician to earn a living? Without magic, how will you continue your studies in dark arts? And without magic, how can I assist you in the future? As dusk settled, they raced through the streets of the city, having evaded numerous pursuers due to the fading light. Professor Fox halted, noticing the unwavering determination reflected in Lynn's bright eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. If you possess such thoughts, Lynn, do you have a plan? Lynn pondered for a moment before asking, Professor, do wizards harbor a deep-seated animosity towards the church? Indeed, for it was during the Middle Ages that they instigated the witch hunts, marking the first significant conflict between muggles and wizards in history. Then let us take refuge in a church. Muggles hold the church in reverence, while wizards, due to historical grievances, despise the institution. If we can conceal ourselves there, we may evade their search. A spark of realization illuminated Lynn's face as he conceived a means to remain in safety. Let us go there now. Though I wonder if the clergy would be willing to accept us. They will, Professor Fox assured him confidently. Under the cloak of night, they swiftly approached the church Lynn had mentioned. From the exterior, it remained brightly lit, with signs of life within. Lynn stepped closer to the grand entrance, suddenly gripped by an inexplicable sensation, as if something within the church was beckoning him. He shook his head, attempting to dispel the feeling, yet stubbornly lingered. Professor Fox passed by him, urging, What are you waiting for, Lynn? Let us enter. He pushed open the church doors, and Lynn followed closely behind, stepping into the unknown together. Within the vast emptiness of the hall, rows of long benches for worship lined either side. Directly ahead hung a colossal depiction of Jesus suffering upon the cross. In the front row of the benches sat a nun. Suddenly, Lynn felt an unfamiliar presence in his hand. Concurrently, a sensation of fullness, which had long been absent, surged within him. He grasped the object tightly, remaining silent. Rogier rose from the bench, a cigarette dangling from her mouth, and looked at Lynn and Professor Fox, who had unexpectedly entered the church, letting out a soft chuckle. Before they could utter a word, Rogier lifted the hem of her nun's habit and drew forth a Remington from beneath her skirt. She aimed the barrel at the bewildered duo, casually discarding her cigarette. But, if you wish to avoid a bullet, kindly raise your hands. Lynn swiftly concealed the object in his sleeve and, alongside Professor Fox, raised both hands in surrender. This time he noticed the gun was straight, not bent. The 082 Dark Lord? How dare he? With the gun pointed at them, Lynn and Professor Fox complied, surrendering with raised hands. At that moment, Lynn couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. Didn't you say wizards loathe the church, Professor? Professor Fox shrugged. There are always unexpected circumstances, and regrettably, today we have encountered one. Enough chatter, Rogier commanded, directing the gun towards the adjacent bench. Sit quietly, do not attempt any furtive movements, and do not doubt my willingness to pull the trigger. For the consequences are beyond your capacity to bear. Lynn and Professor Fox obediently sat on the bench, refraining from testing Rogier's limits. Simultaneously, a panel visible only to Lynn swiftly updated before his eyes. Side quest completed. Quest reward. Magic Index 3, Legend Value 1. The line representing the magic index on Lynn's attribute panel surged dramatically. It transitioned from 4 to 6, then from 6 to 9, merely a fraction away from the maximum of 10. An indescribable sense of fulfillment swelled within Lynn. The sudden surge of magic left him with a disorienting sensation, as though Dumbledore stood before him, merely a buzzing old bee, while Voldemort appeared as nothing more than a frenzied, noseless creature, rather than excitement. Lynn felt a twinge of fear at such thoughts, hastily banishing the illusions from his mind. He was still young, with a bright future ahead, unwilling to meet an untimely demise. He had no understanding of the events transpiring. Upon entering the church, an object resembling a small cross had unexpectedly manifested in his hand. Clearly, he alone had regained his magical abilities. Was it his incantation that was swift, or was it Rogier's finger that was quicker on the trigger? Without a second thought, he knew that even the slightest indication of his magical abilities would lead to dire consequences. To escape this predicament, one must bide their time. Madam, may I inquire if there exists any animosity between us? Why do you seek to apprehend us? Lynn hesitated momentarily regarding how to address Rogier, ultimately refraining from the reckless choice of calling her grandmother. Rogier scoffed. Animosity? Is that not painfully evident? I am a saint, while you are mere professors and students under Dumbledore's command. Is this not a monumental grievance? Yet, many years have passed, and even the second Dark Lord has perished. Why do you still cling to these past grievances? Rogier's derisive laughter suggested she was not averse to conversing with Lynn for a while. The second Dark Lord? Does he even merit that title? A man who conceals his name, unwilling for it to be uttered. How can he be compared to Lord Grindelwald? His so-called pure-blood supremacy can only be enforced through brute force. He is a mindless, deranged lunatic, and the faction he leads is doomed to fail. They will resort to slaughter to suppress resistance, lacking ideals, faith, or a coherent agenda. Has history ever witnessed a leader or organization similar to this that succeeded in establishing a lasting regime? However, we are different. Lord Grindelwald leads us with a shared vision and ideology. We do not wish to scuttle like rats beneath the foot of muggles. We desire for all wizards to live openly and proudly in the light of day. We do not discriminate against muggle-born wizards, bloodlines, or werewolves. We believe in uniting all possible forces, as long as everyone is striving for the future of wizards. Yet, what has been the outcome? All because of Dumbledore, the very friend whom Lord Grindelwald once trusted most. He defeated him, crushed Lord Grindelwald's spirit, left us leaderless. And countless saints were captured by the Ministry of Magic in Europe. Were it not for the final protection left to us by Lord Grindelwald, we might have perished long ago in Azkaban. Tell me, why should I not dwell on these matters? How heartless must I be to relinquish this deeply ingrained hatred? Rogier's words rendered Lynn speechless. He had not lived through the era of Grindelwald, hence he had no commentary to offer. He also could not bring himself to believe Rogier's one-sided narrative. Convinced that the saint's actions were truly for the greater good of wizards and that Grindelwald's ideals were indeed noble and selfless. Moreover, discussing such matters now seemed futile. The era of Grindelwald had long since turned the page, and the remaining saints could hardly stir any significant upheaval. What do you intend to do with us? Lynn inquired, resembling a harmless little rabbit, blinking innocently. Rogier smiled softly, yet her demeanor, coupled with that smile, was distinctly unsettling. Of course, I shall dismember you all and send your severed remains to Dumbledore. Her voice was ominous, sending shivers down one's spine. Yet, Lynn responded with an air of nonchalance. The more you insist on that, the less you'll harm us. Why? Rogier glared at him. Because someone like you, if truly intent on killing us, would have fired the moment we met, rather than waiting until now. Rogier snorted, offering no rebuttal to Lin's words. Silence enveloped the church as Rogier held her gun trained on them, waiting in quiet anticipation. Before long, the grand doors of the church swung open, and in strode Leon, Smith, and the disheveled Simon, cursing under their breath. They had scoured the entire town in vain, unable to locate the two scoundrels who were remarkably adept at hiding. Their only hope now rested with Rogier. Let her scold them, for they had endured such reprimands for years. "Oh, my cow! Woe is me!" As they spoke, they suddenly realized that the two individuals they had been desperately searching for were now seated beneath the barrel of Rogier's gun. Smith and Leon were taken aback. They had risked their lives outside with no success, while Rogier had merely waited in the church to capture both of them. Simon, however, was beyond caring about the others. Upon seeing Lin and Professor Fox, his eyes blazed with fury, as if confronting sworn enemies. "You two thieves! Where's my cow? What have you done with my cow?" Professor Fox remained silent, and Lin turned his head away, unwilling to meet Simon's chubby visage or engage in conversation. "Where's my cow? My cow?" Simon continued to lament, prompting Rogier to kick him. "Stop your incessant wailing. Bind them both, and then write to Dumbledore to come collect them." Smith and Leon approached with ropes, assisting in restraining Lin and Professor Fox. Simon gazed longingly at Rogier. "Before Dumbledore arrives to take them away, you must find out where my cow is. Even if you cannot uncover the truth, the losses will not fall solely upon you. The three of us will share the burden of those losses." Upon hearing this, Simon ceased his insistence, his face flushed as he waved dismissively. "That won't be necessary." After Lin and Professor Fox were bound and tossed into a corner, he watched as Rogier lowered her gun. His fingers, restrained behind his back, twitched restlessly. Though he currently lacked a wand, Lin felt an inexplicable sensation, as if something had suddenly materialized in his hands, enabling him to cast spells without a wand. However, just as he prepared to untie himself, the church doors burst open once more with a resounding crash. Three men, wearing flat caps and concealing unknown items within their coats, rushed into the church. Upon entering, they were momentarily stunned by the scene before them. But as their gazes fell upon Rogier's weapon, they quickly regained their composure. Each produced a handgun from their coats, aiming at the four individuals still capable of movement within the church. These men had silenced their firearms, emboldened to fire without fear of causing a commotion. Indeed, there were quite a few of them. The scar-faced man surveyed the congregation within the church. "Do not move at all. Your compliance is the only means of survival. Otherwise, you must be well aware of the recent news. We have come from Edinburgh, where we have taken lives and are not afraid to do so again." Lin squinted from his corner, eyeing the three suddenly appearing assailants, instantly recognizing them as the notorious robbers and murderers evading capture after fleeing from Edinburgh to Abrose. It was astonishing that they had chosen this quaint little church as their refuge. With guns trained on them, Rogier and her companions found themselves powerless to resist, enduring the same fate as Lin, bound and discarded in a corner. The scar-faced robber regarded Lin and Professor Fox, who had been imprisoned prior to their arrival, with a twisted amusement. "You all seem to be of different factions. I care not for the quarrels among you. But heed my warning. Behave yourself, or we will not hesitate to add more lives to our tally." The other five, excluding Rogier, nodded obediently, like chicks pecking a grain. The three criminals settled onto the church pews, remaining vigilant despite Lin and the others being restrained. They whispered among themselves about their escape plans for the following day. "We must take a hostage with us. Even at sea, we cannot guarantee safety, so having a hostage provides an added layer of security. Let us take that child. Easy to manage and unlikely to cause complications." Though they believed their voices to be hushed, the presence of wizards among them, endowed with heightened senses, allowed Lin and the others to glean the essence of their conversation. Consequently, all eyes, including Rogier's, turned to Lin. Lin was equally bewildered. He had assumed that if these criminals harbored no intention to kill, he would not need to take risks. Yet, it seemed that evading danger was no longer an option. Resolute, he exchanged furtive glances with the five around him and whispered a spell in a barely audible tone. "Shatter." In an instant, the ropes binding his wrist shattered. The three elderly men and Rogier stared in astonishment. Rogier almost gasped in disbelief, quickly glancing at the statue of the crucified Christ, only to find the power she had relied upon in the past had vanished. Smith and his companions observed Rogier's reaction, comprehending the implications of her response. They gazed at Lin in stunned silence, tears welling in their eyes. Only Professor Fox remained impassive, observing the scene with a calm demeanor, his thoughts inscrutable. Lin, puzzled by their reactions, realized he could not afford to dwell on them any longer. He gestured to Rogier and the others. indicating that he would assist in freeing them from their bindings. With the 3 criminals armed, Lin knew that even with his swift spellcasting, he could only hope to neutralize 2 of them in the briefest of moments. He had yet to master the group hexes of Professor Fox, and his current repertoire consisted solely of single-target damage spells. Therefore, it was imperative to ally with Rogier and the others. Despite their previous conflicts, they could certainly reach an understanding under the present circumstances. Once they resolved the matter of the 3 criminals, only one person would be able to wield magic here, and that would render Lin invincible, ensuring that he held the reins of power firmly in his grasp. Lin did not act immediately. Instead, he awaited the opportune moment. As time ticked away, the night deepened. The 3 criminals had been on edge for several days, and their mental fortitude could not remain taut indefinitely. However, they had not fully succumbed to sleep. Their hands clutched their guns, and their consciousness teetered between slumber and wakefulness. This was sufficient for Lin and his companions. He quietly cast 5 fragmented spells, freeing the ropes that bound Professor Fox and the others. Then in hushed tones he instructed, "I will first petrify the leftmost and the middle ones. You all must divert the attention of the last one while I deal with him." This time, Rogier, shedding his usual aloofness, nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain, and Smith and the others mirrored his enthusiasm, looking to Lin with unwavering trust. Lin did not ponder their change in demeanor. He narrowed his eyes, extending his finger towards his target. "Petrify them all." The brilliant spell could not be concealed. A beam shot forth from his fingertips, striking the leftmost criminal with precise accuracy. The other 2 were instantly alarmed, their eyes wide with shock as they turned to Lin. Before they could raise their guns, Lin unleashed another spell. Petrify them all. It was not that Lin wished to employ other spells. The only area damage spell he had mastered was Thunder Explosion. However, he was currently casting with his finger, lacking the blue essence he once possessed. The potency of his magic had diminished, and Lin feared that the spell might backfire upon his own fingers. The second incantation struck its target without fail, leaving only the scar-faced leader capable of movement. The existence of magic had transcended his understanding, and terror etched his features as he raised his gun, bellowing in madness towards Lin and his companions. "Demon, you are a demon." Just before the gunfire erupted, Simon had already charged forth with a roar. The scar-faced man was thoroughly rattled. He fired several shots, managing to graze Simon's arm with one bullet before being tackled to the ground by the stout old man in a bear hug. Lin was taken aback, lowering his hand that had been poised to cast another spell, bewildered by Simon's reckless bravery. Isn't fate rather peculiar? Lin approached the criminal, who was nearly suffocated beneath Simon, and delivered a final petrifying spell. Simultaneously, he discreetly cast a transformation spell on the 3 handguns and the shotgun that Rogier had previously wielded. Fearing that Rogier and the others might suddenly turn against him and unleash a barrage of gunfire, he transformed these perilous weapons into whimsical magic wands. The danger has subsided, yet an eerie silence has enveloped the church. Leon and Smith intended to take the wounded Simon to a doctor, but Simon resolutely shook his head, unwilling to go, gripping his arm and casting a fervent gaze at Lin. The same expression adorned Rosiel's face, sending shivers down his spine. Lin, however, needed to ascertain the situation. The object that had suddenly appeared in his hand, restoring his powers, was evidently what Kira had intended for him to possess. This object had previously been in the possession of the group of saints. "Does anyone among you know what this is?" He revealed the item in his hand. It was a black cross, distinguished from a crucifix due to its equal-length arms, unlike the typical shorter top and longer bottom. The saints present gazed at the black cross in Lin's hand with expressions akin to reverence. Rosiel struggled to maintain her composure, her voice quivering as she spoke in the gentlest tone. Lin furrowed his brow in confusion, questioning why she and Kira always spoke in such enigmatic terms, never expressing matters directly. "Who left this for me?" Lin posed a more straightforward inquiry. Rosiel opened her mouth, seemingly on the verge of divulging the answer, when suddenly her body froze. She could no longer control herself. Desperately trying to speak, she found herself unable to, just as despair began to overwhelm her. Her mouth inexplicably opened again. "It is Martin Langard." In terror, she attempted to redirect her gaze, signaling Lin of her compelled state, catching sight of Professor Fox behind him. The elderly man, with silver hair and glasses, was unfamiliar to her, yet his perpetually smiling eyes felt hauntingly familiar. Rosiel relinquished her struggle, her spirit extinguished, for she recognized who Professor Fox was, realizing she could neither resist nor rebel. Not just her, but Smith and the others were similarly entrapped. They listened in shock as Rosiel uttered a name they had never heard, yearning to deny her words, yet finding themselves powerless. Their bodies were silently controlled by an unseen force. Lynn, hearing a name starkly different from what he had envisioned, was taken aback. Who is he? Rosiel mechanically enunciated the lines prepared for her. Lynn frowned, scrutinizing the black cross in his hand. Then why did it suddenly manifest in my possession? Not only restoring my powers, but enabling me to cast spells without a wand? Observing her and the three elderly men behind her, Lynn sensed an unsettling dissonance. Unable to articulate his thoughts, he tentatively inquired of the three elders. Is what she said true? Smith and the others nodded, their expressions reflecting agreement. Lynn scratched his head. Although he now had the answer, it diverged significantly from his initial conjectures. He waved the black cross, whose material remained a mystery, in front of his eyes. How shall I return the magic within to Professor Fox? Lynn inquired, gazing at Rogier. Including you? Indeed, including us, Rogier affirmed with a nod. Why did you not take it outside the city yourself? Only members of the Lungard family and Lord Grindelwald possessed the strength to wield it. It had been kept by Lord Grindelwald on that grand crucifix until now. The saints looked at him with eager eyes, their expressions betraying both a sense of manipulation and their innermost truths. For with just a word from Lynn, they could reclaim their wizardly powers. They yearned, they trembled, and they were filled with trepidation. I shall not interfere with your decision. Do what you believe is right, Professor Fox said with a gentle smile. Lynn turned once more to the saints and softly asked, once your powers are restored, will you continue to pursue the path of dark wizards and commit evils? As Lynn posed this question, the control over Rogier and the others was lifted, yet none dared to loudly declare that their previous statements were not genuine, but rather coerced. They understood that under the watchful eye of that individual, defiance could bring calamity not only upon themselves, but also upon Lynn. There is no issue that a forgetting spell cannot resolve. Thus, they voiced their true sentiments. No, I have grown accustomed to being a farmer, even if my powers return. I will most likely remain here to continue tending the fields and raising cattle. Simon scratched the back of his head and declared. Smith and Leon exchanged glances before shaking their heads. We too have grown accustomed to life here. It seems we shall remain until the end of our days. Only Rogier remained silent, longing to express her desire to follow Lynn, to teach him magic, to guide his thoughts, and to help him become a worthy heir. Yet, upon meeting Professor Fox's encouraging gaze, fear enveloped her. She was not afraid for herself, but for Lynn, she feared that her presence might incite caution from that individual, subjecting Lynn to a life of surveillance. Ultimately, she reluctantly nodded in agreement. I too shall remain here, within this church, as a lifelong nun. Moreover, the Black Cross was an artifact he must take with him. Inquiring was merely an exercise in securing their commitment. He turned to Professor Fox and shrugged. Professor, we are finally able to depart. Together, they exited the church, first retrieving their belongings from the location where Lynn had initially stored them. It was now deep into the night, and not wishing to disturb the family, Lynn employed an unlocking spell, left a note, and quietly took his luggage. As they approached the outskirts of Abros, the moment they exited the city, Lynn distinctly felt an immense surge of magic emanating from the Black Cross in his hand, dispersing into the small town. Additionally, a stream of magic flowed into Professor Fox's body beside him. Of course, it is possible. As he spoke, he grasped Lynn's arm and, with a flourish of his wand, performed apparition. Having experienced this magical transportation twice before, Lynn felt a sense of ease rather than disarray. The familiar lawn and its comforting scent instilled a sense of inexplicable tranquility within him. Naturally, he extended an invitation to Professor Fox. Would you care to visit my home? Professor Fox shook his head. It's quite late. Perhaps another time. Besides, I have belongings awaiting me at the Abros and that I must retrieve. He prepared to depart, offering Lynn a piece of advice before leaving. I understand, Professor. It has indeed been a rather splendid experience, has it not? Professor Fox smiled as he took his leave. Lynn stood in the backyard, shrouded in darkness, clutching the Black Cross tightly in his hand, and after a long moment, murmured into the empty air before him. Yes, it has truly been quite the spectacle. Instead of retreating indoors to rest, he called out loudly for his house elf. Kira, come fort. The elderly house elf cautiously peeked out from behind the fence, accompanied by a small white hamster. Abros, contrary to what he had claimed, he had not gone to the quaint inn where he had once resided with Lynn, but had instead returned to that little chapel. Professor Fox remained silent. The saints did not utter a word either. The professor quietly took a seat on the bench, reverting his form back to its original state. Professor Fox's appearance began to transform. His hair grew longer, his beard extended, and his glasses morphed into a crescent shape. If you have something to say, then say it, he prompted. Why did you not allow us to tell him his true identity? Rosiel could not contain her outburst. She had envisioned countless scenarios in which she might confront Dumbledore again, imagining the fury and defiance she would feel. Yet ultimately, fear prevailed. Fear of the old man who had once shattered her beliefs, leaving her with only feeble questions. Dumbledore blinked, exuding warmth akin to that of a kindly neighbor. This matter cannot be disclosed by you. Do not look at me in that manner. Rest assured, you will come to know. He gently clapped his hands. Moreover, your sentences have been served. However, Rosiel was indifferent to her own freedom. Her sole concern was Dumbledore's attitude towards Lynn. Gritting her teeth, she inquired, then why deceive him? Dumbledore stroked his long beard, addressing Rosiel's question seriously. Because I cannot perceive his thoughts, which instills a sense of trepidation within me. It seems he has been wary of me from the outset, compelling me to test him. I offered him 2 opportunities to leave this place. He could have distanced himself from the turmoil of the magical realm and lived a more joyous life. Alas, he rejected my offer and found his way here instead. Dumbledore reflected. Isn't it a curious twist of fate? An epilogue set on a rainy night in 1979, amidst the woodlands of Austria. Rain pelted the dense foliage, cascading down and pooling into a muddy puddle on the earth below. A distant sound of running echoed through the air as the house elf, with its bare, rough, and dark feet, trod upon the muddy ground, splattering dirt all around. It stumbled forward, appearing to run in a state of frantic urgency, yet with utmost caution. Cradling an infant in its arms, a babe swaddled in cloth. The powerful anti-apparition enchantments in this area rendered even the house elf unable to bypass them. It could only manifest at the fringes of the forest, following a path etched in its memory. The child was well protected, a waterproof charm ensuring the swaddling remained dry and comfortable, while the boy slept soundly, seemingly undisturbed by the harsh environment surrounding him. After what felt like an eternity of running, through the hazy darkness, a cold, mottled tower gradually revealed its silhouette. For the greater good, it read. The words at the entrance now blurred. The house elf gazed up at the inscription, its large eyes filled with sorrow and despair. The prison known as Nurmengard stood unguarded, allowing the house elf to traverse freely, carrying the boy as it ascended the steep, spiral stone staircase that led into the tower's interior. Upon reaching the highest level of the tower, it finally slowed its pace, panting heavily. Cautiously, it wiped the mud from its feet on the stone steps before stepping into the tower's summit. The room was cramped, its floor, ceiling, and walls constructed of dark stone, creating an inexplicable sense of oppression. Aside from the stones, the only piece of furniture was a wooden bed, upon which sat an elderly man, cradling his knees. Hearing the commotion caused by the house elf, he turned his gaze from the window to the stone staircase. The old man's eyes were calm, yet they instilled an unsettling fear, for they seemed to harbor unfathomable darkness. Master, the house elf cried out, collapsing to the ground as it clutched the boy, uttering only the title before succumbing to tears. A ghost of a smile played upon the old man's lips. Kira trembled, its grotesque face a mask of dread. It raised the child and, in a state of terror, explained, No, master, Kira would never defy your commands, but the Grindelwald family is no more. It wept profusely. Someone has gone to Switzerland to kill your nephew. His entire family is dead, and he is the last remaining descendant of your lineage. The old man shook his head. There is no such thing as the Grindelwald family. They have long since changed their name. The only Grindelwald in existence is I. But this child bears your blood. The house elf protested desperately. The old man chuckled lightly. The same blood? Indeed, blood, the lineage that wizards hold dear. He suddenly inquired, Do you know who killed his parents? Kira shook its head vigorously. Kira arrived too late, far too late. His parents had perished, claimed by the curse of death. Yet, they had concealed him, and Kira discovered him in the cellar. He did not catch sight of the murderer, but he harbored a suspicion that it was Dumbledore. He suddenly exclaimed, It must be Dumbledore. Surely, he alone would seek to annihilate your kin. I have many enemies, the old man remarked, but the least likely to commit such an atrocity would be him. He turned to regard the boy in Kira's arms. Had you not brought him here, this boy would undoubtedly have been safest. Yet now, that is uncertain. Kira cried out, But he is your only living relative in this world. I do not know where else to take him. The old man fell silent for a moment, contemplating the boy's future. Take him to England, beneath Dumbledore's very nose. Only then will he be at ease. Create for him a false identity, severing all ties to the wizarding world, and send him to a muggle orphanage. You may protect him in secret, but he must remain unaware of your existence. Should he fail to exhibit magical prowess, that would be for the best. Watch over him, and let him live a quiet life as an ordinary muggle, free of unexpected calamities. If he possesses the gift of wizardry, he will naturally attract Dumbledore's attention, and his fate will be his own to determine. Kira sobbed. What shall we call him? Gellert Grindelwald tapped his fingers thoughtfully against the floorboards. Let us name him Lynn Bellick. Tom's capture plan. 085 Hermione's marvelous day. Miss Granger was somewhat vexed. She wandered about the yard next door for quite some time. The yard remained unchanged, the arrangements identical, devoid of any signs of recent visitors. Fraud, she muttered under her breath. After departing from Lynn's home, her frustration lingered, and she lifted her foot to kick a tree standing near the door. Great deceiver. Once she had gone, Kira's ugly head protruded from the second floor of Lynn's house, accompanied by a small head of fluffy white hair. The small one appeared quite angry with Lynn. Why are you upset with Lynn? The little one queried, puzzled. Kira shot her a glare. I warned you not to pilfer anything from the young masteress' room. If she discovers it, it will cause trouble for her. Though chastised frequently, the little one still hugged her head in grievance. But those snacks are about to expire. If we don't eat them, they will go to waste. That does not justify taking them. Without the young master's permission, it is theft. Oh, silly Kira. Bad Kira. Mr. Granger sat on the sofa, reading the newspaper, and could only smile helplessly at the exchange between the mother and daughter. Is there anywhere you wish to visit during the summer holiday? This year, the destination will be your choice as a reward. I could go anywhere, she said, resting her chin on the table, staring dreamily out the window. Suddenly, an owl fluttered down, landing on her windowsill, capturing her attention. The owl gently tapped its beak against the glass, which also drew the interest of the Granger couple. What is this? Mr. Granger furrowed his brow and approached the window. Hermione felt a pang of anxiety. She believed it was a letter from Lynn, yet she was at a loss as to how to explain it to her parents. After all, sending a letter by owl was quite unconventional. As she wrestled with her thoughts, Mr. Granger had already opened the window and retrieved a thick stack of envelopes from the owl. A letter delivered by an owl? He exclaimed in astonishment. Hermione rushed to his side, standing on her toes to glimpse the envelopes. Is it for me? The top envelope contained an acceptance letter. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Mr. Granger read aloud. A magic school? He raised his voice, incredulous. Upon hearing him read the contents of the letter, Hermione's complexion paled. It was evident that it did not originate from Lynn. They are a nefarious organization, seeking individuals like you and me with extraordinary abilities, then coercing and enticing them to serve their purposes. Hermione, I will do my utmost to conceal your existence within the organization, allowing you to continue living this peaceful and joyous life. This left Hermione contemplating the fate that awaited Lynn and herself. At that moment, Mr. Granger extracted another letter from beneath the first and read, Professor Severus Snape of Potions will visit on July 3rd at 4 p.m. Dad, Hermione suddenly shrieked. Let us go to Grandma's today. Seeing his daughter appear frightened, Mr. Granger reassured her, there is no need to fear. He is merely a fraud. We shall remain here and see if this self-proclaimed professor dares to show up this afternoon. Hermione struggled to persuade her father. The notion of magic was too fantastical, and her own powers were unpredictable, rendering her unable to provide her parents with any evidence. The Granger family finished their lackluster lunch, remaining at home in quiet anticipation. Mr. Granger even retrieved a baseball bat from the storage room, a relic from his youth, to use as a deterrent. At precisely 4 o'clock, the doorbell rang at the Granger residence. Mr. Granger instructed his wife and daughter, stay seated and do not move. I will go check. He opened the living room door, just a crack. Outside stood a middle-aged man clad in a black cloak, his complexion pale and hair greasy. Well, it's obvious he has no wife, Mr. Granger thought. Snape, noticing the cautious Mr. Granger, did not appear surprised. Many such parents existed in the Muggle world, often skeptical before witnessing true magic. Good day, I am Professor Severus Snape of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Bang, Snape thought. Well, he was mistaken. He had never been treated with such rudeness before. Taking a deep breath, Snape scowled and knocked on the door once more. This time, no one answered, and only Mr. Granger's voice, filled with menace, echoed from within. I warn you, we will not believe the words of a charlatan. If you persist, I shall call the authorities. Desiring his daughter's well-being, albeit with a heightened sense of caution compared to typical families, Snape consoled himself. He ceased to knock and instead employed an unlocking charm to enter the premises. Upon his arrival, the expressions of the Granger family shifted dramatically. Mr. Granger brandished a baseball bat, positioning it defensively between his daughter and wife. Who permitted your entry? You are trespassing on private property. I have the right to defend myself. Snape, with a hint of resignation, waved his wand, transforming the baseball bat into a balloon. Now, can you believe me? The Grangers stared in astonishment at the balloon, which had moments ago been a bat, their faces etched with disbelief. Their gazes towards Snape began to waver between skepticism and acceptance, for the evidence lay before them. At that moment, Hermione abruptly cried out, "You're deceiving us. You are not a legitimate magic academy, but a nefarious organization dedicated to capturing children with extraordinary abilities." Snape looked at Hermione in shock. "Who informed you of this?" Hermione wiped her tears and demanded loudly. Snape's countenance darkened ominously. He knew who was behind this mischief. In the abode of Lynn, he exhaled deeply, placing the black cross into his pocket. Frankly, the title of Grindelwald's descendant sounded grand, yet in reality, aside from his innate talent for dark magic, it left him with nothing but troubles. As for the so-called saints, Lynn speculated that their subsequent lies might have been influenced by the presence of the fraudulent Professor Fox, or perhaps some other reasons. Nonetheless, it was inconsequential. He could never seek out the former followers of Grindelwald, for under Dumbledore's watchful eye, to engage with such a faction would be tantamount to courting death. He no longer blamed Keelah for luring him into Abrose. The circumstances at the time were such that without an established bond of absolute trust, had Keelah warned him that entering the city would result in the loss of his magical abilities, Lynn would have turned away immediately. His life at Hogwarts had been smooth sailing. Why would he risk it? The enhancement of his magical prowess and the wandless casting effect of the Black Cross were merely gilding the lily, not essentials. However, losing his magic would strip him of his very essence as a wizard. Lynn had not conversed much with Keelah. He had not found adequate rest in recent days and longed only to lie down in his familiar bed for slumber. He slept soundly until midday the following day. Upon awakening, he discovered that Keelah had prepared lunch for him. This indulgent lifestyle, reminiscent of ancient, opulent landowners, filled Lynn with self-disdain even as he heartily consumed his meal. Keelah hesitated, seated across from Lynn. It had initially intended to remain standing, but upon Lynn's request for it to sit for ease of conversation, it acquiesced. "Your parents, as they appear, indeed exist in the Muggle world, albeit without children of their own." Kyra employed a memory charm to alter the recollections of certain Muggles, thus bestowing upon you this fabricated identity. But what of her? Lynn gestured towards the small creature, its bright eyes fixated on the morsels on his plate. After a moment's hesitation, Kyra spoke. The little creature, upon receiving Kyra's cue, leapt from the table and instantaneously transformed from an animal into a human form, complete with a sound effect of her own making. Lynn was astounded. It truly happened. Who is she? The suddenness of the event and the magnitude of the information left him momentarily bewildered. Kyra elucidated. Her full name is Sophia Bashak, considered her distant cousin. Is she an animagus? Lynn inquired in astonishment, as her age appeared far too young, seemingly no more than 7 or 8 years old. Her situation is rather unique. Kyra struggled to explain. Her animagus ability was innate, yet not entirely natural, connected to her mother. Why is she with you then? It was her mother who entrusted her to Kyra, and for years, Kyra has been her guardian. The little hamster made a face at Kyra, and then turned to Lynn blinking her eyes pitifully. Cousin, won't you give me a greeting gift? Upon hearing this, Lynn hastily rummaged through his pockets. This is rather unexpected, and I have no preparation. How about I make it up to you next time? The little girl shook her head vigorously. No, that is fine. I would actually like that. Following her gaze, Lynn realized she was pointing towards the meatballs on his plate, which he had yet to touch. That is the young master's lunch. It is not for you. Kyra exclaimed in frustration. Lynn hesitated, not out of reluctance, but because he felt the gift was rather trivial. Is this truly an appropriate greeting gift? It is not trivial at all. Such a large meatball is anything but simple. Very well, you may have it. He pushed the plate towards the little girl. But before he could hand her the fork, she eagerly bit into the meatball. Delicious. You're called Sophia? That is the name Kyra bestowed upon me. Though I dislike it, you may call me James Bond. Lynn felt a wave of disbelief. I think I shall continue to call you Xiaomai. How did you live with Kyra before? Kyra used to take care of me in a place not far from here. In fact, he treated me quite well, cooking for me daily. Although the meat was somewhat scarce, there was at least one meal with meat every 3 days. And he would let me watch television. 007 was incredibly cool. And Terminator 2. However, after you went to Hogwarts, I was relegated to living as a hamster, subsisting on bread and biscuits. But I did feed you meat later, did I not? Yet by that time, you were clearly suspicious of me. I fear that if you discovered I was a spy, you might chop me up for dinner, so every meal felt like my last. You were a hamster, not a bamboo rat. Rodents are strictly off the menu. Lynn engaged in a delightful conversation with Xiaomai, finding her sudden emergence as a cousin quite intriguing. After they finished their lunch, Kyra busied himself in the kitchen, diligently clearing the dishes. Lin offered to help, but his offer was met with a firm refusal. Meanwhile, Xiaomai reclined on the sofa, clutching her stomach in contentment, her eyes closed in preparation for a midday slumber. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, Lin wandered to the balcony to enjoy the fresh air. Having been away from home for a year, he was pleased to see that the garden remained meticulously tended, showing no signs of neglect despite the prolonged absence. Lin was well aware of who was responsible for this upkeep, and he planned to visit Miss Granger later that afternoon to express his gratitude. Just as he pondered what gift to bring her, he suddenly felt two malevolent gazes fixated upon him. Alarmed, he turned to locate the source of the stares. Outside his home, at the entrance, stood two figures, one tall, with slick-back hair and a pale complexion, clad entirely in a flowing black robe resembling an ancient bat. The other shorter, with a tousled mane of chestnut hair, large eyes, and a delicate dress, akin to a playful squirrel. Both wore inscrutable expressions, their frigid stares directed at Lin on the balcony. After a perplexing 5 seconds, the realization of the situation dawned upon him, and he was instantly drenched in cold sweat. A large, glaring word of danger loomed over his head. 087. Prepare for my wrath. Before the entrance, Lin stood meekly before Snape and Hermione. You dare to tarnish the reputation of Hogwarts in such a manner? Snape's voice was low and menacing, his eyes fixed on Lin, clearly displaying his discontent. Lin feebly protested, I was merely jesting with friends. He discreetly glanced at Hermione, who had been silently glaring at him since their encounter, not uttering a single word. Furthermore, considering that this child had not yet received her acceptance letter to Hogwarts, had you not mentioned magic, you would have already violated the laws of the Ministry of Magic. Snape's tone was stern, evidently intending to issue a warning to Lin. Upon the commencement of the term, I shall deduct 10 points from your house for this indiscretion. Lin gazed at him in astonishment, feeling as though Snape had borrowed Professor McGonagall's script. Professor, you won't forget, will you? I'm a Slytherin. Snape awkwardly cleared his throat twice. Ahem, the deduction of points seems rather lenient. Instead, I shall impose a punishment. You will report to my office every evening for the first month of term to assist with potion ingredients. Very well, Professor. I accept my punishment. There was little to contest. Assisting Professor Snape with potion materials was hardly a negative experience. While he may not shower you with praise, he might just reward you with some rare ingredients. Snape nodded, having been thoroughly reprimanded by the young girl the previous day, and now that Lin knew this new student, he felt he need not concern himself further with the matter. Before departing, he shot Lin in a disdainful glare before vanishing with a disillusionment charm. After Professor Snape had left, Lin did not allow himself a moment of respite, for he knew that the most formidable challenges lay ahead. Hermione, listen to my defense, no. Rather, allow me to explain. Hermione regarded him with an expressionless visage, showing no inclination to halt his discourse. Instantly, Lin refrained from further justifications. Realizing that Hermione was genuinely upset, I was wrong. I should not have deceived you. He cast a furtive glance at her countenance, which remained unchanged. You know, you are my sole friend. Aside from you, I have no one else to tend to the garden at home. Another glance revealed no significant alteration in her demeanor, though her gaze seemed to have softened slightly. Moreover, you have genuinely devoted yourself to caring for the garden. I can see your earnest efforts. Thank you, Hermione. A further look indicated a hint of anger. Anger was preferable to indifference. Encouraged, l'un empressant. I will strive to make amends for my transgressions. This summer, I will take you shopping in Diagon Alley, introduce you to the magical world, recount tales of life at Hogwarts, and introduce you to my friends at school. He opened his arms, poised to deliver his final blow. So, can you forgive me, Hermione? At this moment, Hermione finally reacted. She stepped forward, propelling herself with the strength of her back leg, and with her head bowed, unexpectedly charged into Lin, who stood with his metaphorical doors wide open. Forgive you? Not a chance. You great deceiver. Caught off guard, Lin received a sudden headbutt from Hermione, stumbling backward and cradling his chest in pain. Ouch! Does it truly hurt? Lin gasped, nodding vigorously. Of course it does. Of course it does not. His meager physical attributes were sufficient to rival those of an average adult. He could easily withstand such a minor blow from a young girl. If one were to lift his shirt and inspect his chest, the mark there would undoubtedly be smaller than the crimson imprint on Hermione's forehead. That's what you get for deceiving me. Serves you right. Hermione was still quite vexed. She had earnestly worried for him, diligently tending to his garden every week, only to discover he had been dishonest. Lin readily acquiesced to her sentiments. Yes, I deserve it, so please calm down. Look at how splendidly you have managed my home. I must repay you. If you remain angry, how can I express my gratitude? That would only benefit me. Wouldn't it make you even more furious? Who said I wanted your repayment? Hermione, after all, was still a young girl. Her anger flared swiftly but dissipated just as quickly under Lynn's coaxing. Magic is truly fascinating. Lynn's voice slithered like a devil's whisper. I am the top student in our grade. Before the term even begins, I can teach you magic, allowing you to surpass your peers. Surely, that is a reward you would desire? Hermione wore a defiant expression. If I were in your grade, I would undoubtedly be first. Of course. I have always considered you exceptionally clever, Lynn exclaimed. Hermione shot him a sidelong glance. I can't help but feel that your words lack sincerity. How could that be? Surely, it must be your imagination. Tomorrow, I will take you to Diagon Alley to procure the essential supplies for Hogwarts. As for the textbooks, you may freely use mine. Do not disdain them for being second-hand, for I have inscribed numerous notes within. I would not part with them for even double the price of new ones. Should someone wish to purchase them, the young girl cast him a fleeting glance, seemingly forgiving him. Yet she refrained from expressing it directly, only stating before her departure, I shall come to find you tomorrow. I shall await your arrival at home, she added. Lynn waved at her retreating figure, observing how her steps grew lighter as she distanced herself, unable to suppress a knowing smile. The little girl is indeed charmingly naive. During dinner, he informed Xiaomai and Keela of his plans to venture out the following day, asking them to remain at home to guard the premises. Lynn had initially been filled with excitement, eager to introduce the young girl to the wonders of Diagon Alley. However, the next day, he was met with disappointment. She had canceled on him. My father suddenly announced last night that we are to travel to Paris this week, Hermione explained. The magical matters were simply beyond her and her mother's understanding, and they needed a respite. Very well, Lynn thought, waving his hand dismissively. He could visit Diagon Alley at any time, and a few days' delay would not be detrimental. Indeed, this week afforded him the perfect opportunity to visit Professor Fox's residence in England to retrieve his research materials on dark magic, which he had long coveted. Standing before a dilapidated two-story building, Lynn double-checked the address to ensure he had not erred. This location occupied the most secluded corner of the street. The house had evidently been uninhabited for an extended period. The iron fence surrounding the yard was rusted, the front garden overrun with weeds. And one chain of the swing lay broken, half buried in the unruly grass, rendering the place desolate, akin to a haunted abode. Lynn did not venture here alone. He was accompanied by Keela, who served a dual purpose of assisting him in the use of magic. Lynn had not forgotten the promise he made before leaving school, signing a document from the Ministry of Magic that prohibited underage wizards from casting spells outside Hogwarts. According to Snape's explanation at the time of signing, the document constituted a magical contract, and their signatures indicated agreement, causing a trace of magic to materialize on the young wizards. Should they breach the contract, they could reference the original text, where Harry Potter was brought before the tribunal. Previously, while at Abrose, Lynn had employed magic, but that was during an urgent situation, and he had been surrounded by more than one wizard, rendering the trace incapable of accurately determining the source of the spell. Thus, he had faced no repercussions. However, now that he was alone, he dared not test the Ministry of Magic's enforcement of the law. Hence, having Keela cast spells on his behalf was undoubtedly the safest course of action. Even if the Ministry of Magic were to be confounded, mistaking the magic for his own, Kira would not flee like Dobby. Instead, she would stand as a witness for Lynn. With a deft, unlocking charm, Kira assisted Lynn in opening the gate. The magic of house elves is indeed fascinating. They possess the innate ability to wield magic without a wand, albeit with somewhat diminished power and efficacy. However, due to the distinct nature of their magic, many restrictions prove ineffective against them, such as the disillusionment charm at Hogwarts. The rusty hinges emitted a prolonged creak as Lynn traversed the overgrown weeds of the front yard. Kira helped him open the door to the living room, and then instinctively found a corner to entertain herself. The furniture in the living room was cloaked in dust, and Lynn paid little heed to the clutter. Instead, his attention was immediately drawn to an object atop the cabinet. It was a black and white magical photograph depicting a young girl joyfully swinging, flanked by her parents, who wore gentle smiles. Their family appeared blissfully happy. Lynn gently brushed the dust from the photograph, gazing at it for an extended moment before tucking it into his pocket. Without wasting time in other rooms, he made his way directly to the study on the second floor. Unlike the other rooms, it was locked, yet lacked a keyhole. Following Professor Fox's instructions, Lynn lightly tapped on the door and spoke, "My mind is hungry." The door creaked open on its own. Inside was a modest study, furnished with only two simple rows of bookshelves, which were not even fully stocked. This room was unlike the chaotic exterior. It was protected by a specific charm that allowed it to withstand the ravages of time. "Do you require any assistance, sir?" A voice suddenly emanated from above, belonging to an old-fashioned chandelier. "I need to pack up the study." Lynn recited the professor's original words. "As you wish." The bookshelves on either side of the wall began to tremble, prompting Lynn to instinctively step back 2 paces. The shelves shrank, ultimately diminishing to the size of a schoolchild's backpack. They then hopped together onto the desk in the center, merging into a sleek black suitcase. At that moment, the chandelier descended gracefully, landing atop the suitcase and transforming into a metallic clasp. Lynn found the spectacle utterly captivating. Upon returning home, he carried the suitcase to the empty room he had prepared earlier. Setting it down, he softly declared, "I need a study." The metallic clasp sprang into action, leaping high towards the ceiling, transforming into an English chandelier. The 2 halves of the suitcase began to separate, finding their way to the walls, expanding until they resembled their former selves. Thus, Professor Fawkes' study was flawlessly transported to Lynn's home. Aside from the rare materials on dark magic, the 2 rows of bookshelves and the chandelier are also exceptionally valuable magical items. Including them, all these possessions were gifted to Lynn by the professor. Their functions, of course, extend beyond mere aesthetics. Seated at his desk, a cup of red tea materialized before him, brewed by Kyra. "I require materials for the study of dark magic diffusion," he stated to the empty study. As if responding to his summons, several books flew from the shelves with a rustling sound, gracefully landing in front of Lynn. These tomes bore no covers. They resembled notes more than actual books. Lynn casually flipped through the notes, discovering their contents to be rather intricate, far from something he could comprehend in a short time. He had anticipated this. If it were easy to learn, Professor Fawkes would not have proclaimed himself an expert in dark magic research. Not feeling rushed, he set the notes aside on his desk, took a sip of tea, and pondered before speaking again to the study. "I desire an intriguing book." This time, the bookshelf swayed for quite a while before finally selecting a volume that floated to Lynn's attention. It was a book with a predominantly green cover, adorned with a vividly depicted white ghost at its center. Unlike the previous notes, this book had a title, Spirit Exorcism and Soul Capture. Captivated, Lynn opened the book and began reading from the first page. An afternoon swiftly passed, and when Lynn closed the book, he furrowed his brow, not troubled by the spells recorded within, but rather enlightened by the insights it provided, leading to a sudden plan. A somewhat audacious, yet potentially successful scheme. To substantiate the feasibility of his plan, Lynn promptly penned a letter to Professor Fawkes. Once he completed the letter, he realized he was no longer at Hogwarts. Devoid of a public owl to borrow, with a stoic expression, he peered outside to see Xiao Mai joyfully seated on the sofa, munching on the meat pies made by Kyra while watching television. What use is it to have a gluttonous and lazy hamster? It seems time to consider a different pet. 089 Hermione's magical world. Is this shabby little puppet? Across the road from the leaky cauldron, a boy and a girl stood by the roadside, pointing at a bar invisible to ordinary eyes. Lynn, hands tucked into the pockets of his hoodie, chuckled, "Do not underestimate this quaint little pub. It may have served all the wizards in Britain." "That's likely due to the small number of British wizards," retorted his companion. "Just as Hogwarts is the only wizarding school in all of Britain, claiming to be the finest." Hermione wrinkled her nose. She was not the kind of girl who could be easily deceived by Lynn, except on rare occasions. "Do not speak of that outside. All British wizards graduate from Hogwarts, and mentioning such could invite trouble." Lynn cautioned Hermione, grasping her sleeve as he spoke. "Let us proceed, but exercise caution whilst crossing the road." "I'm aware. I am not a child," she replied. Upon her return, she persistently implored Mr. Granger for 2 days until he finally acquiesced, permitting that insufferable boy next door to escort her to the magical world of Diagon Alley. This was Hermione's assertion to Mr. Granger. Merely the visit from a professor of the Magical Academy had sufficiently unnerved them. It took a fortnight in Paris for them to regain their composure. Should they venture into Diagon Alley and be frightened anew, would you and Mother be compelled to reside on the moon for 2 years? "Allow me to explore first. Once I have mastered magic, I shall demonstrate it to you daily, and when you are accustomed, you may accompany me." Mr. Granger found himself at a loss with his daughter and could only glare at Lynn as he came to collect Hermione in the morning, offering no semblance of kindness throughout. This left Lynn puzzled, and he discreetly inquired of Hermione whether her father had perhaps neglected to wash his face that morning or was suffering from an ailment. Hermione merely rolled her eyes in response, remaining silent. The leaky cauldron was not bustling with wizards, yet there were always a few present. Upon entering with Hermione, Lynn greeted Tom, the old bartender. A year had elapsed, and Tom clearly no longer recognized Lynn. After all, a year prior, he had merely been a new student from Hogwarts accompanying Professor Fox. Casual glances at the patrons revealed a familiar face, Professor Quirrell, the former Muggle Studies instructor, now the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, and, in future, the first to perish. He sat alone in the far corner of the bar, a mug of butterbeer before him, adorned in a thick scarf, his attire bizarrely reminiscent of an Indian. It was evident that he had become a minion of Voldemort, sharing a singular body with him. Observing his appearance, Lynn couldn't help but entertain a malicious thought. If he were to cast a gust of wind to dislodge Quirrell's scarf, would Voldemort be startled? Regrettably, he lacked the courage to act on this notion. Lynn recognized Professor Quirrell, yet Quirrell did not know him. With no intention of lingering in the bar, Lynn led Hermione to the brick wall in the backyard, pausing momentarily for effect. "Can you guess how we shall enter Diagon Alley?" Hermione, arms crossed and chin raised, proclaimed. "Is it not obvious? We must first pass through this wall." Lynn produced his wand, twirling it at his fingertips before firmly grasping it. "Observe closely. We need to tap this particular brick." Before he could strike, he indicated to Hermione which brick to remember. Why not use that trash bin as a reference? Would that not make it easier to recall? Because there are always miscreants who might shift the trash bin's position. So it is best to memorize the location of this brick. That is indeed quite villainous. Once he confirmed Hermione had memorized it, Lynn finally tapped the brick with the tip of his wand. The wall split apart, unveiling the entrance to Diagon Alley before them. Hermione exhibited the same wonderment as Lynn did upon first arrival, her eyes gleaming with astonishment as she beheld all that Diagon Alley had to offer. This particular time of year witnesses the highest influx of visitors to this magical lane, as young witches and wizards prepare for the academic term, infusing the place with a unique vibrancy. "What shall we procure first?" Hermione inquired, clutching the small pouch her father had filled before her departure. Lynn pondered momentarily. "Typically, we must first visit Gringotts to exchange currency. Gringotts, the bank of the magical realm, is managed by goblins. Then what are we waiting for? Let us set off." Hermione exclaimed eagerly, striding forward along the cobblestone path, while Lynn leisurely followed in her wake. In truth, had Lynn so desired, Hermione could have easily bypassed Gringotts altogether. Aside from the initial funding provided by Professor Fox, he had also inherited the Fox family vault. Rumor had it that there was another family treasury awaiting him in the German Gringotts. Thus, Lynn could be considered quite affluent, to the point where the abundance of galleons could become burdensome. Assisting Hermione in purchasing her school supplies was hardly a trivial matter. If anything, it could be described as a mere atomic contribution. However, setting aside the rationale for offering Hermione this financial aid, it was clear she would likely refuse. After all, she had her own wealth. Why should she rely on him? Miss Granger had always been a fiercely independent girl. 20 galleons, Hermione proclaimed with delight, showcasing a small bag in front of Lynn. He nodded, feigning envy. "Much better than my experience last year, when I could only exchange 10. What else do you wish to acquire this year? I could save a little to assist. No, rather, to lend you. That one TB necessary. I encountered a wonderful professor last year who recognized my potential and funded me with 525 galleons. Oh." Lynn guided the young girl to Ollivander's wand shop, intending to procure a wand first. However, just as they arrived at the entrance, someone emerged from within. The narrow doorway proved quite unwelcoming for the figure, who had to bend slightly to exit. Hagrid? Lynn was momentarily taken aback by the half-giant before him. His acquaintance with Hagrid was not particularly close. They were merely familiar with one another. "Ah, it's Beaux Batons," Hagrid waved in greeting. "What brings you here?" Lynn asked, peering past him. Indeed, behind Hagrid was a boy with glasses, somewhat disheveled hair, and a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, who appeared rather anxious. "Who is this behind you?" Lynn inquired knowingly. "Harry Potter, a first-year student this year. His situation is rather unique. Dumbledore specifically requested that I bring him to Diagon Alley to gather his school supplies." "Harry, this is Lynn Beauxbatons, a second-year Slytherin and the most distinguished student in his year." Lynn discerned the boy's slight awkwardness and took the initiative to greet him. "Hello. May I call you Harry? You can simply refer to me as Lynn." Of course, Harry promptly extended his hand to shake Lynn's, feeling relieved to encounter a wizard who didn't shout at him, but instead behaved normally. Moreover, Lynn was a senior from Hogwarts, reputed to be the most outstanding among his peers, as introduced by Hagrid. Before comprehending what sort of house Slytherin was and meeting Draco and Snape, Harry's first impression of Lynn was remarkably positive. Lynn then patted Hermione's shoulder beside him. "I am also here to accompany the first-year students in their shopping. This is my neighbor and friend, Hermione Granger. She has also received her acceptance letter from Hogwarts this year. Perhaps you both might be sorted into the same house." He winked at Hermione and suddenly chuckled, which made the young girl glare at him, unable to decipher his mischievous thoughts before greeting Harry. "Hello, you can call me Hermione." "Hello, Hermione." Hagrid nudged Harry forward, urging him, "All right, we must be off. There are still many things left to buy. If you have more to discuss, you can chat at Hogwarts, where you will see each other every day." After waving goodbye to Harry and Hagrid, Hermione fixed her gaze on Lynn and questioned, "What were you laughing about just now?" Lynn feigned innocence. "I wasn't laughing at anything." "Umph, you must be plotting something devious. Why would you think that of me?" "Have a little faith, Hermione. I am a good person." "Uffed, liar, scoundrel." They spent the entire day wandering through Diagon Alley. Besides helping Hermione gather her school supplies, Lynn also purchased a new pet, an owl. Little Mite certainly couldn't continue as a pet, always yearning for meat and doing little else but acting adorable as a mascot. Lynn considered her akin to a daughter. With Professor Fawkes bustling about, any inquiries he had would necessitate sending an owl, making it the perfect choice. Hermione did not buy a pet, as her parents disapproved, but she acquired many magical books of various genres, and Lynn chose one as a gift for her. Lynn shook his head. "Perhaps, but since I have not read it, I cannot say for certain. However, I believe you might find it useful." An unfounded premonition. Upon returning home, Keelah was already waiting at the door. Even with the passing days, Lynn was still not entirely accustomed to Keelah's overly respectful demeanor. But he understood this was inherent to the nature of house elves, something he could not change. After acknowledging Keelah's greeting, Lynn proceeded directly to his study. Noticing the owl he was carrying, little Mai, who had been happily lounging on the sofa watching television, suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Seizing the opportunity, while Keelah busied herself in the kitchen preparing lunch, she stealthily made her way to the study's entrance. Lynn was preparing to send out a letter he had previously written to Professor Fawkes using his newly acquired owl when he noticed a white fluff ball lurking at the door. Peeking curiously, "What are you staring at?" Xiao Mai clung to the doorframe, revealing just her head, and pointed at Lynn's new pet. "What is that? An owl? Don't tell me you've never seen one before. What did you buy it for? To make soup? Is your mind consumed only with thoughts of food?" "I am a wizard. Of course, I purchased it to be a pet and to send messages," Lynn replied. "You already have me," Xiao Mai exclaimed, her voice rising in indignation. Lynn looked at her with a puzzled expression. "You're not a pet." Upon hearing this, Xiao Mai's eyes filled with tears. "Are you planning to abandon me, Lynn? Is it because I eat too much that you want to kick me out?" I can eat meat every 3 days. I'll reduce my television time by 2 hours. I'll even help Keelah with chores. Please don't throw me away. I don't want to be a beggar." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks, and she cried like a little kitten. Seeing her in such distress, Lynn quickly stood up, patted her head, and wiped her tears, offering comfort. "What did I ever say I would abandon you? And why did you buy it?" she sobbed, pointing angrily at the owl. The owl blinked innocently, tilting its head as if to playfully respond to Xiao Mai's accusation. "It is a pet, and you are not." "Then what am I?" Xiao Mai sniffled, her curiosity piqued. Lynn felt a wave of exasperation. The little girl had truly begun to think of herself as a pet after being a hamster for so long. "You are Hamster Spy 007. The James Bond of the magical realm, the Sophia Bashak of Keelah, my cousin Xiao Mai. Being a pet is merely a false identity you assume while acting as a spy. It is not your true nature." "Not true?" Xiao Mai wiped her tears and asked. Lynn replied with certainty, "Of course not. If I considered you a pet, would I allow you to eat meat and watch television every day? Have you forgotten the life we led when I first treated you as a pet? Bread and cookie crumbs. Then let me be a pet. I'll just be Lynn's cousin from now on. You are not allowed to find another cousin and cast me aside. Cousins are not easily replaced. Go watch your television. Forgo the snacks. Keelah will soon prepare the meal. It's time to eat." He had an aversion to overly clever children, but found delight in those who were a bit foolish, for they were entertaining. Life is not easy. On a certain street in Berlin, groups of people congregated, watching a street performer showcase his magic. The performer appeared to be of considerable age, his face marked by the passage of time, yet he stood tall, adorned with a black top hat typical of street magicians. Even in the summer, he wore a long black coat, exuding an air of mystery befitting a magician. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured a handful of colorful ribbons from his hat, delighting the children around him who erupted in cheers. In a final display of creativity, he performed a trick unlike any other magician's. With a gentle snap of his fingers, an orchid suddenly blossomed in the palm of his hand, which he graciously presented to a nearby little girl. The girl squealed with excitement, exclaiming to her mother, "Mom, this is magic." Her mother corrected her, saying, "No, dear, this is called a magic trick, not true magic." "No, this is magic," the girl insisted. Professor Fawkes knelt down, smiling as he patted her head. "Yes, you're absolutely right. This is indeed magic. See, Mom, even magician says so. The girl argued with her mother. The mother smiled apologetically at Professor Fox. As the performance concluded, Professor Fox doffed his hat and performed a gentlemanly bow to the gathering crowd. A sizable audience had formed, applauding his performance and tossing coins into his hat. After a successful street show, he was quite pleased with the generous earnings. However, before he could tally his profits, once the crowd dispersed, a sudden swoop of an owl caught his attention, dropping a letter at his feet. He picked it up, glanced at it, and a smile spread across his face. It was a letter from his bright student, Lynn, inquiring about a book on dark magic from her home. As he passed through a deserted alley, two robed figures emerged from the shadows. One of them coldly stated, "Adrian Fox, you are suspected of violating the International Confidentiality Act. Please accompany us." Professor Fox, clearly familiar with these figures, showed no surprise. "I have already explained, they believe I am using magic tricks, not real magic. I have not disclosed any secrets of the magical world." The other figure brandished a wand, retorting icily, "You just admitted to a muggle child that you used real magic. You are younger than half my age, yet you are more obstinate than I am. I was merely entertaining a child." The two aurors from the German Ministry of Magic raised their wands. "You may explain your case to the court and the presiding judge." Resigned, Professor Fox raised his hands in surrender. All right, I am truly afraid of you." Yet, in the next instant, with a sharp crack, he vanished. In a distant location, Professor Fox reappeared, adjusting his overcoat, a tinge of worry creeping in about whether Lynn's owl would be able to find him again. However, he knew he had to relocate. While making a living as a magician, using genuine magic disguised as mere tricks was one thing, being pursued by the local Ministry of Magic was quite another. Alas, life is not easy. He placed his top hat back on his head and strode forward, crossing vast fields. The wind lifting his coat tails as he continued on his journey. During the summer vacation, Hermione frequented Lynn's house almost daily. Mr. Granger was quite displeased. Yet he could not bring himself to confine his daughter at home. Lynn had never intended to conceal the existence of Keela and Xiaomai, nor could he keep it from Hermione. He candidly explained that he later discovered he was actually a second-generation wizard, with Keela being the house elf his parents had left him, and Xiaomai was his cousin. Lynn took great care of Keela's living conditions, providing it with its own room and even a bedspread resembling a robe, replacing the previous ragged cloth, which Hermione found quite acceptable. She believed the status of house elves in wizarding families was akin to that of butlers in affluent households. However, the revelation that Xiaomai, a hamster, had transformed into Lynn's cousin astonished her. She was unaware of the existence of animagi and only knew about transfiguration. She assumed Xiaomai had transformed from a human into a hamster through that magic. From their first meeting, Hermione and Xiaomai got along splendidly, as everyone adores adorable mascots. When Hermione first visited and brought sweets, Xiaomai was so impressed that it exerted great effort to leave a morsel for Lynn. Thereafter, Xiaomai eagerly anticipated Hermione's visits, hoping for more treats. Hermione's magical aptitude was indeed remarkable, a fact verified exclusively by Lynn. She could learn basic spells from textbooks merely by reading, lacking only a few minor techniques in incantation and wand movements, which Lynn could easily teach her. It was not particularly difficult. Lynn observed the cup he had transformed into a shade of pink, his expression one of pride, as these were merely inconsequential spells. Lynn unrelentingly countered her pride. Hermione, visibly unconvinced, challenged him, asking to see what constituted a more impressive spell. Lynn shook his head, stating that it was not feasible at the moment. But once they arrived at Hogwarts the next day, she would witness it for herself. After his magical prowess reached an index of 9, Lynn had yet to experiment with the effects of enhanced magic. He speculated that the average wizard's magical index hovered around 7, with more powerful wizards possibly reaching 9 or 10. As for figures like Voldemort or Dumbledore, he dared not guess. They might have surpassed 10. Thus, it could be inferred that Lynn's magical index already exceeded that of a typical adult wizard. The strength of his spells had undeniably improved compared to his first year. As the second year approached, Lynn felt compelled to interject during Mr. Granger's admonitions. "Rest assured, Uncle, nothing of that sort will happen. The atmosphere at Hogwarts is generally pleasant, and I will be there to look after Hermione." Sitting in the front seat, Hermione nodded in agreement. "Exactly, Dad. You needn't worry excessively." Mr. Granger arose early to escort Hermione to the station, and Lynn naturally accompanied them for the ride. Although Mr. Granger initially held a less than favorable view of Lynn, he recognized that having a familiar presence in the unfamiliar realm of Hogwarts was preferable to solitude. Thus, he graciously welcomed Lynn along for the journey and extended an invitation for future visits during holidays. This term, Lynn did not bring along Xiaomai and Keela. He had given considerable thought to Xiaomai's future, especially since her guardian was the house elf Keela. With Keela now obediently carrying out Lin's wishes after fulfilling her previous master's commands, it essentially meant that Lin had become Xiaomai's true guardian. While it might be delightful to let her indulge in leisure, eating, drinking, and watching television all day, such indulgence would not contribute positively to her future development. A cute child who remains foolish into adulthood is far from ideal. Lin initially intended to enroll her in a nearby Muggle primary school, where she could learn to interact with peers and acquire some knowledge of natural sciences. As for her identity issues, Keela would assist in navigating those challenges. However, after much contemplation, he ultimately abandoned that idea. Xiaomai's temperament would likely lead to complications in a Muggle school, and it might not yield beneficial outcomes. For now, Lin resolved to keep her at home, purchasing numerous educational materials suitable for primary school students, along with various popular science books. He instructed Keela to ensure that Xiaomai dedicated at least 4 hours each day to reading and studying. Although the subjects may not directly aid her future as a witch, they would help cultivate a habit of learning, thereby preventing her from becoming a lethargic slacker in the future. As for Keela, Lin wished to bring her to Hogwarts. Once the narrative of the original story commenced, Keela's presence at Hogwarts would significantly support his nascent plans. Unfortunately, Keela informed him that Dumbledore had already dismissed her from Hogwarts. With her current status, entering the school would carry an air of provocation, and she also needed to remain home to care for Xiaomai. Nonetheless, in times of necessity, Lin would still write to summon Keela to Hogwarts, at which point he would not concern himself with the details. Upon arriving at King's Cross Station, Mr. Granger assisted in unloading their luggage from the car and brought it to the wall leading to Platform 9. "This is where we part, Father. Rest assured, I shall thrive on the other side, with Lin here to look after me," Hermione assured him with a hug. Mr. Granger thought privately, "The more you say that, the more uneasy I become." He reassured himself that having this auxiliary figure watch over his daughter was prudent, and when the time was right, he would distance Hermione from Lin. They had arrived early. The Hogwarts Express had already docked at the platform, yet few passengers lingered there. Lin assisted Hermione in stowing her luggage in the carriage. At that moment, Cedric's head suddenly appeared from a compartment, and upon spotting Lin, he called out and waved enthusiastically. "Much like how I was accompanied by 2 seniors when I first boarded the Hogwarts Express last year, you two have 2 alternatives. One is to follow me, and I shall introduce you to my friends, all of whom possess charming personalities. The second is for you to engage with the other first-year students independently, striving to forge friendships with them." Hermione refrained from making a choice immediately and instead inquired of Lin, "Which option did you select back then?" "The latter. I sought out a compartment exclusively for first years," Lin replied. "Then I too shall opt for the second choice," the young girl declared resolutely. "Let us proceed then. Once we arrive at Hogwarts, I suspect I shall not be able to accompany you into the castle, for the method of entering varies each year for new students. Following that, there will be a feast, and unless you are sorted into Slytherin, our next meeting will have to wait until tomorrow." Lin chose not to disclose to Hermione that, last year, he had spent an entire day in a compartment with a rather aloof first year. Although they eventually became friends, their initial interactions were decidedly less than pleasant. "Then we shall meet again tomorrow," Hermione resolved, intending to part ways with Lin at that juncture. She was already aware that Lin was the most exceptional young wizard among the 4 houses of their year at Hogwarts. Being a determined girl herself, she aspired to excel, proving that as Lin's friend, she too was formidable, whether in academics or social relations. Unfortunately, she remained oblivious to the fact that within just 1 academic year, Lin had already been involved in 2 altercations, resulting in rather mediocre social connections. They parted ways in the compartment, and Lin sought out Cedric and Ian, who were enjoying snacks within. The table was replete with an array of treats, all Muggle snacks brought by Ian. Lin merely glanced over the spread and quickly discerned that none of these snacks were inexpensive. Some were even unfamiliar to him, though the packaging suggested they were quite costly. Cedric was thoroughly excited by these delicacies, having lived far from Muggles and never having encountered such snacks before. Many were his first experiences of taste. "Where did you go after you passed through the wall last time?" Ian still remembered that incident vividly. He had searched tirelessly for Lin, even sending someone from home to fetch him, who ended up at the station's announcements room seeking assistance. Yet ultimately, Lin remained elusive and the matter was left unresolved. Lin felt a twinge of nostalgia. "It's a long story, but it turned out well. You are still able to see me today. Matters of lineage must not be publicized." Grindelwald's reputation among the wizarding community was scarcely better than that of Voldemort. Both were Dark Lords, though Grindelwald's primary activities were not based in England. Sensing Lin's reluctance to elaborate, Cedric and Ian refrained from further probing and instead began to exchange amusing anecdotes from their summer holidays. As the story unfolds, this year, aside from a few additional inches in height, there were no significant changes in their appearances. Only Ian appeared somewhat tanner. He remarked that his family had taken him to the seaside for over a month during the summer, making it no surprise that he had tanned. While they were engaged in conversation, the door of the compartment was abruptly flung open from the outside. "Has anyone here seen a toad? Neville's toad has gone missing," inquired a small girl with brown hair, peering in through the door. Her face lit up with delight upon recognizing Lynn. "Oh, it's you, Lynn." It was none other than Hermione, whom they had parted from not long ago. "You're helping someone find a toad." Lynn pulled the door open wider to let her in. Noticing the presence of others, she spoke candidly. "Yes, Neville seemed quite anxious, so I offered to help him. I mustn't linger. I have to check the next compartment as well. Would you like to take some snacks with you? Is that all right?" She tilted her head inquiringly at Lynn's friends. Cedric and Ian readily nodded in agreement. Consequently, Hermione discreetly snatched a box of chocolate hazelnuts. After Hermione's departure, Cedric questioned with curiosity, "Is she your friend?" Lynn nodded affirmatively. "She is my neighbor. Such a lively little girl. I assenti she. Quite helpful indeed." At that moment, an owl soared alongside the train, flapping its wings. Lynn stared at it through the glass for several seconds before recalling that it was the owl he had recently acquired during the summer. He quickly opened the window to allow it entry. Lynn's owl appeared quite disheveled, its feathers ruffled as if it had been mishandled by other owls. Upon entering, it eagerly pecked at the back of Lynn's hand. Understanding its intent immediately, Lynn opened a packet of biscuits, crumbled some, and placed them before the owl. Ian, holding a towel, assisted in caring for the creature. Lynn then opened a letter, his eyes widening in surprise. He didn't rush to read it, knowing there would be ample time once they arrived at Hogwarts. As the train neared its destination, young wizards began to stir in their compartments, donning their robes in preparation to disembark. Lynn and his companions were no exception. "This year, you'll be in your second year, and you'll travel to the school in the carriages drawn by Thestrals, just like I do," Cedric remarked as the train steadied. He led them out onto the platform. Under the night sky, Hagrid stood at a small rickety station, bellowing, "First years, gather over here." "Hey, Harry, how are you?" Lynn observed as he greeted the small boy with black hair and glasses, whom he had encountered in Diagon Alley. Accompanied by a red-haired child who bore a resemblance to the Weasley twins, it must be Ron. Hermione was mingling among the first years, seemingly comforting Neville, who was in tears over his lost toad. The first years were naturally guided by Hagrid, while Lynn and his friends followed the upperclassmen to board the Thestral-drawn carriages. With the graduation of the seventh-year students, this year's prefects were new faces. Lynn recognized the Gryffindor prefect, Percy, one of the Weasley brothers he had met when he first started school. Similarly, the Slytherin prefect had changed, as Betty had graduated, which brought Lynn some relief. The upperclassman who had pursued him due to his looks was finally gone. At the edge of the woods, Lynn caught sight of a herd of Thestrals. They are emaciated, resembling western dragons or perhaps lizards, with enormous bat wings sprouting from their ribs. Their overall hue is a deep black, and the core of the wand that Lynn currently wields is made from the heartstring of such a creature. Only those who have witnessed death can perceive them. Among the trio, Lynn and Ian can see them, while Cedric cannot. Lynn himself is uncertain why he possesses this sight, as he has never witnessed anyone die before his eyes in either this life or his previous one. Well, that is not entirely accurate. He did witness his own death. Perhaps it is for this reason that he can see the night steeds. As for why Ian can see them, if he does not choose to disclose it, the others are tactful enough not to inquire, just as they do not question Lynn. They each sit at their designated tables, while the professors on the dais have mostly taken their seats, with the absent Professor McGonagall waiting behind the castle doors for Hagrid to bring in the first years. Lynn engages in idle chatter with the Slytherins at the long table, though his peripheral vision and attention remain fixated on the professors seated at the dais. Professor Quirrell occupies a conspicuous position at the edge of the faculty table, still adorned with the turban that resembles an Indian scarf, making him stand out among the professors. Lynn ponders with a peculiar expression whether such an obvious change has truly gone unnoticed by the professors. Just as he indulges in his malicious speculation regarding which professors might suspect something yet feign ignorance, he suddenly feels a gaze directed at him from the dais. He feigns nonchalance and turns to meet the gaze. Dumbledore smiles and nods at him, to which Lynn responds with a polite grin. "LYB, do not smile at me. Go find your Harry Potter to smile at." As these thoughts cross his mind, Professor McGonagall emerges from the side chamber with a throng of first years. She places the sorting hat upon the dais, officially commencing the sorting ceremony. Alongside McGonagall's call, Lynn silently chants Hannah Abbott, The girl with 2 golden braids ascends to the dais, and, as expected, she is sorted into Hufflepuff. This year, there are more familiar faces. Hermione is once again sorted into Gryffindor, a development that does not surprise Lynn. Given her disposition, Hogwarts offers her only Ravenclaw and Gryffindor as suitable houses. However, if she aspires to be a leader, Gryffindor is her only choice. Then there is Harry Potter. When Professor McGonagall calls his name, the hall erupts into a cacophony of excitement, with countless eyes fixated on the outcome of his sorting. Gryffindor. The Sorting Hat's resounding voice echoes, and the Gryffindor table erupts in jubilation. Lynn cannot help but smile at this scene. Ordinarily, this would be the year Gryffindor ascends to greatness, if he were not present. The spread of dark magic has increased. Slytherin has welcomed numerous new students this year. Lynn is not well acquainted with many of them, but he does have some impression of Draco Malfoy, who sits beside the bloodied barrow, looking somewhat ill at ease, along with his 2 lackeys. The remaining names, such as Pansy Parkinson, merely sounded somewhat familiar to him. Each year, the feast at the start of the term was lavish, and Lynn was enjoying a roasted sausage while conversing with the newly appointed Slytherin prefect. Charles Horner, who had recently assumed the role of male prefect for Slytherin, was someone Lynn had met previously while assisting Snape with potion materials. They occasionally collaborated in Snape's office, and their relationship was amicable. If I were to borrow books from the restricted section in the library, would Professor Snape assist me? Lynn inquired. Charles hesitated before responding candidly. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. You know how peculiar our headmaster can be. If you manage to appeal to him, he might lend a hand, but then again, no one has ever attempted such a thing. After Professor Fox's departure, Lynn felt he had lost a considerable support system within the faculty. Although he had amassed quite a bit of information on dark magic, Hogwarts, being an ancient institution, housed a plethora of imaginative spells and relevant theories in its library, which would greatly benefit Lynn's own studies. Thus, he contemplated the prospect of spending a month confined in Snape's office, hoping to leverage Snape's name to gain some semblance of prestige. This year's first-year feast was notably more boisterous than in previous years, particularly on the Gryffindor side, where Harry Potter was surrounded by a throng of admirers. Lynn noticed Draco Malfoy at his table, who frequently cast glances toward Harry's direction, his face a portrait of jealousy and defiance. He boasted extravagantly to the nearby Slytherin newcomers about the exorbitant value of his family's pure silver cutlery, which was a donation from his father to Hogwarts. Regrettably, aside from his lackeys, the first years were largely unimpressed by his words. Once everyone had their fill, the food vanished from their plates. As customary, Dumbledore introduced this year's new defense against the dark arts professor, who would be taking over the role, Professor Quirrell. He also recited some annual remarks, but he unexpectedly added an extra comment at the end. Lastly, I must inform everyone that those who wish to avoid unforeseen accidents and a painful demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. A few young wizards laughed heartily, yet they were but a handful. Most discerned the seriousness in Dumbledore's tone. However, he failed to elaborate on what lay beyond those doors, leaving many of his astute students feeling uneasy, as their headmaster typically provided explanations for areas they were forbidden to enter, citing dangers such as the perilous beasts in the Forbidden Forest, which everyone was aware of. This time, however, it felt as though he was deliberately withholding information, enticing the reckless to embark on an adventure. Lynn silently scoffed, finding Dumbledore's baiting rather conspicuous. As the banquet concluded, the life at Hogwarts officially settled into a routine. After the commencement of the term, Lynn refrained from approaching Harry Potter. He was perpetually occupied, with little leisure to spare. Even during mealtime, he would be engrossed in a tome of magic, simultaneously devouring beef-filled pastries. What on earth are you studying every day? Ian and Cedric queried, perplexed. If it were merely the typical second-year curriculum, there would be no need for Lynn to be so absorbed to the point of neglecting his rest. Setting aside the pitch-black notebook he held, Lynn raised a cup of pumpkin juice to wash down his food. I cannot divulge it just yet, but you shall know in due time. In truth, he was perusing Professor Fox's research on the dissemination of dark magic. The magical knowledge involved was rather profound, and despite Lynn's considerable talent, his one-year exposure to magic rendered the learning arduous due to his shaky foundation. He could only find excuses to work unpaid in Snape's office at night, seeking his assistants to sign borrowing slips for the restricted section. Though Snape would invariably mock him with remarks about his lofty ambitions and the folly of overreaching, suggesting that such advanced knowledge could turn his mind to mush, he nonetheless would sign the slips. Lynn would listen with a smile, and before departing, would discreetly pocket a few leaves of mandrake or some moth cocoons. Snape would merely glare at him, offering no further comment. Currently, Lynn felt a sense of urgency. He was striving to swiftly grasp the nuances of casting the dark magic dissemination that Professor Fawkes had elucidated, so he could carve out time for the study of other spells. Due to the passage of time, he possessed only a vague recollection of how the original plot unfolded. He awaited a moment or an opportunity. Regarding Animagus transformation, he had pilfered a mandrake leaf from Professor Snape's office on the first day of school, and, following the steps outlined by Kira, had placed the leaf beneath his tongue on a full moon night. This process was to be maintained for a month, and only when the next full moon arrived could he proceed to the subsequent step. With time pressing, Lin seized every available moment for his studies. After several days of exploration, he had begun to unravel the insights contained in Professor Fawkes' notes. The so-called dark magic dissemination essentially involved a secondary weakening of augmented dark magic, sacrificing intensity to transform single-target spells into area of effect incantations. Taking the killing curse as an example, its function was to ensure the death of the victim, with no possibility of reversal. This was also why Harry Potter was dubbed the boy who lived. He was the only individual in history to survive the killing curse. Upon the dissemination of the death curse, it transforms into an area of effect spell, utilizing the ground as a conductor and the caster as the epicenter, radiating a lethal aura in all directions. The extent of this spread is contingent upon the spell's potency. The advantages are evident: area damage with no blind spots for immediate death. However, the drawbacks are equally pronounced. Not only is it restricted to ground transmission, rendering it ineffective once the enemy leaves the surface, but the curse's inherent instant kill effect is also diminished. According to Professor Fawkes' experimental records, the effects of the dispersed death curse vary according to the strength of the soul. For those with low soul strength, such as the giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest, the effect remains fatal. In contrast, for beings of slightly greater soul strength, like ordinary muggles, sentient magical creatures, centaurs, fairies, and house elves, the lethal effect is nullified, plunging them into a deep stupor instead, from which they may eventually awaken. For higher entities, such as wizards, even a fainting spell is unattainable. They merely experience dizziness or discomfort, possibly leading to a nosebleed. To circumvent these shortcomings, Professor Fawkes proposed a hypothesis in his notes. Dispersing dark magic entails sacrificing its potency to achieve a broader effect. Yet, if one's dark magic is sufficiently robust, even when diluted, it could still impose a fatal outcome on wizards. Thus, the drawback could effectively be rendered moot. The power of magic primarily hinges upon three factors: the caster's proficiency, the caster's magical energy, and the caster's emotional state. By enhancing these three aspects, theoretically, the released magic could attain limitless strength. Proficiency is a gradual process, and Lin finds himself unable to expedite this. However, he has now preliminarily mastered the three unforgivable curses. Spending his days secluded within the room of requirement practicing on small creatures like spiders and frogs, his magical energy has reached an advanced level among adult wizards, making significant improvement in the short term unlikely. As for the emotional aspect of casting, dark magic requires a subjective malevolence. While Lin considers himself neither a virtuous individual nor a villain, he does possess an inherent disadvantage in this regard. Fortunately for Lin, he is not an ordinary wizard. He is a prodigy. After capturing Kira last semester, the system rewarded him by unlocking a talent, bloodline inheritance, with an initial value of 2 points. This talent grants a 50 chance for his spells to achieve a double amplification. Upon the commencement of this semester, Lin allocated his 2 free points into this talent. Now, with a total of 4 points, the effect has transformed to a 25 chance for spells to receive double amplification and a 25 chance for triple amplification. The efficacy of this talent aligns remarkably well with the dispersal of dark magic. Undoubtedly, the most suitable dark curse for such dispersion is the death curse. Its extensive area of instantaneous death is akin to a flaw in the system. Ultimately, despite the singular potency of the death curse, its sole effect remains consistent. It leads to death. The exponential enhancement is purely a waste, yet the application of black magic diffusion is an entirely different matter. Lin harbored a premonition. Although it was possible to amplify the curse threefold, the intensity was undoubtedly insufficient. However, as he continually invested in this talent, increasing the multiplier, the prospect of unleashing a lethal area curse capable of slaying a wizard was not merely a fantasy. Moreover, the enhancement of the curse's effects was evidently beneficial to him. That morning by the Black Lake, Cedric found himself in a state of existential doubt after being hurled into the water by Lin's triply amplified petrification spell. It took considerable effort from Lin and Ian to rescue him, employing numerous countercurses, and they nearly had to send him to the hospital wing before finally breaking the petrification. "Are you a monster?" Cedric exclaimed, his expression one of sheer bewilderment. "I'm terribly sorry, I didn't mean to. I truly didn't anticipate the effect would be so potent." Lynn repeatedly apologized while drying Cedric's robe. "Why didn't my universal counter-curse work?" Ian gazed at Lynn with a peculiar expression. Lynn awkwardly scratched the back of his head. "Perhaps it is because my curse's effect is too strong to be dispelled." The two regarded Lynn as if he were a creature from another realm, utterly perplexed by how, in just one summer, his spells had become so formidable. From that day forth, they were decidedly reluctant to practice with Lynn, while others engaged in joyful sparring, fostering mutual improvement. Training with Lynn felt perilous to their very lives. During lunch in the Great Hall, Cedric and the others again noticed Lynn's peculiar behavior. He ate at an agonizingly slow pace, savoring each bite as if he feared swallowing his food. Having dined together for over a year, they recognized this was not Lynn's usual dining style. "I'm practicing health preservation," Lynn asserted with conviction. "Did you know that each extra chew reduces stomach contractions by 3, effectively alleviating digestive pressure?" Cedric looked utterly bewildered, while Ian regarded him as if he were an extraterrestrial. "You're discussing health preservation at a magical academy? What of it? Wizards are human too. Everyone must care for their health," he insisted with fervor. "You're not quite right." Cedric and Ian exchanged skeptical glances. In truth, Lynn was merely attempting to prevent himself from inadvertently swallowing the leaves of the mandrake beneath his tongue. He had been steadfast for nearly a month, eagerly awaiting the next full moon to proceed to the subsequent step. If he were to accidentally ingest the leaves now, all his efforts would be rendered futile. The difficulty of mastering a Nimigus transformation is exceedingly high. It requires not only proficient transfiguration skills, but also a significant element of luck. Numerous factors beyond a wizard's control can arise, and even the slightest misstep necessitates starting over. Lynn's preparations at the beginning of the semester were driven by the uncertainty of his success. Certainly, Lynn harbored a sincere desire for success within himself. He was quite eager to discover what animal his animagus form would be. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the Gryffindor long table adjacent to Ravenclaw. Malfoy was brandishing a glass sphere the size of a ping-pong ball, grinning maliciously at the first-year Gryffindor wizards. He had snatched a memory ball sent to him by Neville's grandmother. Harry and Ron sprang to their feet, clearly having endured enough of Malfoy's antics, and seizing the opportunity to confront Draco. However, just then, Professor McGonagall happened to pass by, preventing the imminent clash. Draco, along with his 2 lackeys, uttered a menacing remark before departing. Cedric leaned over to Lynn and whispered, "That first year from your house seems to be stirring up trouble." Lynn shrugged, replying, "Not just a bit. It's what he does." 096 induction. "Deliver it to Professor Fawkes," Lynn instructed as he tucked the letter he had penned into the owl's talons. The owl sat there, seemingly frozen, as if it hadn't heard his words. "I know this is hard for you. Professor Fawkes is quite far away, and I understand your feelings," Lynn sighed. "No, you don't understand." The owl rolled its eyes, appearing quite reluctant. Suddenly, Lynn adopted a more dignified demeanor. "Rest assured, I shall not treat you unfairly for your labor. Last time, I made you run such a long distance in such a disheveled state due to my inexperience, but this time I have prepared everything." He produced a small pouch filled with rice and grains, hanging it around the owl's neck. "And there's more." He then retrieved a little postman's cap, placing it snugly atop the owl's head. Fully equipped, Lynn gently nudged the owl towards the door. Cedric could hardly contain his amusement at the sight of Lynn's efforts to send off his owl, laughing heartily before finally managing to ask, "Where exactly are you sending it? Why does it seem so unwilling?" "To find Professor Fawkes. He has probably already made his way to Asia." "That explains it." Lynn looked up and calculated the days. "Today seems to be a full moon, right? It's Ian's transformation day." Ian, who was leisurely slicing a piece of steak, nodded gently. Lynn suddenly brightened. "Let us gather by the Whomping Willow that night. I might be a bit late, around 9 o'clock. What are you planning to do?" "That's a secret," he replied mysteriously. Cedric shrugged. "All right then, when it's no longer a secret, I'll ask again." That afternoon, in the Hogwarts library, Lynn was diligently transcribing notes into a notebook. It was from a restricted section book concerning the formation of ghosts. Snape had granted him permission to borrow it, but not to take it out of the library. However, he was not alone in the library that day. Seated beside him was a chattering little girl. Indeed, I find it perplexing how their collective sense of honor is so lacking. When provoked by such individuals, why not simply report it to a teacher instead of resorting to physical confrontation? Such actions only serve to incur penalties for Gryffindor. jeopardizing the hard-earned points I obtained through transfiguration spells from Professor McGonagall, and even placing Harry at risk of expulsion. Lynn sensed the sharp gaze of Madame Pants and quickly patted Hermione's shoulder, urging her to calm her emotions and lower her voice. I understand your perspective. You wish for them to adhere to the rules, believing that everything should be conducted accordingly, correct? Hermione nodded glumly. It is merely an ideal world where everyone abides by the rules. Not all individuals share your sentiments. As you just mentioned, during flying lessons, it was not I but rather your fellow housemate, Malfoy, who first broke the rules. If he disregards the regulations, why must you insist that Harry follows them? Was I in the wrong? Hermione asked timidly. Lynn, having previously engaged in a dual conversation with Hermione, now set down his quill and spoke earnestly. You have not erred. Hermione, your intentions for collective honor are commendable, and Harry's actions in defending his friend are also justifiable. The sole miscreant in this scenario is Malfoy. However, your approach could use refinement. Hermione blinked, gazing at Lynn in disbelief. At that moment, during the flying lesson attended by both Gryffindor and Slytherin, when Harry and Malfoy quarreled, your priority should not have been to thwart Harry, but rather to align yourself with him. Prepare for the arrival of the professor by gathering advantageous evidence to minimize the repercussions for your house. Later, in private, you can critique Harry for his reckless behavior, clarifying how to ensure Malfoy faces the greatest consequences, thus preventing any blame from being directed at you. This way, they would not harbor resentment towards you, and in future situations, they would seek your counsel, looking up to you as a leader. Hermione stood speechless, her eyes wide in astonishment. Have you employed this tactic against me before? Lynn looked at her innocently. How could that be? When have you ever heard me speak to you in such a manner? I wouldn't need to use such tactics on you. You, my dear silly squirrel, would readily fall into any trap set before you. But Malfoy is one of your fellow Slytherins. Do you not care that your teachings led to points being deducted from Slytherin? Lynn sighed and ruffled Hermione's hair. Isn't this all due to you? If you ever feel wronged, simply come to me, and I shall assist you in teaching him a lesson. The young girl's head slightly resisted under Lynn's hand, her ears tinged with a faint blush, her hands clutching the edges of her robe. You are truly kind, Lynn. Of course. However, my earlier remarks were not solely intended to placate you. Should the day come when Malfoy is found to be bullying Hermione, he would not hesitate to administer a fitting reprimand. After comforting the sorrowful young girl, Lynn concluded his studies at the library for the day. He had specifically cleared a cabinet from his desk to store his materials, which were now filled to the brim with thick parchment and black leather notebooks. All of these contained information regarding souls, specters, and phantoms. Once he placed everything inside, he paid them no further heed, for he had a matter of greater importance at hand. He retrieved a small glass vial he had prepared long in advance from his locker and unfurled the parchment that Kira had inscribed with the steps for Animagus transformation, confirming its contents once more. This evening marked another full moon, and fortune favored him with clear skies, unblemished by clouds. He was ready to proceed with the next phase of his Animagus transformation. The night sky was serene, with the full moon gracefully suspended above, casting a soft glow akin to a delicate veil upon a maiden's rosy skin. Lynn gathered his belongings and, before the curfew commenced, departed the castle, making his way towards the Forbidden Forest. The requirements for concocting the Animagus transformation potion were exceedingly stringent. Aside from the Forbidden Forest, no other location within Hogwarts could meet his needs. Well, the Room of Requirement could also suffice, as it catered to all of Lynn's demands, including the weather. However, being a magical construct, he feared that the artificially simulated natural environment might impart some unknown effects on the potion. Should the outcome be detrimental, the consequences could be dire. History was replete with instances of failed Animagus transformations, resulting in individuals becoming half-human, half-beast monstrosities. A cautionary tale urging him against clever tricks, especially in such a delicate magical endeavor requiring the perfect alignment of time, place, and circumstance. He did not venture deep into the Forbidden Forest, but instead circled its perimeter, arriving at a pre-selected spot along the outer edge. Here, the trees loomed large and dense, and with summer in full bloom, the foliage was lush, completely obscuring the sky, allowing not a single ray of sunlight to penetrate during the day. Lynn first wielded a shovel conjured through transfiguration to locate a prominent tree, which would serve as his marker, and he dug a hole approximately half a meter deep beneath its boughs. After setting down the shovel, he carried the potion ingredients into the moonlight. Aimed at the circular moon above, he retrieved the glass vial and extracted a mandrake leaf that had been resting under his tongue for a full month. Placing it carefully within the vial before commencing, he repeatedly spat into the glass container, a rather unpleasant and cumbersome task, requiring him to be vigilant not to let his saliva fall in, while continuously generating enough saliva to fill the vial adequately. In the stillness of the night, a boy was seen in the shadowy woods, relentlessly spitting into a bottle, a most peculiar sight indeed. Once the quantity of saliva was sufficient, he plucked a strand of his hair and inserted it into the glass vial, followed by a silver teaspoon of dew from another container. The vial of dew was procured by him only this afternoon from Snape's office, and prior to its acquisition, he had meticulously confirmed that it was indeed freshly obtained by Snape, collected from a location that had not seen sunlight or human contact for an entire week. Snape had been thoroughly vexed by his persistence, and was on the verge of dismissing him altogether. Had it not been for Lin's diligent handling of potion ingredients over the past few days, Snape would have been reluctant to part with this precious vial, given its considerable value. Recently, Snape appeared to have made some discovery, frequently wandering the corridors of the castle's 4th floor, which Dumbledore had expressly forbidden students from accessing. Lin surmised that Snape had become aware of Professor Quirrell's peculiarities. Aside from a singular encounter in Diagon Alley, Lin had deliberately refrained from further engagement with him, for he understood that only by doing so could he accurately ascertain whether the first-year narrative would unfold as depicted in the original text, thus awaiting his opportune moment. After placing the hair and dew into the vial, only one ingredient remained for the transformation potion. Lin retrieved a moth pupa from his pocket, a cocoon of the Death's Head hawk moth, sourced from Snape's office, with a more reasonable price and guaranteed quality. Once he inserted the pupa into the vial, the transformation potion was deemed complete. He corked the glass vial securely and buried it in the pit he had previously dug, finally filling it in with a shovel. At this point, all that could be done was left to fate. After tidying up, Lin noted that it was nearly 9 o'clock. Just as he arrived, Ian and Cedric approached him together. Ever since they had uncovered Ian's secret as a werewolf, they had committed to keeping him company every month following the full moon. Gathering at the Shrieking Shack, the former haunt of another werewolf student, they would spend the evening discussing Hogwarts professors, the various houses, and amusing anecdotes from both the magical and muggle worlds. However, today, Lin and Cedric could distinctly sense that Ian's mood was rather somber. Upon traversing the secret passage to the Shrieking Shack, he had not uttered a single word, although he had rarely been one to initiate conversation, and his demeanor remained aloof. Their familiarity allowed Lin and Cedric to perceive the shift in his emotions. Ian, as was his custom, sat on the dilapidated wooden floor, leaning against the wooden wall, quietly awaiting the onset of his transformation. They exchanged glances, playing a silent game of rock, paper, scissors. Ultimately, Cedric lost. Before he could voice a question, Ian spoke up first. "I should not have returned to Hogwarts this year," he said. Lin and Cedric stared at him in astonishment. "Why?" they inquired. "Because my surname is Campbell," he replied softly. Cedric, perplexed, noted that there was no such surname among the pure-blood wizarding families. Initially, he found Ian's surname somewhat familiar, but did not dwell on it, until Ian's emphasis prompted him to recall the significance of the Campbell name within England. Considering Ian's evident non-ordinary background, is it the Campbell of the Duke of Argyll? The current Duke of Argyll is indeed my father, and I am his sole heir and the rightful successor of our family lineage. This marks the first occasion in over a year that Ian has chosen to confide in them about his familial circumstances. His transformation has commenced. Silvery hair emerges from within him, and his body and face elongate. He lets out a pained roar, yet he persists in recounting his tale to Lin and Cedric. My father is utterly reluctant to acknowledge me as his son. Sweat drenches his hair as he gasps for breath, continuing his narrative. Since my birth, he has indulged in debauchery with women, attempting to sire another son to cast me aside. Lin and Cedric remain silent, aware that tonight Ian requires only 2 willing listeners to rid himself of the monster who, upon birth, claimed his mother's life. From the moment of my birth, I was a werewolf. At my arrival into the world, I was already a creature of the night. Lin and Cedric exchanged glances, one hailing from an esteemed lineage and the other possessing vast knowledge. They had perused countless tomes of the magical realm, yet they had never encountered the notion of innate werewolves. Ian paid little heed to their reactions, his voice devoid of emotion, as if narrating a tale entirely separate from his own existence. My mother perished due to my birth, and upon witnessing my form, my father denied me as his offspring, claiming I was the monstrous result of my mother's disgraceful union with a beast. He had intended to drown me at birth, but was ultimately thwarted by my grandfather, who confronted him with a shotgun aimed at his head. Thus, I was sent to the countryside to live with my grandfather. The doctor had issued a diagnosis. My father was sterilized, forever incapable of fathering another child aside from me. to prevent the extinction of his title and avoid becoming a pariah within the family. I became his only option. Yet, even in this arrangement, he never contemplated fostering a genuine father-son bond. His feelings of disdain, hatred, and fear towards me remained unchanged. The household servants mirrored his sentiments. While they outwardly displayed respect, they incessantly derided me as a monster in private. Each time the full moon approached, marking my transformation, they would confine me to the cellar, refusing to release me even after the night had passed. They would exploit this pretext to keep me in prison for 3 days, offering me sustenance only through a small aperture. I was acutely aware that each one of them secretly wished for my demise through starvation in that dark confinement. At the age of 9, I manifested my magical aptitude. At my father's behest, a servant poisoned the dog my grandfather had left me. In a fit of rage, my unleashed power propelled him from the 3rd floor. He perished. I had taken a life at the tender age of 9, which is why I am able to perceive creatures like the night steed. My father concealed the incident of my killing, having been diagnosed with a terminal illness. With only a few years left to live, he knew that if I were apprehended, the title of Duke would inevitably fall to distant relatives with no connection to him. Thus, my act of violence was buried in silence. After that incident, the servants in my household grew increasingly fearful of me. They scarcely dared to speak to me, and no one would risk locking me in the cellar during the full moon. This continued until last July, when Professor Dumbledore personally visited my home to inform my better father that I was, in fact, a wizard and that I must attend a wizarding school. My father was furious. He forbade me from going to Hogwarts, as he intended to provide me with a comprehensive education befitting a noble, introducing me to the upper echelons of society and gradually grooming me to assume control of the family estate and title. Ultimately, Professor Dumbledore managed to persuade him, and I was granted permission to attend Hogwarts for a year, where the mastery of magic was deemed less important than the ability to control the magic within me. However, I harbored my own intentions. I sought to uncover the secret behind my birth as a werewolf at Hogwarts. In my naivete, I even entertained the notion that this magical institution might possess a means to transform a werewolf back into a normal human. Yet the more I learned, the more I realized how absurd my fantasies were. It was only upon meeting you all that I began to consider that remaining at Hogwarts might not be so undesirable after all. At the very least, you were willing to sit beside me and converse during my transformations. I fondly reminisced about Hogwarts, cherishing the life and friendships I had there, which compelled me to defy my father's commands and board the train to Hogwarts once more. He suddenly halted, turning to face Lynn and Cedric. His expression resembled a smile. But Lynn and the others could not be certain, having never witnessed Ian smile, especially not in his werewolf form. I had a falling out with my father. He warned that if I dared to leave, I would never set foot in that house again. Before I departed, I took all that belonged to me, including the snacks you were enjoying on the train. Now, I find myself homeless. You will look after me in the future. One to you? They extended their arms, each wrapping a shoulder around Ian. I am an orphan, yet I possess a grand estate and considerable wealth, combined. The Muggle and magical worlds present me with 3 inheritances awaiting my claim. So, Ian, do you now comprehend what you must do? Lynn raised an eyebrow at him. The werewolf shook his head in confusion. Call me Dad. Ian. Even Cedric scratched the back of his head, saying, My father is a senior official at the Ministry of Magic, and my family holds a certain prestige within the magical community. Not to mention, if you wish to be self-sufficient and thrive in the magical realm, I can certainly assist you. However, Cedric chuckled amiably. Just call me Big Brother once. Ian, you, with your thick brows and large eyes, have also succumbed to mischief. Lynn suddenly slapped Ian on the shoulder. Hey, I have a brilliant idea. They turned to face him. The pub in Hogsmeade should still be open, right? Let us go procure some butterbeer and food to celebrate Ian's new beginning. Cedric nodded in agreement. The 3 Broomsticks typically closes at midnight. I decided to visit as I had participated in Hogsmeade Week and was quite familiar with the place. They hosted a small gathering in the Shrieking Shack, indulging in butterbeer and engaging in lively conversation until the early hours of the morning. After spending over a year together, the task that Lynn had nearly forgotten was finally accomplished tonight. You have uncovered the secret of the innate werewolf Ian Campbell and gained his friendship. Side quest completed. Quest reward, Constitution 3. Meanwhile, as they reveled, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville were fearfully escaping the corridor guarded by the 3-headed dog on the 4th floor of Hogwarts Castle. In the Gryffindor common room, Hermione was exasperated. The strategies Lynn had suggested were utterly ineffective against those 2. They were nothing but complete fools and brutes. Early in the morning, a young girl rushed over to Lynn to recount her experiences from the previous night. They had been completely outsmarted. If Filch caught them, Professor McGonagall would surely expel them. Lynn offered her a bowl of pumpkin juice to help her catch her breath. Hermione drank heartily, clearly parched after talking nonstop all morning. Rest assured, Lynn comforted her. Even if Filch had caught you, Professor McGonagall would likely just deduct a hefty amount of points from Gryffindor. She wouldn't expel you. That is still unacceptable, Hermione retorted angrily. They are truly outrageous. I know, Lynn said, soothing her like one would calm a ruffled cat. Let us just ignore them from now on. There are plenty of students in Gryffindor. It doesn't matter with whom we befriend. Hermione muttered again. But they are too mischievous. They bounce around like cheeky monkeys, deducting points from Gryffindor. I certainly don't want you Slytherins to win the House Cup while I'm still in Gryffindor. Lynn shrugged. Then why did you tell me about this? We are rivals now, and I'm quite chummy with Professor McGonagall. Aren't you afraid I'll go and tell her? The girl held her head high and replied confidently, Of course you wouldn't. If Harry and the others could be as sensible as you, I wouldn't have to worry about these matters daily. Lynn ruffled her hair playfully and sent her on her way. I feel there is something off with her, Cedric suddenly remarked. Lynn looked at him, puzzled. What is off? Our relationship is merely that of neighboring siblings. How does it resemble Monty's feelings for Kirat? He scratched his head. Lynn gazed at him blankly. What are you thinking? Monty is the current head girl of Hufflepuff, and she harbored a crush on the current head boy of Ravenclaw for 2 years before finally mustering the courage to confess, and they got together this year. Cedric refrained from arguing with Lynn. So, you're referring to a crush? You, who rejected the head girl's confession so brusquely. How could you possibly understand a young girl's unspoken affection? Lynn's first class today was Professor Chilo's defense against the dark arts. This year's lessons have truly been lackluster. The professor, who has aligned himself with Voldemort, performs like a clown, stuttering through the textbook and incessantly explaining the large scarf adorning his neck. A gift from an African prince in gratitude for liberating him from the clutches of a resurrected zombie. He resembles a jest, devoid of the esteemed demeanor expected from a graduate of Ravenclaw. Fortunately, Lynn had adequately prepared himself. He had no intention of gleaning any knowledge from this year's defense against the dark arts course. Thus, he eventually ceased attending altogether. This semester, he was exceedingly busy, unwilling to squander time in Chilo's classroom. At this moment, Lynn was wandering the castle in search of the poltergeist Peeves. Have you seen Peeves, Sir Knight? He inquired of the paintings adorning the castle walls. The characters within these frames traverse any portrait in Hogwarts, serving as the most informed entities within the castle, as well as the eyes and ears of Headmaster Dumbledore. The knight in the oil painting, upon hearing Lynn's question, appeared quite irate, brandishing his lance. I know not. Why would I concern myself with the whereabouts of that miscreant? Yesterday, he attempted to draw a turtle on my armor with ink. Thankfully, the blood-stained Baron scared him off. Otherwise, a valiant knight would have been dishonored. With no other recourse, Lynn proceeded to inquire of the other paintings one by one. Ultimately, it was an old witch with a hooked nose who revealed Peeves' location to him. He is in the corridor near the kitchen entrance, having pilfered a basket of rotten eggs from the house elves, intending to use them to assault the students after class. If you wish to confront him, you might want to prepare for a change of clothes. He is quite the rascal. Thank you for the warning, dear lady. Upon receiving the location of Peeves, Lynn hastened to the corridor by the kitchen entrance. Peeves spotted Lynn first and immediately, with glee, hurled a rotten egg at him. Look what I found. A truant Slytherin wizard. Are you skipping class to savor the flavor of rotten eggs? Lynn slightly tilted his head, deftly evading the projectile, and with a smile, slowly drew forth his wand, not forgetting to greet Peeves. Hello, Peeves. Unfazed by the appearance of the wand, Peeves made a face at Lynn for being a ghost. He was immune to the wizard's magic. Just as Peeves reached for another rotten egg, Lynn raised his wand. Farewell, Peeves. Spirit-binding curse. Harry and Ron, having overslept, awoke late. The previous night, they had engaged in a battle of wits with Filch and had been frightened by the three-headed dog on the 4th floor, ultimately sleeping until 10 o'clock. Breakfast had long passed, and they were now preparing to venture to the kitchen in search of sustenance. Indeed, Hermione is quite bothersome. She places excessive importance on school rules and grades and has a penchant for nagging. She is not our mother, yet she seems intent on controlling our every move. It is no wonder that few wish to befriend her, Ron grumbled while stifling a yawn. However, it is not entirely true that no one is willing to endure her incessant chatter. During my time in Diagon Alley, I encountered her in the company of a young wizard from Hogwarts, and their relationship appeared to be rather amiable. Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. He must be quite the brave soul. Who is he? One of our house? Harry shook his head. No. I recall him mentioning that he is a second-year student from Slytherin. I believe his name is Lynn Bellick. According to Hagrid, he is the most talented young wizard in his year. Ron dismissed the notion with a scoff. What does that matter? Slytherin wizards are all bound to be scoundrels. Much like Malfoy. As they conversed, a rustling sound emerged from around the corner of the corridor. Peering around the corner, they beheld Peeves hurling rotten eggs at a young wizard. Hey, that's him. He is the Lynn I just mentioned. Harry recognized the young wizard. Ron's expression turned to one of eager anticipation. Let us observe how this most talented young wizard fares against Peeves' antics. However, the next scene left them utterly astonished. Soul-binding curse. The Slytherin miscreant raised his wand and cast a spell they had never witnessed before upon Peeves. In an instant, the poltergeist was transformed into a mere rubber ball. The young wizard named Lynn picked up the ball and, like molding clay, compressed the once large Peeves into the size of a ping-pong ball. Peeves, now powerless, screamed helplessly as he was ensconced within a small glass bottle.